In the year 2025, the end of days arrived. The world was overrun by a horrifying virus and entities from another dimension. From the ashes of this apocalypse, a legend was born. Luo Fu, the first awakened, became a hero for all mankind. Not only did he unleash the power to fight these otherworldly beings, he could also control the virus itself, saving humanity from the brink. But was this all a random coincidence? Or a monstrous conspiracy to seize control of the world? No matter the truth, nothing could suppress the fierce will to survive in a boy once deemed worthless, a boy crushed by bullies to the lowest rung of society. A sudden flash. Luo Fu thought it was a monster's lightning strike, an attack he was powerless to stop, but it was just a piece of chalk thrown by his homeroom teacher. The teacher, standing at the front of the class, pointed a finger right in his face and roared, "Luo Fu, you dare sleep in my class? Do you even want to be a student anymore?" Steam practically rose from Luo Fu's head as he stammered, "Sir, I promise. It won't happen again." A few classmates started to chime in, stirring up trouble. "Teacher, don't waste your breath. Luo Fu is completely useless. The only thing he knows how to do is sleep." All eyes fell on him, followed by a wave of cruel laughter. Luo Fu just lowered his head in silence, enduring it all without a word. But every expression, every gesture, was being captured by a hidden camera. It wasn't just the boys, even the girls looked at him with disdain. Luo Fu heard their whispers, but pretended he was deaf. Ignoring them, he scrolled through the news on his phone. Channel 14 was reporting on mysterious global events in West Capital, Shangdao, and Yunsan. Survivor after survivor claimed to have witnessed horrific, ghostly families. Entire villages had vanished without a trace. The Weyland Corporation denied any connection to the scientific research activities in the area. As Luo Fu scrolled, he thought to himself, if the world really ended, maybe no one would laugh at my strange dreams anymore, right? Lost in thought, a lunchbox was suddenly placed on his desk. It was Yi De-ya, his childhood friend. She was the only one in class who never mocked or ridiculed him. In fact, she was incredibly kind. Ever since he lost his memory 3 years ago, she had always been the one to look after him at school. Before De-ya could even start nagging him about his grades, Luo Fu grabbed the lunchbox and made a run for it, leaving her shouting behind him. Luo Fu fled to the rooftop and hid in a corner, letting out a sigh of relief. Why has De-ya been getting so naggy lately? As he scrolled on his phone, a group of delinquents appeared. Before he even saw them, he heard their grating voices. "Trash! What are you doing here?" Luo Fu spun around, startled, only to find himself surrounded by 3 of them. Da Xiang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, squatted down in front of him. The bully sneered. Hey, you're pretty close with Yi De-ya, aren't you? Call her up here. I want to have a private chat with her." Hearing this, Luo Fu's expression hardened. Someone like De-ya would never pay attention to scum like you. Da Xiang's face turned purple with rage. He couldn't believe this, nobody dared to talk back to him. Instantly, the 3 of them descended upon Luo Fu, beating him senseless as he could only curl up on the ground, shielding his head. Kicking him repeatedly, Da Xiang taunted, "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Why aren't you talking?" At that moment, Luo Fu's heart pounded like a war drum. The resentment inside him was about to explode. "I have to live in a world with these monsters. If this is reality, then I'd rather die." He shot up, ramming his body into Da Xiang, sending them both flying off the rooftop in a freefall. Before Da Xiang could even process the shove, a massive tentacle shot out of nowhere and wrapped around him. But Luo Fu continued to plummet toward the ground. From the concrete below, a grotesque monster with writhing tentacles erupted. It began grabbing students, draining the very life force from their bodies. Luo Fu screamed in pure terror. "Help me! I don't want to die." In a flash, a figure zipped past, grabbing him by the waist and landing him safely on the ground. It was none other than Yi De-ya. Luo Fu was stunned. He had no idea how she could move so fast. But De-ya just grabbed his hand and pulled him away from the tentacles, trying to snatch them. At the same time, Da Xiang shrieked in terror. "Save me. I don't want to die here either." But it was too late. He and countless other students were being drained of their life, becoming desiccated husks. The horrifying sight made Luo Fu tremble, unable to even form words. What is happening? Has the end of the world truly arrived? What in the world is going on at this school? Every student captured by the tentacles was mutating, twisting into monstrous forms. Of the hundreds of students, only Luo Fu and De-ya remained human, completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. Seeing them, the horde charged forward. De-ya shoved Luo Fu back, forcing him to dodge. She then whipped out a pistol tucked into her back and unleashed a volley of shots into the creatures. Witnessing this, Luo Fu shivered. The gentle Yi De-ya he knew was gone, replaced by this cold, efficient killer. He remembered it all again. The accident 3 years ago, the memory loss, Yi Ya had always told him that she was his childhood friend. As his face was pressed against her soft chest, Luo Fu thought, but the girl she is now, and the girl she was then, are like two completely different people. From her aura to her clothes, she was like a completely different person. Fear drained the color from Luo Fu's face as he cautiously backed away. He demanded to know, "Who are you?" "You're nothing like the Denia Yi I knew." Denia grabbed his hand and pulled him along, answering, "There's no time to explain. We need to figure out how to survive this." It wasn't just Luo Fu's school that was in ruins. The entire city, and even the world, was on the brink of annihilation as humanity faded away. Luo Fu was completely stunned, his eyes gazing into the distance. What in the world was happening? Seeing his shock, Denia patted his shoulder reassuringly. "After what happened today, I can't hide it from you anymore. For you, this might actually be an opportunity." Luo Fu still didn't understand his friend's cryptic words. With danger closing in, Denia explained it again. "Remember this. What you see with your own eyes isn't always the truth." The moment she finished speaking, a monstrous tentacle lunged toward them. To protect Luo Fu, she shoved him out of the way, but this meant Denia couldn't escape, as the tentacle impaled her without mercy. Lying on the ground, Luo Fu could only watch in horror. He scrambled to his friend's side, trying to hold her, but it was too late. The infection had already taken hold, her body slowly twisting into something monstrous. Predatory eyes watched them from all sides as Luo Fu screamed in despair. Denia Yi used her last bit of strength to push him away, yelling, "Run! Get out of here!" From the wreckage, two more monsters leaped out. Denia saved him again, letting the beasts tear into her own flesh. Seeing Luo Fu still frozen in shock, she summoned her final shred of consciousness and screamed, "What are you still staring at? Run, now!" Denia's voice echoed in his ears. Her words burrowed deep into Luo Fu's mind, tearing something open until he let out a tormented scream. A fragment of a memory resurfaced. Someone had shielded him, just like this before. 3 years ago, Luo Fu was found alive amidst a pile of rubble. Because his body contained an origin seed that current technology couldn't remove, his life was spared. And then everything was arranged. Denia Yi was brought in under the guise of being his childhood sweetheart. Two complete strangers were assigned to be his parents. The rush of images brought tears streaming down Luo Fu's face. He wondered, Are these my real memories? In the present, Denia was being mercilessly torn apart by the monsters. Luo Fu couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He charged forward, slamming into the creatures to free his friend. Seeing this, Denia whispered in defeat, "You idiot. Get away from here. Do you want to die too?" Tentacles began to wrap around Luo Fu, and Denia's hope finally faded. Just when death seemed certain, Luo Fu grabbed her hand, pulling her back from the abyss. A brilliant light shone from Luo Fu's eyes. A surge of immense power erupted from him, vaporizing the monsters and completely healing Denia. Her infected body returned to normal, her skin becoming flawless and clear once more. After that explosion of power, Luo Fu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He had no idea what had just happened. Denia, now covered in wounds that were no longer there, approached him. "Luo Fu." He looked up, his body trembling. She asked, "Are you okay?" She raised her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. "My wounds, they're healed." Relieved, he managed to say, "That's great. As long as you're okay." He then noticed the remnants of red scales clinging to Denia's body, his mind filled with questions. "But what is this? Bone-like armor. Did it grow from my body? Don't tell me I was infected by the monster." Just then, she sensed a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. In a flash, Denia lunged forward and landed a powerful punch on the stalker. She was stunned by the force flowing through her own body. This surge of power. She then turned back to Luo Fu, her eyes full of suspicion. "What exactly did you do to my body?" Her accusation made Luo Fu's heart jump. He frantically explained, "I just pulled you away from the monsters. I want to know what happened, too." Then, with a look of pure terror, he asked, "Why is all of this happening? And how can you be so calm?" Looking at the new Denia, Luo Fu was utterly lost. "Who are you really?" But at that moment, she lowered her head and clenched her fist. Denia quickly pushed him down, then kicked out with her leg, obliterating a nearby zombie in an instant. After that display, she stood tall and finally revealed the truth. "Blue Wave Guard, Squad Number 7, Denia Yi." Hearing this, Luo Fu was filled with even more questions. "Blue Wave? You mean the Blue Wave Science and Technology Corporation?" She nodded. "That's right. The largest financial group in the country, with technology that leads the world." Faced with his look of disbelief, Denia continued her story. 3 years ago, Blue Wave's deep-sea research base had an accident. You were the only survivor. Back then, she had been monitoring him from a distance, photographing his every move at school. He still couldn't believe it, his voice trembling as he clenched his fists. What? The incident 3 years. I thought it was a car accident. Denia turned her back, an indescribable emotion in her voice as she said, I'm sorry. That wasn't the truth. Unable to handle the shock, Luo Fu roared in anger. Then what is the truth? What in the world happened at that deep-sea research base? The noise he made caught the attention of the monsters. A whole horde of them swarmed forward. Seeing this, she grabbed him and ran for it. We have to get out of here first. My only mission is to protect you. If you have questions, you can wait until we return to headquarters and ask your superiors. The monsters were savage and ferocious. With blazing red eyes and bloodthirsty fangs, they charged. But when they reached the alley, their prey had vanished without a trace. Confused, the creatures turned and shambled away. At that same moment, down in the sewers, the two of them had slipped into the drainage pipes. Luo Fu looked up, his eyes locking onto Deya's torn and tattered clothes. He froze. Noticing his stare, she turned back and asked, What is it? A deep blush spread across Luo Fu's face as he quickly looked away. It's nothing. But seeing his expression, Deya glanced down at herself and understood the problem. He took off his own jacket and handed it to her, shyly turning his head away. Here, wear my coat. She didn't hesitate for a second. Luo Fu crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. I want to know the truth behind all this. But before that, I have to confirm my parents are safe. Deya seemed hesitant to speak, but she answered him anyway. They're all right. I'll take you to them first. She pulled up her hood, her eyes turning cold as ice as she gave the signal. Let's go. Seeing this cold new expression, Luo Fu remembered her warmer smile from before. The Deya in front of him now seemed like a total stranger, but she had risked her life to protect him. He had no choice but to trust her. Soon, they arrived at Luo Fu's house, shrouded in the dead of night, eerily silent. As they moved through the building, he followed behind her, demanding answers. These monsters, who created them? Her only response was a cold, hard silence. Finally, they reached his front door. Luo Fu reached out, opened it, and slowly stepped inside, calling out into the darkness, Dad. With Dia right behind him, Luo Fu scanned the room, calling out again, Mom. But in that instant, something like a flash of fire erupted behind him, his eyes widening in shock. Hearing the commotion, Dia spun around to see he'd already collapsed to the floor. Behind him stood a woman, pointing a gun right at them. Freeze, she screamed. Seeing him hit the ground, Dia cried out in terror and immediately lunged forward with blinding speed. The shadowy figure deftly dodged Dia's attack. Her hand shot out, grabbing the woman's gun arm and knocking the shot off course. Just then, the lights in the room flickered on. Luo Fu dazedly made out the woman's silhouette. Leaning against the wall, his father, Luo Shueben, was panting heavily as he yelled, Stop! Seeing who it was, Mother Luo forced a smile and quickly hid the gun. Luo Fu, Deya, is that really you two? I thought monsters had broken in. Are you both okay? She asked, looking at Deya with a confused expression. Deya, what on earth happened to you? The girl immediately responded, I was bitten. Luo Fu saved me. At that moment, she remembered her son and rushed to his side in a panic. Luo Fu, are you awake? Are you hurt? He trembled on the ground and stammered, Mom, you were a little too rough. Mother Luo quickly began to apologize. It was then he noticed something strange. Mom, why do you have a gun? Luo Fu looked between the two of them, suspicion growing in his mind. This whole situation was just too weird. She knew how to shoot, and she fought Deya on even footing. Mother Luo quickly shot back, Wasn't it to protect you? Just then, Luo Shuben suddenly collapsed, sending a wave of panic through the room. Mother Luo rushed to his side, shouting, Didn't I tell you to rest in the bedroom? Why did you come out here? He trembled weakly, his voice barely a whisper. If I hadn't, I think I'd be dead. Luo Fu stared at the scene, completely confused. Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Cradling Luo Shuben's weak body, she explained everything. After the disaster started, the phones went dead. We couldn't contact you.
So, we went to the school. But on the way, we were ambushed by a horde of monsters.
He was injured on the way home, saving me. Inside the room, Luo Shuben lay weakly on the bed. Luo Fu stood beside him, trying to offer what little comfort he could. Mom, if I was able to save Deya, let me try to save Dad, too. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in his mother's eyes. Luo Fu, then we're counting on you. Luo Fu immediately began to work on his father's nearly deformed arm. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow. Bright streams of light flowed from Luo Fu's hands into Luo Shueben's mangled arm. To everyone's astonishment, his father's arm instantly returned to normal. It worked. Luo Fu stood by with a faint smile. This is incredible. But he could feel a distinct difference between the two times he healed someone. Why does this feel so different from when I saved Deya? Her body seemed to actively accept my power. But inside Dad, something was agitated, desperately trying to run away from me. All at once, Luo Shubin sat bolt upright in bed, much to his wife's joy. "Honey, you're awake." He looked around, completely lost. Did I just pass out? Overjoyed, his mother explained that Luo Fu had saved him. Her husband slowly turned his head to stare at his son. "How did you do that?" Seeing his father get up, Luo Fu rushed to his side. "Dad, how are you feeling?" The older man slowly moved toward him. I think I'm perfectly fine." "Luo Fu, what have you done?" He let out a soft chuckle. "Right now, I can't exactly explain this." Dark tendrils of energy began to envelop his father's body, but the man just smiled warmly and patted Luo Fu's shoulder. "Excellent work, son. If it wasn't for you, I would have been a goner." Luo Fu watched in horror as the dark aura around his father grew thicker. "Dad, are you really okay?" His father's voice boomed with unnatural vigor. "What's wrong? I've never felt better." Luo Fu stared in terror as Luo Xubin's body began to transform. Deya leaped in front of them, screaming, "It's dangerous. Get back now." His father's entire form was now shrouded in black mist. A guttural voice rumbling, "I feel so light, so full of power." His body warped into a monstrous shape, sprouting countless, horrifying tentacles. "What's wrong with everyone? Why are you all giving me such scary looks?" At that moment, Luo Fu's mother screamed at him in terror. "Luo Fu, what did you do? Weren't you supposed to save him?" Luo Fu trembled, staring at the nightmare unfolding before him. "Mom, I don't know. I swear I could feel his consciousness just a moment ago." Diaz stood at the front line, desperately fending off the tentacle onslaught. Seeing the fight, Luo Fu's mother cried out in panic, "Don't hurt him. He's still in there. Let's just try one more time." Deya lunged toward Luo Suwabin, yelling, "I'll see if I can restrain him." But his father's true self roared out in agony, a desperate warning to them all. "Everyone, run." Luo Fu gently pushed open a door, surprised. "That's odd. Is no one home?" Suddenly, the room exploded with light and confetti blasted him in the face. His parents, both wearing party hats, cheered in unison. "Luo Fu, happy 18th birthday." He was still in a daze, barely managing to mumble a response. They pushed him into the living room, where a young woman called his name softly. "Luo Fu." It was Deya, shyly holding a birthday cake with an 18 on it, wishing him a happy birthday. Then everyone urged them to get closer. Come on. Let's all take a picture together." With a single click, the photo was taken. But right now, that same picture of their happy family reunion lay beneath a sheet of shattered glass. Why, he wondered. Luo Fu stared at the motionless girl on the ground, tormenting himself. How did it all turn into this? He looked over at his father, who was completely entangled in the writhing tentacles, and felt his heart break. Witnessing the scene, Luo Fu's mother covered her mouth, trembling. He helped her up, watching helplessly as those grotesque creatures rushed toward them, an inner voice screaming, "Luo Fu, get up." In an instant, the tentacles had wrapped themselves all around her. He grabbed his mother's arm and screamed, "Let her go." His father, now a puppet, cried out in agonizing pain, "I'm sorry, Luo Fu. I can't control it." His mother pushed his hand away, her voice shaking as she begged him, "Run, Luo Fu. Take Deya and get out of here. Don't worry about me." In the next second, all Luo Fu could do was reach out his hand as he watched her being pulled further and further away. Her pleas echoed around him. "I'm sorry, Luo Fu. I beg you, just run." Numb, he found himself opening his bedroom door alone. Even while being controlled, his mother fought back with all her might. "Wang Yang, I never thought we'd fulfill our oath this way. To die on the same day." From the other side of the room, her husband roared in despair. "Shi Yue, I'm so sorry." But in the next second, a flash of steel sliced through the tentacles. Luo Fu held his knife, catching his mother as she fell. He remembered the painful memories of his past, when everyone only ever told him to run. He panted for breath, raising the razor-sharp knife in front of him. "If I run away this time, then I'll truly be useless." He yelled, "Mom, give me your hand." A theory formed in Luo Fu's mind. It's clear these tentacles have had plenty of chances to kill me directly. But they haven't. I don't know why, but it seems I can use this fact to fight back. Lost in thought, a tentacle slammed into his chest, sending the knife flying from his grasp. Luo Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and reached for the knife. Damn it. My power is still nothing compared to this thing. Once again, a disgusting tentacle knocked the knife far away. They relentlessly whipped and thrashed Luo Fu's small body. All the while, his mother was slowly being consumed by the tentacles again. "That's enough, Luo Fu. You've done more than enough. Just run." His vision blurred, but he used every last ounce of his strength to scream, "No, I have to save you both, because you're the only family I have." Tears streamed down her face as she was forced to reveal the truth. "Luo Fu, we aren't actually your biological parents. We were just entrusted by the Wyland Corporation to take care of you and protect you as you grew up." Luo Fu's mother remembered the first time they had met him, back when he was just a little boy. Hearing this, the boy was even more devastated. "Mom, what are you talking about?" With her last words, she confessed. "But after all these years, hearing you say that, we can die. Goodbye, Luo Fu. Keep on living. You and Day Ye, you must keep on living." Tears streamed from Luo Fu's eyes, and his cries were choked with grief. All he could do was let out a hopeless scream. No! Another tentacle slammed into Luo Fu's body. The creatures gathered into a dense swarm, attacking him without end. The joyful voices of his family echoed in Luo Fu's mind. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." He remembered how carefree he was, holding his parents' hands, making a wish over the cake with their loving words. "Happy birthday, son." Back then, his parents' love surrounded him. "Go on, blow out the candles." He felt so happy, so incredibly loved. His father was always the one to cut the cake. "Let's get some cake." But as the knife sliced through the frosting, the scene shifted to a blood-soaked nightmare. His father sprouted countless gory tentacles. "Happy birthday." An image of his mother, wrapped in thick webbing, her face horrifically twisted and deformed. Both of Luo Fu's parents were slaughtered right before his very eyes. He remembered sharing cake with them, but that memory was now corrupted. His parents had become two bloodthirsty monsters. He cried out in helpless despair, "Mom, Dad, please, snap out of it." The tentacles immediately shot out to attack. Anguish ripped through him as his eyes flew open and he screamed, "Diana Yi, look out." She quickly raised her arms to block the blow, but the force was too much. Blood sprayed from her mouth. Seeing this horrifying scene, Luo Fu flashed back to eating cake with Diana. Back then, they were all so happy, laughing together. But in the present, she was being choked, slammed against a wall by his own father's hand. His parents' bodies had been stolen from them, their crimson eyes staring as she struggled for air. It wasn't over. They unleashed more tentacles, aiming to kill. Seeing the imminent danger, Luo Fu lunged forward with all his might. He grabbed the tentacle and yanked it aside. However, the tentacle suddenly trembled, moving strangely as if it were fighting back against its master. His father's monstrous form ground its teeth, struggling to call out Luo Fu's name. Hearing it, Luo Fu realized with a shock this was a part of his father the parasite hadn't fully consumed. His father's entire body shook, fighting for control. He forced out the words, "Do it, now." Hearing that, Luo Fu remembered his parents as they were when they were alive. "Mom, Dad." The thought made him bite his lip hard. His face darkened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then, with a surge of resolve, he leaped forward to attack, screaming, "I'm sorry." And in an instant, Luo Fu killed his own father with his bare hands. He gritted his teeth, his heart shattering as tears streamed down his face. His father's body collapsed, the tentacles going limp. In their final moments, his parents looked at him with love. "Luo Fu, go to the Ulam Corporation." Their eyes slowly closed as they delivered their final words. "Don't let yourself be used anymore. You have to keep living." Then, they both faded into nothingness. It was too much to bear. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Nearby, Diana Yi trembled, gasping for breath as she clutched her throat. She turned to him and called out, "Luo Fu." His voice was cold and hollow. "Take me to Ulam headquarters." His eyes blazed with fury, tears of pure hatred falling. "I will get revenge on every last one of them." Diana didn't hesitate. She agreed immediately. A few days later, they set up an altar for Luo Fu's parents. The year was 2045. A nameless catastrophe suddenly erupted across the globe. A few months later, the world fell. It became a playground for monsters. Humanity once believed it was the final, eternal ruler of the earth, but they were far too naive. They never knew that every gift from fate actually comes with a hidden price tag. Jiang gritted his teeth, gripping a sharp axe in his hand. He faced down a horde of creatures that were neither human nor monster. He swung his weapon, cleaving one of them in two. But unfortunately, its claws grazed the back of his hand. Suddenly, a noise from a distant room made her freeze. Jiajia had just cracked the door open when she saw a person's leg and heard a voice. "Don't come out. It's too late." The creature violently threw the door aside, forcing her to stumble back in fear. Just as it was about to attack, a motorcycle wheel came flying straight at them. Diana Yi, gun in hand, leaped off the motorcycle, performing a graceful flip in mid-air. She aimed her weapon squarely at the horde. A second later, Jiajia stood frozen in awe as Diana unloaded a hail of bullets into the monsters. She finished them off and landed perfectly. Diana glanced to the side. Jiajia was still trembling, facing a creature by the door. The girl was panicking, unsure what to do. As its arm reached for her, Jia cried out and fell backward in terror. In that exact moment, an arm wrapped around her waist, catching her. With one hand, Luo Fu supported her. With the other, he slashed straight through the monster. With the threat gone, he looked down and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Jiajia's shimmering eyes widened as she stared at her savior. I'm okay. Thank you for saving me." Luo Fu offered his hand to help her up. "Hey, aren't you Jiajia?" She took his hand, surprised. You know me?" Luo Fu cleared his throat. "At our university, there wasn't a single person who didn't know you." Jiajia, the pure goddess of the foreign languages department. She followed him shyly. "I'm sorry. I don't really remember most of my male classmates." Luo Fu scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, it's fine. My name is Luo Fu." But inside, his heart sank. "Just a normal male classmate, huh?" Jiajia tapped her chin, then it clicked. "Luo Fu, I think I heard that name. Aren't you Diana Yi's useless childhood friend?" The words left her lips before she could stop them. "Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that." He let out a sigh. Right, she was here too. A warm feeling spread through him just from being near Yidia. Jiajia was stunned. Was Yidia the one who fired that shot? Across the way, Kay was waving frantically. "Jiajia!" He rushed over, looking her up and down in a panic. "Are you hurt?" "I'm sorry I'm late." Jiajia's voice was quiet. "I'm okay." "Oh." With her cheeks flushing pink, she linked her arm with Luo Fu's. "Luo showed up just in time to save me." Jiajia gracefully stepped forward in her pristine white heels. She gently took his hand. "Are you injured?" He bowed slightly in response. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Yidia crossed her arms with a smirk. "Well, look who showed up right on cue." She sounded completely unimpressed. "Whatever, let's just move on." Suddenly, Jiajia called out to them. "Yidia, Luo Fu." She bowed her head shyly, overcome with gratitude. "Thank you both for saving Kay and me." Luo Fu was completely captivated by her angelic beauty. Kay walked past him, shooting Yidia a quick thumbs up. "Not bad, little lady. Your skills are impressive." But all the while, Yidia's sharp gaze was locked onto Luo Fu's retreating figure. Yidia urgently grabbed his arm. "Luo Fu, we need to go." Luo Fu was startled by her suddenness. But just as Yidia was about to leave, another voice called out, "Wait, please, don't go. You saved our lives, and you're Jiajia's classmates." The man offered a proposition. "I can lead you both to the nearest extraction point." They both turned back, their voices laced with suspicion. "An extraction point? And why should we trust you?" The moment she spoke, her tone turned ice cold. "Give me one reason to believe you." A chilling aura poured off Yidia, making Kay flinch in fear. At that moment, Jiajia took Yidia's hand. She spoke softly. "Yidia, Kay is the bodyguard my father hired. He might look intimidating, but he's a good person. Please, trust him." Kay cleared his throat with a few coughs. "Just hear me out. The moment this disaster started, Jia's father contacted me. City Z is calling this a virus leak crisis, and they've given full authority to the Wayland Corporation to manage it, which means Wayland has put the entire city under a complete lockdown." His head drooped in despair. "A citywide lockdown. And with breaches like the one we just saw. I know I can't do this alone. I'm begging you. Help me escort the young lady to the extraction point." Luo Fu glanced at Yidia, asking quietly, "Should we team up and go together?" But her expression remained as cold as ice. "You're barely enough to handle on your own. Now you want to add 2 dead weights? I'm not a babysitter." The words had barely left her mouth when Kay exploded. "Hey, watch your mouth." He hefted his axe onto his shoulder, trying to look intimidating. "Who are you calling deadweight?" But his tough guy act was instantly ruined when a gust of wind slapped a plastic bag right across his face. Elsewhere, a car sped down a deserted road. The infected swarmed the streets, forcing survivors to run for their lives. Behind them, a horde of zombies packed the road. A pair of headlights cut through the darkness, bearing down on the horde. Inside the vehicle, Luo Fu spoke up. "That's weird. They were chasing us for ages. Why'd they suddenly stop?" Kay puffed out his chest proudly. "They were probably intimidated by my expert driving skills." Suddenly, the car swerved violently. Yidia immediately rounded on him. What the hell kind of driving was that? Jiajia felt sick and dizzy. Luo Fu and Kay's faces went grim as they stayed silent. Unseen, a mysterious figure watched them from behind a large rock. Smoke billowed from the shredded tire. Key got out to inspect the damage, his heart sinking. "This makes no sense. How did we get a flat out here?" Yidia got out and went to the front of the car. That's when she spotted it. The cause was a sharp, metal spike. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. Instantly on high alert, Yi Jia raised her weapon, her voice ringing out like steel. Who's there? Show yourself. Out of nowhere, the barrel of a gun was pressed to Jia Jia's temple. A threatening voice commanded, drop your weapon. Yi Jia had no choice but to obey. Her mind raced. It was a trap. Her eyes remained fixed on the man, sharp and vigilant. Three masked figures emerged from the shadows. Their leader growled, everyone in the car, no funny business. Get out, now. Xiaolan kept his gun trained on them. Ho Zi, he ordered, search them. See if they're hiding any more weapons. The man called Ho Zi approached Ye Jia with a disgusting smirk, but the leader kicked him in the back, shouting, what do you think you're doing? You searched the two men. But he was just as much of a creep. I'll handle this one myself. The leader trailed the barrel of his gun from her neck, down her chest, and slowly to her waist, muttering to himself, Tisk, Tisk. He was practically drooling. Not bad at all. Yi Jia bit her lip, her eyes filled with pure disgust. Luo Fu couldn't take it anymore and roared, you bastard. Get your hands off her. Without a moment's hesitation, the thug smashed his fist into Luo Fu's face. Luo Fu, Jia Jia screamed in terror. She tried to rush forward, but Ho Zi grabbed her and yanked her back. Luo Fu collapsed to his knees, spitting blood onto the ground. Enraged, the leader pressed the gun to his temple. Little brother, your shouting is really ruining the mood. He clearly wanted to eliminate the obstacle. How about I shut you up for good? Luo Fu's group was completely helpless, held at gunpoint by the ruthless bandits. A gun was pressed to Luo Fu's head. Jia Jia screamed, stop. She desperately rushed forward. Don't you dare hurt him. But a massive thug yanked her back. The leader's eyes landed on the beautiful girl, a disgusting grin on his face. Well, a foreigner. A twisted idea formed in his mind as he dragged Jia Jia closer. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Today, I'll be the first to sample this imported delicacy. But just then, an enraged roar cut through the air. Key's face contorted with rage, his voice dripping with venom. You filthy animals. I'll kill every last one of you. Meanwhile, Deya quickly assessed the situation, analyzing her options. Even if I unleash that surge of power, there's no way I can take them all down at once. Luo Fu slammed his fist into the ground, helpless. Damn it. The brute dragged Jia Jia forcefully into the brush. Get over here, the thug sneered. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. All she could do was scream in despair. No, let me go. He shoved Jia Jia to the dirt, her small frame crying out in pain. Heh. His hand clamped down on her leg. A twisted, predatory grin spreading across his face. It's useless to struggle. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, his vile intentions terrifyingly clear. She flinched away, crying out in absolute despair, don't. But suddenly, a warm stream of fresh blood trickled down her terrified face. Her eyes shot upward in pure terror. Meanwhile, back outside, Hu Zi was getting impatient. Huh? Why is it so quiet in there? Is the boss done already? That was fast. Seeing his chance while their guard was down, Luo Fu slowly, silently, pushed himself up. He peered into the thicket and felt a strange, unnatural power stirring within the darkness. A cold dread washed over Luo Fu. Wait, why didn't those monsters follow us in here? The horrifying realization hit him. It was because something far more terrifying was already here. Another thug grew restless and walked over. Hao Zi, you keep an eye on that brat. Don't let him escape. The man grunted in agreement. But as he took his first few steps, something shot out from the darkness, wrapping around him in an iron grip. It was a twisted, deformed monster, its eyes glowing with a blood-red hunger. Panic erupted as the thugs saw it, unleashing a hail of bullets at the creature. What the hell is that thing? Damn it, the bullets are useless. The creature was completely unfazed and swung a massive arm, ready to strike. Two of the thugs leaped high into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. A wave of pure terror washed over the group as they all scrambled back, screaming. Key dove for a dropped pistol, his eyes blazing with fury. He completely snapped, firing wildly at the horrific monster. Give me back, Jia Jia, he roared. But in the blink of an eye, the monster's limbs shot forward, impaling him completely. Dia could only watch in horror, screaming, Uncle K. As the dust settled, K lay dead on the ground, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. The monster instantly reappeared right in front of her, baring its teeth in a grotesque grin. Seeing the imminent danger, Luo Fu's eyes widened in terror. He screamed, Deya. The creature's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Deya was pushed back, barely managing to defend herself. Deya pushed herself to the absolute limit, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Damn it. I've been fighting all day. I don't have any strength left. The monster sensed her exhaustion, and a sickening grin spread across its face. Its hand shot out, seizing Deya in a crushing grip, forcing a spray of blood from her lips. As the pressure intensified, her vision began to blur. Her body trembled uncontrollably. It's over. Watching the horrifying scene unfold from afar, Luo Fu's mind raced. Come on, Luo Fu, think. Think of something. Anything. Despair etched itself onto his face. Am I just going to stand here and watch her die? The starving creature let out a roar, its cavernous maw opening wide, ready to devour Deya whole. At that moment, Luo Fu roared with everything he had. Let her go. His desperate cry caught the monster's attention. It paused, turning its head curiously. It saw Luo Fu, standing tall with newfound resolve. You're hungry, aren't you? He challenged. Then, Luo Fu's eyes began to glow a brilliant gold. He raised his hand, summoning a hidden power. Everything I took from you before, I'm giving it all back. With a guttural roar, he shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a single devastating punch aimed straight for the monster. The moment Luo Fu's fist connected with the monster, a massive pillar of light erupted from the earth, blasting straight into the heavens. Xiao Lan and Ho Zi, who were watching nearby, could only stare in utter disbelief. As the monster fell, Luo Fu was left standing, covered in wounds, his fist raw and burning. He clutched his trembling arm, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Luo Fu's body had reached its absolute limit. His gaze fell upon the motionless figure on the ground. With a trembling voice, he called out, Day. His strength completely gone, he finally collapsed. Lying on the ground opposite Deya, he reached out a trembling hand. He tried desperately to touch her, whispering, Deya, are you okay? But Deya was unconscious, unable to hear his plea. Not giving up, Luo Fu raised his voice, Deya, answer me. His trembling fingers finally closed around her hand, a silent scream echoing in his mind. Damn it. Is this really how it ends? An unknown amount of time passed. Before Luo Fu finally opened his eyes, the first thought that crossed his mind was, am I still alive? A moment later, he took in his surroundings, confused. Where am I? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and someone walked in. It was Jia. Her face lit up with relief. Luo Fu, you're awake. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. He looked at her, his voice filled with concern. Jia, are you all right? Just then, Qi also entered the room. He leaned against the doorframe, one of his arms heavily bandaged. He spoke, his voice gruff. You really are a hopeless case, kid. Luo Fu was stunned, stammering, Uncle Qi, your arm? Qi let out a laugh, answering casually, don't rush. It's just a few broken bones. Luo Fu clutched his head, the exhaustion clear on his face. What happened? Where am I? Jia, sitting beside him, watched him for a moment before slowly recounting the events. Last night, just as the monster appeared, it attacked the lead bully first. In the chaos, I hid under a car and barely escaped with my life. Jia held her breath under there, her whole body trembling. She wanted to scream but had to bite down and endure it. A moment later, the only thing that landed beside her was the bully's mask. Only after the monster was destroyed did Jia dare to crawl out. She ran to find everyone. At that point, both Yi Diya and Luo Fu were unconscious. Jia looked at them, completely bewildered. Student Luo Fu, student Yi Diya. At that moment, it was Ho Zi who supported Kei, and Xiao Lam helped out as well. Luo Fu listened, his eyes slowly filling with shock. So, they were the ones who saved us. As he said this, he froze, as if remembering something important. Luo Fu shot up in a panic, shouting, Where is Yi Diya? Where is she? Jia replied softly, Follow me. With that, she quickly led him to Yi Diya's room. Seeing the girl lying unconscious on the bed, Luo Fu couldn't hide his worry, calling out, Yi Diya. Qi, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. You were both unconscious for a whole night, but she still hasn't woken up. Luo Fu looked at Yi Diya, silently assessing her condition. Yi Diya must have completely exhausted her energy. After a moment, he said quietly, Let me try something. The energy Luo Fu transferred into her was working. Although she was still in a coma, the color began to return to her face, but channeling so much energy started to drain Luo Fu. He thought to himself, It seems she needs more. I have to go out and kill monsters to absorb their energy. With that thought, Luo Fu turned to look at Jia and Kei standing behind him, his eyes flashing with concern. But you're injured now. While Luo Fu was hesitating, Hu Zi had appeared at the door, somehow wearing an apron. Looking around, he smiled cheerfully. Everyone, you're all here? Come on, it's time for breakfast. The next morning, Ho Zi slammed the table in anger, shouting, What? You want me to be the bait? Luo Fu calmly looked up at him. What other choice do we have? Hearing this, the faces of Kei, Luo Fu, and Jia all grew dark. Luo Fu gritted his teeth, his voice dangerously low. After doing such a horrible thing to us, this is your chance to atone. Hosey scratched his head, trying to justify himself. But we're just low-level thugs. Besides, didn't we save you all in the end? Luo Fu shot back. That was your fault to begin with. Just then, Xiao Lam smiled, pointing at Huzi. He's a pro at this, don't worry. He used to be the bait all the time. Huzi stared at her with wide eyes. Hey, are you selling out your own teammate? Xiao Lam didn't answer. She just leaned in close, whispering, You lonely dog. Do you want to be neighbors with monsters for the rest of your life? Or, you could be with me after we get out of here. Hosey immediately turned bright red, frozen in place, not knowing how to respond. Qi quickly covered Jia's eyes and sighed helplessly. Could you two get a room? In the end, Hosey agreed. He held his hand out to Luo Fu and said firmly, All right, I agree. I'll cooperate with you completely, but you have to keep your promise. Luo Fu calmly replied, As soon as Yida wakes up, we'll move out. With that, he reached out his hand, shaking Hosey's. The next morning, the city was swarming with the infected when suddenly, a rock was thrown, hitting one of them square in the head. It whipped around as Hosey, who had thrown it, took off like a shot, looking back with a taunting smile. The infected roared in fury and immediately gave chase. By the time it followed Hosey into a room, he was nowhere to be seen. It was confused, constantly looking around. Waiting for the infected creature, there was Qi, with a gun in his hand. At his feet were the countless bodies of monsters he had already dealt with. Qi's face was filled with killing intent as he looked at the creature and gave a small smile. It was startled, terrified of the person before it, but it had only taken half a step back when a hand suddenly grabbed its leg. It stumbled and fell hard. Luo Fu held the creature's leg tightly with one hand, while his other hand gathered energy for an attack. The creature's eyes reflected the light from Luo Fu's attack, widening as the blow came closer. Qi opened an umbrella, just in time to block the spray of the infected's blood. A powerful ability radiated from Luo Fu's body. He looked at everyone and said, That's enough, let's go back. Hosey breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was over. It's finally done. Qi also spoke up, We really have you to thank for this. The young Luo Fu turned to look behind him. The monster corpses were piled up in a heap. Seeing that sight, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. A moment later, Luo Fu spoke up, I'm glad I had you two cooperating. I probably couldn't have done it by myself. Luo Fu thought to himself, It's already been 2 days since Doomsday began. First, the giant jellyfish monster appeared at the school. It was released, causing the mutations to begin. The city was occupied, my own powers suddenly awakened, and I pushed Yidiya to achieve her bone armor, allowing us to escape from the jaws of death. From what I've pieced together about Yi Denia and my parents, it seems the Ulam group, who saved me 3 years ago, has been secretly protecting me. But how deep does it go? What do they know about this crisis, my powers, the truth of what happened 3 years ago, and who my parents really were? What are they hiding? Later, on our way to the Ulam headquarters, we teamed up with Ko and Vea, forming a single squad to reach the safe point. But our luck ran out when we stumbled upon a group of thugs, and the commotion attracted a giant mutated monster that nearly wiped us all out. If it weren't for this power, a failure like me would have died 100,000 times by now in this apocalypse. Today's battle yielded some valuable intel. First, I can absorb energy from those things, but it's limited. It only works when I kill them with my powers. Using a gun does nothing. Second, the ability only seems to affect mutated creatures. It has no effect on normal people. With that thought, Luo Fu channeled his power into a punch, striking Monkey's shoulder. Just as he guessed, it was completely useless against a normal person. Third, the energy I use seems to return to me after a target dies, plus I gain the monster's energy. The more I fight, the more power I gain. For now, my absorption limit seems to be about 30 creatures. And fourth, these monsters won't attack unless provoked. They only become hostile if they sense an intent to kill. Luo Fu smirked. This opened the door for some much bolder experiments. He channeled his power, counting under his breath. 10 creatures, 20 creatures. Looking at the person lying there, he thought to himself, Yi Denia is still unconscious. It's probably because she burned through so much energy fighting in her transformed state. I wonder how much she needs. A moment later, after he transferred nearly all of his energy into her, Yi Denia's eyes slowly fluttered open. Luo Fu trembled with exhaustion, his face pale. He was completely drained. Looking at Yi Denia's cold face, he forced a smile. Yi Denia, are you okay? How do you feel? Against all expectations, Denia was surprisingly alert, stretching, and letting out a long yawn. Just then, Monkey peeked in. Well now, looks like it's happy fun time again. The moment she saw him, rage flashed in Denia's eyes. She lunged, aiming a kick straight at his face. Luo Fu quickly intervened. Stop. Yi Denia, we're partners now. If they hadn't helped me, I couldn't have woken you up. Seeing a chance to survive, Monkey frantically explained. That's right, he's right. We've turned over a new leaf. But his words did nothing to calm Denia's fury. That's right. You're the one who took my matched pistols. Those are a symbol of honor for the Beast Guard. Monkey, on the verge of tears, blurted out, they're safe, I swear. I kept them in perfect condition. I'll go get them for you right now. Meanwhile, in another location, a lead scientist stared at a monitor and roared. What are you all doing? Why isn't the broadcast finished yet? A staffer below replied, the infected are everywhere, sir. Our personnel are limited. We can't guarantee full signal coverage. But we have made contact with the Alpha Squad. The scientist's interest was piqued. Oh? You mean the mercenary unit with strength second only to the Beast Guard? The staff member confirmed. At present, Teams 1 through 4 are all on active missions. Only Team 5 is on standby. Send Yi Denia's last known coordinates to Team 5. Dispatch them to retrieve the origin seed specimen. The other man replied. Understood. The scientist grinned with sinister delight. Luo Fu, it seems you've finally awakened, too. At that same moment, the school was completely overrun by a colossal monster, and swarming below, it was a countless horde of wandering infected. Suddenly, a vehicle appeared from nowhere, plowing directly into the infected crowd. A man stepped out, his voice ice cold. Remember the primary objective the doctor gave us. The unit dispatched for this mission was Alpha Squad's Team 5 from the Yulong group. The captain glanced at his teammates and continued, locate specimen number 1, named Luo Fu. Avoid a direct fight. The entire team shouted in unison, Sir, yes, sir. They began to move on to the campus where the monster was nested. The captain lowered his voice. This is the source of Special Agent Yi Denia's last transmission. A squad member beside him proposed, Captain, let me blow them to smithereens. The captain immediately shot him a glare and barked, Stand down. Are you trying to vaporize specimen number 1 along with it? Facing the beast's writhing tentacles, the soldier's courage wavered as he whispered, Captain. But the commander stood firm. We're moving in to assess the situation. Through the dead of night, the car sped onward, but in a flash, it was forced to slow to a crawl. Up ahead, a massive pileup of abandoned vehicles blocked the entire road. A voice from inside the car said, These people were probably heading for the evac point too, but got stuck. It looks like we're proceeding on foot. The evac point should be at the end of the highway. Before he could finish, several figures began staggering towards them. It was the infected, and worse. Yi Denia stepped out of the car, her voice calm and steady. You all go on ahead. I'll handle this. Luo Fu stuck his head out the window, urgently calling, Yi Denia, let me help you. But her refusal was like a blade. The biggest help you can be to me is to stay as far away as possible. Hearing that, Luo Fu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen to the spot. Luo Fu had a nagging feeling. Yi Denia still didn't believe he'd taken down that colossal monster. Time to prove it. He instantly summoned his power, striding confidently toward the nearest mutant. Yi Denia, watch closely. I'm not that same pathetic weakling anymore. With that, Luo Fu unleashed a powerful punch at the creature. His face was a mask of pure confidence. He smirked, staring down his opponent. But just as he was about to land the final blow, his powers vanished without a trace. Luo Fu froze, his face draining of color. Huh? What's happening? A horrifying realization hit him. Crap. He'd forgotten. He transferred all his powers to Yi Denia. Right now, he was completely useless. Sensing his powerlessness, the mutant let out a monstrous roar and lunged straight for him. Panic seized Luo Fu. He screamed, scrambling back towards Yi Denia, tears streaming down his face. Yi Denia, help me. Kay could only watch, sighing in utter disbelief. And to think I actually believed this kid was our savior. Even Jia Jia couldn't hold back a small chuckle. Luo Fu certainly knows how to lighten the mood. Wasting no time, Yi Denia stepped forward, shielding the group. Go. I'll cover the rear, she commanded. The situation instantly descended into chaos. More and more infected swarmed them. The group was forced to fight their way out, pushing forward as fast as they could. Meanwhile, outside the campus perimeter, Squad 5 was on watch. The sudden, violent commotion put them on high alert. The sound of thundering footsteps approached. It was Luo Fu's group, running for their lives, with a horde of mutants right on their heels. The moment their searchlights hit the group, a squad member recognized them. Hold your fire, he yelled. They're civilians. Cease fire. Once the survivors were clear, the soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets on the pursuing horde. Their frantic footsteps echoed as they raced onward. Up ahead was the safe zone, home to uninfected civilians and medical staff. Luo Fu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They had finally made it. One by one, They were put through a strict medical screening. Only after being cleared as safe did the staff call for the next person. Seeing everyone safe, Qi couldn't help but smile. Man, what a journey. I am going to take the hottest shower ever and eat a fantastic meal. Huzi gave Xiaolan a sly grin. So, about that war you promised me? Xiaolan blushed. What's the rush? We can talk about that later. Jia then turned to the others. Luo Fu, Yi Denia. What will you two do now? Go. Home. At the question, Luo Fu's expression darkened. He hesitated. To my place. But Yi Denia's attention was on the restless crowd. Suddenly, in the screening line, someone collapsed to the ground, shaking violently. An elderly man nearby rushed over in a panic. Hey, kid, are you all right? Before he could finish, the child's head snapped up. Its eyes were wide and soulless, completely white. It was gnawing on its own arm. In a flash, the child lunged, sinking its teeth into the old man's arm. Panic erupted. Infected. We have an infected. Everyone, spread out. Luo Fu froze in horror. An icy dread washed over him, his face deathly pale. It's happening again. There's an infected person in the safe zone. If they didn't contain this now, everyone here would be doomed. The old man collapsed, his life ending right there. Pure terror ripped through the crowd as screams echoed everywhere. A woman reached out to help, only to be met with a bullet straight to the head. From a distance, Luo Ren observed everything through his scope, a gentle smile playing on his lips. In his sights, a one-armed man began to rise. Moving unnaturally, he decisively fired another shot. The bullet tore through the air, piercing the man's temple and ending him instantly. A security guard noticed the grieving husband. Sir, he urged, it's not safe here. You need to move. The husband's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. My wife. We went through hell to get here. Why did it have to end like this? With tears blurring his vision, the husband's gaze fixed on the pistol holstered at the guard's side. In a flash, the husband snatched the pistol, shocking the guard. What are you doing? But it was too late. The man had already turned the gun on himself. Luo Fu couldn't believe what he was seeing, forced to grit his teeth against the horror. Yi Denia stared forward with cold fury. Jia trembled with fear, comforted by Kei, who held her close. A guard's stern voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, do not stop. Keep moving forward. Next, a voice called out. Nearby, a medic was examining the husband's body. On the other side, a machine whirred loudly as a dark-haired man was restrained, pleading desperately. I'm fine. I'm not infected. The guard gave a cold, simple order. Take him away. As they restrained him, grotesque tentacles squirmed out from his mouth. The guard drew his weapon, cursing under his breath. Damn it! A single, deafening gunshot echoed. Two medics quickly carried the body away. Luo Fu watched with a deep frown, a troubling thought crossing his mind. This is strange. Back at the school, the infection was instant. Why are we seeing people with incubation periods now? A medic motioned to Xiao Lan and Ho Zi. Next. They both passed their screenings and were allowed through. Next up, the doctor said with a cheerful smile. Medical staff then ran tests on Luo Fu and Jia. When the results came back clean, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Fu watched as Deya underwent her own examination, a spark of hope igniting within him. If I'm clean, then surely Deya is fine too, right? But a jarring beep shattered the quiet. The medic froze, his face pale. There's an issue with both of you. Luo Fu's world came to a screeching. Even Uncle K tried to explain, looking flustered. It's just a broken bone, that's all. The medic replied with a chilling calm. Let me see it. As the white bandages came off, they revealed an arm covered in a grotesque web of blackened veins. A flash of recognition crossed the medic's face. You're infected with the R strain, but it appears to be in a dormant state. It's not actively harming its host, but Luo Fu's blood ran cold. The R strain, the very thing that triggered the mutations across all of humanity. The medic then turned his attention to Deya. And what about you, miss? Have you received any kind of treatment? None, she answered firmly. The medic was baffled. Then how are you able to suppress the R strain inside your body? A shocking thought struck Luo Fu. Could it be because of my power? Just then, an order was given to take them to a surveillance ward for immediate isolation. In the distance, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Doctor, is there any real cure for the infected? I can only do my best, the doctor replied grimly. A blond man immediately scoffed. If they could actually be saved, so many people wouldn't have died just waiting in line. What if that guy mutates, too? Is he trying to take us all down with him? The man turned, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. Throw them out. I'm not sharing a shelter with monsters. The infected should be cast out. Let them rot on their own. Guards moved to form a barrier. What do you think you're doing? Back off. But the frenzied mob surged forward. screaming, "Monsters, get out!" The crowd's agitated chants grew louder and more aggressive. "Get out! Get out!" Uncle Key's face was a mask of stone. "Fine," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "I'll go. I'm sorry. Jia Jia. You go on ahead with Luo Fu and De Ye." Luo Fu rushed to stop him, his voice filled with panic. "Uncle, don't. Listen to the doctor. Please stay." His plea was drowned out by the roaring mob. "Get out. If you want to stay with him so badly, then you can get out too. We don't want to live with a monster." Luo Fu finally snapped, unable to take it anymore. He roared back at them. "Haven't you all gone far enough?" Amid the chaos, De Ye calmly stepped forward. "I am De Ye, of Squad 7, of the Blue Guard. Take me to your commander." One of the guards flinched. The Blue Guard? Hearing this, the mob only grew more scornful, turning their ridicule on Luo Fu's group. "See, they're already covering for each other. Damn it, no special treatment. We're all equal here. Execute the infected or throw them out to the horde." The guards struggled desperately to hold back the hysterical crowd. "Fall back." I said, "Fall back." Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the din. "What is all this?" Luo Ren, captain of the Blue Guard, appeared, his very presence silencing the chaos. A guard quickly briefed his superior on the situation. "Sir, there was an attack by an infected earlier. The civilians are furious that we're quarantining the infected instead of eliminating them." He calmly addressed the crowd. "Everyone, the R strain that causes these mutations has evolved. It has learned how to spread silently, hiding among us. I need you to trust me and my soldiers. If we find anyone who has started to mutate, they will be executed on the spot, without hesitation." A man with dark hair shot back angrily. "Then why are we wasting resources on these people? Why are you putting all of us at risk? What the hell is the Blue Guard even doing?" Luo Ren's voice remained steady. "Z City has given the Blue Guard full authority to handle this crisis. We are using every resource at our disposal to ensure your safety. With our advanced technology," he explained that developing a cure requires a large number of infected subjects for research. "Our medical team is the best in the world. I'm confident this crisis will be over soon, so please remain calm." But the dark-haired man wasn't having it, continuing to stoke the "What a convenient excuse," he sneered. "I don't buy it. There is no cure, is there? In fact, I bet the Blue Corporation caused this whole biocontamination mess. You have a guilty conscience, don't you? Why else would you be so quick to take charge of this disaster?" Luo Ren simply offered a benevolent smile. Then, without warning, he drew his pistol and aimed it directly at Uncle Key. In a flash, Deye raised her own weapon, aiming it at Luo Ren. A tense standoff ensued as the other guards immediately surrounded her, weapons ready. "What are you doing? Lower your weapon." "Deye!" Luo Fu yelled in shock. Jia Jia was frozen, too terrified to even speak. Just then, the veins on Uncle K's arm began to writhe. He cried out, overcome by excruciating pain. Luo Ren let out a sharp breath, his voice like steel. "Do you see that?" he declared. "Even though he's infected with the R strain, his condition has been remarkably stable. He doesn't mutate, even when threatened with death. This is what we call a latent infection," he added casually. "For a typical infected, even if they haven't turned yet, the threat of death is what triggers the mutation." Then, Luo Ren shifted his malicious gaze to a man in a green shirt. Instantly, the man's body began to warp and twist as grotesque, writhing tentacles burst from his flesh. Then, panicked screams shattered the air. They're turning, run." A barrage of gunfire immediately followed. He spoke casually. "I just wanted to demonstrate the small difference between you two, but I never expected to hit the jackpot." Luo Ren asked with a cunning smile. "All right now." After that lengthy explanation, "I trust no one has any further objections." Fear gripped them. The crowd, their faces pale with shock, stared back in dead silence. Luo Fu's eyes burned with anger, while Deya lowered her weapon. Seeing Kay's unusual state, she ran to him worriedly. "Kay," he followed her, making sure to leave instructions. "Luo Fu, take good care of Jia Jia," he answered. "Don't worry, sir." Suddenly, a guard stepped forward, stopping Deya with a salute. "Chief Luo Ren requests your presence." Luo Fu watched them lead her away, his mind a chaotic storm of confusion and dread. Darkness blanketed the entire safe zone. In a brightly lit room, Jia Jia was huddled in her blankets, her voice trembling. "Student Luo Fu, do you think Kay and Deya will they be okay?" He patted her head, trying to comfort her. "I'm very worried too. Let's go visit them at the quarantine zone tomorrow." Jia Jia agreed. Before Luo Fu left, she whispered, "Good night, student Luo Fu." He walked over to the desk lamp and switched it off. The room was plunged into darkness. Luo Fu heard arguing in the hallway and wondered, strange, What are they fighting about over there? He pressed himself against the wall to listen as a voice rose up. It's been 2 days, Commander. We were the first group to reach the extraction point. Why hasn't a flight arrived to pick us up yet? The commander snapped back impatiently. I already told you to wait for the official announcement, the man said desperately. Then at least let us see our families. Are they dead or alive in that quarantine zone? The commander replied, they've already been transferred. The man was stunned. What? Hearing this, Luo Fu froze. The infected have been moved. Something felt very wrong. This is bad. I have to find Deya and her uncle. He then darted out of the building, sprinting ahead. Suddenly, a guard jumped out to stop him. Hey, who are you? This area is off limits. Luo Fu put on a look of pure terror and yelled his news. It's a disaster. A massive horde of infected is in the residential area. I came to warn the commander. Everyone needs to go check it out now. The guard was shocked. What? He immediately got on his radio. Hello, Sector B, come in. Please respond. The other end replied. Sector B received. Go ahead. The guard said frantically, report on the situation in Sector B. Have any infected breached the area? The voice on the other end answered immediately. Sector B is all normal, no infected. When the suspicious guard turned to check on Luo Fu, he had already vanished. Luo Fu ran faster, his feet flying across the ground. Seeing a helicopter preparing for takeoff, he guessed that those on board must be the infected. With decisive action, Luo Fu launched himself into the helicopter. A startled doctor quickly grabbed him and demanded, Hey, kid, where did you come from? The doctor held him tightly, shouting for help. Guards! Where are the guards? Luo Fu struggled, thinking of only one thing. Deya. Uncle. Looking at the mutated people lying on the hospital beds, he told himself, they're not here. Suddenly, a pistol was pressed against Luo Fu's head. He immediately gave up the fight, raising his hands in surrender. At that moment, a golden light flashed in Luo Fu's eyes. He unleashed his power, roaring at the top of his lungs. If you don't back off, I'll level this entire place. The terrified crew dove for cover, screaming, Get back, get back. He has explosives. A brilliant golden light flashed, but no explosion followed. Only clouds of white smoke. Luo Fu, who had been standing by the helicopter, was gone without a trace. A guard shouted in fury, Damn it, that kid was toying with us. A guard fumed, That rotten brat. Another guard grumbled in frustration, If I ever catch him, I'll skin him alive. He hid behind a wall, watching their actions. Uncle and Deya aren't here either. This whole situation is bizarre. Helicopters flying in and out all night, but only transporting the infected. Don't the lives of normal people matter? A young man asked impatiently. Why hasn't a flight come to get us yet? A guard snapped. I already told you to wait for the announcement. At that moment, Luo Fu felt a strange energy, a connection to Deya. He knew what this feeling meant. Has Deya transformed? The sensation was coming from upstairs. A guard ran in frantically to report, Commander, it's an emergency. Someone broke in. Luo Ren replied with indifference. It's all right. No problem. I was the one who invited him for tea. Cancel the alarm. The guard hesitated. Commander, your face. He asked through gritted teeth. Huh? Is there something on my face? The guard said fearfully. Nothing. Nothing at all. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. After a few words, Luo Ren returned to the room. Luo Fu began awkwardly. So, that was all just a misunderstanding. Deya shot back. He wanted to test me. Luo Ren explained with aggravation, I just wanted to see if Deya could really control her infection. Then, he gave a formal greeting. Deya, long time no see, she asked. Who are you? Meanwhile, he was completely bewildered. So they know each other? Luo Ren held up an old photograph and stated, I am Luo Ren. He explained further, we were in the same class at the Azure Guard Youth Training Camp. Deya scoffed. I only remember that aside from sneak attacks, his other achievements were all at the bottom of the class. Luo Ren was enraged. There are lines you don't cross, especially with someone you know. You were too brutal. He eyed her with suspicion. Yeah. Could it be that you're infected? If you've turned, I won't show any mercy. That single sentence was enough to set her off. Deya fired back. Who gave you the right to point your gun at me? There's nothing I hate more. Luo Ren quickly dodged the subject, refusing to continue. Why did you two come here? She answered coolly. We intend to go to the Wayland headquarters. His voice trembled. Do you have any idea what happens to the infected who go to HQ? Luo Ren stated the grim truth. They're treated as specimens for research. A cold realization hit Luo Fu. No wonder those helicopters were only transporting the infected. They weren't evacuating normal civilians. Deya demanded. Why would you do that? He answered weakly. It was an order from my superiors. Luo Ren yelled in frustration. They've already given up on this city. The blockade they announced to the public doesn't even exist. On top of that, due to supply shortages and heavy casualties, the real safe zone is only a 1 kilometer perimeter around the retreat point. He also admitted they had no forces to organize a rescue. All they could do was broadcast the coordinates of the retreat point. They were hoping to attract civilians to come on their own. Then they could screen them and transport the latently infected to headquarters. He wondered why they wouldn't just announce the real situation to the public and let international aid organizations intervene. Wouldn't it be better for Weiland's image to show how they're handling this? Luo Ren explained. The company's stock price would plummet. The higher-ups would kill me. Luo Fu made a proposal. What if I told you I have the power to change this entire situation? Would you still follow those idiotic orders? Hearing this, he fell into a thoughtful silence. Luo Fu pressed his advantage. Let me go to the quarantine zone and save those infected people. After that, we'll start evacuating everyone. Luo Ren was skeptical. You can cure the infected? Does that mean Yidea can be cured, too? He struggled with the choice. Damn it. I was just named one of Weiland's top 10 employees of the year, but this company is truly inhumane. After wrestling with his conscience, Luo Ren let out a frustrated roar. This is an impossible decision. A moment later, he stormed outside. A concerned guard asked, Lieutenant Luo, what happened to your face? Luo Ren shot back, cut the chatter, and opened the door. The guard was curious, seeing him with two strangers. At that moment, Luo Fu asked, what's wrong with all these people? The doctor explained. As you can see, they progressed from the latent observation stage to full-blown delirious infection. Just then, someone rushed in with an urgent report. It's bad. The patient in room 17 has become delirious. The tension in the room skyrocketed. What? You mean the foreigner? At the mention of a foreigner, Yidea and Luo Fu were both confused. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the patient's agonized screams echoed without end. Everyone rushed to check the situation, but the moment they entered, the patient, K, lunged to attack. She moved in a flash to protect everyone. Seeing Luo Ren raise his gun, Luo Fu immediately yelled, Hold your fire. He tried desperately to reason with him. Uncle, it's me, Luo Fu. Uncle, you have to wake up. We face life and death to get here. What was it all for? Luo Fu reminded him, if Jia saw you like this, she would be heartbroken. The man just muttered endlessly. Luo Fu steeled his resolve. He would not allow this tragedy to happen again. This time, it had to be completely eliminated, without a trace. Luo Ren and the doctor watched in shock as Luo Fu walked straight toward Qi. As he grabbed the man's hand, a powerful light erupted. Luo Fu roared with all his might, Wake up. A moment later, the light surrounding them began to fade. Qi slowly regained his senses, the delirium gone. The doctor gasped in amazement. He actually recovered. Luo Fu asked with concern, Uncle, how do you feel? He replied, Luo Fu, thank you. Qi said, I'm okay now, just a little tired. The doctor suggested, to be absolutely sure, I should still run some tests. After a series of tests, the machine announced no infection detected, and the room erupted in cheers. This is great, it really works. The doctor was also stunned, whispering, Amazing. Luo Fu confidently proposed, Lieutenant Luo, take me to the other infected people. Luo Ren agreed instantly, all right. But as he watched Luo Fu continuously heal patient after patient, he grew concerned. Luo Fu, are you pushing yourself too hard? He replied with determination. I'll save as many as I can. I don't want anyone else to go through that kind of pain. I truly can't bear to see that suffering again. Luo Fu poured all of his strength into the effort, thinking to himself, wake up. Your family is waiting for you. As if hearing his words, the patient's vital signs began to improve. Qi was overjoyed. Luo Fu is proving to be very reliable, but Luo Ren was jealous. It's not fair, Yidea. Why are you the only one who can freely use the Yidea sneered? If you too want this power, first try surviving a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were stunned, both thinking the same thing. What in the world did she go through? The monitor continued to beep with good news. Blood test results show no infection, he said excitedly. Good. Next one. The sound of the machine and Luo Fu's voice blended together. Blood test results show no infection. Next. Blood test results show no infection. Next. Blood test results show no infection. As time passed, an eerie silence fell over the emptying ward. A knot of worry tightened in Jiajia's chest. Is Luo Fu really okay? A voice reassured her. He's probably just exhausted. He was busy all night and barely got any rest at all. But while everyone else celebrated their victory, she was observing everything much more closely. Dia thought to herself, Luo Fu, I think I finally see why the doctor holds you in such high regard. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the quiet. A young man's shout cut through the air. Hey, look, aren't those two infected? How the hell did they get in here? Someone, get the guards, now. But Key held up a document to prove them wrong. Do you see this official medical report? We're both completely clear of any infection risk now. The quarantine has been lifted. Doubt filled the crowd. For real, is there a cure already? You didn't just forge that document, did you? A hopeful young woman stepped forward. Then, what about our families? He encouraged them. If you're still not convinced, go and see for yourselves. They're probably showing signs of recovery. In a rush, the crowd scrambled to go check. A storm of chatter erupted. Where's everyone headed? I heard someone was actually cured. Is it true? Once they were gone, Kay let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and but in the next instant, a crippling wave of pain surged through his body. Jia Jia cried out in alarm. Kay? Another voice asked, filled with tension. Uncle, what's wrong? In a flash, Kay's eyes became a web of blood-red veins as the world before him blurred into a haze. Panic seized him. What? What's happening to me? A violent cough racked his body, and he spewed a mouthful of unnatural, black blood. But I was cured, Key said, his voice laced with terror. Why is this happening? Jia Jia and Dei Ya rushed to his side. Key, Uncle, are you okay? The commotion woke Luo Fu from his rest. Confused, he sat up. What's going on? As one of the girls kept calling for Key, the other urged him forward. Luo Fu, you have to come look at this, now. He staggered over to see what was happening, a strange sense of dread filling him. But I completely wiped it out of his system. Just then, the doctor rushed in, shouting urgently. Luo Fu, I need you to come look at this. Her voice was strained, just as I feared. He's showing the same symptoms. Luo Fu was completely lost. What does that mean? The doctor ordered them to take him back to the quarantine zone first. I'll explain everything to you in a moment. She began to explain. His cellular tissues have been severely damaged, and his respiratory system is failing, which is causing a cascade of problems. His symptoms match the patient we treated yesterday. It's because the Lear strain is still alive. The doctor continued, explaining that, while weakened, it had fused with the host's respiratory system. It tricked the scanners into thinking it was a natural part of the body. Luo Fu's mind raced. The first time, it mutated 3 times to resist being destroyed by changing where it infected the host. This time, it survived by fusing with the body itself, and Qi suffered severe collateral damage because of it. But why? Is Yideya completely unharmed? Is it really just because of her unique physiology? Damn it, I fail again. The doctor then gave them an update on the situation. I'm transfusing him with fresh plasma and albumin. His condition has stabilized for now, but for any further treatment, he'll have to be moved to headquarters. Tears welled up in Jia Jia's eyes. Thank you, doctor. But Luo Fu was crushed by guilt. I almost killed them all. Yi De Ya tried to console him. We know far too little about the Lear strain. It's only been 72 hours since the world ended. Even the top doctors at headquarters couldn't have developed a perfect cure by now. She also realized a grim truth. Any organism, in order to survive, must evolve. The Lear strain is no exception. We just underestimated it. A chilling thought struck Luo Fu. You mean, the Lear strain is going to evolve again? Yi De Ya warned him. You better be prepared for it. It could be in a few days. Or just a few hours. And when it happens, I'm afraid our current human forces won't be enough to stop it. Just then, a strange sound caught her attention. Her head snapped up. Huh? Yi De Ya instantly bolted towards the room. All she found was a single, abandoned shoe. Luo Fu followed right behind her. What is it? Something feels wrong, she answered, her voice laced. At that very moment, black blood dripped onto the floor from above. A grotesque monster lurked, ready to tear them limb from limb. Yi De Ya shouted a warning. Luo Fu, get back. Don't come out here. I'll draw it away. Shoved back unexpectedly, he was still dazed. He had no idea what was happening. He frantically looked around, but she was gone. Luo Fu crept towards the doorway and whispered, Yi De Ya, are you all right? The monster heard his voice and charged straight for him. He slammed the door shut just in time as the others barraged him with questions. What was that? What happened? Just before the door was blasted off its hinges, Luo Fu gave a final command. Hide. And don't make a sound. Just then, a twisted, mutated figure shambled into the room. It caught the thick, metallic scent of blood and began to follow the trail. At the end of the bloody trail lay a discarded plasma bag. Meanwhile, back in the patient's room, one bag of plasma was now missing. Meanwhile, Luo Fu was locked in a desperate battle with another monster. Gritting his teeth, he let out a furious roar. Just die already. Luo Fu unleashed a final, decisive blow. Blood splattered across the floor in a gruesome spray. He let out a heavy, ragged breath. This isn't right. I made so much noise, but not a single guard showed up. What the hell is going on out there? He had to check outside. The two of you, stay here and don't move. I'm going to find Yide Ya. Jia quickly replied. Luo Fu, please, be careful. Anya was still locked in combat with the horde, when suddenly, a creature lunged from her blind spot. Seeing this, Leo screamed, "Look out!" At his warning, she reacted instantly, shifting into a defensive stance just as the monster attacked. His heart pounded with fear as he yelled her full name, Anya Yi. The force of the blow sent her staggering back as she cursed. What a pain. Leo watched anxiously from the side. Anya Yi, let me help you. She immediately shut him down. Don't come over here, Leo. These things are tough. You're no match for them. He felt a sting of annoyance at being underestimated, muttering, Actually, I already took one of these down. Watching her struggle, he knew that rushing in would only distract her. Is there any other way I can help? He thought. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. A weapon. Something sharp, like a knife or a sword. Just then, he began to channel his special ability. If Anya's armor is a product of mutation, he reasoned, then maybe I can use my powers to reconfigure it. With his mind made up, he called out to her and reached out his hand. She didn't have time to react and instinctively took his hand. A powerful light erupted from her palm, and the world seemed to freeze. Then, a flash. In the blink of an eye, she had annihilated every last one of the beasts. She stood triumphantly over their corpses. Leo rushed to her side. Anya, are you hurt? Anya said nothing, just looked at herself and asked, Leo, what did you do to my body this time? He replied cheerfully, just a little experiment. It seems to have worked out pretty well, she sighed. Another one of your crazy ideas. Forget it. He then led her to the other two and made an announcement. It's not safe here. Let's go. But when they got outside, he was horrified to find that the evacuation point had been overrun by monsters. He rushed over to a nearby guard, demanding, What happened? The guard struggled to answer. Monsters. They broke out from inside, slaughtering and infecting the civilians gathered outside the room. Leo was stunned. What? The guard continued. The front line was also attacked by an unknown creature. Leo shouted, Where is Commander Luo? He retreated to the helipad with the others. The man's voice grew fainter. With that, he collapsed, unconscious. A nearby doctor looked over with concern. It's no good. He's lost too much blood. Anya spoke up from behind. The evacuation point has fallen. We have to get to the helipad immediately. Meanwhile, Haozi and Xiaolan were completely surrounded by monsters. Haozi yelled, Forget it. We can't even save ourselves. As a monster charged at him, he roared in anger. Damn it. I'm out of ammo. Suddenly, the monster stopped in its tracks, then fell, easily taken down by Leo. He and Anya had arrived just in time to save them. Seeing him and Anya, everyone was overjoyed. You two showed up just in time. Otherwise, we would have been dead for sure. Why are you guys here? Where are the guards? They recounted. We got separated from the guard team when we encountered a horde of monsters. Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Leo wondered, what's that sound? It sounds like rotors. Could the helicopter be taking off already? He realized with horror. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from above. Everyone started yelling for each other to run. The plane is going down. Get down. Now. The plane crashed in a fiery explosion, thick smoke and flames filling the air. Leo slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying on top of Anya, his face turning bright red. She asked, Have you had enough? He quickly stood up, backing away and stammering, Sorry, I landed on you. Anya, are you hurt? She replied coldly, No need to apologize. If your head had cracked open, I wouldn't have been able to carry that burden. Remembering the others, he called out, Everyone, are you guys okay? Just as he finished speaking, a voice called back, Leo, we're over here. It was Commander Luo, and he had been captured by a monster. The monster wore a collar around its neck, which the commander recognized as belonging to Captain Mu Yi of the Alpha Squad. The inevitable was about to happen. Commander Luo's head fell to the ground with a sickening thud, rolling across the floor. Leo, enraged, weakly called out, Commander Luo. Anya quickly reassured him, Don't get emotional. It's very strong. Even you might not be able to take it. Behind them, another monster was lurking. She noticed it immediately and quickly took it down. But this drew the attention of the larger monster. It lunged at him with incredible speed, so fast that even he was taken aback. While it was distracted, she seized the opportunity to strike. To his surprise, she managed to cut off its arm. It quickly grew another arm, even bigger than the first. It then turned its attention to her, and she realized in horror that she couldn't dodge in time. Leo froze, remembering the previous scene. Unable to control himself, he unleashed his magical power and shouted, Anya, be careful. He ordered the monster. Stop for me. She was surprised by the scene unfolding before her. What? His energy transformed into chains that wrapped tightly around the beast. He struggled to hold on, shouting for her to run. The chains were gradually loosening. He said weakly, "I can't hold on much longer." Finally, the chains broke, but it was just enough time for the two of them to escape. Dragging him along, she muttered, "It came through here. Now let's move." But not before leaving it a little farewell present. The grenade went off the moment it hit the monster's mouth. With that, Duke Na and Luo Fu had finally shaken their pursuer. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was still in a desperate retreat. Pushing a medical cart, Jia Jia yelled out, "Luo Fu, Duck Na, are they going to be okay?" Hu Zi immediately shot back, "Don't worry about them. They've got main character plot armor. We're the ones who should be worried." But unseen by anyone, the monster's shadow clung to the ceiling. Hiding behind a wall, Luo Fu watched cautiously and asked, "You think that explosion actually killed it?" "I hope so," she replied calmly. "That was the last grenade I had on me." Suddenly, the pile of rubble began to shift. As the monster's arm clawed its way out, realizing it was still alive, she grabbed him, yelling, "We have to fall back, now." But to their horror, the explosion had completely blocked their only escape route. "Damn it," he cursed. "If we don't fight this thing, we're trapped." She turned to him, "Luo Fu, can you use your ability to hold it back like before?" He answered with uncertainty, "I can try, but my power is limited. Getting into close combat with that thing is suicide." Her expression hardened with resolve. "In that case, I'll have to attack from long range. Since you can manifest things, can your psychic power create a machine gun for me? Something I can use to kill it the second it gets close." He replied in complete shock, "You really are overestimating what I can do. My ability creates armor. How could it possibly form something like that? If I could do that, it wouldn't be psychic power. It would be a bottomless black hole." The creature had finally found them. Duckna yelled, "There's no time. Luo Fu, think of something." Luo Fu gritted his teeth, his mind racing. "With my current power, I can't imagine anything too complex." Then an idea sparked. "I've got it." As he spoke, raw energy began to swirl around him. He then stepped forward to face the monster head-on, thinking, "I have to buy Dukina enough time. Hold it off until her weapon has finished transforming." He tried to use the same move to restrain it, but the creature dodged. Damn it, it was prepared this time. He whipped out his chains, calculating the distance. 3 meters. 2 meters. Then he shouted a taunt. "Is that seriously all you've got?" But in his heart, he thought, "This is my strongest ability." He successfully baited the creature, swallowing it in a cage of chains. He stood back, smirking at his handiwork. The simple lock he used before was just a warm-up. The monster thrashed, grabbing the chains. Luo Fu jumped back in fear. "No way! Is it actually pulling off a miracle?" He turned and yelled, "Duck Na, are you ready yet?" Her silhouette appeared through the dust and smoke. She emerged, looking epic, her arm transformed into a glowing, razor-sharp blade. She took aim and fired, the blast sending the monster flying into the distance. The power was immense. Luo Fu cheered. "Success." "Luo Fu," she acknowledged. "It was thanks to your psychic power. You created the perfect opening for a surprise attack." She added, "These bone spikes allow me to move freely on the walls." He replied shyly, You look really awesome like that." The monster was now pinned to the wall, completely mangled. She swung her arm again, delivering a final blow to be certain. "This time," he said, "it has to be dead." Duck Na was far more careful. "To be safe, I think we should burn the corpse." Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from nearby. He instantly recognized the voice. "That's Lisa." He urged his partner, "They're in danger. Let's go. The fire here is spreading fast. This place will be ashes soon." In a flash, a massive hand grabbed a smaller zombie by the neck. Jia Jia screamed at the top of her lungs, "Don't come over here." Duck Na and Luo Fu immediately sprinted towards the sound. Jai Jai. They stopped dead in their tracks as a massive horde of zombies appeared before them. One of them lunged, attacking another person, creating a horrifying scene. It tore the shoulder of Jai Jia's dress. Luo Fu seethed, "Damn it, she's too far away. There's no way to reach her with my chains." Duck Na stepped up. "Let me handle this." She analyzed the situation. The other zombies were blocking her line of attack. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the undead horde, and it turned to face them. Duck Na and Luo Fu froze for a second, but told themselves not to get distracted. They're not human anymore. A zombie grabbed Jia Jia, leering at its prey. Suddenly, a powerful kick sent the creature flying back. Ki struggled to speak. "Jia Jia, get up." But she was still frozen in shock. Standing behind Jia Jia, K's face filled with despair as he saw countless zombies rushing to attack him. No, they devoured their prey, causing Ki to transform as well. On the other side, Luo Fu unleashed his power, creating endless golden chains. The light illuminated the entire area, surrounding all the nearby zombies. He unleashed his ultimate technique, sending every last one of them flying. With the area cleared, he signaled his teammate to charge forward. Luo Fu pointed to a spot, giving Duck Nya a place to jump. Duck Nya launched herself from the chains, soaring into the air. A mid-air somersault created countless cold, sharp slashes. She landed in an instant, light on her feet, as a powerful aura immediately surrounded her. She looked toward Jia and saw Kei standing silently nearby. In each of Kei's hands, he held the upper torso of a zombie, a sight that horrified them both. Ko gently pulled Jia into his arms, her body already showing the first terrifying signs of transformation. Even though she was no longer the girl he knew, his heart ached for the one fading away in his grasp. Suddenly, a blur of motion shot towards them. Duck Nya screamed a warning, "Look out!" Luo Fu was frozen, stunned by the thing that almost took his head off. He watched in absolute horror as another figure dove in front of him, taking the brutal hit. Duck Nya was in disbelief. The monster, it was still alive. Luo Fu panicked. "Duck Nya, are you okay?" Duck Nya grunted through the pain. "I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound." But the beast stalked toward them. "Damn it," he cursed. "I was sure I killed it. How is it still standing?" Ko lifted Jia, his decision made. "Take Jia and go. I'll handle this." Luo Fu roared in protest. "Are you insane? One person can't possibly fight that thing." But Duck Nya calmed him. "We've burned through too much energy. A group fight would be suicide. We have to honor Ka's resolve." With that, Luo Fu and the others made a break for the chopper. Duck Nya carved a path through the horde, his blades a whirlwind of death against the swarming zombies. Behind them, Ko stood his ground, facing the colossal beast alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Ko unleashed a devastating punch. The impact was instantaneous, a seismic blast that rocked the very ground beneath them. From the cockpit, Duck Nya yelled, "Hold on tight, I'm starting the engine." Just then, Ko's body was sent flying, crashing near Luo Fu at the chopper's entrance. Ko's arm was mangled, but he forced himself to stand. I can't stop that monster." "Let me help you," Ko offered. But Duck Nya stepped forward, shielding them both as the beast closed in. "Get ready, Luo Fu." The tension was suffocating. Then, Luo Fu's horrified whisper cut through the air, Jia. Oh no, she's starting to turn. Inside her own mind, Jia was fighting a losing battle against the infection. She weakly called out to Ka, then her eyes fell on the bloodied and bruised Duck Nya. Seeing her friends battered and broken, a fire of determination ignited within her soul. "Luo Fu," she pleaded, "use your power on me. Let me fight, too." He hesitated, shocked. "But that's impossible." Duck Nya was a one-time special case. Ko immediately shot the idea down. "Absolutely not. Jia, it's far too dangerous." But Jia's voice was firm. "You are all my friends. I refuse to just stand by and watch you get hurt while I do nothing." There was no fear in her eyes, only resolve. "I want to fight beside you, to protect everyone, until my very last breath." Meanwhile, the monster completely overpowered Duck Nya, slamming him to the ground. "Luo Fu," Jia screamed, "we're out of time." He gritted his teeth. "All we can do is pray for a miracle." And with that, they both unleashed their spiritual energy, preparing for the impossible. Ko could only watch, his heart filled with dread. At that moment, Duck Nya's strength finally gave out. Suddenly, a furious vortex erupted from the ground, its pressure immense. It swirled violently around the beast, trapping it completely off guard. A massive explosion tore through the battlefield, leaving a glowing scar across the earth. When the light faded, Jia stood there, crackling with newfound power. "You will not harm my friends again," she declared. "Careful," Duck Nya shouted. "That thing can regenerate. It won't die that easily." Jia's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll just have to kill it until it stays dead." As if on cue, the beast reformed itself. But this time, she was ready. Channeling her power, another violent vortex erupted, ensnaring the monster in its grip. "Everyone, get back," Jia commanded. Duck Nya grumbled to himself. How in the world did that brat Luo Fu give her so much power? I was clearly here first. Meanwhile, Luo Fu couldn't hide his satisfaction. He had actually managed to create such an incredible, powerful ability. The massive boss had been reduced to nothing but ash. A smile broke across Ka's face. "You did it, Jia. You're amazing." Luo Fu rushed to her side, full of concern. Jia, that was incredible. "Are you guys okay?" She gave him a weary smile. "I'm fine. Just a little drained." He nodded urgently. "All right, we need to move. Let's get out of here before anything else shows up." But their relief was short-lived. The beast began to reform itself once more. But this time, there was no panic. A plan formed instantly. "It's back. Jia, Aim for its legs. We'll back you up. Understood. With renewed determination, Jia summoned her power yet again. The familiar vortex roared to life. Dukna gave the signal. Luo Fu, fire chains. Now, brilliant golden chains shot out from the ground, wrapping around the beast's limbs and binding it tight. Jia moved in for the finishing blow. But something was wrong. Strange cracks began appearing on the magical chains. With a mighty heave, the monster shattered the chains under the immense pressure. Dukiana winced. That was my last set of bone spikes. It broke the chains, Luo Fu stated grimly. He knew this was bad. Jia was running on empty and couldn't keep this up. In a terrifying flash, the monster's hand shot out and grabbed Jia by the arm. She was violently flung through the air like a rag doll. Ko roared and charged, but Luo Fu held him back. Uncle, wait. The monster effortlessly blocked Ko's desperate attack. Everyone stared in stunned silence. What? Luo Fu gritted his teeth as a cold dread washed over him. This is not good. The creature turned their own weapons against them. At that moment, Dukna had to hold Luo Fu back. Luo Fu's mind raced. Was this some kind of regenerative power, an evolution caused by the virus itself? No matter how powerful his attacks were, they had no effect. He fought, realizing the grim truth. They had to find the source of the virus to end this. Finally, he had to admit defeat. Dukye, you were right. Even with our combined strength, we can't fight them all. Though captured and wounded, Luo Fu refused to surrender. He channeled all his remaining power into a single, desperate attack. Take this. A blow to erase the very source of this plague. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from him. The sound drew the attention of the entire zombie horde. In unison, they all turned their heads. But just then, a monstrous hand clamped around Luo Fu's neck. His world dissolved into a flashback. What is this? Where am I? Are these men? Special forces. Suddenly, a strange man cried out in agony. Stay out of my memories, he screamed. You'll never find the others. Luo Fu turned in shock, and then everything vanished. A deep, cold voice echoed from behind him. You saw it, didn't you? Those were my final moments as a human. Luo Fu gasped in shock. You. Don't tell me you're that monster from before? The man grew frantic. Listen to me. This is humanity's darkest hour. It read all of my memories and used them to make me attack you. Don't send any more soldiers. If you get out, tell the world to abandon this city. Send bombers to wipe this place off the map. Before he could finish his warning, a powerful force violently dragged him into the darkness. His pain screams faded into nothing, leaving only a streak of blood on the ground. Luo Fu was frozen in terror. What was that? He felt a deep sense of dread as he cautiously stepped forward. Suddenly, a monster appeared before him, with another figure standing right beside it. The figure waved casually. Hello there, Luo Fu. Luo Fu was on high alert. Who are you? The man smiled cheerfully. Thanks for all your hard work. Because of you, I was able to fully awaken, and I even got a full meal out of it. But now, I'll need some time to digest. Luo Fu was completely baffled. Awaken? What are you talking about? The man covered his mouth, letting out a long yawn. I'm always so sleepy after a big meal. I have to get some sleep now. We'll meet again. Luo Fu's eyes snapped open, his entire body trembling as he stared at the mass of flesh before him. He never understood that there was another being living inside him. Who was he? Was this connected to the incident he'd forgotten? His mind was reeling with doubt. Dakine's voice cut through the haze. Luo Fu, what's wrong? Luo Fu stammered, still shaken from the vision. I'm fine. Is everyone else okay? Dukne sighed. We're all fine. But just then, Jada ran over, her face pale with worry. Ko. His entire body was covered in grave wounds. Dukna added grimly. He's seriously injured. Old man, Luo Fu cried out. At that moment, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from afar. Dukna went pale. This is bad. The infected are coming. Get to the helicopter. I'll start the engine. Luo Fu immediately helped Ko up, breaking into a desperate run from the approaching horde. Damn it, we have to move faster. Suddenly, Ko shoved them away with all his might. Go. Just leave me. Luo Fu yelled back. Ko, what are you doing? Ko turned to face them one last time. Luo Fu, take good care of Jaida. With the situation critical, Ko charged back towards the horde, using his own body as a shield to buy them precious time to escape. The helicopter's blades were spinning. Luo Fu dragged a crying, struggling Jaida aboard. She fought to jump back down as Dukna gritted his teeth in agony. Down below, Ko was being torn apart by a group of zombies, while the rest charged toward the chopper. Their grotesque hands clawed at the rising helicopter. Luo Fu was still in shock. He never imagined this base would fall. He thought to himself, we are the only ones who managed to escape. He gasped in horror. My God. Those monsters have infected so many people. I never knew the outbreak had spread this far. Suddenly, something slammed into the chopper. He yelled, a giant tentacle. Hold on tight. The helicopter lurched violently as everyone screamed in terror. The tentacle slammed into the aircraft, throwing the three of them around the cabin like rag dolls. Luo Fu gritted his teeth and roared, Hurry, the chopper is going down. Brace for impact. The helicopter spiraled out of control and plummeted toward the earth. His eyes grew heavy. Jai da. Duck na. Right before he lost consciousness, he heard a voice. There are still survivors here. Be careful. There's a tentacle over here. A burst of gunfire erupted, and the voice called out again. Get them on board. We have to leave this place, now. Jaida's voice was filled with joy. Duck na. He's waking up. Duck na looked over and called out, Luo Fu. Luo Fu sat up, looking around in complete surprise. Where are we? Is everyone okay? Jiada spoke softly. We're fine. When we came to, we were already here. I think some kind person must have saved us. Duckna observed their surroundings. It looks like we're in some kind of underground facility, like a military bunker. Luo Fu frowned with concern. Jiada, what's wrong? She hesitated for a moment. I'm starting to remember. Her voice was heavy with sorrow. In the beginning, Ko was hiding from the monsters in a room deep underground. Luo Fu whispered, I'm sorry. I couldn't save the old man. Dex sighed. Don't blame yourself. Even with your powers, you're still just an amateur. Jay tried to comfort him too. That's right, Luo Fu. You've already saved us so many times. The door suddenly flew open, and a cheerful kid with green hair stepped inside. So, you're all awake? I'll take you to meet our boss. You can get a little tour on the way. The three followed behind as the kid started his introduction. Lan La struck up a conversation. You guys are seriously something else. You were covered in wounds when we found you, but after half a day, you look almost completely healed. Are you using some kind of advanced recovery medicine? Dex let out a cold, annoyed grunt. Didn't you find anything suspicious when you searched us? The green-haired kid just laughed awkwardly. We've kept all your belongings safe, don't worry. A question sparked in Luo Fu's mind. Could it be that after absorbing the energy from those monsters, I also inherited their self-healing ability? He guessed that since he had triggered Jade and Dex's transformations, they must have indirectly inherited the ability too. The green-haired kid just kept chattering on. To give you the short version, our place is one of the few temporary shelters left in the city. Since we've always had people on guard, our infrastructure is mostly intact, allowing for the fair distribution of supplies. We use a point system here. You use those points to trade for food and lodging. Everyone here goes out on missions. The more you work, the more you earn. A man in a brown coat was yelling aggressively. Son of a, the floor is not even dry. I almost slipped and broke my neck. Xiao, you coward, holding his head. I'm sorry. I'll wipe it dry immediately. Suddenly, the man in the brown coat glanced up, his eyes widening. Himph! His gaze landed on the fiery figures of the two girls. He licked his lips greedily. Well now. Luo Fu quickly stepped in front of them, blocking the man's view, which only angered him. Hey, you little punk. The green-haired kid quickly ushered the three into a room. Boss, I brought them. Wang Yan smiled faintly, looking at their vibrant and energetic appearance. They certainly didn't look like they had just survived a catastrophic plane crash yesterday. Luo Fu gave a bashful smile. It was just luck, really. We also have to thank you all for coming to our rescue. Wang Yan sighed. We heard the plane's engine and thought the army was finally coming to save us. Luo Fu's face fell. I'm afraid the rescue teams aren't coming anymore. Wang Yan shouted in shock. What did you say? Luo Fu spoke calmly. We just escaped from the Blue Tide Corporation's nearby base. The military has already been defeated. The influence of those abyssal sea monsters is constantly expanding. Staying here is not a long-term solution. Wang Yan took a long drag from his cigarette. But there are many people here who can't fight. If we all tried to retreat at once, I can't guarantee there won't be casualties. Besides, it took a massive effort to build this base in the first place. We can't just up and leave. Luo Fu hardened his resolve. All right then, if that's your decision, we have no right to interfere. But we have an important mission to complete. Therefore, we have to leave this place. He calculated in his head, the only option is to head to the Blue Tide headquarters first. Then he spoke sincerely. Once again, thank you for saving us. Wang Yan spoke slowly, opening his mouth. Wait, he glanced over at them. We spent precious manpower and valuable resources to rescue you. We were nearly killed by those tentacles on the plane. Do you really think a simple thank you is enough to wipe the slate clean? You kids think you can just dine and dash. The three of them were instantly stunned. Luo Fu stammered, You. Wang Yan growled out each word. Stay here and repay your debt properly. Luo Fu was in disbelief. You didn't save us just because you wanted us to repay you, did you? Wang Yan replied breezily. Hey now, brother. Don't make us out to be such bad people. He let out a hearty laugh. I'm just making a reasonable request as the one who saved your life. Luo Fu's voice turned to ice. And what if I refuse? As soon as the words left his mouth, several people aimed their guns at them. Wang Yan looked amused. Whoa, I'm just saying, there's no need to make the atmosphere so tense, is there? Repaying a debt of kindness is simply the law of the universe. Dex shifted into a battle stance. Luo Fu, Jade, we're fighting our way out of here. Jade's face was grim. Right. Luo Fu's aura began to rise. Let's do it. The guard shouted a warning, be careful. Dex was bewildered. Why? Why can't I transform? Jade looked at her hands in confusion, while Luo Fu's face turned pale. My powers won't activate either. Wang Yan yelled. What's all the commotion about? Luo Fu recalled what had happened earlier and thought, could it be that what he said was true? Because it's in a dormant state, I can't use my abilities right now. And that directly means that Dex and Jade can't use their transformation powers either. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed so hard he cried, You three are hilarious. Just be good and stay here to work off your debt. Luo Fu cried out in his head, This is so humiliating. Wang Yan tried to persuade them. Our base operates on a system. We have a clear division of labor here. The more you work, the more you earn. It's as simple as that. These points can be exchanged for any supplies. Earn 100 points, and I'll grant you freedom, along with weapons and a massive supply pack. Well, am I not merciful enough for you? Luo Fei scoffed. Why should we believe a single word you say? Wang Yan remained completely unfazed. Heh, do you really have any other choice? Don't worry, the rules are everything here. And I'm just the one who enforces them. He waved his hand, sending the two girls over to K-Sai's group to work under her management. Luo Fei thought to himself, Casey's group. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Wang Yan then dragged the kid off to clean the warehouse, giving Xiao Yu's team the day off. His subordinate replied, Yes, sir. When Luo Fei was brought to the storage building, Xiao Yu stepped out, glaring at him with pure disgust. Luo Fei was baffled. I'm here to cover your shift so you can rest for a day. Why do you hate me for it? Inside, the place was a total mess. The manager pointed, telling him to sort all the supplies onto the shelves and then mop the floor until it was spotless. Luo Fei struggled with the weight. Oh, this thing is so heavy. He strained to step onto a chair, but it suddenly wobbled and gave way beneath him. The crate came crashing down. He squeezed his eyes shut, raising his arms to brace for the impact. Feeling a surge of power in his arms, he opened his eyes in shock. My ability. Is it back? No, this feels different than before. The strength in my arms has increased. Could it be that some part of it was consumed and finally absorbed? He gave the crate a gentle push, completely astonished. It was unbelievable. Thinking back, every time he faced danger, his ability seemed to evolve in some way. Is it because of thoughts flashing through my subconscious? He happily tossed the heavy crate back and forth. At this rate, with just a little more effort, I'll definitely be done. Panting heavily, he gasped, I'm exhausted. I can't believe I only lasted 5 minutes. This power-up is burning through my stamina. Time and power directly affect my physical condition. This won't do. It looks like I'll have to start training my body seriously. Suddenly, Wang Yan walked in. Well, look what we have here. I caught you slacking off on the job, kid. Luo Fei scrambled to his feet. I'm almost finished. Everything's been sorted. He secretly wondered, why is this guy doing a surprise inspection? His timing is just too perfect. Wang Yan glanced around. So, the kid finally got his act together. Luo Fei said confidently, Is it time to calculate my points? He calculated in his head. Supporting 3 people is going to take a lot of points, isn't it? Wang Yan stroked his chin, observing. This box isn't perfectly straight. -5 points. Luo Fei shouted, Are you a human ruler? Wang Yan continued, There's a cigarette butt on the floor. -5 points. That's when Luo Fei snapped. Hey, that cigarette butt is yours. You dropped it yourself when you walked through here earlier. He was seething with rage. You're just trying to find fault with everything. Wang Yan pointed his gun at him, smiling sadistically. Talking back to your boss, that's another 10 points deducted. I was kind enough to save you, give you shelter, and even provide you with a job. You ungrateful brat. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Luo Fei gritted his teeth. You're just nitpicking on purpose. It's not like I'm your father's killer. The moment he spoke, Wang Yan shoved him hard. His back slammed against the wall, and he cried out in pain. Wang Yan's smile never reached his eyes. Listen here, kid. Can't we all just try to get along? Let me give you some advice. First, you'd better fix that attitude of yours. Now, hurry up and fix everything I just pointed out. Otherwise, you can look forward to licking the air for dinner tonight. In the dining hall, Luo Fu was struggling to choose what to eat. He stared intently at the menu, looking over the dishes. Luo Fu sighed internally. I'm so hungry. The owner grumbled. Have you decided yet? He felt flustered. Sorry, it seems nothing suits my taste. I'll be going now. A man sneered from a nearby table. Isn't that Luo Fu? Don't have enough points to eat. Luo Fu flinched as his name was called. Whispers erupted around him. I heard he lost 20 points on his very first day. Is that true? He can't even clean a warehouse properly. He's useless. But he sure is quick when it's time to eat. He muttered to himself, damn it, I'm starving. I wonder how the girls are doing. I hope they're not being bullied. Just then, a beautiful singing voice filled the air, catching Luo Fu's attention. He let out a gasp of surprise. Huh, it's Ce, shining on stage with a heart-wrenching love song. She poured her soul into the melody, accompanied by Jia on the piano. Backstage, Deya was also enjoying the performance. Luo Fu was completely mesmerized. He wondered, that's right, she's Kei Sizu, the famous superstar from before the apocalypse. What is she doing here? Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. A waitress screamed. A male customer was harassing her, asking, what color are you wearing today? Let me see for myself. The waitress yelled back, you're disgusting. Luo Fu thought, what the hell is going on? At another table, someone was messing with Xiao Yu. Aren't you sick of eating that plain stuff every day? The man crudely offered to add some seasoning to make it taste better. Luo Fu couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for him. Hey, you're going too far. He's not bothering any of you. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yu shoved Luo Fu away. He shouted, what's it to you? The performance on stage ground to a halt amidst the commotion. Leo roared in frustration. What the hell are you doing? You're disrupting everyone. If you want to fight, take it somewhere else. But the guy just screamed back wildly. You should worry about yourself first. Useless trash. Can't even score points on a simple task. Leo thought to himself, so that's why this guy had it out for me back at the warehouse. So that's how it is. That guy, Victor Wang, is messing with me. With the reason clear, he shot back. You better look closely. I'm trying to help you. Besides, my job is to find their flaws. But Xiao Yu didn't care, yelling, stop wasting your breath and get out of my way. The crowd began to jeer. Look at that, everyone. A couple of lowlifes fighting over a job. Why are they just arguing? Yeah, throw some punches already. How are we supposed to enjoy our dinner without a little show? A woman couldn't take it anymore. She shot to her feet, trying to intervene. Don't. She believed Victor Wang would know his own limits. And just as she predicted, Victor Wang's voice cut in. That's enough. End this farce. He commanded, sit down and eat. Is watching the chaos that entertaining? He warned the other man. Listen here, kid. In this place, might makes right. Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. Victor Wang added with a sneer. You really think the police are coming to help you now? Another man mocked. Get real. You better get used to life in the apocalypse. Let's go. Boys, after we eat, we'll head to the usual spot for some real fun. The others cheered in agreement. Let's go. Let's go. Another shouted. And don't forget to wipe down your tables. Just then, the white-haired man approached Leo. Do you find these people unbearable? He asked. I'm the same as you. I also think they go way too far sometimes. However, the white-haired man continued with a sense of helplessness. But if it wasn't for them risking their lives, going out to find supplies, and fighting those monsters, this entire base would have collapsed ages ago. Then what would happen to people like me? Leo was stunned, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had ever imagined. The white-haired man explained, we created the point system to distribute supplies fairly. The more you contribute, the more you receive. He then added that, unexpectedly, this system had become a double-edged sword. Those who earn a lot of points can do whatever they want, while those with few points will do anything just to survive. Leo refused to accept that. That's only part of the story. Isn't it because all of you just endure it that they've gotten so out of control? The white-haired man sighed. You don't understand at all. We can only endure it if we want to survive. Take my advice, stop provoking them. Otherwise, you're headed for a bad end. Leo challenged him. Is that so? Can you really call it living if you've lost the most important part of being human? The white-haired man called out urgently. Leo replied, thank you for the kind warning, but I'll make my own decisions. A moment later, he headed toward the warehouse. Leo thought to himself, I'm not the person I was before. The only way to fight back is to become stronger. Time to resume my training. First, I have to master my new ability and increase its power. After a while, he decided, that's enough for today. I need to find Ida and the others first. I wonder how they're holding up. A sudden commotion erupted outside. Go on, hit it. Leo wondered. What's happening in there? Someone was repeatedly shouting, "Pit fiend, pit fiend." He crept closer to investigate, thinking. The door is unlocked. Inside, a brutal fight was in progress. A monster, bound in chains, thrashed in fury while spectators cheered wildly. "Hey, Xiao Yu, hurry up. I bet 20 points on you. Don't you dare lose and fight carefully. If you get bitten, you'll be exiled from the base." Leo stared in disbelief. That kid. Does he have a death wish? He heard the people around him talking. People with a lot of contribution points can do whatever they want. Become a boss, get any girl they desire. Go on, do what the rich guy asked. You'll get 50 points for just one win. Forget it. I'm not fighting that monster with my bare hands. In the ring, Xiao Yu charged desperately, attacking the monster with everything he had. However, the creature took him down with a single, light kick. Xiao Yu crashed to the ground right in front of Leo. The crowd began to murmur, "Isn't that Leo? Why is he here?" One of them said. "Kid, this is no place for you. Get lost, quick." The noise even drew Victor Wang's attention. They tried to shoo him away. "What are you standing there gawking at? Don't get in the way of our business. Get out of here. Unless you want to take his place in the ring." Leo's voice cut through the jeers. "The apocalypse is here. Monsters are slaughtering us, and yet humans refuse to unite." Someone yelled back, "What is this idiot talking about? Did the fight scare him, stupid?" But Leo continued, "I never imagined that the ones who would trample on me wouldn't be the monsters outside our walls, but my own people." As he finished speaking, he began to activate his growth ability. Leo's left hand became enveloped in his power, and he drove his fist straight into the monster. Its corpse flew backward with incredible speed. Everyone was horrified, unable to believe what they had just seen. Victor Wang gritted his teeth and growled, "This brat." He simply retracted his hand, calmly observing the aftermath. Wang Yan's men could only stare, their jaws hanging in disbelief at Luo Fu's glowing form. Wang Yan forced a laugh to diffuse the tension. "Heh. I don't know how you managed that, but you did stand up for Xiao Yu. So, let's just give these points to him." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What?" While one man seethed with rage, Xiao Yu flinched and hid himself. Wang Yan coldly gave the order, "All right, today's entertainment is over. Now disperse, all of you." Whispers immediately broke out, "Hey, how do you think he did that? Who knows? Maybe he's got a cybernetic arm or a gun hidden in his sleeve." The men at the door were frozen solid at the sight of Luo Fu, who thought to himself, "If I told you the truth, you'd be scared to death." From the side, Xiao Yu called out coldly, "Hey, follow me." Luo Fu looked up in surprise. "Oh." In the distance, the approaching figure of Ci caught his eye. She stared at him silently, her gaze filled with caution. Xiao Yu awkwardly spoke up, "Take these steamed buns. After this, we don't owe each other anything." Luo Fu thought helplessly. This kid. Before letting out a relieved smile. "Thanks." Xiao Yu turned away, flustered. "Even though I don't know how you did that, it's still not enough. Besides, they've definitely marked you as a target now." Luo Fu calmly reassured him, "I know. I'll be more careful." Xiao Yu muttered dejectedly, "You should go. If anyone sees you here, they'll think we're on good terms." The words hit Luo Fu unexpectedly. "Humph. Fine then. I'm leaving right now." In a quiet, shadowy hallway, a figure in a black cloak moved casually towards another man lurking ahead. The man approached and complained, "That new guy, you think we need to teach him a lesson?" The other cloaked figure advised, "We still need to observe him for now." The next day, Jia recounted the story with excitement. "Luo Fu, I heard everything. Your performance last night completely shocked everyone." He replied humbly, "It was nothing, just a moment of Ya quickly reminded him, "Your power just recovered and you're already trying to show off. Shouldn't we be using our abilities to get out of here?" Luo Fu explained, "It's not that. My powers haven't fully restored. I'm afraid we'll have to wait." He then asked, "Right, how were things for you two yesterday? Did anyone bully you?" She calmly replied, "It was fine. We were assigned to help a girl named Ci with her performance." The conversation became more lively. "I can't believe we got to see a famous singer perform with our own eyes, especially in a situation like this." Hai Daxiang approached from a distance. "Yo, Luo Fu." Chatting up some girls, Luo Fu shielded them defensively. "What do you want?" The man lunged forward with a wide grin. Hee, don't be so cold. Let's take a walk and have a chat. I just want to talk to you for a bit." Annoyance was written all over Luo Fu's face. "If you have something to say, just spit it out." Da Xiang asked, "What kind of trick did you use in the ring yesterday?" Luo Fu answered dismissively, "Just some dumb luck. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to use it." But Da Xiang wouldn't let it go. "Don't you lie to me. If you were really that skilled, why were you doing odd jobs at first? It must be some kind of glitch. Just tell me, and I'll be able to surpass the old man in no time. He roared with mad ambition. I'll be honest. I've been sick of the management system here for a long time now. Luo Fu was taken aback as the man pushed forward, yelling, but I was also forced to bully that kid, Xiao Yu. I swear, if I can become the one in charge here, I will bring equality and justice. I'll destroy this unfair point system. Da Xiong pleaded desperately. Please, you have to help me. Luo Fu was conflicted, but inwardly, Luo Fu was already scoffing at this tactic. What a clumsy lie. He spoke hesitantly. I'll think about it. Jia shouted, Are you two done talking yet? We're about to starve to death over here. Luo Fu quickly made his exit. I have to go. Da Xiong called after him, Hey, you. But Wang Yan cut him off. Everyone, silence. I have an announcement to make. A sinister smile played on his lips as he proposed. According to reports from the patrol brothers outside, a large number of monsters have been spotted to the north. They pose a serious threat to our future supply runs, so we need someone to go and clear them out. He continued with fake sincerity. I know this mission is extremely dangerous, which is why I've decided to send our most elite team. Da Xiong, A, Hu, Lao Nu, Chang Zi, and... He paused, putting heavy emphasis on the last name, Luo Fu. Wang Yan smirked with satisfaction. Everyone saw your performance last night. We can't let that kind of incredible fighting ability go to waste. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Completing this mission will get you a massive amount of points. Who knows? You might even get a promotion out of it. He sneered. Of course, if you're too afraid to go, I won't force you. Dia warned with worry. Don't fall for it. Xiao Yu also chimed in. Luo Fu, don't you dare agree. Luo Fu stood silently, lost in thought. He recalled Wang Yan's words, and the feeling of everyone's eyes locked onto him. If he stayed, he'd end up just like everyone else here. Recalling Xiao Yu's terror, he knew they would all suffer under the oppression of Wang Yan's crew. He remembered the first rule of this broken world. To survive, you must endure. Dia's words echoed in his mind, begging Luo Fu not to go. A silent scream ripped through him. How could people just be torn apart like this? Luo Fu's eyes hardened with resolve. Fine, I'll go. But you better not go back on your word. A smug grin spread across Wang Yan's face. Ha, that's more like it. Dia scoffed. Such a show-off. Jia warned him. Please be careful. Luo Fu remained completely calm. Don't worry. I'll see you all again soon. He thought to himself. The apocalypse raged outside, but in here, there was no freedom. Under Wang Yan's thumb, they were just scraping by. This place was its own kind of hell. His confidence surged. That's exactly why I can't afford to be afraid. I hope my actions can awaken the courage and integrity these people have lost. At the edge of the cliff, uneasy murmurs spread through the group. This is weird. Weren't there supposed to be hordes of monsters here? Why is there nothing? What's going on? Did the patrol team see things? We should dock their points when we get back. Wang Yan scoffed arrogantly. Humph. Looks like a landslide already happened, and conveniently buried these pathetic creatures for us. This place must be blessed with good fortune. How boring. We came all this way for nothing. But in that instant, a powerful hand erupted from the earth below. It clamped down hard on some poor soul's ankle. The ground shattered all around them as a legion of decaying hands clawed their way out. A scream cut through the air. Open fire. They're not dead. One of the men shrieked in agony as teeth sank deep into his neck. Luo Fu's blood ran cold. The gunfire would only draw more of them. As Wang Yan's men aimed their guns, he roared, You idiot! Are you trying to get us all eaten alive? Then what do we do? Da Xiong yelled in a panic. Wang Yan barked his orders, Focus your fire. Carve a path up the mountain and retreat. All they could hear were the relentless screams from behind. He's a lost cause, don't stop for him. Wang Yan commanded. But then, Luo Fu heard a faint cry for help. His head snapped around. Hey, there's a little girl over there. It was Lei Ya, trembling and crying for her life. Someone shouted, It's too dangerous. We can't save her. We have to go now. But Luo Fu made a reckless choice. Activating his speed ability, he shot forward. Wang Yan's eyes widened. What? He blasted towards the car where the girl was hiding. Wang Yan's men cursed. That damn fool. Forget him. Let's move. At that moment, a monster lunged straight for Lei Ya. A thunderous explosion rocked the area. Luo Fu heroically unleashed his power, vaporizing the monster in a cloud of smoke. He asked gently, Are you okay? I'm getting you out of here, right now. But the roars of the horde were growing more ferocious. He glanced outside and his heart sank. Damn it. We're completely surrounded. Watching the swarm engulf the vehicle, Wang Yan smirked cruelly. With that many monsters, not even the gods could save him. Let's go. Back at the base, Wang Yan put on a somber act. We were ambushed. The casualties were heavy. Yeah, demanded frantically. Where is Luo Fu? Send a team to rescue him. Wang Yan just shook his head with feigned disappointment. He's beyond saving. We can't throw away more lives for him. Her eyes blazed with defiance. Give me a gun. I will go save him myself. Jia's voice dripped with accusation. You're the ones who got Luo Fu killed. Wang Yan casually scratched his head. What a headache. There's no reasoning with you two. I already told you. He ran straight to his own death. He ordered with a triumphant smirk. Close the gates. This is no place for you two to cause a scene. Jia struggled against his men. Let me go. Dia trembled with rage, held at gunpoint by two thugs. Outside the walls, the tide of monsters surged forward. Luo Fu was confused. Where are they taking us? The monsters were herding them toward a deep chasm, a dark, ominous energy rising from its depths. A horrifying realization dawned on him. This is where our plane crashed. He finally understood what they wanted. Are they forcing us down there? Suddenly, a long, crimson, hook-like tendril shot up from the abyss. It coiled around Lei Ya, dragging her down. Let her go. Luo Fu roared, lunging after them as the little girl's terrified screams echoed into the darkness. He launched himself into the air, reaching for the creature holding her captive in the air. Big brother! Lei Ya cried, her small hands stretching out. Their fingers strained to touch, but he missed. She was ripped from his grasp and pulled into the abyss. Luo Fu could only watch, frozen in horror. Despair washed over him. Is this how my life ends? Jia, I'm sorry. But then, a voice echoed in his mind, trying to play hero without the power to back it up. Now I have to clean up your mess. After all, you and I are linked. If you get dragged down there, I have no desire to return to that place again. I refuse to accept this. Luo Fu roared. I refuse. The voice laughed deeply. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Unleash it. That's the kind of willpower that can unlock my true power. Sooner or later, you'll come to depend on and crave this power. And on that day, I will take everything back. Luo Fu shot back with newfound arrogance. Until then, you can start by helping me refine this energy. He was stunned. My ability. Has it awakened? A pillar of immense energy shot down into the dark chasm. Luo Fu was wreathed in brilliant, golden chains crackling with power. With eyes blazing in fury, he charged straight at them. So, you command it with the power of the chain, little one. Leo's fist blazed as he channeled his energy. He unleashed a devastating blast at the horde of monsters. Snatching Rina close, he skidded across the ground. Leo's body slammed into the wall, cracking the solid concrete. The girl and the monsters could only stare at him, frozen. Rina frantically shook his body. Big brother, are you okay? Big brother, please wake up, don't scare me. A small scorch mark appeared on Leo's forehead as he fell unconscious. Jia choked back terrified sobs. Hic, sob. Seeing this, Anya calmly reassured her. Leo isn't going to die that easily. After all, he has that special ability. And he always finds a way to turn a crisis into a victory. I believe he will absolutely make it back. Just then, Da Xiang burst through the door. I saw it with my own eyes. He was surrounded by monsters. There's no way he survived. Hearing this, Jia exploded in fury. All you people know is how to use Leo. You're nothing but scum. Enraged by her words, Da Xiang snarled. That's because he was a fool. With that, he lunged forward to grab her. She could only scream out, "Don't you touch me." Anya instantly stepped in, shouting, "You animal, get your hands off her." Da Xiang sneered, his hands invading her personal space. Hey, be a good girl now, and I'll make this easy for you. Jia trembled uncontrollably. Get away. Luckily, Siyu was at the door with food, witnessing the disgusting scene and hearing Jia's desperate screams. Don't you dare touch me. Without a moment's hesitation, she smashed the entire plate of food over his head. Siyu's voice was laced with venom. You bastard. The next time I see you lay your filthy hands on someone, I'll neuter you myself. Being humiliated by one woman after another completely shattered Da Xiang's pride, pushing his rage to the absolute limit. You rotten women. Don't think for a second that having Wang Yan as a backer means I won't touch you. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. She struggled against him. You're insane. I already called for help. They'll be here any second. Da Xiang, of course, didn't believe her. A nice bluff, but who are you trying to fool? But in that very moment, a savior appeared. Da Xiang, you've gotten quite bold recently, haven't you? All of his bravado vanished in an instant. All that remained was pure terror, evident in every trembling word of his excuse. Wang Yan, I just lost control for a moment. You know how it is. With the women here, we can only. Annoyed, Wang Yan delivered a sharp, warning blow. If you have needs, take care of them on your own. Don't cause any more embarrassment here. Wang Yan's voice was ice. Get out. Da Xiong understood perfectly, scrambling away. Yes. Yes. Of course. He then turned to reassure the others. It's all right now. I will protect you all. I'm also heartbroken about Leo. From this day on, please consider this your home. But what had happened had destroyed all of Jia's trust. Is this really how you treat your so-called family? Your hypocritical act is even more sickening than that animal just now. Wang Yan was seething with rage. Anya only added fuel to the fire. You tell him, Jia. He then ordered, see you. We'll see how long you girls can keep up this attitude. See you. For the next few days, they get no food. As soon as the words left his mouth, a commotion erupted from the crowd outside. Boss, Leo's back. Wang Yan's face couldn't hide his utter shock, and he brought that kid back with him. See you. Anya and Jia looked on, a mixture of surprise and hope in their eyes. An irritated Wang Yan shoved his way through the crowd. Move, get out of the way. Everyone had gathered around Leo and Rena, observing them. Some couldn't believe their eyes. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Another person wondered aloud. Could he actually be the boy from the prophecy? One fanboy, lost in his own world, blurted out, wait, is this kind of plot twist even in the story? How have I read this far and not known about it? Wang Yan put on a friendly smile. Leo, you're actually alive? My God, are you okay? Leo ignored him, retorting, you sure ran away fast enough. I've cleaned up all the monsters. Why don't you go check for yourself? Wang Yan didn't hesitate to lay on the praise. No need. I trust you completely. You've saved everyone from a major disaster. You're the hero of all the refugees here. After his speech, Wang Yan finally noticed Rena. And who is this little girl? Leo gave his simple introduction. Saved her along the way. This is Rena. Wang Yan put on a friendly face. It's all right. Now that you're here, you're one of the family. Welcome, welcome. Leo got straight to the point. So where are Anya and Jia? Wang Yan lied smoothly. They aren't feeling well. Leo demanded, then take me to see them. Wang Yan immediately threw an arm over his shoulder, acting chummy. Don't be in such a rush. You just came back from the dead and performed a great service. Come on, come on. It's my treat today. We have to properly celebrate your return. A Long, go grab some beers for us. His subordinate obeyed. Yes, sir. Wang Yan then turned and whispered a threat to Leo. You can do this the easy way or the hard way. If you dare say the wrong thing, Anya and Jia will die. Hearing this, Leo simply placed a hand on Wang Yan's shoulder. Then, he squeezed down hard on the man's bleeding wound, issuing a warning of his own. If you dare to touch a single hair on their heads, I will make you regret being born into this world. The pain was so intense, Wang Yan could barely maintain the fake smile on his face. You. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Wang Yan pretended to be cheerful and raised his beer cup. Come on, a toast to our great hero, Luo Fu. But he just smiled humbly. That's a title I really can't accept. Ignoring him, everyone cheered. To Luo Fu, the champion. Drink up, Luo Fu. The man urged, his face beaming with excitement. Let's go, let's go. No one's leaving sober tonight. Luo Fu struggled to set his glass down, thinking, he's trying to get me wasted. Damn it, Si Yi and Jia are still his captives. The moment Luo Fu's glass was down, Si Yi was already refilling it. Wang Yan watched him, a satisfied smirk on his face. Excellent. Bottoms up. In no time, Luo Fu was completely wasted, passing out right before their eyes. They hauled him onto the bed as he mumbled deliriously. No more. I can't drink anymore. Wang Yan barked an order to his men. Tie him up. He sneered. How did this fool ever manage to escape in the first place? Once the job was done, the three of them quickly left the room. But then, a faint creak echoed through the silence. The door cracked open, letting a thin sliver of light pierce the darkness. A mysterious, cloaked figure slipped inside, raising a dagger. The sharp point was aimed directly at Luo Fu. But Luo Fu's eyes snapped open, his senses on high alert. He unleashed his power, shattering the ropes instantly. With a single move, he deflected the dagger and slammed the intruder onto the bed. As they struggled beneath him, he thought, this body. It's soft, and surprisingly weak. Furious, Luo Fu ripped back the hood, demanding, Who are you? It was none other than Sai Yi. She shrieked in terror, Get off me! Luo Fu was completely baffled. Why are you here? Si Yi recoiled, her voice trembling. I came here to help you, to untie you. And you dare take advantage of me? He immediately denied it. I didn't. How was I supposed to know it was you? She retorted angrily. I was the one who watered down your drinks. Do you think you'd be conscious right now, otherwise? Luo Fu was suspicious. Why would you help me? CE's expression turned serious. Because you're the only one who seems to want out of this place. I want to escape. Modu, Luo Fu repeated, confused. Modu. Then it clicked. The Wayland Corporation's headquarters was in Modu. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Why do you want to go there?" A bright smile spread across her face. "Don't you know? It's home to humanity's strongest defensive fortress." Elsewhere, Wang Yan spoke with chilling calm. "Stop crying. I just want to know how Luo Fu managed to rescue you." Lei Ya trembled with fear. I don't know either. It was like something out of a movie. I was just flying up. And then it was over." He pressed her, his voice stern. "Little girl, think carefully. Was he hiding some kind of weapon?" Terrified, tears streamed down the little girl's face. "Mister, I'm so sleepy." Annoyed, Wang Yan barked an order to his man. "All right, Big Bear, take her to CE." The brown-haired man nodded. "Yes, sir." Leia reluctantly trudged along behind him. The man tugged her along. "This way, Leia." But the girl resisted, terrified. "Mister, it's too dark. I'm scared." He tried to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. "What are you doing?" A wicked giggle echoed through the air, followed by the man's blood-curdling scream. "What's happening?" The horrifying sound of flesh being torn echoed out. As fresh blood sprayed across the walls, the transformed Leia stared down at the corpse. Back in the room, CE recounted her grim story. This shelter once took in a former employee of the Wayland Corporation. He told us that Modu is inside the Wayland Corporation's base, and that Wayland is the most technologically advanced city left. She remembered a time when someone had dared to ask Wang Yan for permission to leave. "We have no problem dealing with the monsters here," the man had said. "But this place is too dangerous. Let's all journey to Modu together." CE remembered feeling a surge of excitement at his words. But Wang Yan's expression was the complete opposite, a mask of pure annoyance. The very next day, Wang Yan and his men returned from a patrol. He was holding a gun, his body covered in scratches. He forced a grim smile, telling everyone he was, unfortunately, infected. "He attacked us. We had no choice but to put him down right there." His words sent a chill through the crowd, freezing everyone in place. After that day, anyone who even mentioned leaving would mysteriously get into an accident and become infected. Wang Yan grabbed her by the shoulders, trying to persuade her. "Stay here, CE. Develop that admirable power of yours. Everyone here needs you. We were lucky to find this sanctuary. Why would you want to go out there just to die? Just stay put and wait for rescue. I promise. I'll take good care of you." Hearing those words, CE's eyes widened in terror. Gradually, no one ever dared to speak of leaving again. And from that day on, she was forced to serve Wang Yan, so I endured it. I pretended to obey his every command, all to make him lower his guard. But secretly, I was always planning my escape to Modu. A hint of sorrow clouded CE's eyes. "But as you can see," she said, her voice filled with despair, "everyone under Wang Yan's rule has become numb. They've all lost their courage." Suddenly, her voice filled with renewed passion. "Until you showed up and gave me hope again." She moved closer to Luo Fu, her face inches from his, and made a bold proposition. "So, what do you say? Take your girlfriend, and the three of us will escape to Modu together." Luo Fu awkwardly tried to explain. "Girlfriend? No. They're just my good friends." But he still had his doubts, remaining on guard. "I need some time to think. This is all a little sudden. Besides, we barely know each other. For all I know, you're just trying to get information out of me." At that, CE snapped, smacking him on the head. "Do you have any idea how much I risked just to come find you? And you still doubted me, you little brat. It seems like Victor didn't push you around nearly enough. Hey now, watch the attitude. As a celebrity, how can you be so aggressive?" She had no time for this nonsense, pulling on her hood and stepping off the bed. "An idol in the middle of the apocalypse? Status means nothing anymore." "You idiot," she said. "I'll take you to your friends first." The door wasn't fully closed, allowing a sliver of light to cut through the darkness. Sadie reached for it, but as she pulled it open, a gun was shoved right in her face. One of Victor's thugs stepped inside, pressing the cold steel against Sadie's forehead with a vicious smile. Well, the boss suspected someone was helping this kid. He left the door unlocked so we could watch. Never thought the ghost was actually a person. From behind, Leo panicked, trying to take all the blame. "This has nothing to do with her. I'm the one who forced her." The henchman sneered and cursed, but his words were cut short when a monster lunged forward. "Shut your mouth and get on the ground." Then a monster charged in, tearing the henchman to shreds. Leo rushed to the door, his heart pounding in his chest. "Where did that thing come from? We don't have time. Hurry and take me to Ida's group, now." Sadie led Leo to a locked room. He focused his power, shattering the door in a blast of golden light. Diana and Gia's faces lit up with relief when they saw him. You finally made it, Leo. Leo took their hands, transferring his energy into them. Sorry to make you worry. The moment Leo's power flowed into her, Diana transformed, breaking her own chains. Sadie could only stare, stunned by the unbelievable sight. What is this? Leo whispered. I'll explain later. From the hallway, panicked screams echoed everywhere. It's a disaster. There are monsters. They're attacking people. Run. Get away from here. Leo and Diana peeked through the doorway to assess the chaos. This is bad. It's spreading faster than we imagined. We need to leave, now. Just as they were about to move, Leo remembered Leia. Damn it, that little girl. Sadie quickly explained the situation. I saw Victor take her away. Hearing this, Leo immediately decided to split them up. Diana, Gia, your job is to protect everyone and get them out of here. He couldn't trust anyone else with the girl's safety. Sadie and I will rescue Leia. We'll meet at the main gate in 10 minutes. And with that, the four of them broke off in two different directions. All right, be careful. You too. Leo and Sadie crept through the halls, peering through a crack in a door to scope out the room inside. Inside, the floor was littered with monster corpses. Only a single, solitary figure remained, sitting on a chair. He's in there. Suddenly, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of Leo's head. Victor's voice dripped with menace. Looking for me? They had walked right into a trap. The figure in the chair was just a corpse. In rage, Victor grabbed Sadie's wrist, violently yanking her upwards. Sadie, why did you betray me? Wasn't I good enough for you? Or did you fall for this pretty boy over here? She met his gaze without a shred of fear. You don't love anyone. You just love the feeling of conquering and playing with people's lives. Sadie grabbed the barrel of the gun, her grip firm as she aimed it squarely at her own chest, her voice thundering with defiance. If you have the guts, then pull the trigger. Kill me. It would be better than having to endure you for the rest of my life. Victor talked a big game, but faced with her challenge, his entire body trembled. He hesitated. Sadie thought back on all the days she had to obey him, and disgust filled her heart. I've had more than enough of you. The sight of you just makes me sick. Victor exploded in a fit of rage. You bitch. How dare you talk to me like that? As they struggled, Sadie steeled her resolve, ready to die for her freedom. Do it. Suddenly, a powerful blow knocked the gun from Victor's hand. Leo slammed his fist into Victor's chest without an ounce of pity. He seized the pistol, its barrel now pointing directly at Victor's face. You brought every bit of this on yourself. People put their trust in you, and you treated them like your playthings. Now talk. Where did you take Leia? Victor knelt on the floor, shaking uncontrollably as dark veins bulged across his skin, as if I'd tell you. He lifted his head, the signs of infection hideously clear. The whites of his eyes turned black, his pupils glowed a hellish red, and sharp fangs grew from his gums. He snarled, his voice a monstrous rasp. All of you worthless parasites should have died a long time ago. How dare you betray me? From his back, massive tentacles erupted, stretching for meters. He roared with absolute fury. Now you'll all die for me. The tentacles lashed out. Leo shoved Sadie to the ground as she screamed his name in terror. Leo. A tentacle wrapped around Sadie, hoisting her high into the air. Leo struggled to his feet as the horrifying truth finally hit him. Wait. What? This entire time, he was already infected? Leo lunged forward, slicing through the tentacle that held Sadie captive. Leo caught her, leaping backward to safety. Are you all right? She was trembling, her body completely limp. Leo quickly assessed the situation. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me. She's been infected, too? Just then, a new voice echoed from the shadows. What? Another chosen one has appeared. Kid, use your powers now and awaken her. Lost in thought, he was pulled back to reality by Ciyi's voice. She shook him frantically. Help me. It was that man's voice. Could it be that Deya and Jia's transformations were also its doing? Luo Fu pulled her onto his lap, transferring his power directly into Ciyi. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. A blinding light forced Wang Yan to shield his eyes. Ciyi was alive again. Her body was perfectly healed. Her clothes were brand new, and she was overflowing with energy. What happened to my body? Luo Fu gasped for breath, his energy spent, as he weakly tried to explain. The form and abilities of the transformation change with each person. You'll have to discover them yourself. Without warning, Wang Yan attacked, sending tentacles hurtling toward them. Luo Fu yelled a warning. Get back. Before she could even process it, Ciyi's body had already leaped backward, dodging the blow. My body feels so light. Can I really jump this far with just a small push? Ciyi could feel the change clearly. Her vision was sharper, and it was as if everything around her was moving in slow motion. Ciyi couldn't wait any longer. She vaulted forward, calling back to Luo Fu, be careful. With energy surging through her veins, she now moved with total confidence. Wang Yan, you're mine. Yi closed the distance in an instant, her eyes burning with the resolve to end him today. Her frame was small, but her will was immense. She rushed in, landing a powerful slash across his stomach. Yi defeated Wang Yan. In a single strike, Luo Fu, filled with worry, rushed to her side. Yi, are you okay? She stared at her own palms in disbelief. I actually did that? Then, a thought struck her, and she looked back at Luo Fu. Does that mean Dia and Jia are? He gave her a small, knowing smile, confirming her suspicion. That's right. Let's go. We need to find Leia first. They raced through the sectors, exchanging information as they ran. The entire refugee area was on lockdown. The infection was spreading. Everyone believed this place was safe, so they had all let their guard down. But who on earth let an infected person get inside? Was it Wang Yan's group? He couldn't be that foolish, could he? Could it be Leia? No, impossible. There wasn't a single bite mark on her. Still, how could a little girl survive that nightmare alone? Something about this is incredibly suspicious. Ce suddenly stopped, pointing to a corner. Luo Fu, look, isn't that Xiao Yu's room? Out of nowhere, a horde of infected swarmed them, launching a vicious attack. Luo Fu immediately took action. Careful, I'll handle this. But Ce refused to back down, joining the fight against the infected. Don't you underestimate me. They finally found Xiao Yu. He was in a terrible state, kneeling on the ground, using a pipe just to hold himself upright. Luo Fu caught Xiao Yu as he was about to completely turn, and he struggled to tell Luo Fu what had happened. Luo Fu, I was trying to find you. But on the way, I found Leia passed out. Luo Fu tried to reassure him, immediately activating his skill. It's okay now, I'm here. But nothing happened. Panic flooded him. The transformation failed. It worked perfectly on Ce just moments ago. That voice echoed in his mind again. Save your energy. This lord has no interest in men. Luo Fu ground his teeth in helpless rage. You bastard. So I really can't control who gets chosen. Xiao Yu panted, forcing out his final words. Luo Fu, I was brave for once in my life, wasn't I? The powerlessness of watching a friend slip away, unable to do anything, brought tears to Luo Fu's eyes. You were incredibly brave, holding on this long. Thank you for saving Leia. It seems Xiao Yu's change was accelerating. In the end, he had done something heroic for someone else. Get her out of here. I'm already infected. Luo Fu, kill me. I want to die as a human. Luo Fu held the gun in his hand, his heart heavy with hesitation. Xiao Yu urged him to hurry. Finally, Luo Fu made his decision. I'm sorry. In his last moment, Xiao Yu still managed to smile. Sorry for what? From the moment you saved me, you've been my hero. Xiao Yu encouraged Luo Fu. Go on, hero. Use your power and lead everyone to a true sanctuary. After the deafening gunshot and a choked cry, Xiao Yu was gone. Luo Fu covered his body with a white cloth, vowing to fulfill his friend's dying wish. I promise you, I'll try twice as hard. Luo Fu gave him one last look. I'll be the good person, the hero you believed in. He picked up Leia. Let's go. They sprinted toward the rendezvous point. Deya and Jia were holding the line against a swarm of monsters. Luo Fu, you finally made it. Jia took the little girl, letting Luo Fu and Deya seal the gate. Go, I'll cover you. The two of them used every last bit of strength to force the doors shut. The survivors who escaped were filled with despair and regret. How did it come to this? What are we going to do now? Luo Fu left a note on the door. A message to calm their fears. My heart ached just like everyone else's, but this was no time for grief. He turned, his gaze like steel. The faster we get out of here, the better our odds of making it out alive. Panic spread through the group. Where could we even go? Luo Fu's voice cut through the chaos, uttering a single destination. Modu. 2 days later, under a grim, overcast sky, we were in a forest just outside Modu. As everyone struggled to set up camp, 2 fighter jets suddenly tore through the clouds. They screamed through the air like missiles. Inside the cockpit, a pilot's voice came over the comms. Target locked. Weapons hot. The display showed a grotesque monster, perfectly in the crosshairs. Instantly, 4 bombs were released. They plummeted toward the Earth like meteors, aimed directly at the crimson beast below. But something went wrong. The bombs suddenly veered off course. Meanwhile, the monster unleashed a torrent of flame, incinerating everything around it. It leaped from the smoldering ashes, completely unharmed. A voice crackled over the radio. Bomb run failed. Target is still active. The monster's tentacles shot towards the sky. The pilot screamed into his mic, evasive maneuvers. Now, the sky descended into absolute chaos. The pilot realized with horror, Eagle 2 is hit. At the same time, something was crawling up his fuselage. It was two more of those creatures, preparing to strike. He glanced up just as one of the monsters let out a terrifying shriek. All he could do was scream, "What the hell is that?" It shattered the cockpit glass and lunged for him. In the next instant, the jet exploded in a brilliant fireball and plummeted from the sky as the second plane made a desperate retreat. Watching through her binoculars, Deya saw everything unfold. She reported, "One of the Wei-land fighter jets has been shot down." She added grimly, "The pilot likely went down in the sea of the abyss." Luo Fu turned to her. "They've been scrambling jets a lot lately, but every mission ends in failure. What's going on?" Deya explained, "It's likely some kind of electromagnetic interference. It's scrambling their guidance systems. The missiles can't lock on properly. After all, ever since the world ended, most communications have gone dark. The world has fallen into an eerie silence. Only the wind howling through the abyss could be heard. Then, something streaked across the sky above the city. A smile broke across Luo Fu's face. "They're finally here." Deya seemed lost in thought for a moment. "Let's head back," she said to Luo Fu. The two of them began walking back towards the camp. Deya was busy teaching the others how to handle their weapons, but Luo Fu's mind was elsewhere, replaying what Leia had told him. He pictured the moment her family escaped, trying to make it to Modu for his help. But on the road, a horde of monsters surrounded them. He could see the absolute terror etched on their faces. To protect his wife and child, her father acted as a decoy, drawing the entire horde towards himself. Her mother couldn't just watch. She turned to her daughter and said, "Leia, stay in the car and be good. I'm going to get your father. I'll be right back." Leia was terrified, pleading through her tears, "Mommy, please don't go." Her parents never came back. Eventually, unbearable hunger forced Leia from the car to search for food. But that's when she drew the attention of more monsters, and she could only back away in terror. Luo Fu remembered the rest. She had scrambled back to the car, right before he arrived and saved her. Now, he watched as Jia gave Leia a piece of candy with a warm smile. "Leia, thank you for helping me out," Jia said. "Here, this is for you." Leia beamed with happiness. "Thanks, big sis Jia." Seeing them, Luo Fu couldn't help. Jia had been looking after Leia for the past few days, and so far, the girl showed no signs of infection or transformation. It seemed the fall of the shelter had nothing to do with the little girl. Suddenly, Deye's sharp voice cut through the air. "Everyone else is training. Why are you just lying there?" Ce answered, without even looking up. "What's the point? All I have to do is transform once, and none of those freaks stand a chance." Deye shot back. "Arrogance is a good way to get killed. Besides, in your current state, you're still weak." That set Ce off. "Don't you dare look down on me," she snarled. "Who was it that saved you all back at the shelter? And who was the one that took down Wang Yan?" Deye was clearly getting annoyed. "Fine, don't listen. If it wasn't for Luo Fu asking me, I wouldn't waste my breath on you." Ce shot up, furious. "Ha, who asked for your help?" The two glared at each other, the air crackling with hostility. Ce's voice rose to a shout. "I don't need you bossing me around. You're obviously just looking for a fight to vent your own frustrations." Deye averted her gaze, her voice icy. "I don't have time for that." But Ce scoffed. "Yeah, right. Drop the holier-than-thou act." Seeing Ce lash out at Deye, Luo Fu stepped in. "You've got it all wrong, Ce. Deye just has a tough exterior. Besides, I was the one who asked her to help train everyone." He walked over, placing a hand on Deye's shoulder. "And honestly, she's not wrong. To survive in this new world, courage isn't enough. You need real power. The enemy is evolving every single day, and we can't afford to get left behind." The tense standoff was suddenly broken by Jia's gentle voice. "Hey everyone, let's calm down. The food is ready." Still fuming, Ce snapped at her too. "I'm not hungry. I'm sick of eating instant noodles every single day." And with that, Ce stormed off, completely ignoring Luo Fu calling after her. "Hey, that was totally out of line. With resources this scarce, we're lucky to have food at all." After lunch, Luo Fu was fast asleep in a hammock he'd strung up between the trees. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. Leo, wake up." "Still half asleep," he grumbled back. "What is it?" "Are we under attack?" She whispered urgently. "Z's gone." Hearing that, his eyes shot open. Then, she held out a folded piece of paper. It held a single, chilling message. "See you at the mall." Meanwhile, Z stormed through the darkness, her flashlight cutting through the night. That rotten Leo, always taking Anya's side, ganging up on me. "You think you can look down on me? I'll show you both. I'll prove I can do this alone." But as she marched forward, a terrifying roar echoed through the night, freezing her in her tracks. What was that? She thought this area was clear of monsters. The roar grew louder, closer, and raw panic set in as she broke into a desperate sprint, screaming, "Hey, is anyone there? Let me in, please. Open the door. Is anybody in there?" Tearing through the darkness, Leo yelled over the engine's roar. "The area outside the wall is too vast. We have to split up. If you find her, send a psionic signal." Riding alongside him, Anya gave a sharp nod. Understood. Z was trapped against a wall, a shambling horde of monsters lurching closer. She screamed in terror, "Damn it. Where did they all come from?" She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Did I really overestimate myself this badly? Just as despair consumed her, a voice cut through the chaos. "Zai." A flash of golden chains erupted around her, forming a protective barrier. Leo reached his hand out. "Are you all right?" Stunned, Z whipped her head around. How? How did you find me?" He grabbed her hand, pulling her into a run. "We can talk later." "I sent the signal. Anya should be on her way now." But some of the creatures leaped over the golden chains, breaching the barrier. He let go, pushing her forward. "Go! I'll cover our retreat." Just as the monsters were about to pounce, 2 crimson arrows struck them, sending them flying. Leo froze, startled by the sudden intervention, and glanced back. Anya stood there, weapon raised. "Let's move, now," she commanded. Leo didn't hesitate, sprinting towards his bike. He helped Z onto the back of his bike, revving the engine. "Hold on tight." Meanwhile, back at their camp deep in the woods, Gia sat by the fire, hugging her knees. Hearing the engines, she leaped to her feet and rushed over as Leo pulled up. "You guys are back." Leo turned at the sound of her voice, surprised. "Gia, why are you still awake?" She sighed, her shoulders slumping with relief. "I heard the bikes leave. I saw you go, and I was too worried to sleep." Gia looked at their somber faces. "What happened?" Z stepped forward, her head bowed in shame. I'm sorry." Anya quickly cut her off. "It's nothing. We just went out to scout the route for tomorrow's mission. They were just worried about me going alone. Now, get some rest. We have a big day tomorrow." Hearing Anya cover for her, Zai turned and gave a small, hesitant tug on her sleeve. Z cleared her throat, fumbling for words. About before." After a quiet conversation, the two finally reached an understanding and shook hands. Outside the walls of the city hall, a massive crowd had gathered. Suddenly, a bus came barreling towards them at full speed. An alert crackled over the surveillance feed. "We have an inbound vehicle from the outer perimeter." Are they insane? Charging in like that? But then, without warning, the bus erupted in a massive explosion. The vehicle was instantly obliterated. The camera feed updated. No signs of life at the scene. "We suspect an infected individual was on board, causing the driver to lose control." A different, more commanding voice cut in. "Disregard it. Continue surveillance on the western wall." The operator quickly replied, "Yes, sir." At that very moment, deep underground, Leo's team navigated a narrow, cramped service tunnel. Leo turned to Anya, his voice low. "Why are we going to such great lengths to stay hidden?" Anya stopped, her gaze serious. "Leo, are you absolutely sure you want to infiltrate the Azure Corporation and find the truth?" She looked at him with genuine concern. It's not too late to turn back, but he answered without hesitation. "What are you saying?" "Of course we're going." She began to lay out the situation. "After what happened at the last base, I have no way of knowing what kind of research the Azure Corporation is conducting now." Her words triggered a memory for Leo. He remembered what Lai Ren had told him. "We can't send a rescue team," Lai Ren had said. "All we can do is broadcast the location of this sanctuary. We hope to draw survivors here, so we can screen them for infection and send them to HQ." Leo's voice from the memory was full of confusion. Why not just tell the world the truth? Ask for help from international organizations? Lai Ren had given a cold, bitter laugh. "It's not that I want to betray the corporation. It's that I want to save my own skin. My plan is to use their internal network to create a fake identity as a low-level employee and infiltrate their headquarters." Back in the tunnel, Anya's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Besides, this mission is incredibly dangerous. Have you really considered if it's right to involve Gia and Zi?" The weight of her words hit him. "You're right. I'll find the right time to talk to them." Elsewhere, in a sterile command room, a woman named Gui Hua addressed her subordinate. "Is there still no contact with Alpha 9 Squad? They've been deployed for this long without a single report." The subordinate answered nervously, "No, ma'am." Gui Hua scoffed in disgust. "Humph. A bunch of useless fools, and they dare call themselves an elite unit." With that, they both stepped into the conference room. Dr. Gui Hua has arrived. Mole, the Secretary General of the Yulan Group, made the announcement. "Everyone is prepared. The board of directors is unable to attend today, so I will be presiding over this conference. Let us now begin our discussion on the Abyssal Sea. He then started his presentation. After the Abyssal Sea appeared, the skies over D City were completely consumed by dark clouds. All electromagnetic signals were thrown into chaos. With ground communications completely down, we're unable to lock onto the precise coordinates for a missile launch. Mole shifted the topic. Next, the doctor will report on the development progress of the deconstruction bomb. The Yulin Group's Dr. Gui Hua gazed at Luo Fu's projection and spoke, "My apologies. I've been unable to trace the origin of this parasite. To research and produce the deconstruction bomb, we must have the parasite's full genetic sequence. The genes of every infected person are flawed. I'm currently borrowing the Galaxy X vessel's supercomputer for simulations, but I still need more time." Someone else furiously cut her off, his voice booming. "How much more time do you need? Are you waiting until humanity is completely wiped out? Is this pathetic display all the Yulin Group is capable of?" Representative Lin raged. "If you can't get it done, then let us at HDDC take over. Let I replace you worthless incompetence." Mole stepped in to de-escalate the situation. "Representative Lin, rest assured, the Yulin Group will always put human lives first." But this only seemed to agitate the man further. Mole simply nodded with a smile and continued. "Very well. Next, our heavy industries and energy divisions will present the backup operational plan." The projector's image switched, showing Commander Long Zhen of the Yulin Group. The WLO-2 was airlifted from the north yesterday. Its stability and power far exceed the WLO-1. Mr. Z-Man declared, "In just 2 seconds, I can vaporize those monsters." A murmur filled the room. The WLO-2 is already combat ready.
But to fire a weapon like that, where would we get that much power?
The WL series is a line of advanced artillery created by Yulin, with a range under 100 kilometers and a destructive radius of 15 kilometers. Dr. Si Yang of the Yulin Group's energy division answered, "Don't worry, we have already retrofitted the launch bay. It can effectively prevent a power overload. When the time comes, we will draw energy from the nation's largest power plants to activate the WLO-2. Gui Hua smirked at Representative Lin's furious expression. Mole concluded the meeting. "All right, next step. The Department of Energy will handle WLO-2's assembly." At that very moment, deep underground, a small group had finally found a sliver of light. Before them lay the city's interior. They had successfully infiltrated the perimeter. The entire city was eerily deserted, with scraps of paper drifting through the air. Luo Fu caught one, wondering aloud, where did everybody go? Jia held out a hand, catching the white particles. "Is this snow?" He pointed towards a blaze in the distance. "Hey, look over there. What are they burning?" The group ran toward the fire, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding. "Hey, Jia, cover Lei Ya's eyes. Don't look." The fire raged, consuming a literal mountain of human bodies. 2 security officers spotted the strangers. "Where did you people come from?" "You can't be here." Startled, the group scattered. "We've been seen. We have to run." The 2 security officers gave chase, but when they hit a dead end, their targets had vanished. Where'd they go? "I swear they ran this way." Suddenly, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against a guard's back. Dia and Si Yi had subdued them both. She commanded, "Freeze." The guard raised his hands, trembling as he spoke. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to declare war on the Yulin Group?" Luo Fu replied calmly, "I just want to know what happened in Modu." The guard shivered, struggling to get the words out. "Why are you asking that? Are you from the outside?" She screamed, furious. "Stop dodging the question and answer me." The guard began his tale. After the apocalypse hit, Modu began constructing massive walls. No one could get in, and no one could get out. On that fateful day, the entire city was drowned in a blood-red sky and thick smog. "All citizens, please leave the area at once. To ensure your personal safety, please enter the nearest building and seal all windows and doors." Remember, the Yulin Group security forces have deployed countless liquid nitrogen freeze bombs throughout the city. An unknown number of innocent civilians were frozen solid during that time. The guard's story continued. All residential buildings were placed under strict quarantine. 24 hours later, the Yulin Group initiated mandatory blood tests in every district. Anyone who tested positive for the infection was taken to the Yulin headquarters for treatment. This process resulted in widespread chaos and riots. Luo Fu cut him off. "Are these burning piles the bodies of the infected?" The guard gave a hollow, bitter laugh. "The infected were all taken to the blue building. These bodies, they all took their own lives." Luo Fu stared, unable to process what he'd heard, and asked again in disbelief. "Their own lives? But why? I thought Modu was supposed to be safe." The guard's voice was low. "Does that really surprise you? So many people here were shattered by the disaster. Their families and friends are likely all dead, so they've lost all hope in living. Now they're trapped behind these walls. To funnel resources to the Wayland Corporation, ordinary citizens only get electricity at certain times of the day. Food is also distributed by quota. You even need a permit to leave your house. You could say Modu has become a giant prison. While your life is guaranteed, the average person has absolutely no freedom. Luo Fu's voice sharpened as he questioned them. Don't people have the choice to leave this place? With tears in their eyes, the two guards confessed, "We're employees of the Wayland Corporation. To maintain operations and the corporation's public image, everyone is forbidden from leaving. While regular citizens are technically allowed to go, the only way out of Modu is by a ship heading north. But the tickets are prioritized for the powerful and the experts. Ordinary people can only get on a waiting list, and at this rate, it'll be another 10 years before it's their turn." Ya and Si Yi lowered their guns, their faces filled with pity. This is just too much. The main reason is because of the unidentified creatures that appear in the sea. Cruise ships have been disappearing frequently. Even Wayland's own patrol boats have suffered heavy losses. Any cruise ship on the ocean now requires a military escort, making the tickets incredibly expensive. That's why getting a single ticket is almost impossible. The guard glanced at them grimly. So if you think you can find peace in Modu, you are completely mistaken. In short, do not wander around. If our superiors find out that outsiders have infiltrated the city, we will be punished. His voice softened. We get it. We won't make things difficult for you. Thanks for the warning. They spoke up. Let's go. A heavy anxiety settled over the group. This is exactly how it is. The situation is even worse than we imagined. One of them asked Luo Fu, "What are your plans from here?" He said quietly, "We want to find Lei Ye's family first. I just don't know if her uncle is still in Modu." Hearing that, the other man replied, "We want to check out the docks, see if we can find an opportunity." And with that, their paths diverged. They all waved goodbye. "Thank you for taking care of us all this way." Luo Fu warned them, "Be careful on the road, and don't reveal your identities to outsiders." The man replied, "Understood. You all do the same. Take care." Somehow, word had already reached Goe Hua. A man rushed in to report, "Doctor, we've discovered Dia's movements." Upon hearing this, she shot up from her chair, slamming the desk in shock. "What?" The man reported everything he had gathered to her. An hour ago, Ya used a special agent's code to enter Modu through a secret route. A sinister smile spread across Gui Hua's face as she ordered the security team to find her immediately. At that moment, the group had arrived at Lei Ya's house. Luo Fu asked Lei Ya, "Are you sure this is the place?" The little girl answered softly, "Mayhem." Luo Fu knocked, but there was no response. He said, "Looks like no one's inside. We have no choice but to leave." But just then, the door creaked open, and a voice from inside made Luo Fu freeze. "Who are you?" A short while later, they were all inside speaking. And he recounted the entire story to Lei Ya's uncle. "So you came from City Z? Isn't that the most heavily affected area?" Luo Fu replied politely, "We were quite fortunate, but Lei Ya's parents." Lei Ya's uncle sighed deeply. "To think I couldn't even see them one last time." At that moment, Lei Ya was playing with Jia and a small kitten, looking completely innocent. The uncle was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you for bringing Lei Ya here. I will take good care of her from now on." Luo Fu thought to himself, "He seems like a good person." Then he stood up. "Yes, that puts our minds at ease. It's getting late, so we should be going." Before Luo Fu could finish, another voice cut in. "Hey, it's gotten so late. Do you kids have a place to stay?" It was the voice of Lei Ya's aunt. The woman smiled brightly. "Stay here for dinner and rest for one night before you leave." Luo Fu raised a hand to scratch his head sheepishly. Si replied, "We wouldn't want to impose, thank you, ma'am. Then we won't be polite any longer." Lei Ya's aunt laughed. No, it's no trouble. We still have plenty of rooms." Lei Ya's uncle also spoke politely. "That's right. Please stay here and play with Lei Ye a little longer." A short while later, the two of them went into a room to talk. Lei Ye's uncle opened the door and walked in. "What's wrong?" Lei Ya's aunt stood with her arms crossed, her expression serious. "Close the door." He closed it and asked, "What for?" Lei Ya's aunt got straight to the point. "Haven't you read the message from Wayland? They're among the dangerous individuals mentioned in Wayland's notice." It finally dawned on Lei Ya's uncle. "So that's why you asked them to stay for dinner?" "They saved Lei Ya. How could they possibly be bad people?" His wife grew angry. "Don't you know that many criminals bring children along with them to make other people lower their guard? And that's not even mentioning whether they're bad people or not. What if they're infected? They'll mutate, and they'll devour us. Have you forgotten about our unborn child?" Seeing the sheer terror in his wife's eyes, Raya's uncle felt a chill. He tried to calm her. "Honey, please. Just take a breath." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Wayland Corporation is making big moves. I'm in charge of installing their new power grid. I'm sure this whole disaster will be over soon. But his wife was skeptical. What are you talking about? Then why are all of Wayland's top executives fleeing to the north? He faltered, unable to answer. She took his hand, pressing something small and cold into his palm. They say the cold in the north has slowed the infection to a crawl. All we have to do is provide some information, and we get tickets out of Mo City. You seem so concerned about these outsiders. But what about your own family? Ria's uncle gripped the object tightly, his heart pounding with anxiety. He opened his hand. It was a small vial filled with a clear liquid. His wife's voice was cold. It's your call. You're the man of this house, after all. Later that evening, everyone gathered for dinner. As Ria's aunt set down the plates, she sighed. We don't have much, but I hope this is enough for you all. Luke stood to help her. Thank you for everything, ma'am. You've gone through so much trouble. Sadie's eyes lit up. After weeks of instant noodles, this was a feast. Luke smiled warmly at their hosts. Sir, ma'am, please join us. But Ria's aunt waved them off. No, you eat first. You've traveled so far, you must be starving. Please, eat your fill. Jia smiled sweetly. Thank you, ma'am. Sadie was already digging in, mumbling through a mouthful. This is amazing. After dinner, Jia and Sadie headed to their room. Sadie collapsed onto the bed, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly so sleepy. Jia chuckled at her. That's just a food coma setting in. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. You guys have a minute? There's something important we need to discuss. Luke and Noah walked in. Sadie shot up, suddenly alert. Jia looked concerned. What is it? What's wrong? Luke got straight to the point, his tone grave. Noah and I were going to the Wayland Corporation. We need to find out what really caused all of this. It's going to be incredibly dangerous. For everyone's safety. I think it's best if you guys stay here where it's safe. Sadie's face hardened. She pointed a finger at Luke. Cut the hero complex. Luke, we're grown-ups. We don't need you making our decisions for us. Besides, we can handle ourselves. Jia just stared at Luke, her eyes filled with hurt. Is that all we are to you? Just baggage? The accusation hit Luke hard, and he tensed up. No, that's not it. Sadie turned to her friend. Jia, don't cry. Tell him exactly what's on your mind. Being a crybaby will only get you pity, not respect. Luke snapped. Sadie, that's enough out of you. He turned back to Jia, his voice softening. Jia, listen to me. I'm not looking down on you. I just need you to stay here and wait for me. I promise I'll come back. But through her tears, Jia's gaze was firm. No. Noah was right. You guys are my team, my most important comrades. I refuse to be separated from you. I want to find the truth with you, to fight alongside you. Her words struck a chord deep inside Luke, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. He reached out and took her hand. A smile finally broke through his worry. All right, if you trust me that much, then from now on, we move as one. They both turned to Sadie, who immediately threw up her hands defensively. What are you two looking at me for? Sadie flipped her hair, a smirk on her face. A dangerous journey to uncover the truth? How could you possibly succeed without an elite asset like me? I suppose I'll grace you with my presence. Luke and Jai just stared, completely speechless. Noah cut in. All business. Then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, all operations will be under my command. Get a good night's rest. Elsewhere, Ria's uncle stood on his balcony, gazing at the distant, imposing tower of the Wayland Corporation. I'm so sorry, he whispered. His face was a mask of tormented guilt as he stared at the empty vial in his hand. Darkness blanketed the entire city. A team of mysterious figures, clad in black, moved through the shadows, silently infiltrating the house where Luke and his team slept. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness. That's him. What about the others? Take them all. The shadowy figures dragged them all into a waiting vehicle. Inside the house, Raya's uncle peeked through the curtains, watching the van drive away. Unable to watch any longer, he let the curtain fall, his body racked with tremors. On the table lay his reward, train tickets from the Wayland Corporation. Meanwhile, Luke awoke to find himself strapped to an operating table. Surgeons in white coats looked down on him, their voices muffled. I thought it would be easier to excise once he matured, but it's bonded even more tightly now. The source has already claimed half his body. How is he even still conscious? One of the doctors said, pulling on a pair of sterile gloves. We need to figure this out before it reaches his brain or we'll lose control completely. But if he can somehow master this power, he might just shatter the limits of what it means to be human. Enough talk. Get started. Now, a voice commanded. The team snapped into action. Yes, sir. After the procedure, he jolted awake. Gasping for air, he tried to calm himself. Was that all just a nightmare? Luo Fu scanned the unfamiliar room. Where? Where am I? He cried out in fear. And who are you? The woman, Gui Hua, looked down at him. Well, look who's finally awake. She stretched lazily, a playful smirk on her face. Don't tell me you've already forgotten about me. We've definitely met before, she insisted. Luo Fu pressed a hand to his head, grasping at fragmented memories. You're the doctor. Gui Hua sighed dramatically. Seems like your memory hasn't fully returned. She playfully tapped his nose. When you were a kid, you used to follow me everywhere, calling me your big sister. You even screamed about how you were going to marry me one day. Have you really forgotten all that now that you're grown up? Luo Fu was... Her expression softened into a warm smile. Luo Fu. You've been through so much out there. I'm just glad you made it back safely. Otherwise, I don't know how I could have ever faced your parents. At those words, Luo Fu's eyes widened. He grabbed her shoulders desperately. You know my parents? Gui Hua cried out in pain. Ow, you're hurting me. He immediately released his grip. I'm sorry. Rubbing her shoulder, Gui Hua said, Kenji told me everything that happened on your journey. The name snapped Luo Fu back to the present. Kenji, where is he? Are the others okay? Gui Hua casually twirled a strand of her hair. Oh, they're already awake. I can take you to them whenever you want. But first, there's something important we need to discuss. Luo Fu's mind raced. Is she testing me? Trying to cross-check my story? Kenji and I never got our stories straight. I'll just have to play it by ear. Gui Hua's playful demeanor vanished. Her voice became serious. Luo Fu, I'm telling you the truth. I knew your parents. Hearing this, Luo Fu's heart hammered in his chest. She continued. They were key researchers for the Azure Corporation. They were my mentors, my seniors. But there was an accident during an experiment. They died at the deep sea. To this day, the true cause of the incident remains a mystery. I was away on assignment, so I was spared from the disaster. You were the only survivor. The trauma of it all is why you lost your memories. An image flashed in her mind, a young boy, head bandaged, lying in a hospital bed. By all rights, I should have been the one to raise you. But my position at the Azure Corporation, my work was too demanding. I couldn't care for a child. I had no idea how. So, I arranged for a new family to take you in. I had Kenji watch over you secretly at school. A heavy silence fell between them. Gui Hua couldn't meet his gaze. Finally, she spoke. Your adoptive parents. They were infected. I am so sorry. Luo Fu's mind was reeling. How much of what she's telling me is actually the truth? Was all of this really just to protect me? Suddenly, Gui Hua grabbed his hand, her grip firm. I hope that you will carry on the will of your father, Dr. Luo. I want you to join the Azure Corporation. Fight for the future of humanity. Help us rebuild our world. Luo Fu could only stare at her in complete astonishment. Gui Hua leaned in. So, what do you say? Luo Fu, will you join us? Will you fight for humanity and help rebuild our home? Luo Fu hesitated, struggling for words. But she cut him off with a wave of her hand. There's no need to answer right away. After all, this is a lot to process in such a short time. As Luo Fu watched her walk away, he made a promise to himself to think it over. She's told me so much, but how much of it is real, and how much is a lie? Later, as they walked through the facility, they were met by Gui Hua's subordinates. They bowed respectfully as she passed. Greetings, Dr. Gui Hua. Hearing this, Luo Fu followed suit. Doctor. She chuckled without turning around. Don't be so formal. Just call me Gui Hua, like you used to, if that's the case. Luo Fu decided to be direct. All right, Gui Hua. I want to know everything you know about the apocalypse. What have you learned so far? This abyssal sea. Where did it come from? She gave him a sidelong glance, her expression unreadable. Our knowledge is limited, she said evasively. For now, we can only speculate that the abyssal sea lies dormant, deep underground, and its awakening was triggered by something calling to it, like a magnetic signal wave. At those words, Luo Fu froze. A past event flashed in his mind, sparking a dark suspicion. Could it be because of me? Gui Hua noticed his sudden change in demeanor. Luo Fu, what is it? A sly, knowing smirk spread across her face. It was as if she could read his very thoughts. Is it because you've noticed some changes in your own body? Luo Fu quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Thanks for your concern, Gui Hua. I'm fine. Is that right? Well, that's good. They walked a bit further before Gui Hua finally stopped. We're here. Luo Fu looked ahead, confused. What are they doing? Just a routine physical assessment, she explained. After all, you four are the only known survivors from Z City. I'm quite curious to see just how you managed that. One of the survivors spoke up. It was all thanks to Kenji, of course. Without him, we would have been dead ages ago. A brilliant idea seemed to spark in Gui Hua's eyes. Is that so? Then it seems cloning an army of Kenjis might be the key to wiping out the Abyssal Sea. Luo Fu's face went pale with shock. You can do that? Seeing his horrified expression, she finally burst out laughing. Relax. I'm obviously just joking. If only it were that simple, he replied, forcing a smile. Dr. Gui Hua really had a twisted sense of humor. Just then, someone approached to address the doctor. Gui Hua recognized him instantly. Dia, she said. Luo Fu and I were just talking about you. The two faced each other, but the atmosphere was anything but friendly. You've been through a lot. This was my responsibility. Luo Fu watched, afraid something was about to explode. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jia leaped forward, trying to hug him. Luo Fu, thank goodness. I thought something terrible had happened to you. But before she could even touch him, Dia shot her a death glare. Jia immediately stood to the side, covering her face and crying. Luo Fu, you've been bewitched by another woman. Gui Hua watched, feigning total confusion. Ce then stepped in to add to the chaos. Well, Luo Fu. I saw you from a distance, laughing and chatting with this seductive older woman. She crossed her arms, sizing up Gui Hua's white lab coat and black high heels. So, you're into the whole uniform and seduction thing, huh? The woman being judged just blushed awkwardly. Luo Fu panicked and tried to explain. Dr. Gui Hua just brought me here to find you all. But Gui Hua couldn't resist pouring fuel on the fire. Oh? A moment ago you were calling me Sister Gui Hua. Now it's suddenly so formal. Trying to sever ties so quickly, Luo Fu's heart pounded with terror as he saw De Ya's balled up, trembling fists. A desperate scream echoed through the room. It's not like that. De Ya, please listen to me. Ow, ow, ow. Jia, help me. Stop her. The mastermind of this chaos simply smiled and walked out, leaving the sounds of yelling behind. Luo Fu, that pig-headed fool. Gui Hua muttered, then turned to the person behind her. What are the results? The subordinate reported. All of Luo Fu's indicators are normal. It suggests he's just an ordinary person. But she refused to believe it. There's no way a normal person could have survived this long. He must be hiding something. What about the blood tests? The man continued. Those 3 girls are all infected. Genetic comparison reveals their gene sequences have undergone different mutations. Hearing this, Gui Hua's brow furrowed. She ordered him to continue. He reported on each of them. Dia's genes showed bone density several times that of a normal human. Jia was showing signs of primitive animalistic evolution, while Ce possessed an insectoid gene sequence. Gui Hua licked her lips, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Interesting. Back in the room, Luo Fu was in shock as the others explained. I can't believe Lei Ye's uncle was the one who poisoned me. Ye continued. Why else would you have been out cold like that, waking up here? It means I was too careless. I checked the database earlier. This isn't one of the core energy source technologies. Jia worriedly asked Luo Fu. Is Leia going to be okay with him? He reasoned that since they were related by blood, her uncle probably wouldn't do anything reckless. I think he must have his own reasons for doing this. Deya sighed from the side. This isn't the time to worry about others. We need to think about ourselves first. Her voice turned grim as she looked at him. Luo Fu. In my dream. I saw you calling out to us for help. Her words sent a jolt through Luo Fu. His expression became deadly serious. He froze, the memories of the surgery flashing in his mind, and doubt began to creep in. Could it be? That was real. Luo Fu needed confirmation. You all dreamed I was calling for help? I thought it was just a nightmare. Dia looked down, her worry palpable. We're completely on the defensive right now. But in the next second, an idea sparked in Luo Fu's mind. I have a plan, he announced, but it will require perfect coordination from all of us, and the risk is enormous. The other 3 stared in stunned silence as he laid out his analysis. Dia finally spoke. It's incredibly bold, but it might be worth a shot. She then turned to Ce. Can you handle the first move? Ce was filled with confidence. After what happened with Wang Yan, I've learned a lot. Besides, it's a chance to test my new abilities. Just leave it to me. The scene changes. 2 men patrol a dark corridor, their flashlights cutting through the gloom as they run a security check. But they have no idea someone invisible has already slipped past them. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. At that moment, 2 doctors pushed a gurney with Luo Fu on it, about to pass Ce's position. She watched with concern. What have they done to him? Where are they taking him? Then, she spotted a familiar figure among them, Dr. Gui Hua. Gui Hua stood nearby and gave an order. Begin with yesterday's procedures. But one of the doctors immediately objected. We can't, doctor. There's no brainwave signal. He's showing severe side effects. She sighed in frustration. Is he hallucinating again? A trembling cry for help echoed softly. Help me. Save me. Gui Hua saw the figure on the bed shaking violently and gave the signal. Pause the procedure for now. Si Yi, observing from the side, finally understood. So this is the source of the nightmares. Gui Hua paced the room, agitated. Damn it, we can't perform the surgery or separate the anomaly. The very root of the prime progenitor is right in front of me, and I can't get to it. Suddenly, her eyes caught something on the floor. She crouched down, staring intently at a single strand of hair. Gui Hua picked it up, her expression turning dark and contemplative. Whatever she was thinking, her next order was to clear the room immediately. The two subordinates bowed their heads. Yes, ma'am. The next second, she calmly removed her lab coat and with one hand, flicked open a lighter. Zidi watched the whole thing unfold. What on earth was she planning? Gui Hua suddenly set the jacket ablaze. Thick smoke filled the air, followed by a strange buzzing sound. A cold dread crept up Zidi's spine. She had no idea what was happening, crying out, "What's going on?" The words barely left her lips before a squad of armed guards stormed the room. Every single barrel was aimed directly at her. Zidi was dragged away to another location, where she sat, trembling uncontrollably. A bank of searing heat lamps beat down on her. Bound and helpless, all she could do was gasp for air against the intense heat. Zidi's strength was fading fast. She was on the verge of collapsing into unconsciousness. Just then, a figure approached. It was Gui Hua. "Why are you here?" she demanded. A cold smirk crossed her face. "Did Dina send you?" Zidi could only tremble and beg, "Water. Please, water." But when someone brought it, Gui Hua stopped them cold. "I don't want to see this happen a second time," she warned. Trapped and desperate, Zidi finally broke. "You're right. It was him." Only then was she allowed a drink of water. The moment she finished, Gui Hua pressed her again. "What exactly did Dina tell you?" Zidi answered, gasping for breath. "He thinks the Azure Guild botched the last incident, that your power is waning, and the HDDC organization is gaining ground. He said it's time to find a new path. Dina has already contacted Representative Lin." A flash of fury crossed Gui Hua's face. Does he truly intend to betray the Azure Guild? Her subordinate moved quickly. "Doctor, we have the hallway surveillance footage." On the screen, Gui Hua, rage burned in her eyes. "Alert the security team," she commanded. But before she could finish, Zidi cut her off. "Capturing Dana won't be that simple. With Luo Fu and Jia on his side, you'll only end up with mutually assured destruction." Gui Hua paused, her eyes narrowing. "What are you proposing?" Still bound, Zidi revealed her true intentions. "Let's make a deal. I'll help you take them down, and you give me a place in the Azure Guild." Gui Hua wasn't convinced. "First, tell me your plan." Zidi had no choice but to lay it all out. "Bring Jia here. Then, we drive a wedge between Luo Fu and Dina." Zidi laid out her plan with chilling clarity. Luo Fu only came to the Azure Guild to find his birth parents. We can use that information to control him. As for Jia, she's in love with Luo Fu. I'll use her feelings to turn her to our side. Gui Hua remained skeptical. "And what's behind this sudden change of heart?" Zidi screamed, her voice raw with pain. "Because I'm done. Why should I suffer for your war? This is a fight between all of you. I'm an outsider. I never should have gotten involved. Now let me go." A satisfied smile touched Gui Hua's lips. "So, you've finally seen reality for what it is. Don't worry," she said softly. "As long as you're a good girl, you'll be well taken care of." She then gently lifted Zidi's chin. "Now, perhaps you can tell me what Luo Fu did to you three, and what is this special ability of yours?" The scene shifts. Zidi is back with her friends. "Sorry for worrying you guys. I just ate something bad. I'm all better now." Ding Ya looked relieved. "As long as you're okay." But Luo Fu just scolded her. "I told you not to eat so much ice cream." She shot back playfully. "Hey, it's not my fault the food at the Azure Guild is so good. How can you blame me?" Zidi was definitely a glutton. As they were bickering, someone arrived with a message. "Dene, Luo Fu. The doctor wants to see you both." They looked surprised. "Right now?" Jia quickly chimed in. "I'll stay with Zidi. You guys should go." As she was pouring a glass of water, Zidi called out softly. "Jia?" She leaned in closer, a playful look in her eye. "You have a crush on Luo Fu, don't you?" Jia's face turned beet red. "What? Why would you ask that?" Zidi was direct. "Please, even a blind man could see it, but it seems like Luo Fu only sees you as a little sister. Especially compared to how he looks at Dina." Jia admitted shyly. "Well, Dana is really impressive." Seeing her chance, Zidi pressed on. "Look, Staying here at the Azure Guild with Luo Fu isn't impossible. If you stick around long enough, who knows? You might just win him over. Jia was confused. Stay at the Azure Guild? She hesitated, so Zaidi continued her persuasion. Think about it, Luo Fu's parents both worked for the Azure Guild. They died in an accident. And Dr. Wan was a close friend of theirs. Only by staying here can Luo Fu get the care and training he truly deserves. Jia was stunned. How do you know all this? Zidi laid her cards on the table. I'll be straight with you. I spoke with Dr. Gui Hua. After weighing all the options, I've decided to stay with the Azure Guild. Jia was conflicted, but the Azure Guild is ruthless. Besides, didn't Dina promise to take us to the HDDC? Zidi shot that down immediately. Everyone makes mistakes, especially a huge organization. What matters is that the Azure Guild is holding Metro City and fighting for humanity's survival. But the HDDC? They're a new faction. Completely unknown to the public. It's not that I don't trust Dia, but I need to have a backup plan. Jia couldn't bring herself to look at Zidi. So, we're just going to leave Dina behind? Zidi replied coolly. The doctor says Dina's tired, worn out from all these long-term covert missions. As an image of Dihaya flashed by, Zia's words echoed in her mind. She was an elite member of the city guard, but Felialilam never truly valued her. Maybe HDDC offered a real opportunity. In the end, everyone marches to the beat of their own ambition. He's a natural-born warrior, but us? We're just borrowing Luo Fu's power. Jia's voice trembled. I just want Luo Fu to be safe, to not have to fight and kill every single day. A faint smile touched her lips. So it seems staying here at Wylam is our best choice. But Jia had no idea that their entire private conversation was being secretly monitored. A voice crackled through a hidden listening device. The doctor has brought Dihaya and Luo Fu. They're waiting for you. A wicked smile spread across Gui Hua's face. Excellent. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a crewman cried out, Captain, there's a nasty storm dead ahead. But the captain just scoffed. It's just a little wind and rain. We will reach Madu by morning, no matter what. And so, Lu Zheng steered them straight into the storm. The ship plunged deeper into the raging tempest. But the true danger wasn't the storm. It was the monster lurking within the dark clouds above. A helicopter cut through the sky, kicking up a whirlwind of dried leaves below. Gui Hua led Luo Fu and Dihaya to the main gate. Stay alert, Dihaya, she ordered. We're on the outskirts of Madu. Monsters could be anywhere. Later, Gui Hua sat before a lone gravestone. As Luo Fu drew near, she spoke softly. This is where your parents rest. She explained they were her closest friends back in their university days. Your father was brilliant, a man that everyone looked up to. It shocked everyone when they married after only 2 months. Gui Hua showed Luo Fu an old photograph. I was your father's assistant on something called Project Abyss C. Your parents were always so busy, so I was often the one looking after you as a child. Flashes of his childhood returned to Luo Fu, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Bringing him back to the present, Gui Hua finished her story, explaining what happened after the tragic incident that took his parents. She pulled the emotional young man into a comforting embrace. From a distance, Dihaya watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. Back on the 8th floor, Dihaya confronted him. Why are you hesitating, Luo Fu? He declared he was staying at Wylam to carry on his parents' legacy. But Dihaya fiercely disagreed. Wylam isn't what it used to be. Look where their legacy got them destruction. She argued they still had no idea what the entity inside him truly was. Luo Fu's anger flared. You know nothing about my parents, he shot back. The words hit Dihaya like a physical blow, and she turned and walked away. Instantly, he regretted it and called out her name, but it was too late. You're a fool, she yelled, her voice filled with fury. Go on and be Wylam's little puppet. Hidden just around the corner, Gui Hua listened in, a triumphant smirk on her face. Later, down at the docks, tickets were being checked. A long line of people waited, including Lei Ya's family of 3. Suddenly, a scream cut through the air, turning every head towards the sea. A crippled ship was sinking fast, pouring thick, black smoke into the sky. Back in her office, Gui Hua was reviewing some files when her eyes landed on something startling. Daya burst into the room. Doctor, Luo Fu, Zia, and Jia. They're gone. Her eyes narrowed. Do you know where they are? Gui Hua's reply was ice cold. If their bodyguard can't find them, Dihaya, how could I possibly know? Enraged, Dihaya slammed her hands on the desk, leaning right into Gui Hua's face. Then why did they vanish the exact moment I was about to get them out of here? She seethed. Don't tell me that's just a coincidence. Gui Hua let out a chilling laugh. Are you aware of the penalty for betraying Wylam? That was the last straw. Daya snapped. drawing her weapon and aiming it straight at Gui Hua. "Where did you take them?" Daya demanded. Gui Hua's laughter turned manic. "He chose to stay here on his own." Dihaya refused to believe it. "Liar. You must have brainwashed him." Gui Hua gave a strained smile. "Oh, I don't possess such skills to manipulate people's minds. You, on the other hand, seem to have forgotten your place as a member of the city guard, drawing a weapon on your superior." Dihaya's composure shattered. This organization sacrifices innocent people for its own gain. What glory is left in that? You're only keeping Luo Fu here to use him as a lab rat, aren't you? Gui Hua's calm demeanor never faltered. "And you think we can save everyone? Every sacrifice is made to ensure the future of humanity. This is a war we must win, at any cost." Just then, a noise from behind made Dihaya whirl around. It was Zia. "I'm sorry, Dihaya," she pleaded. "I never thought things would go this far." Dihaya was stunned. "Jia, you too?" Jia stood with the others, begging, "Dihaya, please, just lower your weapon. The doctor promised us," Jia explained. "If you just stay, she'll forget all this happened. That's why she sent us to talk to you." Dihaya stared in disbelief. "Zia, even you." Then, Luo Fu stepped out from behind Gui Hua. "Stop it, Dihaya," he shouted. "We can talk about this." All the while, Gui Hua watched with Daya screamed, her voice raw with emotion. "I have nothing to say to you." The room erupted into chaos. Zaya and Jia kept pleading, "Dihaya, don't do it." But Dahaya's rage had boiled over. She roared, all of it. But before she could make a move, she was bound by Luo Fu's power. "I'm sorry, Daya." She struggled against her restraints, screaming, "You will all live to regret this." Luo Fu turned to Gui Hua, his voice steady. "Gui Hua, you promised me you wouldn't hurt Daya." She smiled sweetly. "Don't you worry. For your sake, I won't." "Interrogate her." Then, she turned to the guards and gave her order. "Luo Fu, from this moment on, you are responsible for my security." "Those are your orders." "Understood." Elsewhere, inside a quiet home, the voices of Lei Ye's aunt and uncle could be heard. "Honey, have you seen Xiao Jia? I feel like I haven't seen him for the past 2 days." Her husband replied, "Is he hiding in the attic again?" "I'll go have a look." "Oh, and you should get some food for Lei Ya. She hasn't eaten a thing since she got back from the docks." His wife nodded. "All right, I'll go get her something." A loud crash shattered the silence. Lei Ya's uncle ran to investigate. "Honey, what happened?" His eyes landed on the corpse of their house cat, lying in a pool of blood. He then turned his head, only to see Lei Ya crouching over his wife's lifeless body. Fresh crimson blood was still smeared around the little girl's mouth. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I can't eat anything else. I can't control myself. I'm so hungry." A scream of pure despair echoed through the house. He couldn't believe the nightmare unfolding before him. This isn't real. This can't be real. His mind began to fracture. This had to be a dream. It just had to be. Lei Ya's uncle staggered out of the house in a trance, his eyes gazing blankly at a helicopter passing through the sky. An announcement blared from the aircraft. For the past 2 days, an abnormal number of monsters have been gathering outside the city walls. Representative Lin scowled. "Why aren't we going out there to deal with them?" His subordinate replied. "High Command believes the walls are too close and fears they might be damaged. Besides, it's not like the creature." The representative exploded with rage. "We must put aside our past conflicts, unite, and solve this together," he said mockingly. "All that talk about putting human lives first is just empty words." Representative Lin looked furious. "And on top of that, some coward has been sending me taunting letters. Are you all trying to force me out?" He remembered clutching the letters in his fist. "Who in the hell is playing games with me?" His subordinate just stood there, completely baffled. The scene shifts. Luo Fu stands over a group of beaten men. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? The leader of the group panted heavily. "I admit it. You're more than qualified to be the doctor's bodyguard." The men retreated, helping each other away. Luo Fu watched them leave, wondering, was I too rough on them? Yi snorted coldly. "You find people like that everywhere. If you don't teach them a harsh lesson, they'll just come back for more trouble." Jia looked anxious. "Does this mean our plan has failed? Did the doctor send her own people to cause problems for us on purpose?" Yi scoffed. "No way. These small fry soldiers couldn't even handle a single one of my attacks." Luo Fu reasoned. Wouldn't she have sent an elite squad if that were the case? They were probably just some of Gui Hua's devoted fans. He hesitated. "But, even though I'm her assistant, I still feel like the doctor doesn't completely trust me. I'm not as close as her most trusted aide, so I can't get deep enough to investigate." Jia grew uneasy. "But, isn't she supposed to be a friend of your parents? Why?" Luo Fu analyzed the situation. The doctor acted on the plans that Jia intentionally leaked, and it has awakened some of my memories. I know I was at the scene of the deep-sea accident, but I can't remember what happened. But now, pieces of those memories are slowly starting to return. A voice from his past echoed in his mind. Get out of here. Don't trust anyone, especially the woman you call Sister Wan. Her real name is Gui Hua. Images of Gui Hua shattered in his memory. The destruction of the Yuan high deep-sea base remains a complete mystery. All of this makes it impossible for me not to suspect her. His voice was firm. If it really comes to it, I'll have to find an opportunity to make a move. Yi backed him up. Good. I'll make her taste the same suffering she caused us. I'll pay her back 1,000 times over. The other two just looked at her, completely overwhelmed by her intensity. The scene changes. Gui Hua's assistant is delivering a report. Doctor, the chip has been debugged. You can now issue commands directly from your phone. She smiled. Excellent. When the time comes, this will be the perfect way to suppress Luo Fu. The assistant looked confused. Doctor, I don't understand. Hasn't Luo Fu already joined Wei Lan? So why do we need to do this? She replied. I'm not so sure about that. He still can't get over Dia. Gui Hua's face twisted with rage. Luo Sui Bing, your precious son is just like you. You both— She stared at her phone, descending into madness. Come on. How am I any worse than Dia? Is my face not beautiful enough? Is my body not perfect? No. Luo Fu must not like aggressive women. He must prefer the cold and arrogant type. The assistant could only sigh. Gui Hua slammed the table. If I can't have him, then I'll just keep him here as a dried-up power source. Her mind was already racing with a new plan. Turn all of these infected into super mutants. The energy consumption of the particle cannon is too great, so we can't fire it multiple times. Regular soldiers are no match for these monsters. Only those mutants can be the main force to win this war. Gui Hua stared into the distance. If I can use this mutant army to annihilate every last monster on this planet, then won't every country in the world have to bow down and obediently follow Wei Lan's every command? The organization's status will become legendary, and the biology department will be our most powerful weapon. We might even have a shot at joining the board of directors. The scene shifts to two men hauling a large piece of metal, grumbling as they walk. Why are we wasting our energy dragging these scrap heaps all the way up here? The other man explains, the higher-ups believe this fleet was captured under mysterious circumstances. They want us to bring up the wreckage for investigation. As the two men were about to pass Lei Ye's uncle's hiding spot, he watched their every move. Just as they passed, Lei Ye's uncle noticed the strange things clinging to them. Hey, what is that thing on your shoulder? One of the men turned to look at his own shoulder. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air as an announcement blared over the speakers near Luo Fu. All personnel in all departments, seal every window. Do not, under any circumstances, go outside until the threat has been neutralized. I repeat, all personnel, lock down your departments. Do not leave the premises until the danger has passed. This is an emergency broadcast. The headquarters has been breached. I repeat, the headquarters has been breached. Luo Fu's group exchanged worried glances. No way. This can't be happening. With these walls, how could anything possibly get through? Luo Fu replied, I don't know. But this chaos might just be the opportunity we need. Gui Hua and Miss Tan's assistant stood behind a door, the young man trembling as he clutched a gun. Luo Fu's voice echoed from outside, Director Gui Hua. It's me, Luo Fu. The moment she saw him, she snapped. What? Leave. Why aren't we exterminating these monsters before they can spread? He reported calmly, this new type of monster has an unknown energy signature. Plus, for it to infiltrate the Azure headquarters this quickly, it has to be incredibly dangerous. Luo Fu added that the building had plenty of rooms suitable for hiding. It would be impossible to wipe them all out in a short amount of time. To ensure your safety, it's best we evacuate the building first and investigate later. Go Wei's rejection was ice cold. No, I'm not leaving. Luo Fu's team was stunned. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flooded their vision. Inside, Gui Hua stood proudly, showing off her vast collection. These are all the infected specimens I've gathered from every corner of the world. Originally, they were for researching a cure. But unfortunately, every attempt was a failure. Luo Fu, use your origin seed energy to mutate these infected. Command them. Make them destroy these invaders. Today, this city will be your grand debut. Show the corporation. Show the entire world your true power. Luo Fu's team could only stare in utter disbelief at the horde of infected. The origin seed's voice appeared in his mind. These creatures have been ravaged by drugs. They're barely breathing. They've lost all consciousness and the will to live. They are fundamentally incapable of receiving your gift. The voice laughed darkly. But judging by the amount of nutrient solution here, hey kid, why don't you just tell her to let the hungry ones eat the rest? Luo Fu's anger flared. Get out of my head. The voice just sneered. You won't be able to hold out for much longer. Luo Fu turned back to Gu Hua, refusing her. I'm sorry, Director. My abilities are limited. Initiating the mutation would consume a massive amount of my stamina, and these subjects, they don't meet the requirements. She screamed in his face. Luo Fu, are you making excuses? I painstakingly collected these specimens. How could they possibly not be qualified? He replied coolly. I'm telling you the truth. She snarled through gritted teeth. This is an order. Do as I say. Luo Fu stood his ground. I refuse. Gui Hua's eyes blazed with fury. It seems you still don't understand your position. Luo Fu threatened right back. What did you just say? Right now, the entire Azure organization is in chaos. All security teams have been dispatched to the front lines. And here, I am the strongest one. Whether you agree or not, I'm taking you with me. He commanded his friends. Si Yi, Jia Jia, watch her. They responded instantly. Okay, you got it. Gui Hua shrieked. Luo Fu, where do you think you're going? He smirked. To get Deya. Si Yi and Jia Jia gave her and the assistant a final warning. If you value that arm, I suggest you don't try anything stupid. Hands up. But she kept one hand hidden behind her back, secretly activating a chip with her phone. At that moment, Luo Fu finally freed Deya. She asked him, so after we get the doctor out, what's your plan? He replied, we save these poor people who were used as test subjects. I'm going to expose everything the Azure Corporation has done. Suddenly, Deya grabbed her head and screamed in agony. Luo Fu asked with alarm, what's wrong? But she didn't answer, her eyes turning vacant as if controlled by someone else. She lunged, attacking him. Luo Fu dodged her punch, sending her crashing into a wall in a cloud of dust and debris. Just then, Si Yi and Jia Jia's bodies went rigid, their eyes glazing over just like Deya's. They advanced on Luo Fu. He was horrified. What's happening? You guys too. Gui Hua walked out from the shadows behind them, a triumphant smirk on her face. On the first night they were brought here, they were all implanted with nanochips. But your body, it resisted so fiercely that I didn't dare continue. Humph. I suppose it was the origin seed's host protection mechanism at work. Luo Fu glared at her. My father was right about you. You're a dangerous woman. She licked her lips. Oh? What else did he tell you? He summoned his power. Humph. I'll tell you. After I capture you myself, Gui Hua issued her command to Deya, Si Yi, and Jia Jia. Seize him. I want him alive. Luo Fu unleashed his dispelling ability. He was shocked. Humph. Why is there no reaction? Gui Hua just smirked. Ha ha ha. Did you really think I didn't know about that little trick? But right now, besides me, they can't receive any other brainwave signals. Unless you kill them, or manage to capture me. They will never stop. Luo Fu braced himself against the three. Is that so? One by one they attacked, but he easily parried their blows. A flicker of unease crossed Gui Hua's face. Luo Fu, are you really willing to harm these three girls? He clicked his tongue. Shameless. It seems I have no other choice. He used a secret art, moving too fast for them to react. With him gone, Gui Hua seethed. He's certainly quick on his feet. What are you standing there for? Go find him. Meanwhile, Luo Fu hid in an elevator, panting heavily. Phew, damn it. I have to get out of here. Where should I go now? That's right. First, I have to check the CCTV footage to see how the Azure headquarters was infiltrated. The elevator doors slid open, revealing several infected people. Luo Fu quickly shut the door. Pardon me. Agitated, they swarmed him anyway. Luo Fu let out a breath, sitting on the pile of corpses. They had been cut down the instant the door opened. In the surveillance room, he stood before the system. Floors 1 through 18 were lost, and the infection was still spreading. The entire building would fall soon. Suddenly, he spotted Lei Ye's uncle on one of the screens. Humph, that's Lei Ye's uncle. Why is he here? He rewound the camera feed back 10 minutes. He stared in disbelief. This is impossible. How could this happen? All at once, a massive explosion erupted right behind him. What's going on? Dust and smoke filled the air. Luo Fu's heart sank. This is bad. On the way here, I forgot that using my powers would be detected by Deya's group. Deya, Jia Jia, and Si Yi stared at him with cold, empty eyes. They lunged forward, pinning him to the ground. Luo Fu cried out, domestic violence. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. He struggled for his life. Suddenly, a new figure drew their attention. A giant, infected monster. Luo Fu yelled, what are you standing there for? Go on, fight. I'll go with whoever wins. The scene shifts to Lei Ye's uncle. His colleague stood there, trembling. Didn't you say on the phone that you were done with this project? That you wanted to take a boat out of this cursed city? So why did you suddenly show up here? What in the world are you planning? The uncle said nothing. his eyes fixed on a document. The file was labeled WL02, Elementary Particle Operation. Lei Ya's uncle remained motionless, staring at the document. When had his colleague died, a system voice announced, "The project's trajectory has been altered. Executing adjustments. Trajectory recalibration complete." Is that a dual particle cannon? Confirming password. Confirmation successful. Initiating countdown sequence. The system began its count. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Luo Fu was still pinned down by Ye. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Guihua and her assistant were walking down a corridor. 3, 2, 1. A blinding purple light flashed. The system announced a missile launch as a rocket shattered the wall and shot outside. Everyone's attention was drawn to the projectile. Guihua was frozen in fear. That sound. Could it be that the missile cannon has been fired? Two mysterious figures watched from a distance, smirking. Magic City is finished. A discarded piece has finally made its move. They gloated. Finally, it's time for us to reap our harvest. Guihua and her assistant entered the room. She trembled. The door had been completely destroyed. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The specimens she had collected had all escaped. Only the uncle remained, collapsed on the floor, his veins pulsing as he transformed back into Lei Ya. The young girl gasped for air and then let out a piercing scream. Guihua shouted at her assistant. "She's about to evolve. Stop her now. Open fire." The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets tearing through Lei Ya. Guihua was furious. "Damn it. All the samples I worked so hard to collect are completely gone. Just copy the experiment data first." Her assistant obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, the assistant was attacked. Guihua spun around in shock to see Lei Ya standing again. What? In the next instant, she was bound tightly by the girl's tentacles. Her phone was crushed to pieces, severing her control over Die's group. Back with Luo Fu, he was bewildered. What was that explosion just now? Dia's weak voice called out to him. "Luo Fu, what just happened?" He was overjoyed. "Dia, you're finally awake." Luo Fu rushed over to check on her. Seeing this, Si Yi pouted with jealousy. "You jerk, Luo Fu, you only care about Dia and won't even help me up." Jia went over to her. "Let me help you." Luo Fu teased, "Can a tiny rock like that really hold you down?" The shadow of that monster appeared again. "Watch out," a massive blast followed. Ah! Luo Fu was stunned. Dia had already charged forward to attack the beast. When he saw the monster fall, he cheered loudly. "Nice one, Dia," he said. "Let's hurry outside and see what that explosion was. I have a really bad feeling about this." A loud noise echoed as a squad of soldiers burst in. "Damn it. Open the glass door and let us in." "No, we can't. What if they get in, too? Son of a..." Jia was stunned. "Oh my god. Don't tell me. Xiang Qing was the one who did this?" Luo Fu's group looked on in dread. Who could be responsible for this? Could there be a traitor in our ranks? Give the order. We have to get to the artillery room and stop him from firing again. Inside the surveillance room, Representative Lin was working on a computer when a strange noise put him on high alert. Ducknub burst in, her eyes filled with rage. "So it was you. You're the one pulling the strings and causing all this chaos." Representative Lin tried to defend himself. "Who are you people? I came here to shut down the launch system." Luo Fu interjected. "He might not be the problem here. I just saw him on the CCTV. He wasn't the one who activated the missile system." Lin scoffed. "Humph. So at least one of you has a brain." His eyes scanned them over. "Your skills aren't half bad. You must be from Azure Blue's elite division, right? Have you ever considered coming to work for the HDDC? Luo Fu's team whispered amongst themselves. "This guy has been playing the doctor from the very beginning. I can't believe the HDDC actually wants to recruit us. Is this also part of Luo Fu's plan? It was just a lucky break." Suddenly, one of Lin's subordinates rushed in. "Representative, the helicopter is ready. We need to leave immediately." He turned his head, gazing at the destruction. "Magic City is completely lost. You helped me earlier, so I guess I owe you one. Even if you don't join the HDDC, I can get you all out of here." Luo Fu flatly refused. "Thank you for the generous offer, but we still have some business to take care of." Lin warned them. "If you don't leave right now, you won't get another chance." But Luo Fu's team simply turned their backs. "Don't worry about us. We're very strong." Representative Lin thought to himself, "What is up with this guy? Magic City has clearly been decimated by monsters, yet he carries himself like he's taking a stroll in his own garden. Azure Blue truly is a den of hidden masters." Aboard the helicopter, he still felt a sense of unease. But that young man, why does he seem so familiar? "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Then it hit him. That's right. He's the host of the Origin Seed. But I heard he couldn't be found. What is he doing here? He roared at his assistant. "Turn the helicopter around, now." I have to take him with me. The assistant panicked. Representative Lin, please, calm yourself. Meanwhile, back with Luo Fu's team, they entered the containment room for infected samples. Duke Han knelt down to inspect the corpse. He hasn't been dead long. It's the doctor's assistant. 2D grew anxious. All the infected subjects are gone. Luo Fu analyzed the situation. How could they move so many people in such a short amount of time? And we still haven't found the doctor's body. Duck Na discovered a trail of blood. They followed it cautiously. As Luo Fu pushed open a door, everyone standing beside him froze in absolute shock. Inside the room, Gui Hua stood with her head bowed, deathly silent. Luo Fu stepped inside, observing her condition. She's very seriously injured. Could she already be dead? Duck Na approached, whispering a warning. Luo Fu, be careful. He raised his hand toward her face and said, I know. In a flash, Gui Hua slapped his hand away, screaming hysterically, You and your father are both worthless scum. She had descended completely into madness, screaming, One of you stole my youth. Gui Hua lunged, her voice filled with anguish. And the other one destroyed my future. Both Luo Fu and Duck Na gracefully dodged her attack. Gui Hua roared with fury. Her eyes flashed with bitter resentment when she saw Luo Fu standing protectively in front of Duck Na. The sight reminded her of the moment Luo Fu's father chose to be with another woman. Tears streamed down her face as she shrieked, You stole him from me. She unleashed a barrage of sharp tendrils. Luo Fu shouted a warning. Duke Na, look out. Gui Hua was lost in her own personal hell. I was better than her in every way. More talented, more beautiful. I came from one of the most powerful families, so why would a man like him choose an ordinary girl like you? From behind them, 2D yelled. The infection must have driven her completely insane. Let's all attack together. Gui Hua gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with pure hatred. Luo Fu stood his ground. Don't come over here. I'll deal with her. He stepped forward, his voice ice cold. You dared to touch my family. In that instant, his growth ability erupted. Each of his strikes shattered Gui Hua's tendrils. Luo Fu growled, his voice low and threatening. You went after my friends. He launched a final punch straight at her, roaring, I'll make you pay. Gui Hua was slammed to the ground, defeated. Luo Fu looked down at her. Just look at what you've become. You're nothing but a pathetic creature who can't accept her own failure. Finally, he delivered the final blow to her pride. My father made the right decision not to choose you. Gui Hua struggled to rise, catching a glimpse of herself in a mirror. She trembled and begged, Luo Fu, save me. I don't want to become a monster. At that moment, Luo Fu was powerless. I told you before, the transformation doesn't obey my commands. It's up to the host to choose. Gui Hua slowly turned her head and whispered, How did it come to this? No one recognizes me. The next second, she snapped, her arm lashing out wildly again. You're lying. Golden chains shot out, binding her monstrous arm as Luo Fu whispered, I've done everything I could. With those words, he unleashed his full power, trapping her tightly within the chains. Bound by chains, Wei Hua threw her head back and screamed, No. Her mind flashed back to that day, to the man she adored. Luo Fu's father, as he spoke with another woman. Come on, it's my treat today. The woman shot back. How many times have you bailed on us before? The senior just laughed sheepishly. But I managed to get everyone together this time, didn't I? From a distance, a younger Wei Hua could only watch and weep, whispering, I'm sorry, senior. Back in the present, tears of pure regret streamed down her face. I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused all your deaths. Hearing her confession, Luo Fu spun around. What? What did you just say? Luo Fu clutched his head as a searing pain shot through him. These are the doctor's memories. They're flooding my mind. The vision opened to his father, Xue Bin, speaking urgently with a colleague. Continuing, this research is far too dangerous. Humanity should not act simply to satisfy its own curiosity. We can't keep probing into the unknown without rest. We risk unleashing something that should have remained dormant forever. His colleague questioned him. But there's no way the Weilon Corporation will agree to suddenly halt the project, right? He hesitated. I'll find a way. On a massive screen, a director named Mo Li spoke. We have already burned through an immense amount of capital. Stopping the project now is not an option. Dr. Wei Hua, I trust you will do whatever is necessary to stop Luo Xue Bin. If you truly cannot convince him, you are to take over the project yourself. Should he resist, our special operations unit will be dispatched to support you. In a bar, Xu Bin downed a drink and said, Damn it. The higher-ups at Wei Land refused to stop the research. I guess I have to resign. Wei Hua, sitting beside him, tried to console him. But if you do that, Wei Land will blacklist you from the entire industry. You'll never find another position this good ever again. But his resolve was firm. My mind is made up. I'll use my savings, Go back to my hometown, buy some land, and live a quiet life with my wife and son. That's not so bad. Wei Hua stared in disbelief, crying out, then what about me? If you leave, what am I supposed to do? Shui Bin explained gently, Hua. I'm a married man, and I love my wife very much. There are so many other great men out there for you. Perhaps you could try getting to know one of them. She grabbed his arm, her voice pleading. Senior, I'm begging you, don't go. Just being able to see you from afar is enough for me. Luo Fu watched the memory unfold, hearing his father's final words to her. I'm sorry, Wei Hua. It's time for you to grow up. Later, Wei Hua opened her private locker, whispering to herself, if it weren't for her, he would never have left me. What I, Wei Hua, cannot possess, she said, polishing a sharp scalpel in her hand, no one else will ever have. Seeing this, Luo Fu's face drained of color as he reached out a hand. Stop. As his face twisted in horror, a voice echoed through his mind. The truth is right before your eyes. And as for what came next, the present-day Wei Hua lay on the ground, laughing tragically as she whispered in his ear. Don't you remember yet? Everything that happened on that fateful day. You experienced all of it. He grabbed his head, crying out, Me? Back in the memory, an alarm blared through the halls. A biochemical contamination event has occurred in Laboratory 1. Warning, a biochemical contamination event has occurred in Laboratory 1. At that same moment, a young Luo Fu ran in, shouting, Dad, Dad. Shui Bin saw him and stared in shock. Luo Fu, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? The boy answered innocently. Auntie Wei Hua brought me here. She said you and Mom wanted to see me. His father was stunned. Wei Hua? What was she thinking? I never asked her to bring you here. Suddenly, the boy froze, pointing a finger. Dad, there's Mom. Hearing his son, Sui Bin turned around, only to see his wife, with grotesque tentacles sprouting from her body, slowly advancing on them. He cried out in disbelief, Honey, you. But he was cut short as she struck him with a fatal blow. All the young Luo Fu could do was scream, Dad. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded with the monster that was once his mother. Don't, Mom, what are you doing? He was ensnared by the writhing tentacles, his eyes blurry with tears, when a gunshot rang out. Shui Bin had fired his weapon to save Luo Fu, his own tears falling as he choked back a sob. He scooped up Luo Fu and ran, ignoring his son's desperate screams for his mother. He urged him on. There's no time. Son, we have to go. Now. Luo Fu. Damn it. Why did it have to be like this? A staff member shouted to Sui Bin, Dr. Luo, we have to evacuate the base immediately. The security perimeter is about to collapse. Doctor, what are you planning? Sui Bin declared. I have to proceed with implanting the prime strain. The others stared in horror, trying to stop him. What? That's far too dangerous. Sui Bin turned to his son. I'm sorry, Luo Fu. Whether you can live on from here will depend on your own will to survive. Luo Fu, run now. After you get out, don't trust anyone, especially not Wei Hua. The memory ended. Luo Fu collapsed, sobbing beside Wei Hua's lifeless body. Jiajia moved toward him in concern, but Deya held her back. Let him have a moment alone. Suddenly, he was pulled into a different reality. A young man stood in the distance, his voice echoing. Do you understand now, you little brat? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have survived to see this day. Luo Fu fell to his knees. You knew everything? Why didn't you tell me? The figure scoffed. And ruin all the fun? Luo Fu's head snapped up, his eyes blazing. You wanted to break my spirit, so you could take over my body for yourself. Isn't that it? See, I was right, wasn't I? The creature growled. You little monster. Luo Fu screamed back a warning. Get over yourself. The truth might be agonizing, he thought, but it's exactly what I need to grow stronger. Fueled by this resolve, Luo Fu pointed and rose to his feet. The Mother of the Abyss. The Root Species. The Azure Council. His voice was cold steel as he declared, I will bring every single one of you down. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through a tentacle wrapped around a victim. A thick cloud of smoke and debris billowed out from the blast. The suspended girl coughed up 2 golden rings. Luo Fu cautiously asked, Who are you? An eerie voice echoed from the girl, My love. Do you remember me? Recognition hit him like a physical blow. Lei Ya, a soft, chilling laugh escaped her lips. I finally found you. Lei Ya, now twisted by darkness, had made her entrance. Staring in disbelief, Luo Fu's mind reeled. Her lips hadn't moved at all, yet her voice echoed directly in his head. He questioned her, horrified. To evolve this far, just how many people did you devour? She let out a scornful laugh. How amusing, she sneered. Humanity built its throne on the corpses of countless other species. Leia's voice droned on, describing humanity's cycle of creation, survival, evolution, and dominance. It is a cycle that no species can escape. The age of humanity is over, she declared. A new ruler will rise and begin their own reign. Her arrogant proclamation ignited Luo Fu's fury. Cut the crap, he snarled. If you can understand me, then listen closely. Humanity hasn't lost yet. Just then, a voice from the root species warned him. Kid, you have to run. You can't handle this thing. The voice was grave. This is an incarnation of the mother of the abyss. Damn it all. Hiding inside a child's body. How did I never realize it? But then, Leia's voice cut in with an assessment of her own. I'll admit, your progress is impressive, she mused. But after absorbing the flesh of so many hybrids, this body has finally reached maturity. None of you can stop me now. The words had barely left her lips when a surprise attack came flying at her. Leia effortlessly deflected the blow with a tentacle. She clicked her tongue in disdain. Useless. Siyi's ambush had failed. Refusing to yield, she launched a direct assault. But Leia casually neutralized the attack with her tendrils, her confidence unshaken. I know every single one of your moves. Jia joined the fray from the side, unleashing her own power. But it was all for nothing. They couldn't penetrate Leia's impenetrable wall of tentacles. Soon, both Siyi and Jia were exhausted, gasping for air. Before they could even recover, a flurry of tentacles sent them flying back. Luo Fu shot out his chains just in time to catch them. He cried out in alarm, Jia, Siyi. Jia knew this was bad. She charged forward, catching Luo Fu by surprise. Luo Fu, cover me. He poured his strength into his chains, trying to bind Leia and create an opening for Deye. Be careful, Luo Fu shouted. Deye launched herself into the air, sword in hand, her eyes scanning desperately for a weakness. Luo Fu synced with her perfectly, focusing all his energy into his power amplification skill. Seizing the opportunity, Deye surged forward with a look of pure determination. In a flash, she shot past Leia's position. For a split second, there was a blinding flash and the sound of steel striking flesh. The attack was over. Deye landed gracefully just behind the monster. A few drops of blood trickled down, splashing onto the ground. Leia slowly lowered her gaze, touching the wound on her face with a look of pure disbelief. Deye had barely caught her breath when she heard a voice dripping with rage. How dare you, she shrieked. You insignificant insects, using the very power I granted you, to strike me. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she slammed a fist into the ground. The ground cracked and shuddered as debris rained down. Deye quickly fell back to regroup with Luo Fu and the others. Enraged, Leia's massive tentacles swept across the battlefield, obliterating everything in their path. They then coiled around a skyscraper, tearing it from its foundation. The monstrous appendages squeezed the towering building with immense force. She began to rip the entire structure from the earth. Amid the chaos, Luo Fu froze in horror, watching Jia fall helplessly with the cascading rubble. He desperately shot out his chain, screaming, "Grab on. Hold on tight." Thankfully, the other three managed to catch the chain. But in the chaos, a tentacle slammed into Siyi. Jia screamed in terror. Siyi. At that same moment, a tentacle coiled around Luo Fu's body. He grimaced, hearing the monster's mocking laughter in his ear. Gotcha, the voice cackled. Jia saw the tides turn against them, gritting her teeth. Damn it, my bone blade is shattered. It won't regenerate this quickly. Leia's voice dripped with sarcasm. I told you to run. Now, it's over. The coils tightened around Luo Fu, and he snarled in frustration. Shut up, you monster. Suddenly, Leia let out a deafening roar. In that instant, Luo Fu watched in sheer terror as a tentacle struck Deye, sending her plummeting from the sky, seemingly unconscious. Blood trickled from her lips as her body went limp in freefall. Deye, he screamed in anguish. In that moment, something inside Luo Fu snapped. Get away from me. But Rhea just sneered, clearly intrigued. A final, pathetic struggle. He desperately tried to use his psychic link to save them, but failed. It was hopeless. He couldn't grab them in time. Below, Jia and CD watched the entire scene unfold, screaming in utter helplessness. Without warning, Jia shot forward, launching herself into the air as CD tried to hold her back. Jia, don't. Trembling and powerless, CD gritted her teeth and cried out her name. But suddenly, she looked up, her eyes wide with shock. What is this? Suspended in midair, Jia was suddenly evolving. She swooped in and saved Dingye just in time, leaving her completely stunned. Jia, you. Rhea's interest was piqued. She lashed out with a mocking laugh. As expected of the girl chosen by the origin, you've actually evolved, but what good will that do? None of you are escaping. Just then, Luo Fu's chains shot out, wrapping tightly around the creature's tentacles. He roared out his command, Jia, get CD out of here, now. I'll cover you. Hearing this, Jia hesitated. But what about you? Luo Fu strained against the massive tentacles and screamed back, do you want us all to die here? Remembering all the times they had protected him, Luo Fu's resolve hardened. This time, let me be the one to protect you. Now go. Tears streamed down Jia's face as she cried his name, Luo Fu. Exhausted, Luo Fu held back the horde, a faint smile on his lips. Being able to meet you all was truly the best thing. And then, the rubble began to cascade down, burying him piece by piece. Only his sincere expression and his final words remained. You have to keep living. Finally, massive boulders crashed down, and a heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Luo Fu. Jia quickly grabbed CD and Dania, flying high into the air to escape the collapsing debris below. They landed in a safe place and finally broke down, one of them whispering Luo Fu's name over and over. But instead of crying, Dania was observing their enemy. She voiced her suspicion. She can still maintain her transformed state. That means Luo Fu is still alive. Ignoring the other two, Dania clung to that last sliver of hope and decided to confirm it. I have to go save him. You two are free to do as you wish. But Jia immediately declared she was going with her. I'm going too. CD quickly followed. Huh? Wait for me. Wait for me. Luo Fu lay beneath the ruins, crushed by rocks big and small, when a mysterious voice echoed nearby. Hey, child, wake up. Before that incarnation finds us, we need to get out of here. At that moment, Luo Fu's eyes fluttered open as he took a weak breath. It was a sign that he was beginning to recover. Luo Fu used the last of his strength to sit up. His injured arm trembled in agony. I think my arm is broken, and my powers are completely drained. Luo Fu staggered to his feet, looking around in a daze. Ria. She didn't follow me? Could she be buried under the rubble, too? The hidden voice spoke again. The final wall that collapsed has separated us from her. Luo Fu lowered his voice, begging the mysterious entity for help. Hey, lend me some of your power. I know you've absorbed a ton of it before. You must have some in reserve. The hidden entity replied with an arrogant tone. Oh, are you finally willing to swallow your pride and beg this young master for a handout? Luo Fu looked ahead grimly. We'll cooperate and kill that incarnation. The mysterious voice seemed surprised. What? Instead of running, you want to serve yourself up on a silver platter? Ria's current form was terrifying and monstrous, but at her core was the image of an innocent little girl. Luo Fu made his prediction. If she still had the strength to fight, she would have hunted us down. But since she's just buying time and hasn't appeared, I'm guessing her body is in a special condition. She's not strong enough to hunt us down, so she chose to retreat. Luo Fu continued, after all, she evolved from a little girl's body. I bet the physical burden on her is immense. The mysterious voice silently agreed. You've been unconscious for half an hour, and during that time, the incarnation has indeed made no move. As it turned out, the mysterious voice was the origin itself. A sinister, scheming smile spread across its face. It's rare for you to be so proactive. In that case, let me give you a little boost. As soon as he finished speaking, the origin unleashed its power into Luo Fu's arm. Blood-red veins bulged across his skin, turning it crimson. He screamed in pure agony. In moments, not a single patch of normal skin was visible on his arm. It was entirely stained, a deep red. He roared in pain. What did you do to it? His arm glowed like molten lava, and not only that, a menacing eye had opened upon it. The origin scoffed at Luo Fu. Chi, you brat, your mortal flesh is far too weak. This arm has been fused with this young master's genes. Use it to defeat the incarnation. A noise echoed from behind them. The origin spoke to Luo Fu. We've been discovered. Go on. Test out the new power I've given you. 3 grotesque monsters slowly lurched toward him. Luo Fu clenched his fist, winding up a divine punch, ready to unleash his new power. He took down all of the grotesque monsters in a single, spectacular blow. Even Luo Fu couldn't believe what he had just done. He turned back and yelled at the entity. Why didn't you give me this power sooner, you bastard? The origin replied, You never begged this young master before, did you? Now isn't the time to discuss this. Go and destroy the incarnation. The origin species laughed smugly. You're already intoxicated by my power, aren't you? I'll start with your arm, and one day, this young master will have complete control over your entire body. On her knees, Lei Ya leaned weakly against a boulder. Just then, Luo Fu emerged from the shadows, a triumphant smirk on his face. What's the matter? He taunted. Push your evolution too far? Is your body finally giving out? She couldn't even muster a response. Suddenly, her tentacles shot out, coiling tightly around Luo Fu. But just as quickly, chains of golden light erupted, binding her and locking her in place. Free from her grasp, he let out a confident laugh. Just as he thought, she was at her limit. This was the new technique Jen Yuan had taught him. Kid. Jen Yuan's voice echoed, focus your power into your palm and unleash it. Luo Fu immediately obeyed, concentrating his energy. A glowing ring of light materialized beneath his hand. Luo Fu had mastered the technique. But still, he hesitated to deliver the final blow. Seeing his reluctance, Jen Yuan pushed him. After everything that's happened, you still can't bring yourself to strike? Fine. She's not that girl anymore, anyway. Losing patience, he declared, then let this master handle the execution. Jen Yuan unleashed his own attack directly at her. His attack landed dead on. Luo Fu was stunned. But she was completely unharmed. In fact, she turned the tables in an instant, preparing to strike him down. Jen Yuan screamed a warning, behind you. Luo Fu scrambled for his life. Damn it, he thought. It was all a trap. She was never weakened to begin with. Now, Lei Ya finally revealed her true self. A sickening laugh escaped her lips as she gloated. To deal with humans, it's best to use their own methods against them. Rather than let you all escape, I decided to lure you right to me. It's your right hand, isn't it? So you two really did join forces, you betrayer. Die. Luo Fu tried to bargain with her. Wait, I'll give you the Genesis seed. Just promise me you'll spare my life, right? Seeing the betrayal, Jen Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. You rotten kid, what are you doing? But for Luo Fu, this was the perfect opportunity. A dark figure shot into the air, taking Lei Ya by surprise. It was Dei Ya, diving down with eyes burning like fire. She refused to let it all end here. Behind her, Jia Jia screamed in desperation. But Dei Ya's resolve was set in stone. She would not retreat. A devastating blow struck Lei Ya from behind while her guard was down. She was still muttering to herself, how utterly boring. The impact forced her to cough up blood. What? She cried out in shock. Si Yi appeared at the perfect moment. Surprise. Caught in a misunderstanding, Lei Ya snarled, you wretched scum. Si Yi had no idea what was going on. Lei Ya continued her tirade. You despicable, lowly creatures. Dei Ya shouted a warning to the others, be careful. She's already recovering. She struggled to fight back. But Lei Ya's tentacles wrapped around Si Yi, hoisting her into the air. Si Yi spat defiantly in her face. Still not dead yet? Her words only enraged Lei Ya, who tightened her grip. This power was never yours to begin with. Lei Ya gripped Si Yi's chin, forcing a pained cry from her. Give it to me, she demanded. Jen Yuan yelled to the group. We can't let her drain Si Yi's power. Instantly, Luo Fu thrust his hand forward. A barrage of light assaulted Lei Ya. He roared, Jia Jia, now. Jia Jia moved without hesitation. Roger. She threw herself around Si Yi, shielding her. Luo Fu rushed to her side. Si Yi, are you all right? She answered weakly, I'm okay. Just. Out of energy. Just then, Lei Ya's tentacles coiled around a nearby tank. Luo Fu watched in disbelief. What? She was using her tentacles to pilot the tank. How could she possibly know how to do that? Jen Yuan deduced. She must have read the memories of the guards. As the situation grew more desperate, Luo Xiao poured every last bit of his strength into his arm, preparing a single, powerful strike. Luo Xiao's attack hit its mark, but it did nothing more than leave a faint scratch on one of her tentacles. Jen Yuan shook his head gravely. Our powers only work on aberrant-type creatures. She must have a trump card. Dei Ya pleaded with Luo Fu. Let me be the one to finish her. He said her full name, Yi Dei Ya. With unwavering resolve, she asked him, give me a more powerful weapon. Luo Fu agreed. He activated his materialization power, his gaze locked intensely on Dei Ya. He transferred a new power to her. Beams of pure energy shot into her back. In a flash, a brilliant crimson weapon materialized behind her. Dei Ya seized the weapon without a moment's hesitation and lunged forward. Luo Xiao joined her from behind, yelling, let's go, Yi Dei Ya. Together, they charged into the fray. The battle exploded in a flurry of savage attacks, and a blinding light filled the area. But even with their combined strength, they couldn't defeat her. Soon, they all lay defeated on the ground. Si Yi and Jia Jia were powerless to help. Lei Ya herself had weakened, but as the victor, she remained as arrogant as ever. The flesh of these lesser beings is so fragile. Lei Ya grimaced and then called out, come to me, my children. Luo Fu watched in horror. Is she trying to summon her minions? Jen Yuan explained, her constant regeneration has taken a massive toll on her. We can't let her recover her strength. We have to finish her, now. Suddenly, Lei Ya's body felt wrong. Impossible. Why have all the life signs around me vanished? She roared in fury, Who did this? Who slaughtered my children? Seeing her distress, Jen Yuan knew this was their chance. He turned to Luo Fu. Kid, now's your chance. Once again, he bound her with the golden chains, combining it with his own power to attack Leia directly. She snarled, consumed by rage. You traitor. How dare you? The next time we meet will be your last, she screamed. He activated the aberrant expulsion, and a massive pillar of light shot toward the heavens. When it was over, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily alongside the others. The power of the Genesis seed had vanished from his arm. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping echoed through the area. Impressive. Very impressive. Luo Fu instantly sprang to his feet. It was Yi Kong and Su Hong. Luo Fu's mind raced, wondering why these two would seek him out. Yi Kong and Su Hong were from a group called the Old Sunday. He asked Luo Fu, "Have you ever considered joining us?" Luo Fu was still trying to process everything. As the strangers landed, one said, "The Old Sunday. Surely, you don't think you're the only aberrants out there." Yi Kong made a grand gesture. "Why not come check out our base camp for the Old Sun? I guarantee it will open your eyes. Whether you stay or go, the choice is yours." Luo Fu turned to his friends. "Should we go?" Deya answered, "They probably aren't bad people. If they were, they wouldn't have secretly helped us clear out the smaller monsters nearby." Yi Kong chimed in, "The lady has good judgment. So, what's your decision?" Luo Fu was still hesitant. "All right, I'll trust you for now." Yi Kong was ecstatic. Not only 4 new recruits, but 3 beauties as well. Let's move out. The scene shifts to the central command of the Global Catastrophe Prevention Committee. At the ice-free port of Mammon in the Arctic Ocean, guards stood at attention, saluting their superior in unison. A voice called out as the official approached, Dr. Lavia Shen. The old man asked casually, "Delegate Lin, I'm surprised you made it back from the Demon City alive." The other man replied, "I'm a hard man to kill. It seems the Azure Corporation is as unreliable as ever. So, what's the progress on our little project?" The doctor immediately began his presentation. The first batch has already been assembled. Compared to humans, these androids are the ultimate weapon against the Abyssal Mother. The androids were revealed. They cannot be infected. They feel no fear, and their combat power is exponentially greater. Delegate Lin was pleased. "Excellent work. When can the first squad be deployed for combat?" The doctor replied quickly. "It will take another 6 months before we can achieve large-scale combat effectiveness." Delegate Lin's patience wore thin. "Can't you speed it up?" "My mistake. I'll leave the schedule in your hands." The old doctor shot back. "Do you want our architects to drop dead at their workstations?" The scene changes again, this time to the Old Sun's base in the isolated Kokoksili region of the northwest. A shockingly massive gate swung open, welcoming the newcomers. Yi Kong beamed with energy. "Welcome to the base of the Old Sun." Luo Fu stared in silent awe at the base, but then he noticed Yi Kong's expression shift. The young man stood straight and saluted respectfully. "Chief Han, what brings you here?" Han Shitten, the founder of the Old Sun, spoke. "I heard you brought some new people back. Of course, I had to come and greet them myself." Yi Kong excitedly began the introductions. "Everyone, allow me to introduce him. This is the pillar of our base, the founder of our organization, the ruler of the vast northwestern wilds, the one and only, Brother Han Shitten." He praised him further. "If it weren't for him, we all would have become food for the Abyssal Mother long ago." Shittan gave a slight smile. "Don't exaggerate so much. There's no need for such lofty titles." A thought flashed through Luo Fu's mind. Can this man create other aberrants at will? Just then, an inner voice warned him, "Hey, kid, be careful of this guy. To evolve from a hybrid to an origin species takes hundreds of years. In this era, he's the only one." Luo Fu thought for a moment. "They don't seem like bad people, but it looks like I'll have to stay here and investigate this quietly." He put on a smile and said, "Hello, Brother Han. My name is Luo Fu. We owe the Old Sun our thanks for helping us. Without your aid, my friends and I never would have made it out of the Demon City alive. I was wondering, would it be possible for us to join the Old Sun?" Ce complained under her breath. "So we have to live in this barren wasteland from now on." Jia added, "The conditions here might not be as good as the Azure Corporation's facilities, but everyone seems really friendly." Shitten was amiable. "Don't be so formal. Once you're here, you're family." Yi Kong already gave me a brief report on your situation. He stated clearly, "I know you're all exceptional, but that's far from enough." Luo Fu was taken aback by his words. He recalled a terrifying scene. While your team was fighting one of its avatars in the Demon City, our other members were engaged in battles with different avatars in various other regions across the country. Shitten laid out the strategy. If a single avatar can tie down 3 or 4 aberrants from a small squad, then we are clearly on the defensive. That's why I'll be arranging for our top officers to personally train all of you. He was serious. This will continue until you four become truly outstanding soldiers. Luo Fu gave a wry smile. That sounds like it will take a very long time. Yi Kong tried to lighten the mood. Don't worry. It usually only takes about 6 months to pass. Shitan added, and you could become as skilled as Yi Kong. He passed the test in just 2 months. Daya spoke with confidence. Then I only need 1 month. Jia interjected. Do we really have to work that hard? Shitan announced. The old sun is still recruiting and expanding. We plan to gather all our forces in 6 months for a major operation. The operation begins on home soil, a worldwide mission to exterminate the Abyss Mother. The scene shifts to the Wayland Heavy Industrial Fortress, deep in North American Alaska. Chaos erupts from General Zhenlong's post. Not only did they fail to hold Mo Du, they lost the entire nuclear artillery division. This day will forever be carved into Wayland's history as a mark of absolute shame. A subordinate steps forward to report. General, sir, what in the world is the board of directors thinking? Why did they forbid me from sending reinforcements to Mo Du? To preserve our strength, they claimed. Long Zhen seized with rage. I refuse to follow orders from that pack of cowards. They will not control our military. The subordinate hesitates for a moment. General, what are you suggesting? He growls, his voice low and dangerous. I swear on my life, I will annihilate every last one of these monsters. Meanwhile, Representative Lin urges them on. Time is life. We must assemble our strongest forces immediately. On the other side, Shi Shen speaks with confidence. I believe humanity will ultimately prevail. But Luo Fu, he had a very different perspective. 6 months later, a truck barrels down a desolate road, filled with panicked shouts. When did they get on board? It must have been that shortcut through the abandoned city. It's over. The brakes are completely shot. Look out. The tension inside the truck is thick enough. Where the hell is the Jiuri squad? One man screams, his eyes bloodshot with pure panic. He yells out the window. Hey, get out of the way. The brakes are gone. Suddenly, a single, glowing black eye opens on a mysterious figure's hand. The truck slams into the man with devastating force, but he just stands there and calmly asks, Hey, are you all right? We picked up a distress signal. They were frantic, said there were monsters on board. It's Luo Fu. He calls out, Jia, you see them? From her perch above, Jia replies, Negative. Nothing on the roof. Then she points below. They're crawling out from under the chassis. Luo Fu immediately channels power into his palm. Countless brilliant gold chains erupt from the ground. With a roar, he commands, Come to me. The clash between Luo Fu and the creature finally begins. The driver, completely frozen in terror, can only let out a piercing scream. Just then, Dia darts past Luo Fu from behind. She grips her weapon tightly, her eyes fixed on the writhing chains. In the next instant, she unleashes a storm of slashes, each one impossibly sharp, yet light as a feather. The driver's face goes white as a sheet. He stumbles back, shaking. Jia asks gently, Are you hurt? But Si chimes in, Wow, pathetic. You're a grown man who needed a girl to save him. The man just stammers, Thank you. Luo Fu, brimming with energy, declares, Let's move. We'll escort you back to base. And with that, the two vehicles were on their way again. For the last 6 months, Earth's ecosystem has been rotting from the inside out. The land and sea, corrupted and tainted, now crawl with grotesque insectoid abominations. It all began not long ago. The Antarctic glaciers started melting at an unnatural, mysterious rate. Then satellites captured a horrifying image, the colossal shadow of something ancient moving beneath the waves. Facing this global crisis, Wayland Heavy Industries proposed a unified human alliance. But one major power, Jiuri, flatly refused to join. We will not be lectured or ordered around by anyone, especially not by Wayland, an organization that has failed the world once before. Still, rumor has it they're actively deploying rescue teams across the globe. The story continues. As for me, not long ago, I passed the final assessment for Jiuri. I formed a small squad with Daya and the others. In this new world, I've learned to be extremely cautious. Caution is the best camouflage. After all, back in the present, a voice calls out as they arrive. Luo Fu's squad is back. Logistics team. Get over here and help unload this gear. Over here, a voice calls, catching Daya's attention. It's Xiana. Daya, you should join my squad. A C-rank team is just a glorified errand service. Xiana continued trying to persuade her. Don't waste your incredible talent here, sweetie. Daya's reply is firm. You already know my answer. Xiana smirks. Still can't bear to leave your precious Luo Fu? Or better yet, you could both come over. I'll take very good care of the little guy. C fires back. Can't you read the room? You're always trying to poach our members right in front of us. The argument quickly escalates. This doesn't concern you, runt. Don't think your little bit of experience scares me. Hey, calm down. Luo Fu, you're here. Xia Na clicks her tongue in annoyance. Great, the jinx has arrived. Just then, Yi steps in. Chief Han is calling for you, he says, diffusing the tension. As they walk away, Yi explains. She's not a bad person, really. Ever since what happened to her younger brother, she's been consumed by revenge. Brother Ye, we can talk later. What's this about? A face appears on the monitor. It's Chief Han, Luo Fu. You've done well supporting the supply routes these last few days. I imagine you're tired of it, so I'm sending your team on a long-range mission. He continues, his expression serious. Will you accept this assignment? Luo Fu answers without hesitation. Of course, sir. We won't refuse. Finally, he thinks, a chance to prove ourselves and get rid of this errand boy reputation. The briefing continues. All right, here's the situation. A few days ago, a squad at one of our outer branches sent a distress signal. Then, silence. Your mission is to investigate. The parameters are simple. If they're alive, we need proof of life. If they're dead, we need to see a body. Understood? Roger. Their vehicle pressed onward, cutting through the desolate road. Leo scanned the surroundings, the last known position of the missing squad. This place was a ghost town. Dex suggested they head in for a closer look. Unseen, a surveillance system tracked them, cross-referencing their profiles and initiating facial recognition. Identification complete. Wanted fugitives detected. A hidden figure seethed. Well, the traitors. Since you're here, all units. Level 1 alert. Prepare for capture. Yes, sir. The air was thick with choking smoke, a scene of utter devastation. Leo let out a bitter scoff. The soil here is completely contaminated. I doubt anything can ever grow here again. But this place is only a half-day's drive from the base, deep in the continent's interior. How is it this corrupted? The Mother of the Abyss is trying to smoke us out of hiding. The radio just crackled with static, grating on Leo's nerves. Look here. The last transmission stopped on the international distress frequency. The missing squad must have received this signal and came to investigate. Jia wondered aloud. So where are the villagers and the squad now? Could they have encountered? Dex activated his scanner, sweeping over the dark stains on the ground as the AI laser analysis began. Test results are in. Human blood. Our live organism concentration is at 60%. Leo was stunned, rushing over. For a normal person to reach that limit, wouldn't their mind already be gone? They would have mutated into mindless abominations. Was this village attacked by the Mother of the Abyss, forcing them to send an SOS? Dex remained focused on his device. Even if they mutated, they'd only be the lowest tier infected, and the missing squad members were all C rank or higher. Suddenly, a voice from outside shattered the silence, hands in the air. A red-haired woman pointed her rifle at them, screaming, "Get your hands on your head and turn around slowly. Don't even think about trying any tricks." Dex sighed in annoyance. Wayland's people, they haunt us like a shadow. The redhead was Lin Yan from Wayland Heavy Industries, and the blonde was Huang Huang. Lin Yan's jaw was clenched with pure fury. A sarcastic voice cut in, "So the traitors have finally been caught. We were the ones who defeated the incarnation of the Mother of the Abyss." Lin Yan didn't want to hear it. "Shut up. Lucy, contact headquarters. Report our unexpected catch." Lucy tried the communicator, but got no response. "Yes, ma'am. Hello, headquarters. This is Yan's squad. If you can hear me, please respond." "Strange. Why is the signal dead?" Lan Chi looked at his watch, his expression grim. "Captain, the atmospheric concentration of our live matter is reaching alarming levels." Realizing the danger, Lin Yan barked her command, "Masks on." Now, they quickly began escorting Leo's group outside, staying on high alert. Back to the vehicles. "Behave yourselves and follow us." Leo and Dex sensed a grave danger in the air, but couldn't pinpoint its source. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending the soldier in front flying and shocking everyone. "What?" Lin Yan watched in absolute horror as her teammate was instantly eliminated. In the chaos of smoke and fire, everyone scrambled to escape as panicked voices overlapped. "Get out of here. Move to open ground." "Headquarters, this is Squad 10. We need air support." "Damn it, this fog is jamming the signal. You bastards." Their only escape route forward was blocked by giant, monstrous creatures, stopping them dead in their tracks. Lin Yan sensed something lunging towards them. Her warning came too late as the creature attacked the person beside her. "Watch out." Lin Yan shielded her trembling teammate, staring wide-eyed at the massive tentacled beast. "What is that black thing?" In a flash, it wrapped around Jiajia's leg. Ziyi struck at it immediately. "Watch the ground." The thick fog was making it impossible for Leo to assess the situation. "Damn it, this fog is disrupting the magnetic field. I can't tell north from south at all." Jiajia suddenly sprouted wings and flew up, breaking the stalemate. It was her turn to clear a path. Jiajia let out a powerful cry, beating her wings with all her might to create a massive, swirling vortex of wind. The gale force tore a hole through the fog. Leo pointed. This environment is against us. Head for the mountains now. As her transformation ended, Jiajia collapsed from the sky. Leo moved swiftly to catch her. Jiajia, are you okay? Sorry. I'm out of energy. I'll carry you. Everyone sprinted before the fog could close in again, but one person tripped and was left behind. Lucy, get up. Hurry. The fog swallowed her whole, her outstretched hand grasping for one last sliver of hope. Tears streamed down Captain Lin Yan's face as she unleashed a mad torrent of gunfire into the mist. Lucy, you animals. Give Lucy back to me. Lan Chi rushed to stop her. Captain, we have to leave, now. The intense recoil left Lin Yan's arm covered in blood, and her suit's alarm began to shriek. Warning, warning. Protective suit has been breached. Our Lie concentration has reached a critical limit. A flash of azure light. A signal tone rings out. Azure system activated. For glory and for humanity's survival. Then, without warning, a massive explosion ripped through the entire region. Lin Yan slammed his fists against the rock in anguish. Damn it all. Arg. Captain Luo Fu tried to console him. Control your grief. To think Azure has soldiers like you. It's a profound tragedy. Tears streamed down his face as Lin Yan roared. They were used as cannon fodder. We should have all died together. That is our conviction. Hearing her words, Luo Fu was taken aback. Dayas sighed with regret. Azure's Northern Heavy Industries has always been under General Long Xian's command. That explains their stubborn, unyielding methods. If he had been in charge from the start, things might not have gotten this bad. Suddenly, Lan Chi stared toward the cave mouth and yelled in panic. Look out, they're here. A thick fog began to swallow the fading sunlight. The team scrambled to the entrance, setting up a defensive line. Planting a mine, Lan Chi pulled out a grenade, burying it at the entrance and activating its motion sensor. 5-meter blast radius. All units, fall back. She had barely turned to run when the entrance exploded. Careful, move back. The explosion triggered a cave-in, sealing the entrance completely. ZD scanned the area with her light. The cave is blocked. How do we get out of here? There's no signal in here either. We can't call for extraction. Lin Yan, having regained his composure, declared, we'll just find another way out. If we have to, we'll dig our own path. ZD put on an innocent face, her words dripping with sarcasm. Oh, as expected of Azure's construction team. So skilled at carving through mountains. Lin Yan shot back, exasperated. Give me a break. We're from Azure Heavy Industries. We build tanks, jets, and cannons. Understand? Even in this crisis, the two couldn't stop bickering. Is that so? Then why didn't you just drive a tank in here? That's because this was a reconnaissance mission. We couldn't make that much noise. They looked like they were about to throw down. Oh, you all seemed pretty fired up earlier. Must have burned through a lot of fuel reserves. Huh. Our tanks and jets would be nothing but dusty models here. If you don't get it, then shut up. We just made temporary technical adjustments. Huang quickly pulled Lin Yan back. Captain, that's enough. Calm down. ZD, this isn't the time for insults. Dia shone her light on the ground, spotting a torn piece of fabric. Luo Fu, take a look at this. She picked it up, examining it closely before realizing. There's no mistake. This is parachute cloth from an old Sun uniform, and there's blood on it. It seems the squad that went missing took shelter here too. And they were attacked. Everyone on high alert. That thing could be in here. With no other choice, they pressed deeper into the darkness. The darkness was absolute, forcing them to use flashlights and drop glow sticks as they went. Captain, it's pitch black up ahead. Stay close to me, Kid Huang. The cavern was vast and deep, with no end in sight. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, they started picking at each other again. Lin Yan broke the silence. Let me make one thing clear. This partnership is temporary. The second we get out of here, I'm still taking you all in. Yeah, we know, ZD replied without a hint of fear. So unlikable, he muttered. If you want to fight, I'm ready whenever you are, Lin Yan snapped. This girl is definitely not the cute type, is she? Huh? Luo Fu, get over here and tell us. Who's cuter, me or her? Why are you dragging me into this? Suddenly, the bracelet on Lan Qi's wrist began to beep. Warning. Detecting anomalous biosignatures. Levels critical. Careful. Something's coming. Daya instantly gripped her weapon, shifting into a battle stance. Kill the flashlights. Just then, they felt it. The ground behind them trembled, as if something massive was moving just beneath the surface. The vibrations grew stronger, making their hearts pound in their chests. When the creature finally emerged, Lan Xi felt like her veins would burst from fear. She raised her gun, but her body betrayed her, trembling uncontrollably. A grotesque, sinewy monster erupted from the ground. It opened its mangled maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it rasped. Food, food. As it charged, the squad opened fire, aiming for its mouth. But the bullets had no effect, it just kept lunging for them. Thinking fast, Lan Chi threw the glow sticks from her pouch, scattering them to distract it. The creature fell for the trick, lumbering towards the lights. Lin Yan stepped up, taking command. Huang, we'll hold it off. You're our main attacker. Huang jumped as her name was called. Huh, me. What do I do? Luo Fu was never one to stand by and be protected. A high-level monster that can talk will provide support. But Lin Yan was stubborn, proudly declaring, "We don't need your help. This is revenge for our fallen comrades. Stay out of it." Huang, who had been silent, finally steeled her resolve, slamming her massive hammer down. "Let's go, Captain." I'm ready. Good. What? She's been carrying a hammer that heavy this whole time. They put the plan into motion. Lam Kai and Lin Yan would draw its attention. Hey, over here. Nearby, Huang channeled her energy into the hammer with absolute focus. The monster crept closer and closer, but the weapon was still charging. The very instant it lunged, Luo Fu unleashed several chains to stop it in its tracks. Watch out. Just in the nick of time, the beast was bound, unable to move an inch. At that same moment, Huang finally lifted her mighty hammer. She slammed a button on the handle, and the system announced a full charge, activating its power assist device. With one massive leap, she soared into the air, swinging the hammer back before letting out a tremendous roar. Huang dove straight for the monster, which promptly swallowed her whole. But before it could even begin to digest her, a muffled boom echoed from within its mouth, followed by a deafening crack as its jaw shattered. The beast dropped dead on the spot. Lin Yan cried out in a panic. Huang casually stepped out of the monster's mouth. Despite the near-death experience, she was carefree, smiling as she said, I'm okay. This time, Luo Fu was truly stunned. I never would have guessed. For a girl like that to pack such explosive power, Si Yi still couldn't believe what she just witnessed. This is completely unscientific. They look like a bunch of mascots, but their actual strength is off the charts. But suddenly, Huang froze, turning to see a hand clamped tightly around her ankle. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. A cheerful, blue-haired girl's voice chirped. Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian. You can call me Vivi. Sorry if I gave you all a scare just now. For once, Lin Yan and Luo Fu were in perfect agreement, whispering to each other, does this android seem a little immature to you? She's from HEDC. What is she doing all the way out here? Vivian recalled her desperate situation. I had just completed a reconnaissance mission, but on the way back to the extraction point, my battery died. I was planning to land here to recharge when I noticed the village was empty, but there were high-level combat readings coming from the nearby cave. So, I went into the cave to investigate, but I carelessly got eaten by that monster. Lin Yan let out a sigh. You're lucky you're made of metal, or you'd be dead. Vivian bowed a full 90 degrees. Thankfully, that massive energy burst you unleashed woke me up. Thank you all for your kind assistance. But Luo Fu was already focused on something else. She said high combat readings. That must be the missing Old Sun squad fighting monsters, right? Did you see anyone else? Excited, Vivian activated a cute little radar that popped up from the top of her head. No, but I have power now. I can activate my radar device to help you find them. Watching the radar spin in every direction didn't inspire much confidence in Luo Fu's group, but Vivian remained enthusiastic. Please be patient. Suddenly, the radar locked onto a frequency, pointing in one direction and vibrating intensely. I've got it, she exclaimed, pointing the way. I've detected 2 living human females deep inside the cave. Luo Fu and Lin Yan were in disbelief. 2 people. But the missing squad had 3 members. Vivi then added, I'm also detecting a reluctant hybrid Z-species lifeform's energy signature deep underground. What? Luo Fu knew they couldn't afford to wait. There was no time to delay. We have to go save them now. Vivi, please lead the way. Seeing them about to leave, Lin Yan grew frustrated. Hold on. I haven't given you permission to leave my sight. And you, android. We're the ones who saved you. Why are you following them? Vivian turned back with a wink. It's because of the 3 great laws of robotics. When we see humans in danger, we have to save them. In 1950, Asimov established the 3 laws. 1. Do not harm humans and actively help them. 2. Absolutely obey human orders. And 3. Protect oneself without violating the first 2 laws. Luo Fu shot her a dark, menacing glare. I'm going to save my people. I dare you to try and stop me. Seeing Lin Yan hesitate, Lam Kai quickly analyzed the situation. Captain, they have the numbers and the advantage right now. Besides, Wang's weapon is on cooldown. She was still unsure what to do. Captain, should we follow them? Our original mission was only to investigate this mountain for resources, anyway. Lin Yan trembled with a mix of helplessness and guilt. It's all my fault. If we hadn't been chasing that criminal, Lucy and Yanni would still be alive. From now on, I'll take care of their families. Lam Kai beat his chest firmly. That was a decision the whole team made. Don't blame yourself. If we're a squad, we bear our hardships together. I'll help support their families, too. Aha. Me too, Captain. Lin Yan quickly regained her composure and laid out a new strategy. Listen up. We're short on manpower right now. If we wait until Luo Fu regroups with the old Sun Squad members, taking him on will be even harder. We've already lost 2 members on this mission. We'll definitely be punished when we get back. But I have an idea. If we can bring that hybrid Z-species energy signature the android mentioned back to base, we might be able to atone for our failure. Both of them agreed. I'm in. Me too. But just as the 3 of them were about to chase after them into the cave, their watches suddenly beeped. Red alert. By the monster's side stands a figure in a red cloak, weeping in utter despair. Who is that? A white-haired aberration, crying its heart out. Tears streamed endlessly from its deep, black, hollow eye sockets. You murdered my child. A chill shot down Lin Yan's spine. Covered in a cold sweat, he spun around. Over here. Luo Fu aimed his flashlight into a crevice in the rock wall. He shouted with all his might, "Is anyone in there? We're the Luo Fu squad." A faint voice struggled to answer back. "We're here. Is everyone else all right?" Following the voice deep into the cave, they found 2 injured survivors huddled in a corner. "What took you so long?" they pleaded. "Get us out of here, now." Seeing they were relatively unharmed, Luo Fu tried to calm them. "Take it easy. Why is it just the 2 of you? Where's your captain?" The short-haired woman explained frantically. "She sacrificed herself to cover our escape. They took her. But the monster should be dead. And I still can't find our captain." Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed, shaking the entire cave. Ce trembled in fear. "What is that sound?" Luo Fu strained his ears, making a quick assessment. "Is that Weiland's squad? What could they possibly be fighting?" The short-haired woman shrank into a corner, her body shaking uncontrollably as she clutched her head in terror. "It's here. It's come back." A horrifying creature with coarse skin and countless tentacles emerged, its cries echoing through the cave. "You killed my child. You killed my child." All 3 members of Wei Lan's team were trapped in its grasp, beaten nearly unconscious. Rage flooded Luo Fu, and he was about to charge in. But the survivor grabbed his arm, begging, "No, don't go out there, please." But he was fearless. He stepped forward, standing defiantly before the beast. "Hey, let them go. The one who killed your child was me." Without a moment's hesitation, his team stepped up behind him, and us. The monster's gaze, dark and emotionless, slowly turned towards them. Liu Qing commanded her vines to ensnare Lin Yan. "In 3 minutes, they will all be completely digested by me." Luo Fu surged forward with a burst of power. 3 minutes? You think too highly of yourself. He yelled, "Everyone, attack." Si Yi and Jia Jia instantly unleashed their abilities, charging in. With a gleeful laugh, their opponent whipped her razor-sharp vines towards them. A storm of vines erupted from the ground, blocking their path. Luo Fu dodged desperately, shouting a warning to the others, "Watch out." Hidden behind a large boulder, Vivian silently observed the chaos. Activating the scanner in her eye, she locked onto the team's combat zone. Combat data is now synced to this location. Ju launched herself at Luo Fu, but he leaped away just in time. The vines smashed into the ground where he'd been standing. Vivian fumed in frustration. "Damn it. It's too chaotic. We can't get any closer." Luo Fu called out, "Deya, it's up to you now." She pulled down her collar, activating an ability on the stone's surface. Meanwhile, Liu Qing tore through the surroundings, taunting them. "Where have you run off to?" Suddenly, a strange object materialized, and she stopped to stare in confusion. Luo Fu and Dai Ya joined forces, unleashing a massive, thorn-covered sword. With Liu Qing distracted, Ce charged in, unleashing a blindingly fast attack. Looking somewhere else? Before she could react, 2 swift strikes landed, sending her reeling backward. Jia Jia immediately followed up, unleashing a relentless counterattack with her gravity manipulation. Straining under the pressure, Liu Qing groaned, "So heavy." Luo Fu's voice rang out in praise. "Incredible work, Jia Jia, Si Yi, Dai Ya." Dai Ya channeled more power, reaching out to touch the golden chains wrapped around the massive blade. As her power surged into it, the thorny, crimson sword began to glow with immense energy. Unable to withstand the brilliant light, Liu Qing let out a blood-curdling scream. With Liu Qing defeated, Dai Ya turned to Lin Yan. They're all alive. Administer the healing serum, quickly. Lin Yan nodded. Right away. Breathing heavily, Luo Fu said, I'll free you from the agony of this hybrid corruption. He released a final surge of spiritual energy into her, whispering, May you rest in peace. Suddenly, a splitting headache tore through his mind, interrupting him. It's happening again. Are these her lingering memories? An image flooded his mind. A woman and child, tied to a tree. A man's voice roared, Damn you. You dared to eat meat from an infected animal. Are you trying to kill the entire village? The woman in the red dress pleaded, It's been 3 days. If we don't eat, my child will starve. Please. I'm begging you. Let us go. But the villagers raised their torches high. Can you even call yourself human anymore? Feeding your own son that filth. A man screamed. Burn them. Burn them both alive. Burn them. Consumed by despair, she let out a final scream as thorny vines erupted from her body. The villagers cried out in terror. It's not good. Run. In moments, no one else was left alive. She cradled her child, sobbing. Don't cry. Don't cry now. Be a good boy. Sensing a strange presence, Liu Qing turned around. Her eyes fell on a bizarre fruit growing from a barren tree, and she wondered, how can fruit grow in this contaminated soil? Seeing red blossoms covering the branches, the mother fell to her knees, murmuring, Sacred tree. Oh, sacred tree. Please, I beg you, bear your fruit for us. Liu Qing couldn't believe her eyes. She yelled in fury, Hey, what have you done? Was that distress signal a lie? Did you kill all these villagers? And in an instant, the woman's vines shot out, ensnaring Liu Qing completely. Luo Fu realized with a shock. That must be the captain of the lost old sun squad. He clutched his head in pain. She's still alive. A massive wave of energy erupted from Luo Fu. Seeing him clutch his head in pain, Di asked with concern, Luo Fu, are you all right? A vision flashed through his mind again as he answered, I saw a piece of a memory. The villagers were infected, and the old sun squad was ambushed. Their captain. She's still alive. We have to get into that cave and rescue her. Now. Luo Fu approached the rest of the group. What's the situation? Jia reported immediately. I've administered medical treatment. Their condition isn't critical. Lin Yan struggled to sit up. We're still alive? Suspicion filled her eyes as she demanded, Why would you save us? We're enemies. He simply gave a nonchalant reply. But before Luo Fu could even finish his thought, Lin Yan cut him off in a panic. Don't tell me you're using this life-saving debt to make me abandon my mission, and then expect me to repay you with my body. You'll use that as a chance to steal all of Wei Lan's intel for a counterattack, won't you? Stunned by her wild accusation, he replied, You've got plenty of women on your own team. Flustered, Lin Yan pushed back, Even though I owe you for saving my life. If you think you can use it to threaten me into repaying you, you're dead wrong. Luo Fu's face went pale with disbelief. What on earth are you talking about? Deya couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, he mused. This one must have suffered some kind of head injury. Jia wondered if she'd given her the wrong injection. Lan Qi spoke up, mortified. I'm so sorry. Our captain is just overwrought. She held Lin Yan back and bowed respectfully. We are truly grateful that you saved our lives. Huang quickly followed suit. Thank you. Lan Qi snapped at her. Well, aren't you going to thank them properly? With tears streaming down her face, the soldier choked out, Thank you for saving our lives. Vivian peeked out from behind, giggling at the whole scene. Luo Fu and the others are amazing. But seeing her, Yi wasn't pleased. You said you'd protect the humans, not let them get exposed to danger. You were hiding so far away. Vivian looked confused. But to protect everyone else, I have to protect myself first, right? Just then, Luo Fu revealed some startling information. Good news. There's a chance your captain is still alive. The two women froze in shock. Is that true? She's really alive? Another soldier trembled with fear. Does that mean we have to go deeper into the cave? That's too dangerous. Risking the entire squad for one person who might already be dead. Why don't we get outside, call for backup, and then decide what to do? Luo Fu's voice was a low, angry growl. What did you just say? A life is on the line. We don't have time to waste. We move out now. If you're not coming, go back to the entrance and save yourselves. Without another word, he plunged deeper into the darkness, and Lin Yan nervously followed. Why does it feel like her own teammates care less about whether she lives or dies than a complete stranger? Lan Qi warned, You should talk less. Ahead, they saw a withered tree with 2 crystal fruits, and Vivian spoke with a sad tone. I'm sorry. My scans can't detect any human life signs. Luo Fu couldn't accept it, guessing, It seems. We were too late. Yi slashed her blade against the tree, and a strange liquid oozed from the wound. Jai gasped in horror. Why is this tree bleeding? Don't tell me it's using human lives as nourishment. Luo Fu gritted his teeth in fury. We can't let this thing keep growing. Lin Yan offered with newfound confidence. Let us help. Lan Qi, incendiary round. She complied instantly. Yes, ma'am. The grenade arcs through the air, erupting in a brilliant flash as cleansing flames engulfed the tree's twisted branches. Someone spoke up. May she rest in peace. But just then, Luo Fu felt that something was terribly wrong. The burnt husk of the tree revealed a giant flower bud nestled within. Luo Fu shouted to the others, "Look, there's something inside the tree's core." Layer by layer, the petals began to unfurl, revealing a glimpse of brown hair. It was the hair of Lu Qing, deep in a peaceful slumber. He cried out in surprise, "It's her." But someone held him back. "Be careful. She's probably already been digested." Just then, the woman's eyes fluttered open. "Where is this place?" Luo Fu asked sternly. "Do you remember your identity?" Lu Qing answered, still dazed, "I am Lu Qing, captain of the C-rank squad from Old Sun Base." Her eyes then widened in recognition as she shouted, "And you're Luo Fu, from the same rank as me." Hearing this, he breathed. "That's right. Your team lost contact with our base for too long, so Chief Han sent us to provide aid." Lu Qing asked frantically, "My teammates? Where are they? Are they still alive?" Luo Fu stepped aside to reveal the soldiers behind him. "They're all here." A brilliant smile lit up her face. "That's wonderful. You're all alive." Suddenly, Lu Qing was racked by a violent coughing fit. Luo Fu rushed to support her. "Are you all right?" She stared, trembling, at the blood in her hand. "I think I'm beyond saving." A strange voice echoed inside her mind. "This is a fine vessel, but her body has been considerably invaded. Little demon, how about you let this young master drain her completely? It will be a less painful death." Trembling, Lu Qing clutched his shirt. "Before I die, I want to see my teammates one last time." Luo Fu's heart ached. "They're right here." He frantically urged them forward. "What are you waiting for? Get over here." The two soldiers looked stunned. "Huh? We have to go over there?" Luo Fu felt a growing sense of dread. Something is very wrong here. Why is their attitude so strange? The two women struggled to make excuses for themselves. "Captain, we made it. But you can't blame us for what happened earlier. We should have just ignored that distress signal in the first place. It's your fault for stubbornly insisting we check it out. And now look what's happened. Do you have any last words?" "We'll do our best to honor them," she answered calmly. "Is that so? Then I really must thank you. My final wish is for you to come to hell with me." As she spoke, Lu Qing's hand plunged straight through their bodies. Luo Fu was completely stunned. "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" Deya charged forward, landing a heavy blow against her. Lu Qing dodged, quickly leaping back. "I once called them my sisters, but those two conniving snakes." The memory of their betrayal burned in her mind, how they left her to die just to save themselves. Lu Qing's mutated form twisted into a cruel grin. "It's true. Only when facing death do people reveal their true nature." Her voice rose into a maddened shriek. "Get out of my way. I have to kill them." Deyaz stood his ground, his sword aimed squarely at her. Luo Fu helped the brown-haired girl and ordered, "Quick, stop the bleeding." "Right." He then turned to Lu Qing, trying to de-escalate. "Calm down. Let's head back to base first. Chief Han will definitely punish them," she replied coldly. "I already gave them a chance." Lu Qing ground her teeth in fury. "But even when I faked my own death, they didn't show a single shred of remorse." She screamed with raw hatred. "They wouldn't even dare face me, just scrambling for excuses to run. How can a mere punishment ever repay what my life has cost? They were the ones who made the mistake. So why am I the one forced to pay the price with my life?" At her words, Luo Fu and De Ya fell silent. The wounded girl grimly bandaged herself and said, "You claimed you came here to rescue us. But the moment you learn the truth, all you care about is protecting your own ideals. Covering up this evil," she shrieked, losing control. "I don't have much time. I'm about to turn into a tree completely. I have to kill them with my own hands, and then end myself." The brown-haired girl broke down, pleading, "Don't kill me. I was wrong, Captain. I beg you, please spare us." Vivian stammered, "Please. Everyone, please don't hurt each other." Lu Qing said nothing more. Vines erupted from the ground, binding Deya tightly as she shot forward, her sharp hand reaching for the girl, growling, "Shut your mouth." Luo Fu grabbed her arm, holding her back. "Get a grip on your mind. Don't let your emotions control you." Being stopped only enraged Lu Qing further. Lu Qing struggled, her voice frantic. "My mind has never been clearer. What right do you have to steal my revenge from me?" He pleaded, still trying to calm her. "I don't know how to extinguish the fire of your anger, but I refuse to watch you slaughter one another. You said it yourself. The three of you were once close sisters." Lu Qing froze, turning away in silence. Luo Fu stared, bewildered, as her body began to regenerate. Had she finally calmed down? Lin Yan sniffed the air. Where is that sweet floral scent coming from? At that moment, a flower bloomed from Lu Qing's eye socket. Luo Fu watched the petals drift down, a terrible feeling creeping into his heart. Something was very wrong. As a girl reached for a petal, he yelled, "Don't touch it. There's a problem." A wicked smile spread across Lu Qing's face. It's too late. He looked down in horror at the flower bud now rooted to his chest. What is this? Lu Qing's voice was a low rasp. Don't move. And don't pull it out. The roots of this bud have already intertwined with your hearts. If you even move or use your powers, it will begin draining your blood until you're a dried-up husk. As long as you stay out of my way, I promise you won't suffer any harm. Everyone watched the flower buds in terror. Lu Qing turned to the brown-haired girl, her voice filled with glee. The only thing I want is the lives of those two. The terrified girl slammed her forehead on the ground, begging, I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. Suddenly, a firm voice commanded, stop. Lu Qing flinched, turning to listen. They abandoned you, but their crime does not deserve death. Without a second thought, Luo Fu ripped the flower from his chest. The one you should be taking revenge on is the monster that actually killed you. Seeing him crush the bud, she screamed in disbelief. Impossible. How could you do that? The source root, dwelling inside, Luo Fu scoffed. You dare lay a hand on this young master's body? How amusing. Luo Fu shot back in his mind. This is my body. A powerful energy surged from Luo Fu's hand as he pleaded. Let this be the end of it. His face hardened into a severe warning. If you continue to kill, then don't blame me for being merciless. Luo Fu pointed directly at Lu Qing. If you insist on this path, I will show you no mercy. She casually waved her hand. In response, gigantic, monstrous hands erupted from the ground under Lu Qing's command. Let's see just how much power you really have. With that, she lunged, launching a furious assault on him. Luo Fu barely withstood the attack, getting pushed back. Lu Qing sneered, pathetically weak. Before he could counter, she fired another blast. He manipulated the earth, raising a shield to block the hit. But Lu Qing shattered the massive barrier into fragments with a single, powerful punch. Lu Qing's excitement grew, her smile becoming more deranged. What a boring little play. She then unleashed a relentless storm of punches, hammering down on Luo Fu. The barrage of blows engulfed the entire area in a thick cloud of dust. And in that moment, a golden chain shot up, striking the very top of the cave. He clung tight, escaping the blinding smoke. With a light touch, his foot landed on the golden chain. Luo Fu swiftly spun around to face Lu Qing. Without holding back, he unleashed his full power. Seeing this, she scrambled to defend herself in terror. But a pillar of light slammed into the earth, engulfing everything in a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke finally cleared, it revealed Lu Qing, struggling on the ground. Luo Fu landed softly before her. You've lost. Leave now. But her eyes burned with malice as she muttered endlessly, Kill, kill. I have to kill him. Hearing this, the brown-haired girl's eyes filled with tears of fear. Lu Qing snarled, refusing to accept defeat. No one can stop me from getting my revenge. Suddenly, the flowers on everyone's chests bloomed, unleashing a wave of agony. He cried out in shock. What are you doing? But we haven't done anything. Her mutation intensified as she roared in fury. You're all his accomplices. Die. Luo Fu watched in shock as Lu Qing spewed a pink mist. He stared, horrified, at the tiny flower buds now floating in the air. Seeing those buds, Luo Fu felt a terrible premonition. Moments later, a series of horrifying explosions ripped through the air. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Luo Fu secretly tried to activate his power, but before he could, Lu Qing unleashed her own strength. She taunted him playfully, I'll get rid of that troublesome arm of yours. He trembled as vines overpowered him, binding his power-infused arm. Lu Qing grabbed Luo Fu's arm in a frenzy, squeezing with all her might. He screamed in agony. Deya planted her sword in the ground, trying to force herself up through the pain, but she finally succumbed and collapsed, unconscious. The others were in no better shape. He grit his teeth. Deya, damn it, you're shameless. They didn't even move, and you still attacked. She cackled with glee. Blame whatever you want. The truth has awakened me, and right now, I'm having a blast. Just then, the Origin Seed's voice echoed in his mind, urging him on. Luo Fu, stop holding back. Unleash the madness buried deep inside you. You know you possess a much greater power. Come on. Just give your body to me. He struggled to resist. No, I can't. But the voice relentlessly stripped away his defenses. You've already lost your family. You're all alone. Do you really want to lose your friends, too? Luo Fu's eyes shot open in pure terror. Luo Fu stared into the rippling water, lost in thought. An image of his desolate, burning city appeared before his eyes. He saw Shui Bin and his mother, their eyes once filled with hope. They perished in that city, leaving behind only a single photograph. Luo Fu made his choice. A crimson pattern blazed to life on his forehead. The origin seed had successfully taken control of his body. Its eyes flashed open as it let out a roar. Lu Qing sensed the danger and retreated. Her watch blared a warning. Massive energy source detected. Pseudo-seed concentration levels have exceeded the limit. Lin Yan stammered. The watch exploded. The origin seed erupted with power, laughing manically. You fool. This young master can finally see the light of day again. She scoffed and launched 2 punches. Think a new hairstyle makes you stronger? With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly deflected her attack. Not bad at all. The origin seed gave her a razor-sharp glare. Then, he shot forward, closing the distance in an instant. The origin seed gently tapped the center of Lu Qing's forehead. A moment later, a pillar of energy erupted, blasting her backwards. Lu Qing had no time to defend herself. Her body slammed violently into a massive boulder. With the deed done, the origin seed landed softly. It mused. Such a deep-seated obsession. To think she can still stand after just a single flick. She unleashed a storm of petals in defiance, but he let them pass by him, completely unfazed. That's useless. Welcome to my pseudo-seed domain. The origin seed smirked sinisterly, watching as terror consumed Lu Qing. As the soul of another species, it delivered its judgment. Foolish mortals, standing before the ruler of this world, your courage and your faith are nothing but dust. The origin seed stared down at the tiny figure in its hand. It declared flatly, you are nothing more than an insect. She was paralyzed with fear, but Lu Qing quickly recovered, laughing maniacally. He's about to wake up, she screamed. Even as golden chains bound her in mid-air. The origin seed sneered in contempt. So, you've completely lost your mind. It began to channel streams of dark purple energy. As expected, no mere mortal can resist the primordial power of this young master. Even while restrained, Lu Qing arrogantly declared, everything will return to nothingness. But then, writhing tendrils began to reach for her. Ichor gushed forth. Lu Qing died instantly. The origin seed sighed, almost disappointed. That wasn't even enough for an appetizer. As the writhing mass returned to it, the origin seed scanned its surroundings. Then, its attention fell upon Luo Fu's group. Seeing Daya struggle to sit up, it asked, oh, you're awake. As the origin seed approached her, Lin Yan moved to intervene. But Lan Shi held him back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Just watch. It silently and coldly scrutinized her. Daya stared back, completely bewildered. Then, the origin seed gently took her hand. Daya, it said, kneeling on one knee. Will you marry me? She could only stare, stunned, into the origin seed's affectionate eyes. The progenitor gazed fondly at Diana, and then proposed. Diana, marry me. Her mind went completely blank. A furious blush crept up Lin Yan's neck. What? He wants to get married just like that. But he was just hitting on me a second ago. Lan Shi snapped her out of it. You were clearly just imagining things. Ziyi sighed, exasperated. Besides, what are you even blushing for? Am I dreaming, or did I miss something? How did we jump straight to a marriage proposal? She grabbed her hair in frustration. Jia, however, was excited. Wow, I never knew Luo Fu was so bold. It's like he's a completely different person. Diana sensed something was wrong and backed away. Who? Are you? He answered with an unsettling calm, I am Luo Fu. She scoffed, then her expression turned serious. Stop messing around. Something's felt off this whole time. Those skills were completely unfamiliar. Luo Fu has never used them before. Spit it out. Who are you? Really? The progenitor knew he couldn't hide it any longer. I am your master. Images of the girls using their powers flashed through his mind. The progenitor explained warmly, I awakened you through Luo Fu, turning you all into superhumans. Hearing this, Diana was utterly shocked. But why us? She asked. He answered casually. Any species that wishes to survive must undergo a complex evolution. You are the potential I have chosen. The most exceptional genes will undoubtedly produce the strongest offspring. Thinking of the elite genes from Diana, Ziyi, and Jia, the progenitor thought, this young master is symbiotic with this brat. If anything happens to him, I'm finished. Therefore, I must secure the next generation. Just then, Z stepped in front of Diana, exposing his true intentions. Hold on. After that long speech. Does that mean you're just after her body? The progenitor stammered, flustered. I have no ill intentions towards her. It's only to evolve the ultimate power, strong enough to defeat the Abyss Mother. Jia pressed him suspiciously. Why would you help us defeat the Abyss Mother? Aren't you and she the same kind? At her words, Hatred surged within the progenitor. We were, once. Memories of the past flooded back. The ancestors of my people were not always so grotesque, but ever since we discovered the Ascendant and its relics, everyone went mad. Our entire race evolved, gaining immense power. But in doing so, they lost themselves, plotting to resurrect an ancient being from a forgotten era. My people walked the path of evolution, reviving our progenitor with an ancient, cryptic language. Because of this, every century, the strongest youth of our tribe was sacrificed to the Ascendant, becoming its food. He continued, I risked everything to escape, but my body was severely damaged, leaving only a single core behind. That's when someone found the progenitor's core. Hey, look, this thing is still alive. Go inform Dr. Luo. He recalled a young Luo Fu lying in a hospital bed. Humans discovered me, and due to an unexpected accident, I was able to live again. I entered Luo Fu's body, and have been living in symbiosis with him ever since. The progenitor's voice filled with rage and determination. I refuse to end up like my predecessors, a mere sacrifice for the Ascendant. I will become a great, independent being, a pillar for this entire world. He glanced away shyly. And of course, if possible, I also want a people and a family of my own. That is my dream. Ziyi thought, why do I get the feeling? He's just a poor, lost kid. Watch what you say, Diana warned. Jia guessed, maybe he isn't a bad guy after all. The progenitor let out an exhausted sigh. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have to go now. That Luo Fu kid is about to wake up. In any case, think carefully about my offer. You should know that being noticed by this young master is a unique honor for a human like you. Suddenly, sensing a malicious aura, he turned around. Huh? He saw Ziyi grinning wickedly. Leaving so soon? Should I personally see you out? Diana was just as furious. Jia panicked and tried to stop them. Guys, calm down. If you hit him, you're hitting Luo Fu's body. The progenitor thought, I'll just leave this awkward mess for Luo Fu to handle. And with that, he collapsed to the ground. Everyone rushed to wake him. Luo Fu, Luo Fu, Luo Fu. He groggily opened his eyes, and the girls cheered. You're awake. Luo Fu sat up carefully. Huh? Are you guys okay? Why does my entire body ache? Lin Yan jumped in, worried. You don't remember? A moment ago, you were like a completely different person. You defeated that creature in just a few moves. Luo Fu froze, the words hitting him like a thunderclap. He thought furiously, the progenitor. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake. Diana yelled in alarm, this is bad. The cave is collapsing. They all scrambled to escape. Let's get out of here, now. As rocks rained down from above, a hand nearby unearthed a crystal heart. Vian wondered excitedly, if the doctor sees this, I bet he'll be thrilled. A satisfied smirk crossed her face. Not only had she escaped, but she also secured the origin specimen. Vivian's mechanical eyes locked onto Luo Fu's retreating form. The tracking device was now active, just outside the desolate cave. A massive explosion tore through the landscape. The deafening blast echoed for miles. Huang shattered the blocked cave entrance with his weapon. Overjoyed, Lin Yan threw her arms around the young girl. Huang, you saved us. Without you, we would have been buried alive. Huang, flustered, replied, Captain, you're a little too close. The rest of the group finally emerged from the dust. She spoke calmly, well, I suppose this is where we part ways. Need a lift for part of the way? Luo Fu pointed to himself with a grin. No thanks, we've got our own ride. Vivian shot into the air on her boot rockets. Vivi is heading straight home now. Everyone, have a safe trip. But moments later, she nosedived straight into a bush, leaving everyone speechless. Vivian grumbled from the foliage, man. I really wanted to make a cool exit, but I totally failed. Lin Yan let out a weary sigh. I had a feeling she was a few screws loose. He asked, filled with doubt, are you sure she's going to be all right? She waved to the group. Bye-bye. Lin Yan spoke with a serious tone. Well then, we'll be on our way. Lan Shi added, please, take care of yourselves. Huang stammered, gee goodbye. Just a few steps into their departure, she suddenly stopped. Lin Yan couldn't hold back any longer, his voice heavy with emotion. Luo Fu, Dea. You're nothing like the rumors, say. I'm sure there's just been some kind of misunderstanding with your superiors. Blushing, she bit her lip. But my rank is too low. There's nothing I can do to help. But Luo Fu missed her point, simply smiling at the acknowledgement. Thank you. It's good to know there are still people in Weilan who can tell right from wrong. Lin Yan looked back, a troubled expression on his face. So, will we ever see each other again? Luo Fu beamed, his voice firm with conviction. Absolutely. As long as we're both fighting for humanity, we're bound to meet again on the battlefield. She froze. Something felt off. The battlefield? Lin Yan added, a hint of sadness in his voice. I was hoping I could still come to your and Daya's wedding. Lan Shi bonked him on the head, annoyed. Why would they invite a total stranger to their wedding? You just love being the third wheel, don't you? A wedding. From the helicopter, she didn't forget to shout encouragement to Luo Fu. Go for it. A man's got to make the first move. Then she furiously clamped a hand over Lin Yan's mouth, dragging him inside. Get in here right now, he asked, completely bewildered. What in the world was he talking about? Simang asked, can someone please tell me what just happened? Back at the office, Han Shitan listened to Luo Fu's report. So you're saying Liu Qing and Tang Na both died inside that cave? That village used to be one of our main food suppliers. I never imagined the infection could have spread that devastatingly. He let out a heavy sigh. It seems we'll need to allocate even more personnel from now on. Luo Fu, you've been through a lot. Go get some rest. Yes, sir. As Luo Fu stepped outside, he noticed a crowd huddled together. Curious, he moved closer to see. A brown-haired girl was trembling as she was berated by Xiaina. Finally, the brown-haired girl couldn't take it anymore and ran off. Siyu's group called out to him, Luo Fu, what's going on? Come on, let's go eat. Chow time, startled. He replied, I'm coming. Far away, over the frigid, snow-capped mountains, Vivian soared back toward her base. In the beginning, the android army had seen incredible success. They conquered vast territories across the European continent. But then, the Abyss Mother began its assault, systematically destroying humanity's ecosystem. Inside the doctor's lab, Representative Lin pointed to a monitor. This image just came in from the front lines. They're secreting an infectious fluid that contaminates the soil and releasing a miasma into the atmosphere. This, smog, has already begun to blanket the entire European continent. It's not just jamming all electronic signals, it's also blocking the sunlight our solar-powered units need to recharge. They can't continue the operation. The screen displayed images of hideous, grotesque monsters. After listening, the doctor slammed his fist down in fury. Damn it. Are they trying to terraform our world? Turning land, sea, and air into the dark, damp environment they thrive in. Representative Lin immediately interjected. We have to find a way to resupply our forces, and fast. The doctor rubbed his temples, frustrated. If I could just figure out how these monsters generate such immense bioenergy, I might be able to convert it into a power source we can use. Just then, Vivian burst into the room with excitement. Ta-da. Doctor, I'm back. The doctor's eyes lit up in surprise. Vivi, you've returned. She held up the crystal. Doctor, look, this is what I retrieved. I ran a preliminary scan. It contains an incredibly potent source of bioenergy. The doctor was stunned, then ecstatic. Excellent work, Vivi. You've made a monumental discovery. He then turned urgently to the other man. Representative Lin, get this to the lab immediately. I want a full analysis report started. Right now. Overjoyed, the representative agreed. Right away. Meanwhile, in the lab, a brown-haired technician grumbled in frustration. Damn it, I barely got one bite of my dinner before they called me in. A blue-haired researcher chimed in, equally annoyed. Tell me about it. But what can you do? Orders are orders. They want a full analysis report by tonight. Let's just get this over with. The brown-haired technician asked nervously. Hey, shouldn't we be in full biohazard gear for this? The other scientist just scoffed. It takes half an hour to suit up. What a pain. Look, this thing is basically just a piece of fruit. Let's get the sample already. With that, they sliced it open. But one of them felt a chill run down his spine. Is it just my imagination? Or did that thing just twitch? In the next instant, the specimen exploded, and the green-haired scientist screamed in pure terror. Seeing this, his partner froze in panic. What's wrong? A cloud of violet smoke engulfed the scientist. It burns. He clutched his face and stumbled away. It's nothing. I'll just wash it off. You carry on. The brown-haired tech watched with concern. Are you really okay? The man snapped back irritably. I said, I'm fine. The scientist staggered into the restroom. He looked in the mirror, only to see a horrifying, mutated face staring back, with dark veins bulging from his skin. Meanwhile, at the Yulan base, a young woman with brown hair was lost in a deep, troubled sleep. A strange, ethereal hand reached into her mind, manipulating her dreams. What an interesting sight. Yulan and that HDDC android. So, Liu Qing really did succumb to the rot. This must be the power of a stage 2 mutation. The entity let out a chilling laugh, continuing to sift through the girl's memories. So this is how you all survived? Luo Fu, with a single, fatal blow. Fascinating. The sleeping girl struggled, trapped in her nightmare. The psychic intruder merely pressed deeper, feeding on her agony. Then allow me to grant you your release. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night, carrying the thick, coppery stench of death. Elsewhere, Luo Fu sat brooding, forced to listen to the complaints of the origin seed within him. Didn't I already give you a week off? You should be resting, not working yourself to death. The memory of that failed confession flashed in his mind, and Luo Fu's anger flared. This is all your fault. The origin seed's voice was full of mischief. Oh, you mean the part where she recognized me? I was doing you a favor, you ungrateful brat. Luo Fu cursed under his breath. Damn you. The being just provoked him further. What's the matter? You have a problem with Dai Ya? Was he trying to burn away his frustration with this brutal training? No, it's just. I've pushed myself for half a year, but this last mission was one disaster after another. I couldn't even protect the woman I care about. The way I am now, I'm not worthy of her. Luo Fu's face flushed with shame. Hearing this, the origin seed's voice turned smug. See, now you finally understand my true power, don't you? Luo Fu's reply was firm. Yeah. I understand that I can't ever rely on your power again. Who knows what kind of mess you'd make if you took over my body? The entity sensed danger and quickly changed its tune. Hey, that's not a good idea. You need to use my power more. It's like a muscle. If you don't use it, it'll waste away. If you don't draw on my strength regularly, it's just going to get weaker and weaker. I might even degenerate completely, until you can't use any of your abilities at all. Luo Fu paused, wiping sweat from his brow. Are you serious? You're not trying to trick me, are you? The origin seed sounded genuinely offended. Kid, how many times have I saved your life? You still don't trust me. Suddenly, Dai Ya burst through the door. Luo Fu, we have a situation. He looked up, startled. What is it? She caught her breath and delivered the news. The girl we rescued. She took her own life. The words hit Luo Fu like a punch to the gut. He whipped around, his face pale. What? He remembered how the others had tormented her, and his expression hardened. Luo Fu slammed his training weights to the ground and bolted from the room. Dai Ya cried out, Luo Fu, where are you going? He was already gone, racing to find Xia Na. He spotted her and his voice boomed. Xia Na. His face was a mask of pure fury. What did you say to Li? Why would she kill herself? Xia Na didn't even turn around, her mind lost in a memory of her own harsh words. I was Lu Qing's commander. I knew exactly how capable she was. If she wasn't wasting her time looking after you lot, she would have made it to a B-rank squad by now. How could someone with her strength die so easily? What really happened out there? And how did Luo Fu's squad escape unscathed? The memory of Li, trembling with guilt, was still fresh. I have no right to stay here. Xia Na had pressed her, unsatisfied. Where will you go? Do you have any family left? The girl's voice had been a ghost of a whisper. I abandoned my only relative to escape. Please, don't ask any more. And with that, Li had fled. Xia Na had tried to stop her, but it was useless. Wait, back in the present, Xia Na's voice dripped with venom. Are you trying to blame her death on me? If so, why don't you tell me? How did Liu Qing really die? We abandoned Liu Qing to escape. She was taken by a monster. Started to rot. Then she attacked us. We had to kill her. Xia Na finally whirled on him, her rage boiling over. You expect me to believe that a bunch of Stage 1 rookies could kill a near B ranker who had already hit Stage 2? Luo Fu choked back his anger and turned away. Believe what you want, I'm leaving. But she wasn't done. Her power lashed out, holding him in place. What's that attitude? Did I say you could go? Stay right there. Luo Fu glared down at the strand of hair binding his arm. I was emotional earlier. I apologize. Now let me go. A cruel smile spread across Xia Na's face. Don't be scared. I just want to see what our great Captain Luo Fu is made of. Captain Luo Fu. Her hair shot forward like a spear, but he instinctively raised his mutated arm, blocking the attack. Seeing him struggle only fueled Ha Na's arrogance. You're still just a rookie, little Luo Fu. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a torrent of her power. Is this really all you've got? Show this big sister what you're truly capable of. Strands of Hana's hair closed in, descending to crush Luo Fu completely. But in that instant, the origin strain inside him seized control, erupting with the roar of a savage beast. Witnessing this transformation, Hana froze in terror, her attack stopping dead in its tracks. She scrambled backward, her face pale with fear. What is this? An A-rank like me is actually feeling afraid? Meanwhile, Ren watched with a troubled frown. Luo Fu finally wrestled back control of his body, letting out an exhausted breath. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Luo Fu, someone's here for you. Looks like an android. She says her name is Vivian. He whipped his head around in disbelief. What? Soon after, Luo Fu and Vivian met in a guarded room. Vivian, how did you find the location of our base? She stammered nervously. I planted a tracking device on you. Luo Fu was completely stunned. You did when? Vivian's expression turned to one of pure desperation. Luo Fu, I'm begging you, please save the doctor. Confused, he asked, what in the world happened? Her face twisted in pain as she recounted the disaster at her facility. We were researching the hybrid der fruit, but the experiment went wrong and all the base personnel were infected. Luo Fu roared in horror. What? You were secretly researching that forbidden fruit. I thought all of it had been destroyed. In a flashback, Vivian helped the injured doctor toward their warship. Doctor, hurry. The infected staff had uploaded a virus to the service droids. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from one, sending them both flying. Unable to dodge, she slammed hard against the ground. As Vivian painfully pushed herself up, her eyes shot wide open in shock. She watched in terror as Representative Lin appeared, leading a horde of infected androids. It was the start of a full-scale machine rebellion. Vivian cried out for the doctor. Because I'm a second-generation system. One of the doctor's own creations. I was the only one immune. The old man struggled to look up, urging her on. Go, run, warn the others. Don't turn back. Whatever you do, don't come back for me. Obeying his final command, Vivian activated her leg thrusters and blasted off. Lin mercilessly stomped on the doctor, roaring, capture her. Doctor, she screamed in despair. Back in the present, her voice was laced with sorrow. I managed to shake the pursuers and escape here. Luo Fu voiced the question on his mind. But why come to the Jiuyi faction to find me? Isn't the Weilan faction much more powerful? Thinking back, Vivian's expression softened. I showed the doctor the recordings from my time out in the world. He said he believed you were a righteous and trustworthy young man. Vivian added that she felt the same way. Luo Fu simply replied, Is that so? Thank you. An image of the old doctor giving a speech flashed through his mind. She continued, The doctor also told me that you used to work for Weilan's AI division during the early days of the war with the Abyss Mother. He proposed creating an android army to prevent human soldiers from getting infected, but the Weilan board of directors rejected his plan. He believed the board never truly cared about winning the war, which is why he contacted Representative Yang. He left Weilan and joined the HDDC. Hearing this, Luo Fu's expression soured. The Weilan board again. They're the true enemy of humanity. Suddenly, Vivian shot up and ran towards him. With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, Luo Fu, Vivian is begging you. Please, save the doctor. He is the only family I have. Her plea moved him, and he tried to calm her down. This is a serious matter. I'm going to find Big Bro Han right now. He thought to himself. An android who possesses such profound human-like emotions. It's truly astonishing. After Luo Fu explained the situation, Han Shitten spoke calmly. So that's what happened. No wonder she refused to see anyone but you. It seems the doctor and his daughter Vivian hold you in very high regard. Luo Fu replied, flustered, Big Bro Han, please don't tease me. But his leader's expression turned grim as he considered the global threat. If it weren't for the HDDC's immense contributions on the European front, the situation here in Asia would be far more dire. And now, these rebel androids will most likely target humanity next. We cannot stand by and do nothing. I'll assign an A-rank combatant to go with you. Luo Fu's face lit up. Is it Yi Kong? Han Shitan gave a subtle nod before revealing the rest of his plan. He and Su Hong are currently on a mission up north. I'll have them proceed directly to Weilan and deliver a warning. Elsewhere, Yi Kong sat casually on a rock as Su Hong delivered the news. The HDDC rebels have jammed all continental communications. We'll need to warp to the Bailing Strait to reach the Weilan bunker. Yi Kong looked dumbfounded. What? I don't want to go somewhere that cold. Besides, they slammed the door in our faces the last time we were there. Su Hong's tone became stern. This is no time for slacking off. If we mishandle this, it could trigger a human civil war. Yi Kong panicked. Wait, a civil war? Back with Luo Fu, a helicopter soared over a mountain range. Inside, Si Yihan spoke with a bitter tone. Consider yourselves lucky. If Big Bro Han hadn't asked, I wouldn't be caught dead babysitting you too. Just make sure you don't drag me down. Luo Fu shot back, annoyed. Of all people, why did it have to be you? She shot back without hesitation. Can we really trust a drunk? Jia, caught in the middle, could only speak helplessly. The other 3 A-rank agents were already on missions. Suddenly, the helicopter lurched violently, and Hana froze. Vivian asked anxiously, What's happening? Dean's face was grim as he announced. The android army Vivian developed has gone rogue. She quickly pointed to a hiding spot. If we take cover behind this mountain, they'll never spot us. Vivian's face went pale with terror. The transport ships behind them belonged to the HDDC, and they were flying north, directly toward Weilan's stronghold. Leo cried out in alarm, This is bad. We have to make our move. Now. Arriving at the snow-covered HDDC base, Hana strode confidently across the frozen landscape, right up to the main gate. She arrogantly taunted the machines inside. My, what a warm welcome. Did you really need this many to greet me? In response, the glowing eyes of countless virus-infected androids lit up the darkness. Seeing this, Hana simply twirled a lock of hair and smirked. Meanwhile, on the far side of the base, another group found androids buried in the snow. He held up a robotic mask, signaling to the others, get ready to infiltrate. Would their shadowy figures remain undetected? Dean whispered, all right, we're in. Leo grumbled on the side, but man, this uniform is a little tight. Just then, a patrol bot rounded the corner and spotted them. It demanded, you're not at the gate helping eliminate the intruders. What is your purpose here? Vivian stepped forward to answer. We just returned from the main gate. Our weapons systems are malfunctioning. The unit directed them to the repair bay to find Dr. Leviathan. Vivian lost her composure and rushed forward, calling out, Doctor. But Leo quickly calmed her down. Vivian, stay calm. The android moved on but kept glancing back with suspicion. On the other side of the base, Hana was completely dominating her battle against the robots. An android attempted a stealth attack, but she detected its presence in an instant. She said confidently, trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers, but as she surveyed the scene, Hana frowned. Wait, they've already retreated? A moment later, she knew something was wrong. What the? Both walls beside her suddenly exploded inward in a surprise attack. Hana's expression became more tense than ever. She unleashed an attack with her hair, but it was no use. Shh, it's too strong. Hana gave a cold laugh as she powered up. Don't think this is enough to bind me. As she fought, she wondered if Leo's group was having any success. Back inside, Leo's team was moving cautiously, scouting from behind a wall. Vivian anxiously peeked her head out, scanning the area. The doctor was completely absorbed in his research on machine technology when a sudden voice broke his concentration. Doctor. The two finally met. Vivian, how did you get here? Doctor. Are you okay? I'm fine. Because I am still of use to them. They haven't laid a hand on me. Leo spoke up. You must be Dr. Leviathan. With the survival of humanity on the line, how could we possibly stand by and watch? The doctor replied, You're Leo. Vivian actually managed to find you for help. Thank you for coming. He explained his plan. To save Van, they had to destroy the virus implanted in the main server and regain control. Vivian would have to link with the server's port, decrypt the system, and overwrite the old one with the pure code she carried within her. Vivian was the key to seizing control and destroying the virus, but the risk was astronomical. Leo's gaze was determined. As long as there's a sliver of hope, we won't give up. The doctor smiled, satisfied. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. With that kind of resolve, our success is halfway guaranteed. I'll take you to the server room. He led them to another area. This is it. Dean was puzzled. For such an important place, there are hardly any guards. Something's not right. But Vivian eagerly stepped forward. The doctor instructed, Vivian, activate your data link mode and touch the port with your hand. She replied quickly, yes. But suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Wait, Vivian. It was Leo, his eyes sharp with suspicion. Everything has been way too easy. I have a bad feeling about this. Out of nowhere, the doctor lunged forward, shoving Leo aside. What, doctor? He grabbed Vivian's hand without hesitation and slammed it onto the port. Cables immediately snaked out, wrapping around her arm. A sinister grin spread across the doctor's face. Vivian struggled to call out, Dean, Leo. Reacting in a flash, Dean drew his weapon and attacked from behind. A piece of the doctor's robotic arm clattered to the floor, but the man remained strangely calm. Too late. Your reactions are far too slow. Leo gritted his teeth in hatred. Why would you betray humanity? The doctor simply ripped away the skin on his face. The parasitic android was finally revealed. Dr. Levia, then it hissed, has been dead for a very long time. We simply extracted all the memories from his brain. Suddenly, a brilliant slash of light cut through the air. The space itself seemed to warp as the robot's upper body slid to the floor with its final words. Humanity is doomed to fail. The hand that delivered that perfect strike, however, wasn't finished yet. Dean shouted, Leo, get Vivian and retreat now. Leo immediately swept Vivian into his arms and started to move. Just then, Vivian's eyes slowly fluttered open. They glowed a terrifying crimson, filled with pure, murderous intent. Luo Fu was blindsided by the sudden attack. What the? An earth-shattering impact rocked the very ground, sending debris flying as a wave of pure force erupted outward. Dust and rubble choked the air around them. But somehow, Luo Fu's team managed to pull through. Is everyone okay? We're clear. Up above, Vivi analyzed the situation. So they dodged it. It seems she had to sacrifice some power to increase her firing speed. The grim reality hit Luo Fu. It looks like we failed. He just never imagined Vivi was equipped with a full-fledged combat system. The story flashes back to the past. Codename V, a second-generation humanoid android created by Dr. Leviathan, was built with overwhelmingly destructive weapons. But during her development, the doctor's own daughter was tragically killed on the battlefield. Perhaps it was his overwhelming grief for his lost child. Turning back the clock, he sealed away the weapons, replacing them with a new operational AI system, and renamed the android Vivi. His voice trembled. Vivi, you're finally awake. Doctor. System startup complete, the AI announced. But then came another alert. Weapon systems unlocked. A chilling satisfaction filled Vivi's voice. Indeed. This new body is finally worthy of my existence. Just then, Dena reported in. He couldn't reach Hana. They realized the truth in an instant. We're surrounded, Vivi stated coldly. Your companion is strong, but she can't even save herself now. Meanwhile, Hana was struggling. What's going on? Why is the room shifting? As calculated, water began to flood the chamber. Are they trying to drown me? Hana quickly formed a plan. I have to get this door open, fast. Representative Lin should be arriving at the Wayland bunker soon. The scene shifts, where a subordinate gives a report. General, we're receiving an SOS from the HDDC on the emergency channel. A new voice came through the system. General Longzhen, this is Representative Lin of the HDDC. Our base has been breached by the Abyssal Mother. We are requesting permission to take refuge. Back with the others, Vivi's sanity was slipping. And now, it's your turn. Luo Fu remained perfectly calm. Is that so? I don't think so. The scene rewinds a few hours to when Luo Fu's team was still laying out their plan. If the virus is in the main server, can't we just destroy the server and be done with it? No. While destroying the server looks like we're killing the AI virus, it would be a defeat in disguise. Humanity would lose its only android army. Who could have devised such an insidious plot? I suspect it's the infected Representative Lin. Luo Fu still hoped for another way to break the virus. Vivi then spoke up. After the virus broke out, the doctor immediately used a firewall to lock the main virus in the server. At the same time, he sent me to begin the elimination process. The doctor told me the original AI system had a flaw in its source code, which allowed the virus to enter. He said, I tested a new source code on you to create the second-generation AI. You are the key. Vivi continued her story. He told me how to defeat it, but only if I managed to escape. They immediately began to coordinate. If that's the case, we split into two teams. I'll draw their fire. You guys take Vivi to the server and destroy the virus. Are you sure you don't need backup? I don't need any dead weight. Luo Fu then revealed his own plan. We already considered the worst-case scenario before coming here. If we can penetrate the server, it's possible we could be penetrated in return. He was filled with confidence. And Vivi, she was also prepared for the worst. If the cleaning system failed, she was willing to become a vessel to lure the virus in. Take out the wireless network module, he ordered. We use a physical link only, he continued. Now the virus can't escape to the network. Once her frame is destroyed, the master control virus will cease to exist. Vivi let out a small laugh. I admire the courage of you humans. But destroy me? Her calculations were cold. I only need to expend 70% of my energy to kill you all. Luo Fu taunted back. Really? Don't underestimate humanity. Elsewhere, a powerful force smashed through an obstacle. Seeing this, Hannah sighed. Don't tell me they expect me to swim back. I really don't want to get my hair wet. But then she felt it. A colossal monster appearing right behind her. Hana called out to the beast. Hey, big guy. Are you here to give me a lift to shore? But the creature was not friendly, raising its massive arm to attack. With a thunderous boom, the sea itself erupted violently. Seawater now covered Hannah's feet. She went silent as she said, Good job. You successfully made me angry. Without hesitating, she activated her technique. Domain expansion. Hour of arrival. The underworld queen within her manifested, a formidable and powerful aura exploding from her. The two began a completely one-sided battle. The queen unleashed a critical blow on the monster. Mortally wounded, it collapsed into the water and sank beneath the waves. Hana looked at the scene. Did I hit it too hard? Damn it. I was going to have it carry me for a while. Accepting reality, she sighed. Well, can't be helped. This will have to do. She quickly hopped onto the creature's unconscious body. Hana began to set off. All right, let's go. She thought to herself, I hope Luo Fu and the others are doing okay without me. The scene cuts to a chaotic firefight. Explosions ripped through the area as two figures darted out from the wreckage. The chase was still on. Luo Fu and his group were running for their lives. Vivi was in hot pursuit, her face a mask of fury. She showed no signs of stopping, with a squad of other robots right behind her. Wei Wei's eyes scanned the battlefield for any sign of her targets. The moment her sensors detected a flicker of suspicion, she gave the order. At her command, her mechs touched down at the designated coordinates. They began to aggressively sweep the area. The mechs detected the target's energy signature, but where was the attack coming from? She was using some kind of stealth tech. Realizing this, the robots began to tear through the earth, digging for their prey. Suddenly, Wei Wei whipped her head around, sensing a strange disturbance. A vortex of raw power descended from the sky, aiming directly for her. Luo Fu appeared, crackling with energy. He pointed towards their target. Ya, the finishing blow. Ya immediately tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to unleash his final attack. But then, a system alert blared. A second after the impact, Wei Wei launched her own countermeasure. Activating solar ray energy, the system processed her command instantly. A satellite in orbit beyond Gaia was now aimed and ready. A devastating beam of energy shot down, centered on Wei Wei's position. Luo Fu and Ya stared in utter disbelief. What? The system's warning continued. Impact in 0.5 seconds. Wei Wei's eyes slowly opened, but something about her was different. She was channeling a counter force. The Yang Li Z cannon fired. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Its destructive power was beyond anything they could have imagined. The blast, though instantaneous, seemed to shake the very heavens. It condensed into a massive sphere of pure, terrifying energy. When the dust settled, only a scorched crater and billowing smoke remained. Then, a trembling hand pushed up from the rubble. Luo Fu struggled to his feet, shaken by the aftershock. He cried out in a panic, "Deya, wake up." "Are you all right?" his friend answered. "I'm okay." "What about Gaia and Yi? The shockwave must have blasted us apart. Let's find them." Just then, their other two comrades ran over. "Luo Fu, Deya, are you guys hurt?" Luo Fu was relieved. "Luckily, it's just a few scratches." Two asked grimly, "Tell me, did we finally get her?" Luo Fu replied, "I'm not sure. But for now, there's no sign of Wei Wei anywhere." But a cold voice cut through the smoke behind them. To think that insignificant humans could unleash such terrifying power, Luo Fu spun around, his face a mask of disbelief. Wei Wei looked more chilling than ever before. "I've had a change of heart. You espers still have some value. As living batteries for the Machine Queen's Legion." Luo Fu gritted his teeth, thinking, an attack that powerful. And she doesn't even have a scratch on her. Dia called out from behind him. "Luo Fu." He whispered under his breath, "Progenitor, are you watching this?" A voice echoed back in his mind, "Brad, I don't work for free. What will you offer me in exchange?" Dia rushed to stop him. "Don't do it. What if you can't return?" Without turning back, Luo Fu said quietly, "If that day ever comes, I need you to be the one to kill me." He then slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with resolve to protect those he loved. "I will offer everything." The progenitor was immensely pleased. "Excellent. Then let the ritual begin." Suddenly, a strange presence warped the air around them. Luo Fu couldn't believe his eyes. "What is that monster?" Hana appeared, standing in the monster's palm before landing gracefully. "Well, it seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time." The progenitor's voice boomed with annoyance. "Arg, you wretched woman, daring to interrupt my entertainment." Hana replied playfully, "Oh my, did I interrupt a lover's quarrel on the battlefield?" Wei Wei's voice cut in. "I'm surprised you're still alive." Hana shot back with a smirk. "What's wrong? Wasn't this part of your grand plan?" Luo Fu warned her urgently. "Hana, be careful. She's a literal killing machine now." "I know," Hana replied coolly. "You boys just stand back and watch a true A-rank operative at work." The scene shifts to a rocky canyon where a private warship has landed. A lone figure stepped out onto the desolate ground. It was the imposing figure of General Long Zhen from Yulin Heavy Industries. Representative Lin was there to greet him. "General Long Zhen, it's been a while. We last parted ways at the mines 6 months ago. My HDDC followed your lead." General Long Zhen cut him off curtly. "Spare me the pleasantries. How many escaped?" Representative Lin reported, "Unfortunately, they were all infected, so I had no choice." A dark corruption began to creep across his skin. A system alert sounded. "Warning, high concentration of anomalous matter detected." Representative Lin sneered, "Surely you don't think this handful of soldiers can actually capture me?" He showed no fear at all. "An old relic like you, General Long. You must be a tough piece of meat." He laughed maniacally. "Then again, I knew it. A cautious man like General Long wouldn't come with so few soldiers." Representative Lin sized up the situation. "But I've already accounted for that. By now, my children have surely reached the Yulin outpost." Massive boulders began to fall, kicking up clouds of dust. Amidst the chaos, a light flared. revealing the muzzle of an enormous cannon. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of energy shot out, striking the airship directly. A swarm of identical robotic monstrosities filled the sky, raining down destruction. The battlefield was split in two, the flying beasts above and the soldiers fighting for their lives below. A cry echoed across the battlefield, "Hold the line at all costs." Amidst the rubble, a little girl trembled and cried, her small voice lost in the chaos. "Mommy? Grandma?" Just then, a monstrous robot materialized before the little girl. It raised its arm, preparing to strike her down. But she was powerless, frozen in absolute terror. In the next instant, an unforeseen blast of power slammed into the mechanical beast. Lin Ye swept the child into her arms, whispering, "It's all right now. I'll get you out of here." Below them, the crowd was completely surrounded by robots, a commander's voice barking orders through the chaos. The Xiaoying units surveyed the unfolding disaster. Meanwhile, a crowd of terrified civilians gathered around a massive screen. A man's face appeared on the display, his voice echoing coldly, "My apologies, everyone. For your safety, the board has decided to seal the main gate to the bunker, preventing any enemy infiltration." The crowd erupted in fury. "It's a war zone out here. Where the hell are you telling us to go? Open the gate. There are children with us. Are you even human? You bastards." But the man, Mo Lei, remained unnervingly calm. "I apologize, but I am only the messenger. Your outburst is putting me in a very difficult position." He then offered a chilling suggestion. "How about this? I will make a proposal to the board. After the battle, we will hold a grand funeral and a memorial service for all of you who sacrificed yourselves. How does that sound?" The crowd trembled, their fear turning into pure rage. Mola just smiled, his voice dripping with condescension. "So, if any of you have last words you'd like etched onto your tombstones, please form a line and tell me now, one by one." Elsewhere, deep within the mountains, Xia Na stared down at the fallen Vivian and sneered. "What's the matter? Is this all you've got? Some people are just a disgrace to the old Sun name." Beside them, Luo Fu could only watch in stunned silence, but Vivian slowly pushed herself up, her eyes burning with defiance. "I've run the calculations. To defeat you, I must deploy the ultimate weapon, even if it's still experimental." Xia Na simply let out an intrigued, "Oh." Then, Vivian pointed a finger to the heavens. Her eyes glowed crimson as she initiated the ultimate weapon, the humanoid tactical giant, designed to fight the Abyss Mother herself. A colossal machine descended from the sky, landing in the remote mountain range with earth-shattering force. A head identical to Vivian's emerged from its container, followed by a massive torso. The parts connected, forming a gigantic, advanced version of Vivian before their very eyes. Luo Fu was in awe. A modular assembly? I never knew HDDC had access to this kind of forbidden tech, but Xia Na was far from outmatched. She summoned her domain. Hour of Twilight, manifest. From the void, the Queen of the Styx River appeared. Luo Fu and the others stared in shock. The Hour of Twilight domain. It's so powerful. So this is the true strength of an A rank. She's incredible. Absolutely incredible. The Queen of the Styx and the Vivian mecha immediately clashed. Xia Na taunted her. "Come on. I hope you can at least make this interesting for me." The mecha's fist shot forward as Vivian's voice boomed. "Wipe that arrogant smirk off your face. Human." The two titans were poised for a devastating battle. The Queen of the Styx effortlessly blocked the mecha's massive fist. Xia Na clicked her tongue. This hunk of metal is stronger than it looks." Suddenly, the mecha's forearm lit up, transforming into a powerful cannon aimed directly at its foe. Xia Na scoffed again. So many annoying little gadgets." Another attack was launched at the Queen of the Styx, but this one was intercepted. It was Luo Fu and Dei Ya joining the fray. "Xia Na, let us help you destroy its weapon systems." Luo Fu, a golden chain wrapped around his arm, landed gracefully with Dei Ya. But Xia Na screamed at them. "Who asked for your help? I can handle this alone." But Vivian seized the opening, launching another attack. She unleashed a mini-cannon barrage, hellfire bullets. The Queen of the Styx was caught completely by surprise. Furious, Xia Na saw two figures dashing toward the mecha's ammo supply, shouting to their allies outside the battle. "Jia Jia, the other flank is all yours." With that, Jia Jia took flight, carrying Si Yi in her arms. "Got it." Vivian noticed Luo Fu and Dei Ya scrambling along her arm. She raised her other colossal hand, preparing to crush them. But just in time, the Queen of the Styx intercepted the attack. Xia Na commanded, "Go now, and you better not disappoint me." Si Yi crossed her arms, firing a blast that traveled along the mecha's arm. Suddenly, Luo Fu spotted something strange underneath the mecha's arm. "Huh?" A robotic voice echoed. "Automated defense system activated." Long, sharp-tipped metal cables shot out from hidden compartments. Luo Fu yelled, "Watch out." Luo Fu used his own ability to block the attack, realizing this wasn't ordinary metal. It was all super alloy. Pursued by the deadly cables, Siyi scrambled for her life, screaming, "Jia Jia, now, get me out of here." Jia Jia swooped down, reaching out. Siyi grabbed my hand. Siyi leaped, reaching for Jia Jia's grasp. But the cables were too fast, ensnaring her in an instant. The outcome was inevitable. Siyi was captured. Jia Jia watched in horror. On the other side, Luo Fu and Dai Ya had also been bound by the cables. Vivian's voice echoed with a sinister laugh. "I've got you now." Both of the mecha's arms suddenly exploded in a cloud of thick smoke. Fortunately, Jia Jia managed to rescue Siyi just in time. Siyi looked at her friend in a panic. "Jai Jia, are you all right?" Jai Jia held her tight, refusing to let go. I can take it." Jia Jia glanced back in pain at her wings. They were damaged. She wouldn't be flying anytime soon. Meanwhile, Luo Fu and Dai Ya were thrown hard against the mecha's arm. Luo Fu's eyes shot open in horror, just in time to see Dai Ya slipping and falling from the great height. A desperate cry echoed into the abyss. Just as the queen of the underworld river reached out to snatch Dai Na, Vivian's fist struck without warning. The queen recoiled in agony. Luo Fu couldn't believe his eyes, screaming Dai Na's name. A dark voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, calm down." "Dai Na, damn it all. You dare use this surge of killing intent to forcibly seize my power." Luo Fu could only roar in helpless fury as the progenitor's voice cursed him from within. "You damn pests. I won't let you get your way. Don't even think about erasing my existence." In his subconscious, Luo Fu collapsed, but his reflection revealed another version of himself, bearing a strange sigil on his forehead. Ha Na noticed the change. "What's going on?" Luo Fu's entire aura felt completely different, but Vivian's assault didn't stop. The others cried out in warning, "Luo Fu, get out of there." But in the next instant, Ha Na and CD stared in shock. "What? No way." Luo Fu stood firm on the machine's arm, completely unscathed by the attack. Because the one standing there wasn't Luo Fu anymore. It was the progenitor. It seemed the ancient soul had finally seized control of his body. A dark, sinister aura poured from the figure on Vivian's arm. The progenitor launched into the air with blinding speed. As a demonic eye opened on the back of his hand, the progenitor clenched his fist, his gaze locked on the machine. You dared to kill Dai Na." Then, with a roar of pure rage, he shot forward, his fist smashing directly into the machine's face with devastating force. Shards of metal rained down. The machine's system registered confusion. How is this possible? Its super alloy armor shattered with a single blow. A massive hole was torn open right in the machine's forehead. The progenitor reached for the gaping hole, gathering his power to tear it wider and get inside. Just then, Vivian raised a hand to stop him. "That's far enough." Through an orbital device, a mechanical voice announced that charging was complete. Vivian's presence intensified as she prepared to counter. "You're brave, but far too reckless." Physical cannon. The progenitor had no time to react. "It's over. I can't dodge this." But then, he saw a flash of black hair whip past him. The machine roared as the weapon fired. A wave of immense power erupted, and through the thick cloud of dust, the silhouette of the queen of the underworld river emerged. She reached out her hand. From the sidelines, Jia Jia and CD watched anxiously. Did she make it in time? At that moment, control returned to Luo Fu. His eyes were still fixed on that flash of black hair as he whispered, "Dai Na." At his call, Dai Na appeared, standing tall and proud. Luo Fu rushed over, overjoyed. "You're alive. And, did you reach the second stage?" Dai Na explained. "Ha Na was the one who saved me." She remembered the moment before. When Ha Na was about to step in, she had stopped her. "I can still fight. Please, get me over there." Now, Dai Na and Luo Fu stood together, ready to end this. "Let's go. Luo Fu, it's time we finish this fight." Meanwhile, Vivian unleashed a barrage of killing blows. Physical rounds. Fire. As she gritted her teeth, pushing through the strain, the mechanical voice issued another warning. "Warning. Weapon systems overheating. It's awaiting cooldown." In that moment, Dai Na and Luo Fu's attack landed, but Vivian managed to block it. "With this meager power, you think you can destroy me?" The two tightened their grip on their weapon. "We're not done yet." Finally, with every last ounce of their strength, Luo Fu and Dai Na brought down a decisive, final blow. Vivian could only collapse, screaming in defeat. "No, don't." Meanwhile, aboard a battleship, a conversation was taking place. "General, can we truly trust the people from Nine Suns?" The other person replied, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." And this time, they truly came to our aid. 30 minutes earlier, Representative Lin and Long Zhen stood amidst the ruins. The machine army had torn through the city's defenses with ease. General Long, I'm afraid it's too late for you to return now. But the general remained calm. I admit it. Your warning was correct. Representative Lin looked on, confused. Long Zhen then turned to two figures in the distance. I'm leaving this place in your hands. Yi seemed hesitant to accept. Rest assured, General Long. 9 sons came here for this very reason. If we have to deal with these incarnations, that's our specialty. Finally, the commander's voice rang out. Everyone, focus. Return to the citadel and provide reinforcements immediately. Yes, sir. A hand in a black glove ripped off a heavy cloak. Long Zhen gave a sharp command to his subordinate. Bring me my weapon. The soldier behind him asked, bewildered, General Long, you can't mean to go personally? Long Zhen cut him off, his voice filled with fury. They brought the fight to our very doorstep. How can I stand by and do nothing? Outside, the situation was dire, as waves of attacks hammered the battleship. A lone figure then shot out from the ship. Long Zhen, weapon in hand, prepared to join the fray. Armor systems. To 100% power, he let out a powerful roar, his gaze sharp and fixed on the enemy ahead. An enemy warship exploded in the sky, the blast echoing for miles. Lin Yan observed the battle from below. The 2 motherships have been destroyed. A smile touched her lips as she guessed the reason. It must be General Long. They've returned. Elsewhere, the battle still raged fiercely, but the soldiers' fighting spirit hadn't waned in the slightest. Charge. Protect our home, destroy the invaders. The robotic monstrosity charged forward, launching a relentless assault on the warrior below. But suddenly, it froze mid-attack, its optics dimming to nothing, and then it crashed to the ground. The fighter preparing for the blow was completely stunned. What just happened? Lin Yan glanced back at the swarm of robots behind him. He could only watch as every single one of them powered down and collapsed. 30 minutes earlier, Vivian had been defeated, her body falling limp. But someone had recovered a single chip, her emergency backup system. Inside the HEDC server room, Luo Fu inserted the chip into an open slot. A mechanical hum filled the air. System upgrading. Vivian's eyes flickered open. Upgrade complete. A bright smile formed on her face. Luo Fu, you did it. You all succeeded. Luo Fu breathed her name. Vivian. But his relief was short-lived. But Vivian. About your body. We had to destroy it. Vivian seemed unconcerned. It's all right. As long as my core remains here, you can build a new body for me to be resurrected. CE sighed in relief. That's incredible. She can be revived endlessly. I want that power too. The others immediately started teasing him. What, you don't want to be human anymore? We'd lose our best comedian. Humph, only the weak worry about life and death. At that moment, Vivian was already worried about another crisis. I'm worried about the Blue Garrison sector. Representative Lin has led his main forces over there. Luo Fu shared her concern. You're right. After all, even our side had to spend so much energy to resolve the situation. Shai Na, in contrast, was still very relaxed. Calm down. Yi Kong and Su Hong, 2 A-rankers, are there to help. It's just a one-sided slaughter. Over there, the battle was destroying everything in its path. A storm of bullets and fire covered the entire area, and black blood flowed across the ground. The cruelty was unimaginable. Representative Lin clutched a wound with one hand, but he seemed almost unfazed. He sighed dramatically. If this were a normal person, they'd have died 100 times by now. Su Hong gave chase, calling out to Ye Kong before she left. Ye Kong, I'll hold him down, you finish him. Don't give him a chance to regenerate. Got it. Closing in on the enemy, Su Hong unleashed her technique. Aberrant Domain, Bloodthorn Thicket. It locked the opponent down tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kong also unleashed his Aberrant Domain, Godslayer Dragon's Roar. He threw an orb of immense power towards Representative Lin, who was trapped by Su Hong. Representative Lin had to withstand the power of the orb and the sharp thorns piercing through his body at the same time. His eyes rolled back, and his veins bulged, as if he couldn't take it anymore. A moment later, Representative Lin collapsed, the sharp thorns still piercing through his body, but he didn't seem to be giving up. He coughed twice. The days of old are truly impressive, but you've overlooked one thing. Yi Kong and Su Hong glared at him angrily. TH, a normal avatar would have been vaporized. How are you still alive? Just how many lives have you consumed? Representative Lin laughed menacingly. Over the past 6 months, your abilities have been completely analyzed. Each avatar resonates with the matriarch's sea of consciousness. Every time one dies, it's converted into combat experience. Every time you kill us, we are also learning how you fight. The expressions on Ye Kong and Su Hong's faces grew heavy. What are you trying to say? Yi Kong, don't waste your breath. Just kill him. Representative Lin just sneered. Heh heh. Go on, do it. Then came a bloody scene. With everything finished, Su Hong and her partner turned to leave. Let's go. But the man they thought was dead suddenly whispered. Aberrant domain. Yi Kong and Su Hong spun around in shock. What? They saw Representative Lin's eyes flash with a malevolent light as he screamed. Corpse explosion, rebirth. His old body detonated. Yi Kong stared in horror as a parasitic corruption crawled up his arm. It's over. Scales began to sprout from his skin, rapidly spreading across his entire limb. The scene changes. A subordinate is reporting to General Long Zhen. Total civilian and combat personnel casualties are 2,450 dead and 6,780 wounded. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. Not only did they destroy our warehouses, they didn't even spare the farms or the livestock pens. His subordinate asked anxiously from behind him, General, what do we do? This was our entire food supply for the winter. They clearly planned this from the start. Long Zhen decided, keep this under wraps for now. Enforce a total information blackout. The man responded immediately, yes, sir. Suddenly, Su Hong burst in, carrying Yi Kong on her back, and cried out desperately, General Long, please, you have to save Yi Kong. The guards on duty saw them rush in and raise their weapons defensively, shouting, halt, who are you? Seeing the situation, Long Zhen gave a stern command. Stand down. Get them to the emergency room. Now. A few minutes later, Yi Kong was placed inside a cryogenic pod. Outside, a doctor was reporting the grim situation to Long Zhen. We've amputated the infected arm, but invasive cells have already spread throughout his body. He asked the doctor, isn't there anything else you can do? The doctor replied, I'm truly sorry. There's nothing more I can do. We can only place him in cryostasis for now to slow down the spread. Su Hong's eyes filled with sorrow. She spoke with resolve. Thank you for your efforts. I'll take him back to the days of old immediately. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and Leo's squad finally returned to the base, safe and sound. A crowd quickly gathered, their cheers echoing through the air. Leo's squad and Hana are back. Vivian stepped forward, her face beaming with relief. Thank you all for your help. But before she could finish, her words were cut short by the angry crowd. They began to lash out, shouting, You need to leave. Now. We don't welcome your kind here. Destroy that Comet-class android. It's because of her people that Jaeger is dead. The vicious accusations flew relentlessly. Who brought her here? Leo, get her out of here. The old Sun base has no place for traitors. A terrified Vivian hid behind Leo as he stared back, completely bewildered. What's gotten into all of you? Vivian trembled, stammering, D did. I say something wrong? Still confused, Leo stepped forward to confront the hostile mob. Hold on. What happened to Jaeger? His only answer was a rock, hurtling straight toward his head, followed by a furious scream. Get lost. You're not worthy to even say his name. In a flash, Hana threw herself in front of Leo, shielding him from the mob. Her eyes blazed with fury. That's enough? We just fought for our lives out there, and this is the welcome we get. Behind them, Dean rushed to Leo's side. Are you okay? Seeing Hana stand up for them, the crowd turned their venom on her. Hana, you're an elder of the old Sun base. How dare you side with the enemy? She shot back without a hint of fear. What nonsense is this? I side with reason, and right now, you're all being irrational. Do I need to go get Elder Han to sort this out? The moment his name was mentioned, the angry mob faltered, a wave of hesitation washing over them. Leaving the heated confrontation behind, the scene shifts to a massive incinerator, where the voices of workers echo in the fiery chamber. Why are we dumping medical waste in here now? The base's facilities are completely wrecked. Where else is it supposed to go? Enough talk. Just hurry up. The morgue is already overflowing. They're piling the bodies up in the hallways now. Staring into the roaring flames consuming the dead, the men continue their grim conversation. Damn it. After a full day of this yesterday, I still smell like burnt corpses. Another man grunted. You should just be glad you're not one of them. But as they spoke, one of them spotted something moving within the flames. Hey, what in the world is that? Is that a person? Before them, a monstrous figure rose from the inferno of fire and corpses. Standing untouched amidst the flames was Representative Lin. He smiled, a chillingly calm look on his face. Pardon the intrusion, but could I perhaps borrow a set of clothes? A short while later, Representative Lin calmly picked a tie-up off the ground. He was now dressed in an immaculately clean suit. Behind him, its previous owner writhed on the floor in agony. His voice was unnervingly serene. The initial discomfort will pass. You just need to endure it. He then gazed toward the old Sun base, a crazed whisper escaping his lips. Heh. Phase 2 is about to begin. Unseen by anyone, an army of the undead had already gathered behind him. A wicked grin spread across his face, Time passed quickly, and soon the sun began to sink below the horizon. Leo's voice was heavy with regret as he spoke. I'm so sorry, Vivian. The old sun base, it just can't accept you right now. She forced a smile, trying to hide her disappointment. It's okay, Leo. You don't have to say it, I understand. I'm sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. It's not your fault, Leo insisted. Please, come visit again sometime. But the sadness in Vivian's eyes was impossible to hide. She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. There's just one pretty big problem now. The HDDC has no human administrators left. Then, her expression brightened with an idea. So, I was wondering if any of you would be interested in taking the job. Of course, it would be best if you all came together. Benefits, salary. You can name your price. Hearing this, Sydney chimed in with a smirk. Oh, is that so? In that case, I want an army of robot maids at my beck and call. Vivian's eyes lit up instantly. Done, she replied without a moment's hesitation. Hana, however, was dead serious. To prevent the HDDC from falling into the wrong hands again, I propose that you androids establish your own self-governance. Dr. Leviathan gave you the most powerful AI in existence. You need to have your own will, not just blindly follow human orders. Leo nodded in agreement. Hana's right. After all, if you hadn't been willing to sacrifice yourself this time, the HDDC would have been completely wiped out. Your AI system is now integrated into every single android at the facility. You've become their central brain. You've earned the right to be the HDDC's administrator. Besides, that place has always been your home. Hearing this wave of praise, Vivian's face flushed a light pink, but she still asked timidly, am I really capable of handling such a huge responsibility? Leo gave her a confident thumbs up. Vivian, you've got this. Hana added her own encouragement. All you need to do is be yourself. Just as the touching moment was sinking in, Sydney popped up, pouting dramatically. I'm so jealous. Why didn't some genius scientist ever take a special interest in us? Brushing Sydney's antics aside, Vivian took out a sleek bracelet. This is a little something I wanted to give all of you, she began. It contains all of the HDDC's most cutting-edge technology. As for its specific functions, well, you can have fun discovering those for yourselves. Inside was a tiny program from Vivi. It worked in any weather. A perfect confidant for whenever he needed help or just had something to whisper. The moment Luo Fu accepted the bracelet, it chirped to life, leaving him completely stunned. Hello, Luo Fu, a cheerful voice exclaimed. How exquisite. Meanwhile, Luo Fu could only stare blankly at the device on his wrist. Is this some kind of voice assistant? Without another moment's hesitation, Vivi flew off, calling back over her shoulder. All right, I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. The scene shifts to a dusty lot filled with shipping containers. A massive screen was broadcasting to a huge crowd gathered below. Luo Fu was among them, his gaze locked onto something specific. Following his line of sight, an announcement flashed across the screen. To counter our increasingly powerful enemies, the organization requires fresh blood. Therefore, a promotion selection trial will be held in 3 days. For promotions from C rank to B rank and B rank to A rank, all applicants must register at Old Man Han's office. The moment the announcement ended, the crowd erupted in chatter. There are only 3 A rankers left. We're critically short-staffed. Captain, are you going to register? No way. If I pass, I'll get sent to the front lines. I'd like to live a few more years. Thanks. As Luo Fu pushed through the crowd, an angry voice suddenly shouted his name. Luo Fu, you have the nerve to show your face here and register? He turned, confused, only to see Tian Yu, whose face was red with fury, spewing insults at him. It's because of you, you useless rookie. You failed to complete your mission on time and got Captain Yi Kong killed. Luo Fu recognized him instantly. Tian Yu, the strongest fighter in C rank. Luo Fu's brows knitted together, his gaze turning ice-cold as he faced him. Stop spouting baseless accusations. I'm not just aiming for B rank. I'm going all the way to A rank. And I'll take Captain Yi Kong's place. A wave of derisive whispers swept through the crowd. Listen to this kid. Just a mere C rank talking about reaching A rank. How arrogant. You? Replace Yi Kong. Don't make me laugh. But ignoring their mockery, his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. For this promotion trial, if I don't pass, I'll leave the Old Sun organization immediately. Luo Fu's voice was low and dangerous, but if I'm fortunate enough to make it to B rank, I suggest all of you learn to watch your mouths. Seeing that look in his eyes, combined with his powerful declaration, Tian Yu was stunned into silence, trembling, unable to utter a single retort. Then, with an air of confidence, he turned and left with his 3 female companions, ignoring the contemptuous glares from the crowd. Let's go. One man in the crowd gritted his teeth in fury. He glared daggers at Luo Fu's back, muttering, "We'll see about that." Later that night, Luo Fu sat in his room, deep in cultivation. He stood within his own subconscious, his voice echoing in the void. "Origin Seed, where are you? Why have you been silent ever since we got back from the HDDC?" He called out again, but only silence answered. Luo Fu sighed heavily. "You're not even going to answer me? What are you sulking?" Suddenly, the origin seed materialized behind him. It spoke with pure contempt. "Humph! You're just like all the other humans, only wanting to exploit my power." Luo Fu spun around to face the entity. "You have the audacity to say that to me? Weren't you the one trying to steal my body?" Enraged, the entity lost its composure, grabbing Luo Fu by the collar. "I was chosen. Luo Subin implanted me in your body. Without me, you would have died a long time ago." Luo Fu didn't back down. "True, but when you escaped from the Abyss Mother, it was my father who saved you. You'd be dead without him." "I never asked him to save me," the entity roared back. But the origin seed's arm began to tremble. Its voice cracked with emotion. "He was the first human I ever knew. He taught me your language, your knowledge." It released Luo Fu, continuing, "In human terms, he was like my mentor in this world." Hearing this, Luo Fu blurted out, "So my father treated you that well, and yet you still tried to steal my body." At those words, the origin seed's fury erupted once more. "So what? I never wanted to be a parasite. It doesn't matter that Luo Shubin helped me. So what?" Its voice was filled with bitter resentment. "I've already given him enough face. Am I supposed to spend the rest of my existence in this lightless prison? By what right? I must possess a body of my own. Live a life that belongs to me."
Seeing its pain, Luo Fu changed his approach. "I agree. From now on, I'll respect you, and we can share this body.
Plus, I'll contact Vivian. I'll have her use the HDDC's technology to figure out how to separate us and create an artificial body just for you." The origin seed calmed down slightly. "Oh? And what's the price for all this?" Luo Fu's gaze was resolute as he began to make his case. "Fight alongside me. For a world of peace." The origin seed let out a bitter laugh. "You want me to help you slaughter my own kind? How can I possibly trust that you won't just dispose of me in the end?" Luo Fu suddenly closed the distance between them. He yelled, "Because we are symbiotes in a single body. You spent days inside my head. You know exactly what kind of person I am. And I know that you aren't like the rest of your kin." His voice softened, becoming persuasive. "You escaped on your own. You defy your entire race. Fighting against your destiny is an incredible feat, but the nights are long, and no one should walk them alone. I think even you need allies and a family. You may have a sharp tongue, but you've never actually hurt any of us." He smiled, speaking for the three girls with true sincerity. We will be your comrades." Hearing those words, the origin seed was genuinely moved. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he spoke. "You." A memory surfaced of the day Xue Bin saved him. "Dr. Xue Bin, please, be careful. We don't know where this monster came from." But in his memory, the doctor ignored the warning, his voice urgent. "It's critically wounded. Save it now. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens." The memory shifted to the doctor, looking at him with a kind, gentle smile. "Let's see how you're healing up. Where did you even come from? And with wounds this severe, where is your family?" As the memory faded, the origin seed gripped Luo Fu's hand tightly. Startled, Luo Fu looked up at him as he warned with a dead serious expression. "Luo Fu, you better keep your word, because if you don't, I won't show you any mercy." Luo Fu just grinned and playfully stuck out his tongue in response. "Don't worry, my man. I'm not going to abandon you." Hearing this, the origin seed flushed, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his voice. "Get lost? Who the hell is your man?" The scene shifts to Xia Na and Han Shitan as she addresses the massive crowd gathered before them. "Is everyone present? Time is short, so we're making a change. The evaluations for rank C to B and rank B to A will all be held at the same time. Next up, the Great Elder Han will explain the details and the rules of the evaluation." And so, he began his explanation. "Everyone, I'm sure you have all sensed the gravity of our current situation. The enemy isn't just evolving at an unnatural rate anymore. They've started to learn, adopting human tactics and strategies. To counter this ever-worsening threat, we have made a critical decision. The Lie domain, a power previously restricted to rank A users only, will now be open to rank B and even rank C users." As he spoke, an image appeared, a girl manipulating strands of her hair with her power. Han Shitan's voice echoed across the hall. "And so, I will now give you all a detailed introduction to the fundamentals of the Lie domain." Chief Han continued his lecture. The power known as the lie domain is the full release of the unique ability that resides within each of you. Your power. The lie is a unique skill that manifests when your power is channeled into what we call your luminous aspect. It can amplify your physical body or manipulate the matter around you, but it requires courage, a righteous heart, and the will to protect others. Most of the techniques derived from this aspect are predictable, and therefore easily countered. However, the lie domain has another side, a dark side. This is the umbral aspect, representing chaos and the void. If the luminous aspect specializes in physical attacks, then the umbral aspect masters spiritual warfare. It can conjure terrifying illusions and even drag a person's consciousness into a mental world. It shatters their sanity, twisting them into grotesque monsters that spread unspeakable horror across the world. He frowned, his tone becoming grave. For people at your current level, the threshold to tap into the umbral aspect is far too high. Without enough experience and mental fortitude, you will surely go insane. For this evaluation, you were only permitted to train your luminous aspect. The crowd acknowledged the command. Luo Fu thought to himself. So the umbral aspect is stronger, but the risk is also far greater. Seeing no objections, Chief Han gave the order. All right. Next, split into your teams and begin the test. I will personally observe and instruct you based on your performance. Those who excel will receive specialized training. The final evaluation will be held in 1 month. From behind, Tian Yu shot him a sinister smirk. A voice boomed over the loudspeaker. First test, the 100-meter dash. Rank C male cadets, take your positions. Tian Yu shoved his way towards Luo Fu, knocking his arm. Get out of my way. The starting pistol fired. The race had begun. The guy was clearly trying to mess with Luo Fu, while others shouted, "Hey, no pushing." Luo Fu could only curse inwardly. This bastard plays dirty. Seeing this, the origin seed spoke in his mind. Hey, kid, give me control of your body. Now. Luo Fu responded, what are you planning to do? He replied calmly, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, I'll be subtle about it. When he saw Luo Fu stumble to a crouch, Tian Yu was ecstatic. Is he giving up already? But in the next instant, Luo Fu vanished from his sight. Tian Yu was stunned. What? He disappeared. But the truth was, Luo Fu was moving so fast, the naked eye couldn't track him. He blew past him with ease. Tian Yu couldn't believe it. No way. Impossible. In the end, the first person to cross the finish line was Luo Fu, with a time of just 5 seconds. Refusing to accept defeat, Tian Yu immediately snitched. Instructor. Luo Fu cheated. Luo Fu clicked his tongue. The nerve of this guy, crying foul. Xiana just scoffed, Tian Yu. Don't think for a second I didn't see what you did. Pull another stunt like that, and you're disqualified. Caught red-handed, Tian Yu was seething with rage. He could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn it. Luo Fu leaned in and whispered to Xiana. Thanks. She replied coldly, don't get any ideas. I was just handling official business. Seeing this exchange, Tian Yu finally realized. They were on the same team. Soon after, the results were announced. First place 100-meter dash, Luo Fu with 4.9 seconds. First place long jump, Luo Fu with 12 meters. And first place in the striking power test, Luo Fu with 100 tons. Luo Fu shot a look at the primal seed. I told you to be more humble, didn't I? But the entity just whined back. How is this not humble? I only beat the number 2 spot by a tiny margin. The announcements continued to blare through the speakers. Second place in the 100-meter dash, Tian Yu with 5 seconds. Second place in the long jump, Tian Yu with 11.5 meters. And second place in the punch strength test, Tian Yu with 99 tons. He gritted his teeth, the humiliation burning like acid. Damn it all. They dare to insult me like this. Luo Fu. Just you wait. As for the women's results, first place in the 100-meter dash goes to Jaira with 2.6 seconds, and first in the long jump is Si Yi with a staggering 20 meters. Top score in the punch strength test goes to Daya with 80 tons. Whispers erupted from the crowd. So it's true. Everyone on Luo Fu's squad is a monster. Well, they're always taking on combat missions out in the field. Of course they'd improve that fast. Unlike some people who just sit around the base. Hana broke into a cold sweat, her mind racing. To call this a coincidence, I'm not buying it for a second. Is that kid, Luo Fu, deliberately trying to crush Tian Yu's spirit? If that's the case, his control over his power is immaculate. Even a typical B rank couldn't pull that off. Captain Han just chuckled in response. A little competition is the perfect motivation. Luo Fu is truly a promising talent. He might just be able to carry the burden all by himself one day. Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. That night, Tian Yu stood deep within the forest, shouting into the darkness. Hey, is anyone out there? Are you the one who's been whispering in my dreams? You told me to meet you here. I've come. Now show yourself. Who are you? From the shadows, a mysterious voice echoed back. I know you desire to surpass everyone, to stand at the very top. But as you are now, that's nothing but a pipe dream. I possess a method to grow your power far more quickly. Tian Yu cut the voice off. And why in the world should I trust you? The realm of the abyss is like a shadow with its form. The moment the words were spoken, a grotesque entity shot from the darkness, coiling tightly around him. The abyss spawn materialized, ready to strike. All he could do was beg for his life. Don't, senior. Please, spare me. And just like that, she did. In a flash, the creature vanished without a trace. His face was pale with terror, trying to convince himself it was just a hallucination. But her voice returned, taunting him with a smirk. So, do you want to learn? Tian Yu asked, completely bewildered. Why? Why me? She replied, I sense you have a gift. It would be a terrible shame to let it go to waste. I will not force your hand. I will give you 1 day to consider my offer. In this world, one's physical condition determines the floor of their abyssal domain's power, but it is their willpower that determines its ultimate ceiling. From atop her vehicle, Hana barked orders at the group. Everyone, keep up. Anyone who falls behind has to find their own way back to base. And you can forget about participating in the next evaluation, too. For an entire week, we were forced to haul heavy packs, trekking hundreds of kilometers through treacherous mountains and forests. This brutal march forward was our new training. When she saw Daya falter, she snapped. Who gave you permission to stop? Keep moving. Then, seeing Jara supporting Siyi, Hana roared. Don't you dare help her. Let her get up on her own. The journey was plagued with one disaster after another. Suddenly, someone saw boulders tumbling down the slope and screamed a warning. Get out of the way. Rockslide. Day after day, the relentless pace shattered everyone's stamina and will to continue. Even as storms raged, she sat comfortably in her vehicle, urging us on through the downpour. Keep pushing, we're almost at the camp. But the cruelest test of all was when we encountered enemies and were ordered not to use any of our powers. Hana watched coolly as the horde surrounded us, offering only empty encouragement. Get a grip, they're just a handful of low-level zombies. No using your meta abilities. If I catch anyone breaking the rules, they can forget about dinner tonight. After a long series of grueling days, under a clear moonlit sky, someone sighed in exhaustion. Today is finally over. I'm completely wiped. Luo Fu was panting, utterly exhausted, when he heard the primal seeds remark. The training methods of you carbon-based life forms are certainly an eye-opening experience. Suddenly, a panicked scream pierced the night. Trouble. Everyone, wake up. We have monsters. He scrambled out of his tent, stunned, and asked, what did you say? But wasn't this campsite personally chosen by Hana? How could there be monsters here? Another squad member ran up, his face grim. It's bad. We're completely surrounded. They're coming from all directions. Right before Luo Fu's eyes, a horde of grotesque monsters was closing in. Without warning, Tian Yu shot forward like a blur, startling everyone as a massive wave of power erupted from him, blasting the monsters away. He drew his sword with a flourish. With blinding speed, Tian Yu unleashed a flurry of deadly strikes, dicing the creatures into 100 pieces. Someone shouted in excitement, Tian Yu is on another level. A wild, arrogant grin spread across his face. He might be the strongest one among all the C ranks now. Damn. And to think, Hana intentionally made us camp right in a monster nest. Someone grumbled in frustration. Captain Han is way too easy on her. Watching Tian Yu fight with such ferocity, Luo Fu couldn't help but wonder, how did Tian Yu get this powerful all of a sudden? As he fought, the primal seed's voice cut through the chaos. That man, he's been cultivating the dark power of the abyss. Luo Fu blasted a monster with his ability and asked, how would you know that? The entity answered smugly, I am a being of darkness myself. Of course I'd know, Luo Fu. You can directly wield the dark power of the abyssal domain, so why do you insist on training this hard way? The question hung in the air as he landed another devastating blow on a monster. But didn't Boss Han say that power was unstable? Think of it as a last resort, unleash only in emergencies. The light element is far more stable for regular use, so this way, we're prepared for anything. The more trump cards we hold, the higher our chances of victory. Someone commented, this Luo Fu. He's more complex than he seems. That kid is always one step ahead. A week later, 2 squads dropped out, sparking whispers of doubt about Hana's harsh training methods. But her authority came directly from Boss Han. She scanned the recruits and asked bluntly, anyone else? If you want to quit, now's the time. I'm not your babysitter. Jiuri needs warriors, not trash who want to live like beggars. The rest of you, Head out to the Wayland Citadel. Don't expect a farewell. It was hard to say how many would still be standing when the training ended. The next morning, Z slipped out of her tent at dawn. Luo Fu's group watched from the bushes as she left. Jia whispered, puzzled. Z has been leaving early and coming back late. Isn't that strange? Elsewhere, a weary Hana asked, Gang, why did you call me out here so early? Just then, Z ran towards them, full of energy. Instructor Hana, please teach me more. I've already mastered everything you showed me. Hana looked pleased. You have been working quite hard. All right then, let's see just how far you've come. She agreed. The three of them watched as Z unleashed her unique ability. Denio was stunned. A fire ignited in his eyes. We can't let Z leave us in the dust. The others agreed. Back at the camp, a young man made a request. Luo Fu, I'm Jiki, a C rank. Could you give me some pointers on using my powers? Between all of us here, you and Tianyu are by far the strongest. Luo Fu agreed without hesitation. Of course. Jike suggested they move. It's not convenient to use our powers in the camp. Let's go outside. Luo Fu followed him. Jike led him deep into the woods. A sliver of doubt entered Luo Fu's mind. Is this far enough? Where are you taking me? A sinister laugh came from the trees above. Tianyu looked down with an arrogant smirk. Luo Fu, I'm much stronger than you now. It's time we settled our score. In that instant, Jike scrambled to escape. I'm sorry. I was forced. Luo Fu stood there, stunned, as Tianyu leaped down with an intimidating aura. Beg for your life and agree to leave Jiuri, and I might consider letting you go. Luo Fu's expression hardened. Why does it have to be this way? We're in the same organization. I don't want to take this too far. The origin seed grumbled in his mind. This little brat is so annoying. Just kill him. Luo Fu refused. I can't. Luo Fu turned to leave. Calm down. We're not enemies. I hope you focus on what's truly important. Goodbye. Tianyu sneered. Leaving so soon? Stop him. Realizing the situation had changed, Luo Fu tensed up. What? A group of ambushers leaped down from the trees. As they restrained Jike, he screamed, You tricked me. You said you'd let me go if I brought Luo Fu here. Tianyu shouted, Shut your mouth. He then began to recite a rehearsed line. We were just in the forest when we saw Luo Fu fighting with Wang Jike. Luo Fu even threatened us, forcing us to act in self-defense. Tianyu grinned with excitement. So, are you satisfied with this script? Luo Fu replied flatly, You're very dedicated, going through all this trouble just to frame me. The others roared in unison. Attack. The origin seed whispered, It seems these people have gone insane. Luo Fu was suspicious. The origin seed explained, It's possible they've been attacked by a dark power and are trapped in an illusion. After unleashing his technique, Luo Fu cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's still incomplete. I can only project an afterimage with no real power. The origin seed scoffed, amateur. His opponent sneered, trying to scare me with that half-baked technique. Let me show you what a true domain really is. He roared, Domain. Luo Fu was shocked. Who on earth taught him these techniques? The origin seed added, This is indeed suspicious. Tianyu seethed with resentment. You're the only rock blocking my path to becoming number one. He prepared for a final strike. Farewell forever, Luo Fu. In that critical moment, a sigil appeared on Luo Fu's forehead. At the same time, the sword pierced straight through Tianyu's own hand. He cried out in disbelief. What? Tianyu trembled, but I clearly stabbed. He couldn't finish his sentence as he screamed in pain. The origin seed's voice mocked him. You dare show off your pathetic little domain in front of this great one? Tianyu was slowly being swallowed by darkness, gasping. Help. As he and his cronies were consumed, Luo Fu warned, Hey, origin seed, just scaring them is enough. Just then, Hannah rushed to the scene. They're here. Instructor Y. She stopped dead in her tracks. What are you all doing? One of the men looked around in a panic. What? Weren't we just drowning at sea? Hana looked worried. Are you all right, Luo Fu? He replied politely, I'm fine. She reprimanded the entire group. All of you, back to base for me. Let's see how Boss Han punishes you, they pleaded. Instructor Hana, you've got it all wrong. We don't know anything. It was all Tianyu. A while later, at the Jiuri base, Tianyu trembled before his superior. He said fearfully, I was wrong. Boss Han assessed him calmly. The techniques I taught you were not an excuse for you to do whatever you want. You have been completely dominated by your desires. Your willpower is too weak. Your aptitude is mediocre. You will never achieve anything great. I overestimated you, Boss Han declared coldly. Someone like you could never control the power of the dark forces. Tianyu pleaded desperately. Impossible. Boss Han, please give me one more chance. How could I possibly lose to that nobody, Luo Fu? His words only fueled Boss Han's rage. You talk too much, he seethed. He then crushed the man like an insignificant ant. He walked over to a bookshelf, his touch light. In response, the shelf began to shift silently. A hidden tunnel revealed itself. Boss Han then dragged Tian Yu's lifeless body inside into a secret laboratory. Hearing the sound, a scientist observing an abyssal specimen turned, glancing at Boss Han and the corpse. The doctor sighed. To think you wouldn't even spare someone so young. My body won't wait for me, Boss Han explained. What's the status on refining the origin specimen? Yi Kong's power has been fused into it, the doctor replied. After a quick inspection, he scoffed. But this body's affinity for darkness is far too weak. He stated plainly, I need better material. Otherwise, we can't balance the light within Yi Kong. It'll cause a catastrophic energy imbalance. He commanded, let it eat first. Don't let my son go hungry. Boss Han said patiently, just wait a little longer. Once it matures, I will bring you the finest material imaginable. 1 month later, the promotion exam from C rank to B rank officially began. The test site was a sector on the front lines, a ruined city overrun by grotesque abominations. Hana explained the rules. Proctors will be on site to ensure your safety and fairness. Your 4 squads will enter from these 4 points. Crossing into another team's designated zone is strictly forbidden. Doing so means disqualification. Simply make it through to the other side, and you will become B rank. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line, she declared. All right, the exam begins now. Luo Fu's squad entered Sector 1. Eager for a fight, Luo Fu grinned, bring it on. He then dispatched a monster with lightning speed. Jia, the area is clear of any other hostiles. Si Yi chimed in, was our usual training just that extreme? This exam feels almost too easy. Don't let your guard down, Daya warned. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, startling them. He wondered, is the squad in the next sector okay? Another blast ripped through the air. Luo Fu grew worried. Jia, can you see anything? She answered nervously, I can only see the explosions. I can't see anyone. I have no idea what's happening. The squad tried to reassure each other. The proctors are here, so it should be fine. Let's keep moving. But doubt crept in. You don't think Hana is hiding some kind of surprise, do you? Suddenly, she called out. On high alert, someone's calling for help from inside the rubble. Help! Help me! But in the next instant, the person was crushed underfoot by a monster. It emerged with a long, savage laugh that echoed through the ruins. Diaz's face went pale. It's an incarnation. Rage filled his voice. I knew this test wouldn't be simple. Spotting a proctor, they rushed over. Proctor, what's going on? The proctor screamed, his voice strained with panic. The situation is out of control. Get out of here. Now. As they ran, Luo Fu desperately tried his comms. This is the Luo Fu squad. If anyone can hear me, please respond. Damn it, communications are jammed, he cursed. Just then, a shadow flashed past him. The squad fell into disarray. No way. What's happening? The proctors. They're all dead. Someone demanded, what in the world is Hana doing? Everyone, calm down. Luo Fu commanded, taking charge. Pinpoint the enemy's position and watch your formations. Jia. Get him to the destination and inform Hana. Si Yi, you go with her as backup. They acknowledged the order and immediately broke away. But a monster blocked their path. A chilling realization dawned on Luo Fu. Don't tell me there's more than one. On a rooftop, Jia and Si Yi were helping a proctor, completely unaware they were in a monster's sights. Back with Luo Fu and Daya, their own monster was poised to strike. It spat a strange substance toward them. They were confused. What is that stuff? He warned. It looks dangerous. Don't touch it. A huge hole melted into the ground where the substance landed. When they looked back, the monster had vanished. Meanwhile, the creature silently drew its blade to attack. Luo Fu roared, Daya, behind you. She spun around just in time to parry the sneak attack. Daya grunted, this corrosive power is insane. The monster sneered, my stomach acid can dissolve anything. Seeing the monster's guard down, Luo Fu lunged forward with incredible speed, unleashing his power to bind the creature. The monster just laughed condescendingly. You've fallen right into my trap, Dongqing cried out. It's over. The creature then unleashed a massive spray of stomach acid. As the mist cleared, the monster seemed confused. They dodged it. It scanned the surroundings, searching. Did they run? It mused. But where can you possibly hide? You've already been marked by my stomach acid. I can smell you no matter how far you go. It laughed mockingly. What are you two doing over there? Praying? It's useless. I won't spare you. The monster threatened. I'm done playing around. Prepare to meet your end. Domain expansion. Shadow Eclipse, Soul Scorch. In that single instant, it had already found them both. Ducknye shouted as well. The monster from the Twilight Domain cried out in shock. What? Her voice thundered. Myriad bone burial. Razor-sharp spikes shot toward the beast, striking with enough force to shatter the building's exterior. It roared in defiance. Damn it. You weren't trying to escape. You were deliberately luring me here, where the terrain gives your domains an advantage. He taunted. Not laughing anymore, are you? Its power is dangerous, Duckna explained, but our Twilight domains outnumber it. If it wants a head-on fight, we have nothing to fear. However, our abilities can only strike its domain once. This area is wide open. If it decides to flee, we'll be in trouble. Let's settle this right here, right now. The monster raged. Don't think you've already won. It then began to replicate their technique. Luo Fu's Twilight Domain countered with Meteor of Annihilation. The falling star of ruin technique superheated the ice monster until it nearly melted, blasting a crater in the ground and launching it high into a fiery vortex. The sound of violent coughing echoed. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Fu was horrified. It's still alive? Duke now reassured him. Let me land one more hit to finish it off. The ice monster frantically tried to stop them. Cough. Wait, I'm not your enemy. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a brilliant flash of light. 2D was terrified. This body. It's been tempered to be incredibly strong. Our attacks barely even scratch it. Jia said frantically. Let's get him out of here. We need to find a way to contact Sister Hane, she reminded 2D. Keep your distance. Otherwise, he might have already gone after Luo Fu and Duke Na. She moved swiftly. You know how to kite an enemy, right? From a rooftop, the ice monster watched them both. At the 3 o'clock position, it stomped its foot, shattering the ground beneath. Cracks spread out from its position, growing wider and more numerous by the second. Something shot forward with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage and a massive explosion. Jia and 2D spun around in shock as one of them reached out, screaming, "Look out!" A roaring explosion engulfed the spot where they had just been standing in a blaze of golden flames. Thick dust and smoke clouded their vision, revealing a ruined landscape of cracks and rubble. 2D lay wounded on the ground, a large blood stain spreading. Jia rushed to her side. Xiao Di, are you okay? I'm sorry, my reaction was too slow. 2D clutched her wound, comforting her friend. It's nothing. As long as you're not hurt, I'm fine. The ice monster's voice echoed darkly. Twilight Domain. Its technique, mountain toppling, sea splitting, brought down the surrounding buildings, shaking the very earth. 2D and Jia were thrown back by the collapsing rubble. Ugh. Ah. Jia cried out in alarm. Xiao Di, give me your hand. Jia made a decision. I'll use my domain to get you both out of here. You have to contact Sister Hane. But 2D refused. No. Use your wind to get me out. I can handle him. Jia was terrified. But your arm. 2D declared with confidence, trust me. The front of a car was lifted high, sand pouring from it. The ice monster hefted the entire vehicle, preparing to hurl it at the two of them. The car slammed into them with a sickening crash. Jia screamed with all her might, Twilight Domain. The storm cyclone of marvelous clouds appeared, pulling everything into its vortex. Outside the storm, the ice monster braced itself as its rocky armor began to crack and splinter. The ice monster sneered. You're trying pretty hard to protect your escaping friend. But this is where it ends. He suddenly realized someone was already gone. The ice monster whipped its head around, on high alert. Invisibility, he roared. Show yourself, 2D chuckled playfully. Thanks for providing me with a perfect battlefield. The monster was incredulous. What? She activated her technique. Twilight Domain, Blade Dance Rhapsody. The ice monster raged. That's useless. Beneath my muscle, all attacks are meaningless, she yelled with determination. If one slash won't work, then I'll use 100, 1,000, 10,000. He screamed in agony. Ah, impossible. Invisible slashes appeared from everywhere. The unseen tip of a blade stopped just inches from the ice monster's throat. A voice shouted, Stop. 2D was surprised. Huh? Luo Fu? Duckna? She grew wary and suspicious. Why are you two here? And this guy? What's going on? Luo Fu stammered. Actually, we're still in the middle of the promotion test. The fake monster head was pulled off. This was a test of your abilities from both sides. The disguised person laughed sheepishly. We're conducting the B, A, and C rank exams at the same time. The other person wearing a different ice monster head was also revealed, smiling awkwardly. 2D was completely baffled. What? A figure in a black coat laughed heartily. Aha, you both lost. Congratulations, Luo Fu's squad. You're the only C-rank team to pass this time. The others couldn't even last 3 minutes. Half an hour earlier, the group of 3 had gathered on a rooftop to observe. They're here. They're here. Get ready. The man in the black coat gave instructions. It's going to go like this, then I'll make my entrance. Got it? They nodded. Right. The man smiled. Our disguises are pretty convincing, right? Lac Fu's face was pale with fear. This costume is made a little too well. It was so real. We almost killed you for real. A voice screamed from a device overhead. Fail. We're not hiring actors. You two are a complete embarrassment to us. You're pathetic amateurs, all for show. Two B rank wannabes who couldn't even handle a single Luo Fu squad want to advance to A rank? Not a chance. CD froze, recognizing Yi Hana's ice-cold voice. Dina grew worried. Has she been watching us with a UAV this whole time? Don't tell me she's the one who cut our signal. An official announcement echoed through the area. I will now announce the list of successful promotions from this round's assessment. Luo Fu, Dai Nya, Jai Jai, and C Dai. Congratulations to the four of you on advancing to B rank. You've all worked incredibly hard these past few days. For those who did not advance, do not lose heart. The next round of assessments will begin in 1 month. For now, let's all enjoy this feast. Together, everyone raised their glasses in a toast. Whoa, the barbecue is hot and ready to go. A female student called out excitedly. Luo Fu, if you're free, could you give me a hint about the next test? We're planning to sign up for the next round. He looked surprised. Oh, I don't think they would use the same test content again, would they? The student agreed. You have a point. Well, I won't disturb your meal any longer. I guess we'll just have to rely on our own strength, right? Good luck, the student smiled. Thank you. Suddenly, someone called out Luo Fu's name. Hey there, Luo Fu. Jai Jia offered sweetly. I just finished grilling this leg of lamb. Do you want to try some? Luo Fu suddenly spotted a figure running in the distance. He said hurriedly. Sorry, Jia Jia. You go ahead and eat. I have to take care of something. CD asked absently. Hey Jia Jia, what are you doing here? She lit up with excitement. Ooh, is that grilled lamb for me? Jia Jia hesitated. Yeah, go ahead. CD happily dug in. Ah, this smells amazing. Oh, right. Where are Luo Fu and Danya? I don't see them anywhere. Jia Jia replied coldly. I don't know. CD excitedly grabbed her hand. Let's go find them and celebrate together. But Jia Jia looked startled. Hey, I don't think that's a good idea. High above on a pile of giant stones, Dana gazed at the moon, her eyes filled with a quiet sadness. Luo Fu suddenly appeared beside her. Dana, what are you doing out here? She answered coolly. I'm not used to noisy places like that. He admitted awkwardly. Me neither. She suddenly asked him. You've become so powerful, and much more popular now. He recalled his past. Yeah. It's hard to imagine that I used to be a total nobody, always getting pushed around by others. And I owe it all to you, Dina. You were always there, helping me and standing by my side. She seemed surprised. Me? I don't think I really helped that much, did I? In the beginning, it was just a mandatory assignment. A light blush appeared on Luo Fu's face. Is that so? He said sincerely. But back then, you were the only bright spot in my otherwise dull school life. Dina was taken aback. Huh? A wave of happiness washed over her. Luo Fu, did you come all this way just to thank me? Why are you acting so strangely? He moved closer to her. Of course not. The truth is, I wanted to say, Luo Fu stammered. She waited. Just say it. I'm listening. Just then, a voice called out to them. Luo Fu, Dina. CD ran towards them. So this is where you guys were hiding. Luo Fu feigned surprise. Huh. Oh. We were just getting some fresh air. Ha ha ha. You guys came too? CD cheered enthusiastically. Come on, come on. We haven't had our own celebration toast yet. To our team for successfully ranking up, everyone has worked so hard. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Shitan beamed with pride. These kids are the future of our Kuju organization. Hana, you've had a tough time recently. She replied calmly. I was only doing what was necessary. His expression turned serious. I've received an urgent message from Su Hong. He's found a trace of Representative Lin in the Weiland district. She was horrified. What? In the dead of night, someone was knocking on the door of a house. Knock, knock. A woman stepped out from inside. It's so late. Who could it be? A little boy peeked out from behind her. Mom. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened with utter shock. Mom. He stared in terror at the man with blood staining his mouth, who was now holding his mother in a tight embrace. Ah. A moment later, the family of three emerged from the house, all draped in black cloaks. From a hidden corner, a figure watched them leave. Su Hong secretly tailed the group. It looked like they were all moving towards a specific location. Soon, they arrived at a gathering point teeming with people, all wearing the same black cloaks. Su Hong quietly blended into the back of the crowd. Why are all these people gathering here? Suddenly, a voice boomed from the front. The dark star has risen from the north. The figure sitting on a high platform began his bizarre sermon. The sunset of the Kuju is finally upon us. The world will belong to the nameless ones. Can you feel it? From the mother sea of consciousness, the combat experience between our kind and humanity is transmitted, along with the full understanding of how to use our unique domain. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted into manic laughter, as if controlled by some unseen force. The leader continued, pleased. Ah, yes. Such a massive amount of information will be a heavy burden on your minds. Return home and digest it slowly. The scene left Su Hong completely stunned. Those whispers. They were imbued with some kind of anomalous power. To think he can interfere with everyone here at once. In just 1 month, his power has grown exponentially. What is this sea of consciousness? He thought to himself. I need to leave now. If I stay any longer, I'll definitely be discovered. But just as Su Hong turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Wait, honored guest. The grand finale is about to begin. It was Representative Lin, seated on the high platform. Surely you're not planning to leave before the best part, are you? In that instant, everyone present turned towards him, their faces twisting into monstrous shapes. Domain expansion, bloodthorn plague. A day later, Lin Yan seemed to be in high spirits. Luo Fu, you're finally here. Welcome to the Azure Bastion. Luo Fu's group had just stepped off the transport plane. It's been a while. We were actually planning on coming to find you ourselves. Lin Yan beamed at them. The moment I heard you were coming, I immediately requested permission from my superiors to greet you. They even approved my leave. She then moved closer, whispering in his ear. So, how are things going with you and Yi Denya? Have you made any progress? Hearing this, Lan Qi, who was standing nearby, flared up. Stop prying into other people's personal business. Suddenly, Xiana spoke up from the back. Where's Su Hong? Why didn't he come to meet us? He's never been late before. Lin Yan dodged the question entirely. Do you have anything urgent you need to handle? I wanted to give you all a tour. Luo Fu stated his purpose for being there. We're on an active mission. We need to report to General Long shortly. Then let me help you with that. Thanks. At that very moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Stop shoving. Get in line. If you don't get anything, you can just wait there and starve. Luo Fu watched, a concerned look on his face. What's going on? Lin Yan sighed, exhausted. Damn it. Not only did they destroy our warehouses, they also targeted our greenhouses and livestock pens. During the last Great War, the Azure Bastion sacrificed far too much. The truth always finds a way out. Lately, our supply situation has become critical. Luo Fu was shocked to hear this, never expecting such deep conflicts to exist within the Azure. Lin Yan's expression turned grim. Tensions between the civilians and the ruling class are at a boiling point. There have even been protests. It's because the Bastion's leadership sealed the gates on civilians before, which led to countless people dying right outside the walls. At that time, High Command suddenly announced that the board of directors had decided to temporarily lock the Bastion's inner gates to prevent enemy infiltration. She confessed bluntly, if Lan Qi and I weren't soldiers here, and our families didn't get priority, I dread to think what would have happened. This is the very reason why we became soldiers for the Azure. The people were outraged back then, screaming from outside the walls, open the gates. We have children with us. So, for the ruling class to finally agree to a truce and cooperate with the old sun this time. Lin Yan concluded, it probably means they've been pushed to their absolute limit. Luo Fu offered an idea. Actually, I could contact Vivian. Their base is only occupied by androids now, so they should have a surplus of human food. But Lin Yan quickly shot it down. The Azure has completely severed all ties with the HDDC. Because of the trauma from the war, when the machine army attacked the Bastion, everyone here despises androids. Her words sparked a sudden, chilling realization in him. Damn it. Even though we saved the HDDC, we've been isolated by the rest of humanity. We're the only ones left who can even contact Vivian. Was this outcome also part of the enemy's grand design? By now, they had arrived at a small house. This is where Su Hong, your teammate from the old sun, lives. We arranged a place for him inside the Bastion, but he insisted on living out here in the civilian district. Luo Fu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Humph. Is no one here? Is there any surveillance in this area? Hearing this, Lin Yan immediately opened his comms. I'll have the patrol team send over the footage now. On the video, the surveillance captured Su Hong leaving his room. That's him, no doubt. It then shows him following that family. After that, all the camera feeds in the vicinity were cut. At that moment, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed, and a pile of rubble appeared before them. The soldier standing guard there immediately gave his report. There was an explosion here last night, suspected to be a gas leak. The specific details are still under investigation. Little did they know, a dark figure was silently watching their every move. A look of pure fascination spread across Representative Lin's face. The boy with the origin seed. This is truly a reunion orchestrated by fate. At that moment, a voice called out, "Chief Han." The man on the other end responded, "Report." "Has Xia Na found Su Hong yet?" Xia Na reported back the situation. "We haven't located Su Hong. We're still searching for him." A hint of worry crept into the chief's voice. "The enemy is treacherous. You need to be extra careful." She immediately replied, "Understood." After the call, Han Shiten seemed lost in deep thought. Representative Lin's growth is progressing faster than I anticipated. He turned to leave. "It seems I'll have to make a trip myself. While I'm away, don't even think about pulling any stunts." Han Shiten turned back, his eyes burning with a threatening glare. "That is, if you ever want to see your son again." His tone made the other man tremble with suppressed rage. Just as Xia Na and Luo Fu approached a room down the hall, a voice suddenly boomed from inside. "To abandon all those people. Was that truly the decision of the board? General Long, you may question the order, but I must remind you not to forget your duty as a soldier of the Azure. You should know the consequences of defying a direct order." The content of their talk left them both completely stunned. Secretary Mo then led me to see the board of directors. "I'm sorry, they are extremely busy. I've relayed your request, so you'll have to wait." A moment later, a voice called from inside, "Come in," the guide reported. "General Long, the members from the Jiu-Ri team have arrived." The man called General Long glanced at them with a scornful smirk. "They only sent a girl and some kid. It seems Jiu-Ri is really scraping the bottom of the barrel these days." His words instantly enraged Hana. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on us?" Luo Fu's expression darkened as well. "General Long, we came here in the spirit of cooperation. A comment like that is completely out of line." Suddenly, General Long burst out laughing. My apologies. I was just talking trash. Seeing you two this fired up gives me some peace of mind." He stepped forward warmly to shake Hana's hand. "Time is short, so I'll get right to the briefing." He then turned and grabbed a remote. A video immediately started playing, showing the board's idiotic decision to exile a portion of the population by vote, all to make rationing food for the coming winter easier. This only poured fuel on the fire of a situation already tense with war and scarce supplies. An opportunist used this moment to incite the masses to protest, sparking violent conflict. Su Hong's investigation revealed that Representative Lin was not only alive but had resurrected Wei Lan's fallen soldiers, turning them into twisted abominations that hid among civilians and formed dark cults. Long Zhen then laid out his own strategy. "Tomorrow, a public vote will be held in the main hall. That is when they will undoubtedly make their move. My plan is to lay an inescapable trap and snag them all." At that point, Hannah immediately cut him off. Her interruption made him quickly correct himself. "She and I will secure the square and command the scene." The next day, just as predicted, the citizens gathered there were seething with rage. "You selfish pigs. Do you even have a shred of humanity left, playing this voting game?" Long Zhen observed the chaos from above. Luo Fu and his comrades were deep within the crowd. By now, Luo Fu had blended seamlessly into the chanting protesters. "Overthrow Wei Lan. The Wei Lan board must be taken down." The general further explained his plan. "My people will be surrounding the area to maintain order. Leverage your operatives' advantages. Everyone be ready for backup at a moment's notice and report any enemy contact immediately." At that moment, the enraged citizens began to charge forward. "You dogs of Wei Lan!" The security forces rushed to block them. "I'm warning you, do not cross this line." Just then, Moli appeared suddenly, like a ghostly projection. "General Long, you need to handle this. The board has granted you permission to fire on the rioters. You have their full support." Long Zhen's face grew grim. "I know the plan." Hearing this, the projection vanished with a satisfied smirk. "Good." Suddenly, a massive axe slammed into the ground from out of nowhere. A murderous aura flared around Long Zhen as he roared, "The first person who dares to fire a shot, I'll cut them down myself." His action brought a satisfied smile to Hana's face. At that moment, Luo Fu sensed something unnatural. This energy. It was the unique power signature of his big brother, Ye Kong. He whipped his head around and spotted Representative Lin standing in the middle of the crowd. Luo Fu immediately relayed the intel to everyone. "This is Luo Fu. I have a visual on a suspicious individual and am in pursuit. Everyone, converge on my position." A reply came back almost instantly. "Roger that." He then tailed the suspect as they slipped away from the chanting mob. "Overthrow Wei Lan. The board of directors are hiding like turtles in their shells. Get out here. Overthrow Wei Lan." Just then, a tracking drone appeared in the sky. "Luo Fu. I have a lock on his position. This time, even if he sprouts wings, he's not getting away. The man ran to a specific place and stopped. It was a burial ground for those who died under the assault of the Robot Legion in the last great battle. Luo Fu spoke his thoughts aloud. That's right. And today, your blood-soaked hands will finally be put in chains. Representative Lin didn't seem surprised to see him. It's been a while, boy of the origin species. Luo Fu stared, unable to comprehend. You founded the HDDC. The man who always fought on the front lines against the monsters of the abyss. I can't believe you would abandon it all so easily. The pointed questions only made Representative Lin laugh. You have a good memory. But to me, all that feels like it happened a century ago. The man I am today has been reborn. Perhaps it is inappropriate for you to judge me by human standards any longer. Realizing this, Luo Fu cut straight to the point. You're not escaping. Now tell me, where is my brother, Su Hong? The moment he finished speaking, the world around them shifted. But as it stands now, aren't you the ones who are surrounded? Only then did Luo Fu realize something was terribly wrong. What? The inscriptions on these tombstones. They're not right. He could only see Representative Lin performing some kind of dark ritual. Why does the darkness eclipse the sun? Model. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, a sign of chaos to come. The tree before them twisted in an instant, becoming a monstrous prison for Luo Fu and De Ya. The being known as Wang Tai had descended. Just then, a voice echoed in Luo Fu's mind. Luo Fu, do you need me to step in? He immediately refused. Not yet. Let's see his final move first. Your power is our secret weapon. Elsewhere, Lan Qi sensed something was terribly wrong. What was happening? But when she looked, everything appeared disturbingly normal. Are you guys okay? Did you hear that? Suddenly, the truth dawned on her, and she immediately opened fire. It's no good. They're caught in a trap. The bullet flew straight towards Representative Lin, creating a massive explosion as debris flew everywhere. But he simply floated out from the flames, completely unfazed. How dangerous. That almost blew my head clean off. Although, it would have just grown back anyway. At that moment, mutated figures were silently closing in on Lan Qi. By the time she noticed, they were already upon her. In that critical moment, Huang suddenly appeared and launched a fierce attack on the creatures. The young girl's actions earned Lan Qi's full approval. Well done, Xiao Ying. Meanwhile, down below, Representative Lin effortlessly dodged every attack. You'll have to train harder to even touch me. Suddenly, a flash of surprise crossed his face. Vines erupted from the ground, swiftly dragging Representative Lin down. What is this? Then, Long Zhen appeared, unleashing a devastating blow with all his might. The force of the attack created a world-shaking explosion. Representative Lin sat amidst the rubble, clutching his wounded arm. General Long, I never expected you to learn such dirty tricks. Long Zhen's voice was grim. All's fair in war. You should reflect on your own actions. I have no need to fight honorably. He glanced worriedly towards Luo Fu. Are you all right? He quickly reassured her, I'm fine. Now, Long Zhen turned back to Representative Lin. Behave yourself and surrender quietly. Suddenly, his arm began to grotesquely transform. Is this the full extent of your power? I could wipe all of you out with just this one arm. This was a very profitable exchange. A monstrous smile spread across Representative Lin's face. A little give and take. So for my next move, please accept this little gift I prepared for all of you. At that moment, a man emerged from among the black-robed figures, casually flipping through a book. Darkness bloomed in their hearts, like a shadow falling over the sea, as his hand continuously turned the pages. The moment he spoke, the others began to tremble in agony. The sun was devoured by the ocean, like truth buried in a phantom illusion. His eyes were shot with blood. He stared wide-eyed and declared, the dark stars appeared in the heavens. An image of soldiers opening fire appeared before them, driving everyone into a frenzy. The moon lingered high above, their voices and movements becoming hollow shells. It was a song that drained the very soul. The sight of hundreds of people going berserk sent a wave of terror through the soldiers. Can't you all just calm down? Representative Lin looked smugly at the heroes before him. So, what choice will you make? Will you continue to capture me? Or will you stop the ritual? Am I more important? Or are those commoners? If you really can't decide, you could always just flip a coin. His mocking tone ignited Long Zhen's fury. You animal. Luo Fu was seething with rage as well. Are we just going to let him go? Xia Na quickly held him back. He still hasn't used his full power. Su Hong and Ye Kong were both defeated by him. I doubt we can catch him now. We have to save the people first. As Luo Fu leaped into action, Representative Lin turned to leave, let out a booming laugh. He didn't forget to look back and taunt them one last time. I had a wonderful time today. See you all again soon. Di frowned and spoke up. Luo Fu, let's go. He stared with pure hatred in the direction Representative Lin had gone. Damn it. The screen buzzed with the chaotic sounds of shouting and panic. Can't you all just calm down? Mole was the first to speak. General Long, his face was cold as ice. Perhaps you'd care to explain what's going on with these hundreds of people. Long Jin was agitated. They're innocent. They were just enchanted and forced to attack the guards. Their minds are clear now. The screen then cut to a detention facility, where screams echoed from within. Let us out. What happened? My head hurts. It feels like I just had a terrible nightmare. When I woke up, I was already in here. Mole rested his chin on his hand. And where are the ones who started this riot? You said you found Representative Lin alive, so where is he? Long Zhen clenched his fists, his hands trembling with rage. The situation was critical. We had to focus on saving the people, so they took advantage of the chaos to escape. Mole let out a cold laugh. Took advantage of the chaos? How convenient. General Long, I warned you we couldn't drag this out. Since the vote failed, we must exile these rioters. Hearing this, Long Zhen was stunned. He shot up from his seat. It's the dead of winter out there. They don't have a single weapon among them. If you send them out, it's a death sentence. Mole shouted back in anger. They reap what they sow. Are you suggesting everyone else should die along with them? You of all people should know how few supplies we have left. Long Zhen desperately tried to argue their case. They were just momentarily confused. Their crime doesn't deserve death. But Mole shot back, pointing accusingly. If they were so easily swayed, it only proves how weak their conviction. Keeping them here would be like harboring ticking time bombs. They must be exiled. Hana gripped Luo Fu's trembling arm tightly, stopping him from making a reckless move. Mole turned his face away. This will stir up controversy, I'm sure, but my actions are beyond reproach. Long Zhen gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury. The lives of civilians are still lives. I'm going to the board of directors. I suspect you are abusing your authority. Mole responded with cold indifference. The board is secretly researching a way to defeat the Abyss monsters. They've had a major breakthrough and cannot be disturbed. They foresaw this situation and prepared a list of emergency protocols. He pointed to his screen with a triumphant smirk. Do you see this? These are the handwritten signatures of the 3 directors. General Long, you failed in your duties. As of now, I am temporarily relieving you of your command. You are confined for 3 days. The injustice stung, but Long Zhen was powerless, his entire body trembling with suppressed rage. One of his subordinates quickly stepped forward, pleading, Director, I urge you to reconsider. General Long has done nothing wrong. If you must punish someone, punish us instead. Mole roared, take him away. Long Zhen turned sharply, his voice dripping with fury. I can walk on my own. Mole then turned to the others. From this moment on, the Wayland Guard is under my direct command. And let me be clear with you people from Jiuri, especially the 4 of you who were once on our wanted list. Out of respect for General Long, I agreed to this temporary alliance, but if I catch any of you interfering in Wayland's affairs, I won't hesitate to arrest. Luo Fu's mind began to race. This guy is bad news. One look is all it takes to see that. This situation is getting dangerous. Mole dismissed the meeting. Hana waved him on. You go first. I need to report our progress to Boss Han. As they walked, Luo Fu explained everything that had just happened. And that's the whole story. Dia sighed heavily. I never imagined it would come to this. She frowned, then began to share a story. Originally, 4 brilliant doctors shared a noble dream, to use science and technology for the good of all humankind. They founded Wayland, turning it into one of the world's top multinational corporations. Naturally, those 4 doctors became the members of Wayland's board of directors. But just now, there were only 3 signatures on that document. Many years ago, when I was just a girl, Director Mole was still just a secretary. He worked for the 4th director, but he was promoted very quickly. Not long after that, it seems the 4th director had a major falling out with the other 3. They held a vote and forced him out, erasing his name from Wayland entirely. But this is all just rumor. The top brass sealed all the information, so no one knows the real truth. And just like that, the 4th director vanished without a trace. Luo Fu scratched his head in frustration. Wayland's board of directors is shrouded in mystery. What in the world are they really plotting? Could it be true, just like Mole said, that they are secretly fighting the Abyss monsters? That would make them the good guys. But then why would they hand over all their authority to a man like Mole? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A chaotic mix of angry shouts and desperate pleas filled the air. The guards were forcibly ejecting people from the Wayland bunker. No, please, let my husband go. He's innocent, a woman cried. It's freezing out there. He'll die. These are our orders from the higher-ups. The sounds of weeping echoed through the halls. No, no. Jia whispered, her voice choked with tears. Can't we do something to help them? This is just too cruel. But Luo Fu could only answer with a heavy heart. We have no right to interfere in their internal affairs. We should be glad we're not on their wanted list anymore. Later, in the Wayland Bunker's underground jail, Luo Fu called out, General Long. Long Zhen looked up. Luo, I never imagined things would turn out this way. This is all my fault. Don't blame yourself, Luo Fu reassured him. I came here to discuss our next move. I want to keep our surveillance on Representative Lin. Long Zhen's interest was piqued. What do you have in mind? Luo Fu's expression turned serious. I need you to have your subordinates spread the word that General Long Zhen has been stripped of his command and placed under confinement. Representative Lin will certainly see this as his chance to make a move. And when he does, he's bound to slip up. Long Zhen agreed without hesitation. Excellent. I'll assign my most capable aide to coordinate with you. Luo Fu added another request. If it's possible, I'd also like Lin Yan's squad to assist us. Lin Yan looked completely stunned. Huh? Long Zhen nodded in approval. Very well. Lin Yan, give Luo Fu your full support. Don't bring shame to the Wayland guards. If you need any equipment, just let me know. Lin Yan snapped to attention. Yes, General Long. I will not disappoint you. Out in the snowy night, a man shivered violently. This is bad. I'm freezing to death. Those bastards. They just threw us out here to die. A faint smile touched Representative Lin's lips. You have all suffered greatly. The shivering man stammered. Who? Who are you? Representative Lin spoke slowly, his voice calm. I have come to save you, he continued. The age of Wayland is over. On behalf of the Abyss, I welcome you all. Luo Fu scanned the area with his flashlight. This is the last place Su Hong was seen. He spoke into his watch. Wei Wei, I need your help. Can you run an environmental scan and analysis of this area? A playful eye blinked on the screen. No problem. Wei Wei's voice chirped. She called out, There's a cellar over there, and it has a secret passage leading underground. Luo Fu descended the ladder. The place showed clear signs of a struggle. Wei Wei's voice directed him. The entrance is just behind you. Luo Fu scanned the surface with his light. Wei Anan whispered, but Wei Wei had no idea how to open it. Lin Yan grew impatient. Let me just blast it open. Lan Qi shot back. Idiot. With all that noise, are you trying to announce our arrival to everyone? A different voice echoed in Luo Fu's mind. This is the ancient language of the Garai. Let me handle it. He muttered a few strange words, and the door slid open. Everyone stared in shock. Luo Fu, since when could you understand that alien language? He just gave a vague reply. Let's just say I did some prep work to catch Representative Lin. The team moved into the cave. He warned them, there's a group gathered up ahead. Everyone stay sharp. He whispered quietly. Everyone, find cover. Now, gazing at the distant group, he wondered. Those are the exiles from the Azure Citadel. What are they doing here? He pressed his watch lightly, whispering, let's follow them and find out. The team quickly pulled up their hoods, blending into the crowd. Suddenly, among the roots clinging to the wall, a pair of eyes blinked open. A cold light from those eyes stared intently at the newcomers. The leader's voice echoed through the cavern. The age of science is already in decline. Now, the power of the Abyss floods the world. If you wish to become strong enough to fight the Azure Citadel's tyranny, you must dare to face this power head-on. Luo Fu scanned the area. Representative Lin isn't here. Where did he go? The leader threw his arms wide. Now, behold. These symbols contain wisdom from ancient times. Abandon reason. Follow your desires. Step into the darkness. Embrace the madness and absorb the power that will destroy the Azure Citadel. Luo Fu shouted, cutting him off. Wait. His voice boomed. Humanity's enemy isn't other people. It's the monsters from the Abyss. If you destroy the Citadel, what happens to your families? What will become of the human race? A man in the crowd pointed an angry finger. The fate of humanity? That heavy burden has nothing to do with me. All I want right now is to survive. Is it so wrong to want to live? Because of some mistake from the higher-ups, our supplies were lost. So why are we, the common people, the ones who have to suffer for it? None of the elite were exiled. Is that fair? Is it just? As he spoke, the man lost all control. We trusted the Azure Citadel with our lives, and they nearly killed us. Don't you get it yet? Luo Fu tried to reason with them. Don't be used by them. Look closely and see who our real enemy is. But the man wouldn't listen. He continued, they never cared if we lived or died. If the Citadel shows us no mercy, then don't blame us for turning our backs on them. De Ye saw the situation spiraling out of control and unleashed her powers. With a fierce roar, she lunged forward, knocking the torch from the leader's hand. The man roared in fury, receive the Abyss, be baptized in its power. The moment he finished, his followers cried out in agony. Luo Fu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he realized with dread. It's too late. They've completely lost their minds. Then he yelled, subdue them. Powers flared to life as a blinding light erupted. The crowd screamed in panic. What is this? My eyes. Get them. Luo Fu gave the order. Fall back for now. Wei Anan sent the coordinates to Y. Hana Na. Vian replied instantly, Roger that. Elsewhere, Su Hongru stared in disbelief, hesitating. Yi Kong looked at the person standing before him, finally confirming their identity. You're still alive? Yi Kong's voice was distant, almost careless. I've had a lot of time to think these past few days. When facing the monsters of the abyss, humanity's strength is insignificant. We need to harness a new kind of power. He beckoned seductively. Come here, Su Hong, join me, and let's embrace this new power together. Mesmerized, Su Hongru reached out, only to be jolted back to reality by a sharp pain. Who are you really? You. Yi Kong twisted the blade deeper into his body, mocking him. Su Hong, you really are a nuisance. He turned the knife again. If it weren't for the Great Mother's orders, I would have absorbed you long ago. Su Hong collapsed, coughing violently. He stared in disbelief. The wound was gone, but the pain. He was definitely stabbed. Where in the world am I? Su Hong fought back, unleashing his power. Jedi domain. But suddenly, tentacles erupted from nowhere, wrapping around his body. Representative Lin appeared, his voice filled with excitement. That's not going to work. The more you struggle, the more you'll suffer. Su Hong cried out in agony as blood sprayed from his mouth. He gritted his teeth. Why can't I use my Jirai power? Is it being suppressed? Representative Lin stepped closer. Heh, Su Hong, you truly are stubborn. Pinned to the ground by tentacles, Su Hong gasped for breath. He began to analyze the situation. The scene appeared out of thin air. The pain felt completely real, yet his wounds kept healing instantly. There's only one explanation. He realized with certainty, this is a mental world. Representative Lin clapped his hands. Bingo. Welcome to the Great Mother's Sea of Consciousness. This little shallow pool is a corner I built especially for you. Su Hong didn't understand, repeating the words. Sea of Consciousness? Representative Lin explained with false kindness. It's not like the independent consciousness you humans possess. We share a collective consciousness with the Great Mother. You can think of the Mother's consciousness as the vast ocean, and I am merely a small river flowing within it. He continued, the you that exists here now is just an avatar manifested from your own spiritual consciousness, and I inherit all their memories. In theory, as long as my core essence isn't destroyed, this body is just a vessel. It can be annihilated countless times without consequence. Veins throbbed on Su Hong's forehead. So that's the secret to your resurrection? Representative Lin pressed the blade against him, continuing his speech. My domain ability lets me detonate my body right before death and split apart. I then find and invade a new host. Once that's done, my true form can manifest at any time. The only one who can truly kill me is myself. He stared into Su Hong's enraged eyes and drawled, well, that's enough small talk. Let's see just how long you can hold out. Suddenly, he sensed intruders in his territory. He let out a scoff, turning his head in disdain. General Long and Yi Hana aren't even here. You think you could storm this place with just a few grunts like yourselves? He lunged toward the intruders, then glanced back with a smirk. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. You're about to have some company. Hey, Su Hong thought to himself, it seems my message reached the giant sun's citadel. I can't let my comrades get trapped in here with me. He fell into deep thought. My otherworldly powers are sealed. Is it because of these tentacles? He didn't add any new restraints before he left. The agonizing memory of his friend's fate resurfaced, fueling his silent resolve. Yi Kong, I still haven't avenged you. Fire blazed in his eyes. How could I ever accept being trapped in this place? He roared with all his might. You damned abyss monster, don't you dare underestimate humanity's will. In the real world, the body has its limits, but in here, the will reigns supreme over all matter. The flames of his spirit roared to life. The power of his core essence would surely surpass all imagination. Burn, flame of vengeance. Let my will be the fuel that incinerates this darkness. Elsewhere, Luo Fu gave an order. Don't get tied down fighting them. Realizing the situation was bad, he yelled, we're pulling back. But a strange entity blocked their path. I've been waiting for you. It whipped its tentacles forward. Allow me to give you a proper welcome. The tentacles struck home, but the figures simply vanished into thin air. Representative Lin stared in disbelief. What? He was confused. These are illusions. No, something's wrong. We're leaving. He bent down and picked an eyeball off the ground. A hologram. Damn it. The evil eye I planted is being used against me. He clenched his fist in fury. A voice was still transmitting from the evil eye. Luo Fu, all the holograms we set up are now active. At that same moment, Lin Yan was reporting. Luo Fu, all the holograms we placed are now fully operational. Luo Fu's face lit up. Excellent. Keep looping our combat projections. Disrupt the enemy's judgment. Suddenly, a grim voice echoed in his ear. Not to be a bother, but can you even detect the evil eyes the enemy has planted? Representative Lin muttered a quick thanks before bolting, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Their holograms are everywhere. Are they just baiting me into looping them? This is bad. I have to get back. He shoved open a cavern door. Damn it. Su Hong's body is gone. Meanwhile, Hana was running, dragging someone behind her. She scoffed coldly. That brat Luo Fu. Daring to act behind my back. Is he trying to steal all the glory for himself? Vian pointed. Hana, take a left up ahead. Go straight from there, and you can rendezvous with Luo Fu's team. Hana replied calmly. Got it. In another cave, Vian's cheerful voice rang out. Luo Fu. Hana is bringing Su Hong to your position now. Luo Fu clenched his fist, thrilled. Awesome. We're on our way to meet them. On one side, Luo Fu smirked, sure of his victory. On the other, Representative Lin seethed with rage. You little brat, I won't let you escape so easily. Hana cried out. Luo Fu. Luo Fu rushed to her side. Yi Hana, how is our leader, Su Hong? Hana said anxiously. He was like this when I found him. It looks like he was hit by one of the enemy's attacks. He's still unconscious. A voice from his watch announced, VVV scan complete. His heart rate, respiration, and other vitals are normal. Luo Fu nodded. All right, then let's get out of here. We'll head back to the Blue Citadel first. Vian, lead the way. Vian quietly replied, okay. Lin Yi provided covering fire, pushing back the monsters. As the team fled, Vian gave directions. This way. Everyone was focused on escaping, totally oblivious to the bizarre changes happening in the cave. Just then, the severed tentacles began to tremble. Strange symbols glowed to life on the walls. Luo Fu panted heavily as he ran. He pointed with a grin. We're almost there. That's the basement we came down from. Vian narrowed his eyes. Uh-oh. Luo Fu. The exit is getting farther away. Luo Fu was bewildered. That's impossible. We've been running straight for the exit. De Ya frowned. No, he's right. We've been running this whole time, but the distance hasn't shrunk. Hana whipped her head around. Humph, it's an ambush. Representative Lin appeared before them, his voice like ice. You can never leave this place, since you've come all this way. You might as well stay forever. Luo Fu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, it's this delusional freak again. He's just toying with us. Representative Lin raised his hand. The ancient stars have witnessed this long, agonizing night. Eternity's end isn't death, but an endless nightmare. Tentacles coiled around Lin Yan, forcing her to her knees. Oh, I'm so dizzy, like I'm seasick. She screamed a warning. Watch out. These tentacles, they're real. Hana gritted her teeth, lashing out at the grotesque limbs with her own weaponized hair. Luo Fu leaped back. Damn it. I can't activate my domain in this mess. He desperately called out to the progenitor, do something. Think of a way. The progenitor scoffed coldly. It seems he's already laid a trap. Give me control of the body. Luo Fu didn't hesitate. Fine. A powerful energy exploded from him, radiating outwards. A shockwave of pure force slammed into the tentacles, blasting them away. The progenitor sneered. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Representative Lin remained calm, as expected of the progenitor. I must thank you for completing my masterpiece. He then raised a dagger, turning the blade upon himself as he began to speak. Oh, supreme and exalted Great Mother, this humble servant offers the fresh blood of your followers. With a sickening slice, crimson sprayed from the wound. Lin Yan stared in disbelief. What is he doing? Is he trying to kill himself? The air grew thick with the stench of death when suddenly, a scream tore through the silence. This is bad. He's sacrificing his own blood and his followers to power up. He wants to drag us all to hell with him. Representative Lin devolved into crazed laughter. Ha ha ha. Come on down. Lin Yan cried out in alarm. What is this place? Danya gasped in shock. My attack didn't even scratch it. The progenitor's voice was grim. Breathe deep. We're going under. No sooner had he spoken than the ground gave way. They lost their footing, crying out as they fell. Danya's vision blurred as a soft groan escaped her lips. Crash. A bolt of lightning seared the darkness. Danya's eyes shot wide with horror. Where are we? The progenitor's brow furrowed. This is the planet Mother's sea of consciousness. The abyssal sea of the underworld. Jia let out a terrified shriek. Ah! Danya gritted her teeth. My hour of advent power. It's not. The progenitor tried to force the tentacles back, but a heavy sigh echoed through the space. Oh, you mischievous child, you truly trouble the Great Mother. Stop wandering off. Won't you come home with me now? The progenitor snarled back. You wretched mutt, you have no right to speak to me. He snapped his fingers, and a violet aura flared to life. The disembodied sigh echoed once more. You are the Great Mother's greatest pride, and her greatest headache. Do not be so disrespectful. The writhing tentacles suddenly went still, completely motionless. Representative Lin emerged. Come back. The Great Mother will forgive your transgressions. Luo Fu screamed inside his mind, Progenitor, don't let him fool you. The progenitor's face darkened with contempt. I'm not that stupid. He clenched his fists and charged. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough of your worthless chatter. Representative Lin dodged the attack with ease. A member of the Abyssal tribe, killing his own brethren for the sake of mere humans? The words struck home, and the progenitor froze mid-attack. His goal achieved, Representative Lin grinned maliciously and gestured with his hand. The tentacles slammed into his unguarded body. Luo Fu cried out in a panic, Progenitor! The progenitor collapsed, motionless. In his mind, old memories began to surface, and a voice echoed from the distant past. Escape. Get out of here. Run away. Never, ever come back. Do not become a sacrifice for the new sovereign. Our entire tribe has willingly accepted this fate. But you are different. You must live on. You must find a life that is truly your own. The memory shifted, and now Luo Fu's voice rang out. Because you and I are symbiotes, sharing one body. By now, you should know exactly what kind of person I am, and I know you're not like the rest of your kind. I'm willing to be your partner. The progenitor snapped back to reality, his teeth grinding with fury. A race, willing to be slaves to a new sovereign, to bear a fate that was forced upon them. In that instant, his power erupted. Without a word, he rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide as the dark waters began to churn violently. He roared, his voice filled with newfound resolve. From now on, I fight for myself. A massive shark formed from the churning water. It leaped into the air, its razor-sharp teeth bared, and lunged straight for Representative Lin. A sickening tear, as fresh blood instantly clouded the water. The progenitor reached out, catching the crimson-stained droplets as they flew past. Representative Lin collapsed, coughing up blood, but then began to laugh. Hiding inside Luo Fu's body, you've recovered a good deal of your strength. He clenched a fist. But so what? His eyes flashed with mockery. Are you going to kill me? Or will you abandon your new companions, just like you did before? At his words, the progenitor's brow tightened. The agonized screams of the others echoed once more, followed by the sound of them choking as the tentacles squeezed tighter. Luo Fu yelled urgently, Progenitor, you have to save them first. The progenitor snapped back, Don't you dare tell me what to do. Representative Lin struggled back to his feet and began to recite a dark incantation. Oh, slumbering one at the world's southern pole. Oh, great creator who carries the entire abyssal tribe within, I beseech you, hear my call. Here, in this place, I offer you the bones and blood of your enemies. As he chanted, storm clouds began to gather overhead. I implore you, descend upon us and bestow your greatness. The progenitor grimaced. Damn it. He's been planning this from the very beginning. Thunder roared and lightning crashed down, illuminating the dark, churning waters below. Delegate Lin erupted into a manic laughter. But then, his eyes caught something. He glanced sideways. A lone figure was approaching from the distance. When the face came into view, his jaw dropped in disbelief. He stammered, Su Han, how did you break free? Delegate Lin's face contorted with rage. He roared once more, How do you escape? But Su Hong answered, his voice unflinching. Never underestimate the will of humanity. No matter how terrifying the enemy or how impossible the odds, we will always face them head-on. Even if it means death, we will die on the path of resistance. Every word fueled Delegate Lin's fury, pushing him deeper into madness. He ground his teeth, spitting out his words before the Great Mother. He unleashed his power, sending monstrous tentacles surging forward. A grotesque fluid began to envelop him. You still wish to resist? The viscous slime slowly consumed Delegate Lin's body. How naive. Humanity's defeat is inevitable. But in a flash, the charging tentacles were severed. Su Hong's voice echoed, filled with courage and conviction. I will never yield. Humanity will never submit. When faced with fear, we don't compromise, we fight until the very end. A crimson aura exploded around Su Hong. He slammed his hand on the ground, unleashing his technique with a powerful roar. It is this unyielding spirit that has allowed humanity to survive for so long. The thundering tentacles were sliced apart by his power, but as he defended against the onslaught, his eyes widened in shock at a new sight. Suddenly, vibrant green tentacles erupted from below. They lashed out, intercepting the grotesque pink ones. The sight left Su Hong completely stunned, but even more shocking was Luo Fu, now standing right beside him. Su Hong stared in disbelief. Luo Fu, Where did you get this power? Luo Fu ignored the question. My powers of darkness cannot destroy that thing. I need you to use your power of light, its polar opposite, to land a fatal blow. But their strategy session was cut short by Delegate Lin's mocking voice, planning so loudly. Do you think I'm just standing here for show? In an instant, a devastating blow slammed into Su Hong. Luo Fu managed to leap away just in time. He took the full force of the attack, the pain racking his body. He collapsed, coughing violently. Cough, cough. But the blow didn't shatter his resolve. It forged it into steel. Su Hong muttered through the pain, never underestimate the will of humanity. Just then, the others broke free as well. On every face was a look of unshakable determination. Die stepped forward. No matter how terrifying the enemy or how impossible the odds, we will always face them head-on. Hearing this, Su Hong turned his head. Blood trickled from his lips, but his expression was one of pure astonishment. Die, all of you? Xiana and the others joined in, their voices becoming one. Even if it means death, we will die on the path of resistance. We will never yield. Humanity will never submit. When faced with fear, we don't compromise. We fight until the very end. It is this unyielding spirit that has allowed humanity to survive for so long. Their words were like fuel to a fire. A brilliant flame ignited in Su Hong's eyes as power exploded from his body. Luo Fu pointed, his voice ringing out. Go now. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hong shot forward, wrapped in his surging power. Slash, slash. Everywhere he moved, tentacles were torn to shreds. A brilliant flash of light erupted, incinerating the remaining limbs and striking Delegate Lin's body. Now, only the upper half of his body remained, suspended grotesquely by a few remaining tendrils. His voice rumbled, low and menacing. Ha! You think you can kill me? You're not even close. With those words, he unleashed a wave of power that made the entire cavern shake. A colossal shadow materialized behind him. Struggle all you want. This will be your last dance. The Great Mother has arrived. A foul slime began to drip from the cavern's ceiling. Down below, Luo Fu and Su Hong quickly formed a plan. Luo Fu, can you get everyone out of here? Luo Fu nodded. I can. But what about you? Su Hong didn't hesitate. Go. I'll hold them off. Luo Fu paused for a silent moment, then made his choice. Good luck. With a snap of his fingers, orbs of energy instantly enveloped the others. Their eyes widened in shock as Luo Fu shot away, carrying them all within the protective spheres. Seeing his prey escape, Delegate Lin roared in fury. You're not getting away. He immediately sent his tentacles whipping after Luo Fu and the group. But Su Hong moved faster, leaping to intercept. His power sliced through the pursuing tendrils. Your opponent is me. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Domain of the Blood-Soaked Thorns. Thunderous explosions rocked the air. The clash between the two was absolutely cataclysmic. Neither side was giving an inch. As Luo Fu fled, he glanced back at the epic battle, a thought crossing his mind. If only all humans could be like him. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Time passed quickly. 1 hour later, a worried voice broke the silence. Brother Su Hong, he still hasn't regained consciousness. Just then, the voice of the primordial seed echoed in their minds. It spoke telepathically to Luo Fu. An ancient divine script is carved on the back of his neck. To break the curse, you must kill the one who cast it. Luo Fu was confused, but didn't we already kill Delegate Lin on our way out? The progenitor noticed his confusion and explained, that's just the outer shell. His true essence remains within the sea of consciousness. Even if the flesh is destroyed, it can be reborn. That includes all those mutated civilians you destroyed. Their bodies were merely sacrifices. I'm afraid they've all been dragged into that sea of consciousness. Luo Fu approached Su Hong's bed, asking if they would ever recover. The progenitor replied, their spirits suffered grave damage. They need time to heal. Luo Fu watched Su Hong with a worried gaze, listening as the progenitor continued, you must be careful, Luo Fu. Now that they're exposed, they'll launch their attack from the sea of consciousness very soon. It could be the day after tomorrow, it could be tomorrow, or it could be right now. Deep concern was etched on his face. Understanding dawned on him as he said, I've got it. Meanwhile, a furious Mo Li was reprimanding his subordinate, Lin Yan. I never approved today's operation. If this happens again, you can pack your bags and get out of Wylam. She lowered her head, her voice small. This subordinate understands her mistake. Her face was a mask of anxiety and unease. Secretary General, the situation was too critical. The Abyss monsters have a complex network of tunnels and caves beneath the civilian district. I implore you, send men to fortify our defenses. Suddenly, a faint voice crackled through Molly's earpiece. It was a patrol guard from the civilian sector. The man coughed weakly, pleading, requesting backup. We can't hold on much longer. Gah. Hearing this, Mola couldn't hide his utter shock. But the scout who just delivered the message was now caught in a death grip, his life snuffed out in an instant. From the other end of the line, Mole's panicked voice came through. Hey, what happened? But he had no idea. His informant was already dead. Mole's frantic voice echoed again. Hey, what's going on? But Delegate Lin, cloaked and observing from afar, just let out a cold laugh. He muttered in a low, dark tone. Humph. Su Hong, Luo Fu, such reckless children. Anyone who angers the Great Mother will only meet a swifter end. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. Behind him stood his bloodthirsty minions. After tonight, Wylam will cease to exist. With a sinister grin, Delegate Lin waved his hand forward, commanding, Go. We need more of our brethren to help us overthrow the great evil that is Wylam. At his word, his followers surged forward like a tide of death. The monsters began their rampage. One of them quickly spotted its prey, growling as it prepared to devour a woman. The terrified woman trembled, clutching a little girl in her arms, her voice filled with despair as she screamed, You monster, stay away from us. Guards. Where are the guards? Somebody help me. Watching the chaos unfold, Delegate Lin was ecstatic, laughing with pure delight. His voice was like a demon claiming its due. Those who resist will become Wylam's hunting dogs. Bring their corpses to me. Another girl was spotted by one of the creatures. She stared in horror at the approaching monster, stammering, Don't come any closer. The creature seemed oblivious, speaking blindly. As long as we can live, even if we become monsters, at least we can be together. And then, blood splattered everywhere. A horrifying scene unfolded amidst terrified screams. No, I would rather kill myself. I don't want this. The monster gently touched the screaming girl's face, his voice deep with sorrow. Please, forgive me, my wife. Tears welled in his eyes. He looked at his wife in agony. If I don't do this, you'll become a sacrifice. A short while later, at the edge of a massive pit surrounded by Delegate Lin's followers, his voice rang out once more. Those who are slumbering in eternity are not necessarily the ones who have died. Below, the pit was filled with countless bodies. Delegate Lin continued. In the treacherous, eternal night, death also means rebirth. He stared down at the sea of corpses, chanting words of dark and terrible power. Oh, Great Mother, everything has been prepared according to your will. Back with Mo Li, he was on the phone, his voice sharp with anger. Deploy the entire main force. On the other end, a displeased voice replied, What? Do you truly believe you are the center of Wylam now? Hearing that chilling tone, Mo Li was startled into submission. I wouldn't dare. Sir. A helicopter sliced through the air, flying past towering cliffs. The man on the phone continued, This is the only way to satisfy Delegate Lin's appetite. Once he reveals himself, I will personally deal with him. Inside, the helicopter was Han Shiden. He stared grimly out the window. You have been loyal and dedicated these past few years. After this is over, I will ensure you are rewarded. Mo Li obediently replied, Yes, sir. After the call ended, he hung up and shouted, Adjutant Ye. A figure immediately appeared, standing at perfect attention. Sir, Mo Li gave the order with visible reluctance. Assemble half of the main forces. Go and suppress the civilian district. Just then, a frantic voice reached Luo Fu. Luo Fu, the patrol teams in the civilian district. Delegate Lin killed them all. The entire situation has spiraled out of control. Hearing the news, Luo Fu's eyes flew wide with utter shock. Lin Yan also received the update. The Secretary General has deployed half of the main army to suppress the area. She spoke with urgency, I'm heading there now. Turning back to Luo Fu, Xiana spoke calmly, Ji Gang, you go on ahead. I need to take this call. But as soon as she answered, her eyes widened and her voice rose in shock. Chief Han, what? You're already nearby? Han Shishin's voice was steady on the other end. Your report made me seriously concerned for everyone's safety. From a helicopter, he peered through a pair of binoculars and continued, so I departed from the base ahead of schedule. I can already see everything that's happening in Weilan. He gave a grim chuckle, his tone brimming with confidence. You all be careful and don't go in too deep. Leave Representative Lin to me. A moment later, a tank appeared on the ground, rolling forward slowly. The soldiers inside scanned their surroundings, on high alert. One of them wondered aloud, Where is everyone? All units, stay sharp. Suddenly, another soldier felt a chill run down his spine. Just ahead of them, glowing red eyes stared out from the darkness. They were fixed on the soldiers. What is that thing? One of them asked, his voice trembling. Before the soldiers could react or even raise their weapons, a horde of monsters swarmed out, driven by a ravenous bloodlust. They're here. Open fire. A soldier was tackled to the ground by a monster. He fought back desperately, unloading his clip into the creature's head. In a flash, a brilliant light, like a blazing fire, tore through the chaos. The one wielding that power was Luo Fu. He launched himself into the horde of monsters, sending them flying back in agony. Dia was just as busy, smashing another creature away with a single, powerful blow. But in the heat of the battle, she noticed a figure in white stealthily trying to escape. Just then, a helicopter appeared overhead, and Mola's voice boomed from above. "What are you just standing there for? Go after him," he yelled into his radio. "Don't let a single one get away. Kill them all." Down below, Luo Fu heard the order and shouted a warning to Mole. "General, it could be a trap up ahead. Representative Lin is cunning and treacherous. It's best to wait until morning." But Mole cut him off, ignoring his advice in a fit of rage. He repeated his command, "Keep advancing. Level that entire place." Naturally, the soldiers obeyed Mole's orders. A tank fired into the sky, creating a massive explosion. The soldiers below continued their relentless sweep. Watching the scene unfold, Luo Fu could only grit his teeth in helpless frustration. If only General Long were here, things would be different. Amidst the fierce battle, a sorrowful weeping sound echoed, making the soldiers pause in confusion. What's that sound? With a thunderous crash, a demonic face erupted from the ground. It looked like a tree made of writhing tentacles, with a screaming face at its very center. Representative Lin stood atop it, speaking with smug confidence, "Welcome to the abyss." Dozens of massive, gnarled red roots twisted together, reaching for the sky. Luo Fu and De Ya stared in shock. "What in the world is that thing?" That same voice echoed again. "This is the sacrificial spire, summoned by offering living humans. It uses the sound of weeping to drain your mind, causing panic and driving you insane." The soldiers began to scream, their words jumbled. "Stay away from me." Phantom-like figures and countless eyes began closing in on the Wayland team. They started firing wildly into the apparitions. "Get away!" Their terrified screams blended with the hail of bullets. The chaos was absolute. "Don't come any closer. Get away." The helicopter above Luo Fu was caught in the stray fire and exploded into pieces. A question formed in his mind. Why aren't we being affected? A voice answered in his thoughts. "After surviving the sea of consciousness, your willpower has been forged into steel." Luo Fu declared to his team, "This place is a living hell. We have no choice but to destroy that tower." Xina's voice cut through the noise. "Domain of the underworld queen Jialin." Luo Fu saw her and his eyes lit up. "It's Sister Xina. She's already reached the southern face of the tower. It's time for us to make our move, too." Jia instantly transformed and grabbed Si tightly as Luo Fu gave out orders. Jia, KCE, we're taking the west side." The rest of the team charged in the opposite direction. Dia and Lin Yan headed for the east. As they all set off, Luo Fu added a final warning. "Everyone, be careful." A chorus of affirmations answered him. All over the tower's body, countless distorted faces began to emerge. A shiver went down Luo Fu's spine. This tower, it's a living creature? He was already closing in, getting dangerously near. The voice in his mind provided more information. A being of this size is usually used for city sieges and requires an immense number of sacrifices. Luo Fu's brow furrowed. Used for sieges? Could it be? Suddenly, a massive root shot out aggressively towards him. Inside the tower, the roots began to smash through the city's walls under direct command. Representative Lin's voice boomed, "Wayland City, today I will turn you into a ruin." He stood triumphantly in the center of his nearly complete masterpiece, filled with immense satisfaction. The battle raged on, but the difference in power was just too obvious. The soldiers shouted in panic, "We have to go. Run." A massive root descended, intent on crushing everything. When suddenly, a powerful attack sliced through the air and severed it completely. Huge chunks of the tendril crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Representative Lin spun around, snarling, "Humph!" A voice called down from a helicopter above. "Such a beautiful city. It would be a real shame to destroy it." Han Shishin had arrived, looking utterly unfazed as he spoke with a slight frown. "Jialin Domain. Like a shadow." Instantly, a flock of enormous, fiery red birds materialized from thin air, their wings spreading as they took to the sky. Seeing this, Director Lin let out a loud laugh. Well, the big boss from the old days decided to show up. In that case, allow me to give you a welcome present. Domain of Twilight, God-slaying dragon's roar. The words had barely left his lips when a massive dragon materialized, devouring the flock of crimson birds in an instant. From his aircraft above, Han Shishian looked. "I never thought you could master 2 domain attributes and actually gain the upper hand. However, the darkness is my true home turf." A wicked smirk spread across his face. "Then allow me to demonstrate my domain's second form. Shadow Prison of Judgment." The technique enveloped Director Lin, forcing him to cry out in shock. "What is this?" Han Shichian covered his mouth, his tone filled with mock pity. Don't even think about using that last attack from inside there. He's now trapped within that sphere. Han Shixian summoned thousands of blades, impaling the crimson orb. If this blast kills you, you only have yourself to blame. The gruesome scene was punctuated by a blood-curdling scream. The crimson orb, pierced like a porcupine, slowly faded from existence. Director Lin's tattered body plummeted to the ground. Pink serpents materialized, coiling around him on the tower's surface. He gasped for breath. We were always so curious about your true power. I never imagined a mere human could wield the power of Twilight to this degree, but it must have come at a steep price, right? How much longer can that broken body of yours last? A system alert flashed. Immense dark power detected at the tower's peak. Standing at the base of the tower, Luo Fu looked up in confusion. Chief Han? Director Lin lay motionless, his thoughts racing as a serpent loomed over him. It's going to devour me. There's no time to retreat into my sea of consciousness. In a final, desperate act, he screamed. A brilliant golden light erupted, as strange eyes with red irises and black pupils materialized out of thin air. Han Shixian swiftly summoned his flock to intercept. I was a step too slow. I can't let him escape. The birds descended, furiously pecking at the grotesque eyes. Just then, he saw Luo Fu rushing toward the chaos. Han Shixian cried out in alarm. What? His brows furrowed with deep concern. Luo Fu, what is he doing here? Suddenly, the Tower of Sacrifice began to tremble violently, throwing Luo Fu off balance and to the ground. A massive explosion sent Luo Fu flying through the air. He landed hard, coughing violently. A voice cut through the ringing in his ears. Luo Fu, he cried out, clutching his injured arm. Chief Han's voice was urgent. Whatever you do, don't let it reach your head or vital organs. Luo Fu acknowledged the command. Right, I got it. Han Shixian praised him. Well done. You've trapped it in your hand. The root source spoke in his mind. Endure it. Do not move recklessly. But the bizarre eye escaped his grasp, multiplying into a swarm of identical copies. Han Shixian called out, Luo Fu, what's your status? Luo Fu got to his feet. I'm all right now. Thank you, Chief Han. But then, the strange entity began to struggle violently, putting him back on high alert. The nearby soldiers stared down at their own hands in confusion. What's happening? What was that just now? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Someone, get over here. We need help. Spotting Han Shixian, Yi ran over, her face lighting up. Chief Han, what are you doing here? He offered a small smile. I heard Xia Na's report and was deeply concerned. Fortunately, I made it to the final battle in time. Is everyone all right? Yi replied confidently. Hey, we're totally fine. But Jia, walking beside her, asked with concern. Luo Fu, you're injured? He tried to reassure her. It's just a scratch. I'm fine, Jia. She began to bandage his arm anyway. No, it's not fine. Meanwhile, Xia Na delivered her report to Han Shixian. The tower has collapsed. Is it finally over? Is Director Lin truly dead for good? Chief Han nodded. Yes. This time, we've won. Come, take me to the citadel. I need to check on Su Hong. Just then, Luo Fu's attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. General Secretary. Sir, are you all right? The sound of hacking coughs filled the air. Moli sat up, clutching his chest. I'm fine. Luo Fu remarked to himself. He survived a helicopter crash. The guy's got insane luck. A voice called out to him. Luo Fu, what are you staring at? He quickly snapped out of it. It's nothing. Let's go. Later, inside the citadel, Mo Li was trapped in a nightmare. Is anyone there? Help me. He jolted awake with a gasp. Huh? He panted heavily. Was it just a nightmare? But as he scanned his surroundings, panic set in. What is this place? Where am I? I'm sure I was in the citadel. And then he saw him, Director Lin, sitting right in front of him. Mo Li's fear intensified. You. Who are you? The man simply smiled back. So, you're finally awake? Mo Li scrambled backward, falling off the bed. You're still alive? Director Lin advanced on him. You people really did have an ace up your sleeve. I never expected the big chief of the old days to personally make an appearance. He chuckled, clearly amused. His attacks were vicious, I'll give him that. But my domain possesses a powerful life preservation ability. Mo Li trembled uncontrollably. Where on earth have you taken me? How did you get past the Citadel's defense systems? The man's voice was eerily calm. Don't be alarmed. You're still in your room. As for me, I am inside your body. Don't believe me. Mo Li lunged forward, grabbing Director Lin's collar. Impossible. How could you get past the physical screening? The man explained coolly. My true form has been hiding, right in here. Every component, every parasitic device, has been perfectly camouflaged as one of your own internal organs. Hank, don't underestimate the power of the Abyssal Clan. Your science and technology are worthless compared to our methods of evolution. Mo Li was now completely under his control. And now, you will answer my questions truthfully. Or, would you prefer this alternative? Mo Li broke completely. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The scene shifts to Luo Fu's location. He asks Han Shitan, Chief Han, why hasn't Captain Su woken up yet? The sigil is clearly gone. The old man approaches the hospital bed. Let me take a look. After a quick examination, he concludes, he's alive, but I'm afraid his consciousness is lost somewhere in the sea of consciousness. Luo Fu's curiosity was piqued. Chief Han, have you entered the sea of consciousness before? The man replies, yes. I was dragged in while fighting a dying abyss mother in its final struggle. Luckily, I managed to escape by severely wounding its spiritual form. It was from that experience that I mastered the dark aspect of my ferocious bear ability. Chief Han explained, the Sea of Consciousness was founded by their matriarch. It allows every member of the Abyss tribe to receive a constant, seamless flow of memories and knowledge. However, it still requires an individual's consciousness to comprehend and utilize that power. If an ordinary person were exposed to the immense flood of information within it, they'd either go insane or become catatonic. Han Shitan analyzed, it's because we've all undergone power trials that our mental defenses are significantly higher. To enter and exit the Sea of Consciousness, you need a medium, like the sacrificial sigils array. He suddenly breaks into a violent coughing fit, worrying Luo Fu. Chief Han, are you all right? The old man reassures him, my power is just severely depleted. It's a bit uncomfortable. Yi Hana, Luo Fu. I'm leaving the rest to you. He instructs them. Guard Su Hong's body carefully. I believe Representative Lin is still alive, and he may have been dragged inside as well. Luo Fu was stunned. What? Chief Han looked grim. The parasitic body I destroyed back there. Its mass was far too small. It wasn't the weight of a full-grown man. His real body escaped. He added a warning. If I stay here, I fear he won't dare to show himself. He's incredibly weak right now, but he's still extremely dangerous. Han Shitten gave a wry smile. Time makes no exceptions for anyone. My apologies. I couldn't finish him, leaving you all with this mess. Luo Fu bowed deeply. Not at all, Chief Han. I should be thanking you for saving me. The man placed a hand on his shoulder and said, tell me, could you truly not have dodged that attack? Luo Fu scratched his head. It was my mistake. I'll be more careful next time. Ha ha, the chief replied, as long as you understand. Yi Hana escorted Chief Han out. He waved a hand. No need to see me off. You should all get some rest. Luo Fu called out, it was an honor seeing you again, Chief Han. Luo Fu closed the door to the hospital room. Jie Jie immediately asked him, Luo Fu, what just happened? He smirked. I almost blew my cover. The three girls stared, confused. What are you talking about? He explained. Back at Ju Ri, I always suspected the origin of Chief Han's power. And when he was helping me remove the parasite, through that contact, my progenitor seed caught a glimpse of his power's true origin. It wasn't gained through training and killing enemies like he claimed. The three were shocked. What? Jia gasped. What was it then? Luo Fu grabbed his own wrist, twisting it lightly. Humph. How could I not recognize the feel of my own power? I'm afraid he's been researching my genes. He created an artificial copy, consuming countless hybrids in the process. Luo Fu held up his hand and continued. But in the end, it's nothing more than a flawed replica. Implanting something like that in your body is bound to have side effects. He suddenly clutched his mouth, feigning a cough. It's a miracle it hasn't killed him yet. Luo Fu dropped the act, saying innocently, those were the progenitor seed's words. Jia let out a long sigh. You're getting too good at acting. For a second, I really thought you had turned into him. It was a little terrifying. Dei placed a hand on her chin, lost in thought. After a moment, she offered a theory. The ones who rescued the progenitor seed and began researching it, weren't they Luo Fu's parents? She continued her train of thought. But Chief Han's technology is clearly more advanced than what the three of them had. Wait, doesn't that seem strange to you all? Not even Wei Lam possesses this kind of tech. So how would Chief Han know about it? Finally, she reached a conclusion. If you think about it, the fourth member of the council also left Wei Lan right after the undersea base was destroyed, and the Jiu reorganization was founded shortly after that. Could it be? Luo Fu cut her off. If Chief Han was once a council member of Wei Lan, then everything falls into place, he went on. Only someone in a high position could access such classified materials, and one of the four founding doctors of this technology would have to be a master of the craft. Si Yi finally spoke up. But it seems like not everyone on Wei Lan's board of directors was a good person. Jia added. But I think Chief Han is a good person, right? For the past year, he's taken care of all of us. Luo Fu heard this and nodded in agreement. It's too early to draw any conclusions. He looked at the coiled silk ribbon. Between the hybrid powers and the Wei Land Board of Directors, there are still too many missing links. Yi Hana materialized from the ribbon, standing silently by the door. The progenitor seed's voice emerged, speaking to Luo Fu. Are you sure about this, Luo Fu? It's extremely dangerous in there. Luo Fu kept his head down, replying, to deal with the unexpected crises of the future, I have no choice but to adapt to a new battlefield. The progenitor seed agreed. True enough, and I have no desire to be your babysitter forever. Luo Fu pressed further. Is there anything I need to prepare? The origin seed sighed dramatically. Humph, don't you dare underestimate my power. All you have to do is enter the dream. But you can't stay for too long. Otherwise, your mind will pay a terrible price. You might even become a complete idiot. Luo Fu closed his eyes, thinking to himself. Right, got it. As he sank into the dreamscape, the origin seed's voice guided him. Relax. Breathe deeply. Now, begin the descent. A horrifying sound jolted him. His eyes snapped open, and Luo Fu quickly ducked for cover, whispering to the origin seed, Why are there so many more monsters this time? They look like they're searching for something, don't they? The entity immediately explained the situation. I fear Su Hong is still alive, hiding in the deepest trenches of this sea of consciousness. That's why they'll tear this place apart to find him. Luo Fu eyed him with suspicion. For real? How could you possibly know that? The origin seed spoke with a weight of experience. I used this same trick to escape the matriarch's pursuit. After all, this sea of consciousness is vast. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from the depths, writhing wildly. As strange drops began to fall, Luo Fu naively held out his hand. Is it starting to rain? But the origin seed shrieked in panic. This is bad. We've been discovered. Hordes of one-eyed monsters were swarming towards him. Luo Fu cried out in disbelief. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? As he lashed out with his chains, the origin seed yelled, Break free and get out of here, now. But the creatures were closing in from all sides, throwing him off balance, while the entity just kept urging and scolding him. Luo Fu, where do you think you're going? You idiot, get out of the way. A monstrous tentacle slammed into Luo Fu, sending him flying. Air, he cried out in pain. As he soared through the air, a sphere of blue energy suddenly enveloped his body. A look of understanding dawned on the origin seed. So, that's what this is. This energy wave. It's because you're in the atmosphere. The blue sphere carrying Luo Fu continued to ascend. He struggled inside it. Why can't I get out? Origin seed, do something. But the entity just cursed him. You fool. Stop struggling. You're only making it slower. Right in front of the sphere, a monster bared its terrifying iron teeth, causing him to scream in pure terror. Just as the monster's mouth began to swallow the sphere whole, he suddenly woke up, gasping for air. I'm back. Jia rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. Luo Fu, what's wrong? Deya leaned in closer. I heard you scream bloody murder. I thought you were being ambushed. Luo Fu sat up, clutching his head to reassure everyone. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. Yi couldn't help but tease him. A grown man like you still having nightmares that make you fall out of bed? As Luo Fu looked up, his eyes landed on Jia. In her sleepwear. His face instantly turned bright red. Whoa, Jia. Hearing him say her name, she looked at him, surprised. Then, realization dawned. Her eyes shot down to look at herself, and Jia frantically covered her skirt, screaming, you jerk. Seeing this, Yi landed a solid blow on Luo Fu, yelling, Pervert, where do you think you're looking? Deya stood nearby, radiating pure killing intent, his anger reaching a boiling point. He growled through gritted teeth. Luo Fu. As he was being pummeled, Luo Fu held his head in misery. Hey, why is everyone blaming me for this? The corrupted individuals charged forward to attack, but as soon as they advanced, a slash cut right through them, and they collapsed into the surrounding rubble. A group of figures stood confidently over the scene, one speaking in anger, to think that one of them slipped through the net. So, this is where you've all been hiding. Luo Fu's eyes narrowed as he gave the command. Everyone, hold your formation. He unleashed his golden chains, instantly binding several of the monsters. Deya charged forward, leaping into the air. She drew her staff, raining down a flurry of blows on the ensnared creatures. The relentless assault gave them no time to react. Their bodies disintegrated, crumbling into the debris below. Deep within the golden coils, more monsters struggled to break free. Luo Fu simply pointed a finger, and a brilliant golden orb materialized. The sphere shot forward, striking one creature square in the chest, sending it and those around it flying back in a massive explosion. But the fight was far from over. A deafening roar erupted from right behind him. He whipped his head around to see a set of razor-sharp teeth lunging at him, and he screamed. What the? In the blink of an eye, a blade flashed before him. The creature's body was sliced cleanly in two, right in front of his face. As the monster collapsed, he recognized his savior and cried out, Yihana. She strode towards him, then pointed and yelled, Worry about just your own neck. Yihana stared him down. Chief Han saved my life. He's the one who gave me the power to avenge my family. Not only that, this organization took all of you in. They trained you and taught you everything. So, be smart for once and stop doing such foolish things. Luo Fu just stared as she spoke, his mind racing. How does she know? Does this mean she's drawing a line in the sand between us? The scene shifts to another city block where Daya was speaking with Jia. There's no trace of Representative Lin anywhere. Is he really still alive? Yihana's brow furrowed as she warned them. Chief Han doesn't make mistakes. Don't you dare lower your guard. Elsewhere, Mole was delivering a powerful speech. According to the most recent mission directives, General Long Zhen will assume the role of Commander-in-Chief of the Wei Land Defense Force. As for the position of Supreme Commander of this entire stronghold, I will be taking on that duty. I hope I can count on all of you for your support. This was the moment to reignite Azure's glory. Gesturing to the three heroes beside him, he announced, Now, I will honor the Azure soldiers, who fought with incredible heroism in the defense of our home. And I will also honor our allies from Juri, who came to our aid. He opened his palm, revealing the medals. I present to you the Medal of Honor, the Azure Star. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed on the gleaming star in his hand. Mole continued his speech. We thank you for the price you have paid, and the sacrifices you have made during this dark time. At long last, we have utterly annihilated the enemy, and to celebrate, the council has prepared a feast for all of you. Please, eat your fill. The crowd roared with joy. Oh, this is amazing. Some stared in awe at a whole roasted chicken. Thank the heavens. We can finally say goodbye to dried cabbage and hardtack. Laughter and clinking glasses filled the air. Another round. I'm grabbing more potatoes. But at a table in the corner, three figures sat in silence. Si Yi, chewing on a piece of bread, turned to Jia. What's wrong? You're not eating? Jia's voice was heavy. It was the lack of food that led to the expulsions. Seeing everyone feasting like this, it just makes me feel guilty about the soldiers and civilians who died. Si Yi nearly choked on her food when she heard that. She quickly waved her hands, explaining, Sorry, everyone's just hungry, right? I didn't mean anything by it. Just eat. Luo Fu sighed. You're right, Jia. Because everyone's sense of self is different. There will always be countless forms of prejudice, but the Abyss monsters are united under the consciousness of their matron. It's obvious what we could achieve if we truly work together. As he spoke, someone was suddenly thrown into the hall, causing him to cry out in surprise. Huh! Gasps erupted from the crowd around them. Whoa! The head chef was screaming at a young boy. I told you to stay away, and you still showed up. I'll beat you to death. Yan trembled, pleading, Sir, please. I haven't eaten any meat in months. The chef roared back. You're lucky to get bread. You people don't fight on the front lines. He punctuated his words with the crack of a whip. You don't know the first thing about fighting. Meat is reserved for the soldiers. But as the whip came down again, a hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. Stop. Luo Fu gripped the chef's arm tightly. Chef, don't you think you're going too far? The head chef flinched. He recognized Luo Fu, and his demeanor softened slightly. It was the young man who just received the Azure Star Medal. Luo Fu stood protectively in front of the boy, Yan, and pressed the issue. Chef, what's going on here? The man sighed, exasperated. This brat is a constant problem. He's always stealing from the kitchens. And now he's snuck into the feast. I've warned him countless times. I'm truly at my wit's end with him. Terrified, the small boy cowered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Luo Fu knelt down, pulling the boy into a protective embrace. I'll apologize on his behalf. Leave him with us. You can go back now. Just then, snow began to fall as the others gathered around. Hearing this, the chef relented. All right, yes. I'll leave him in your care. The boy's small, tear-stained face looked up as a package was placed before him. Is this enough? If not, I can get more. Inside was a three-tiered box, overflowing with steaming hot food. Yan couldn't hold back his emotions any longer as tears streamed down his face, his small, trembling hands accepting the gift. Thank you. You're my saviors. Thank you. Jia knelt down, her voice soft and gentle. What's your name? The boy hugged the food tightly, answering through sobs, Yan. She offered a smile as warm as the morning sun. Where do you live, Yan? We'll take you home. The refugees were temporarily housed in a vast garage where makeshift tents had been set up for shelter. After searching for a while, Luo Fu finally found the man he was looking for, General Long. Long Zhen was surprised to see him in a place like this. Luo kid, what are you doing here? This temporary shelter is pretty decent. It's solid and quiet enough to lay low. But that quiet was shattered by Long Zhen's booming laughter, as he repeatedly slapped Luo Fu on the back hard enough to make him cough up blood. So that's what happened. You're a good kid. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Standing before everyone, he didn't hesitate to blame himself. To be honest, it's my own incompetence that has forced them to suffer, forcing them to live in this cramped space. Luo Fu quickly tried to console him. General Long, you've done everything you could. It was the board's carelessness and their barrage of foolish orders that led to this. Long Zhen let out a heavy sigh. There are too many things that don't add up. It's giving me a headache. I'm starting to suspect Mole had a hand in manipulating the council, if that's really the case. This is going to be a huge problem. The more he thought about it, the deeper his brows furrowed. I'll find a way to get past Mole and meet with the board directly. Luo Fu's expression remained grave. General Long, I have one more piece of critical intelligence. It concerns Representative Lin. It seems he's still alive, and he's already infiltrated our inner circle. Hearing this, Long Zhen exploded with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. What? That bastard dares to show his face here? Luo Fu's mind flashed back to Han Shitan's words. It was obvious the parasitic body he destroyed was far too small. It didn't have the mass of a fully grown man. A chilling certainty washed over Luo Fu. I trust Chief Han's judgment. After all, our comprehensive sweeps these past few days turned up absolutely nothing. The most dangerous place is the safest place. General Long, our enemy is exceptionally cunning. It understands this principle perfectly. Chief Han processed the intel, grateful for Luo Fu's team. I understand now. Thank you for this information. I'll have my subordinates discreetly increase their patrols and defenses. If we find that thing, I will personally see that it's reduced to ash. The sun peeked over the mountains, its light filtering through the rooftops of the shelter. Humming a soft tune, Jiajia walked with a bag of bread in her arms, but as she entered, she saw Ivan being thrown to the ground. A boy with thick eyebrows had him by the collar, threatening him, while another kid with blonde hair stood right behind. We're gonna beat you up. Don't think you're special just because you know some adults. Go get us some food, now. Fury flared in Jiajia as she shouted, What do you think you're doing? The moment the boys saw an adult, they scrambled away. Let's get out of here. Jiajia rushed over to Ivan, who was curled up on the floor. Ivan, what happened? Are you okay? The little boy began to cry, his words broken by sobs. Jiajia, they wanted me to get them food, but I didn't want to bother you. Jiajia gently cupped his face, trying to comfort him. From now on, if you need anything, you come straight to me. I promise I'll find a way to help you, okay? Her words were like a ray of sunshine piercing through Ivan's dark world. You're also good to me. Jiajia quickly patted his head, soothing him before a flood of tears could wash them both away. All right, no more tears. Big boys have to be strong, you know. Ivan quickly wiped his eyes, his voice filled with urgency. Jiajia, I heard you're all hero soldiers. Can you please help me find my mom, dad, and my little sister? Jiajia stroked his hair, her heart aching for this sweet, brave boy. Of course. Where are they? Ivan pulled out a photograph, remembering that day. Surrounded by strangers, he couldn't hold on to his family. I lost them. Mom, dad. But I'm sure they're still alive. She agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll go talk to Luo Fu and the others. But she didn't have to. They were already here. Jiajia, we figured you'd be here. She jumped, surprised to see the whole team assembled as if they already knew everything. Luo Fu, what are you all doing here? He extended a hand toward Ivan with unwavering resolve. Come on, we're going to help you find your parents. Thanks to their connection with Long Zhen, Luo Fu's group boarded a helicopter, soaring over the dense, snow-covered mountains. Luo Fu was incredibly grateful. General Long, thank you for waiting for us. Long Zhen waved his hand dismissively. This village is in a very precarious location. It's right on the border, so I needed to check on it anyway. If things are bad, we'll evacuate the villagers to the city. As the helicopter rounded a mountain, they spotted the village, completely isolated from the outside world. We're here. That's it down there. General Long Zhen took the lead. Luo Fu held Ivan's hand as he followed, a strange feeling creeping over him. This is weird. With all this noise, why isn't anyone coming out? The entire village was silent, with no obvious signs of an attack. Could everyone really be inside their homes? Suddenly, General Long Zhen's brow furrowed with alarm. A house around the corner was engulfed in flames. He barked out a warning. All units, alert. This area has been compromised. Prepare for level 1 combat. Lin Yan moved to investigate. Rifle ready, when she spotted someone trembling in a dark corner. Long Zhen and Luo Fu rushed over at her call. General, we found a survivor. The man clutched a shotgun, shaking with fear and caution. General Long Zhen approached him urgently. Tell me what happened here. The man was covered in wounds, his voice raspy as if he hadn't eaten in days. He coughed weakly before he could speak. A day ago, 3 people from Wayland Citadel returned to the village. Then last night, we were attacked. Luo Fu's mind raced, a terrible theory forming. Could it be? Before he could finish the thought, boom! A massive explosion sent everyone scrambling as the world erupted into chaos. Watch out! A jolt of fear shot through Long Zhen as he yelled, all forces, battle stations, prepare to engage. A 3-headed monstrosity emerged, its body a grotesque mass of bloody flesh. Its massive jaws opened wide, ready to devour more victims, but staring at the 3 faces fused into the creature. Ivan cried out in pure, agonizing despair. Dad. Mom. Mary. Ignoring Jiajia's desperate calls, the boy sprinted toward the monster. Ivan, get back here. Before he got far, Luo Fu leaped out, blocking his path. Look closely. Ivan. They aren't your family anymore. The beast loomed over them, its jaws snapping open with a deafening roar as it lunged. With lightning-fast reflexes, Luo Fu jumped high into the air, narrowly dodging the creature's attack. He channeled his power, rocketing forward and delivering a single, devastating punch. The ground cracked and shattered. The force tore the creature's body in 2, and it collapsed, motionless. Ivan reached out, trying to catch a floating piece of the remains. He clutched it to his chest and collapsed, his small body racked with unbearable pain. Dad. Mom. Mary. Don't go. Please, don't leave me all alone. But Luo Fu's face was stone cold as he forced the brutal truth on the boy. The moment they turned into monsters, they were already gone. Suddenly, Yan whipped out a pistol from nowhere, aiming it straight at Luo Fu as he roared with fury. What did you do to them? You murdered my family. Luo Fu was stunned. When did he even manage to take my gun? Without a shred of fear, Luo Fu challenged the boy. Go on, pull the trigger. If you can't even grasp a simple truth like this, you don't deserve to survive in this world. The gun was aimed at Luo Fu's heart, and his words were just as sharp, but it was the boy whose tears streamed down his face. Dai Ya and Jia watched on, their faces a mix of sympathy and sorrow. We've all lost family, friends. Don't you dare think you're the only one who's suffering. There are people here who care about you, people who love you. We just hope you can become stronger. Yan. Looking at the boy, Luo Fu saw a painful reflection of his own past. I was just like you once, helpless, weak, and completely lost. When you lose everyone you love, you fall into an abyss of despair, so deep it feels impossible to climb out alone. But I didn't give up. I grit my teeth and forced myself to survive. He reached out, slowly moving toward the barrel of the gun, feeling no fear, because he held on to one unshakable belief. If you just keep living, you will always find hope. Even if the world is turned to ash and despair lurks around every corner, as long as you survive, you'll find comrades. You'll gain strength. He gripped the end of the pistol, looking the boy straight in the eye to calm him. No matter how much malice fills this world, no matter how many misunderstandings poison it, no matter how cruel it becomes, you have to keep fighting to live. Clench your fists and stand against this broken world. Fight back against this hell of a life. Yan bit his lip so hard it could bleed, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. And in that moment, Luo Fu couldn't hold back his own tears any longer. He pulled the boy into a tight embrace, pouring out his heart. Do you understand me? Yan's reply was a thunderous shout. He clung to Luo Fu. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. For the first time in his entire life, Yan felt such an overwhelming desire. For the first time, he screamed with every fiber of his being. I want to live. Beneath a blanket of pure white snow, 3 small graves stood side by side, built by Yan's own hands. He knelt before them for a long, long time. When he finally rose, it was as if the boy had vanished and a man stood in his place. Standing against the biting wind, he placed a hand over his heart, and with a clear, unwavering voice, he made a declaration. General Long Zhen, please allow me to join the Wayland Guard. I swear I will become one of your finest soldiers and I will exterminate every last monster. Long Zhen leaned against a tree, lost in thought for a long moment. I don't recruit minors. The others gathered around to console the boy. Hey, Yan, once you're old enough, you can join my squad. But Long Zhen's expression only grew darker. It seemed Mole had finally reached his breaking point. Tears streamed down his face as he made a solemn vow. Look at the monster you're protecting. I won't let you make this mistake. Night fell over the fortress city of Weilan. A lone door was under heavy guard. But hidden in the shadows, Long Zhen and his team lay in wait, biding their time. In a flash, one of their own moved in, clamping a hand over the guard's mouth. The man struggled, but it was futile. Moments later, the guard went limp, slumping to the ground. The team quickly converged on the door. Once everyone was in position, Long Zhen gave a silent nod. A soldier reached for the handle, ready to breach. He yanked the door open, revealing a massive, empty room. There was nothing inside but a vacant bed. Long Zhen's brow furrowed. This couldn't be right. What? There's no one here. Then, from out of nowhere, crackling bolts of purple energy struck down everyone in the room, except for Long Zhen, who stood at the center. It didn't take him long to see the source of the attack. In the blink of an eye, Emo was at his side. Their weapons clashed, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Realizing the tables had turned, Long Zhen ordered a retreat. But even as they tried to escape, it was already too late. A blast of purple lightning exploded behind them. As Long Zhen spun around, he saw dozens of overlapping red dots. Laser sights aimed at his entire team. Drop your weapons. The defense force had them completely surrounded, ready to open fire at a moment's notice. The board of directors' personal guard is taking orders from Mole. Emo stepped forward, trying to reason with him. Long Zhen, just surrender. If you have something to say, we can take it to the council chambers. There's no need for this violence to tear Weilan apart. The old general just laughed, finding the words absurd. You don't even believe the words coming out of your own mouth. As he spoke, the soldiers finished reloading. Emo's friendly demeanor vanished. That's right. I was just buying time. Open fire. But just then, a new voice echoed. Damn it. If I released my full energy armor, I could destroy the entire fortress. Something incredibly solid had blocked the volley of gunfire. Emo stared in shock. As the smoke cleared, he saw Dia, standing tall in her transformed state. What? Her eyes glowed a furious red. With a completely blank expression, she turned. General Long Zhen, are you unharmed? Luo Fu rushed to his side as well. General Long Zhen. The general stared in disbelief to see them there. Luo, you kids. He didn't want them involved. His face hardened. Get out of here, all of you. I won't drag you down with me. But Luo Fu's resolve was unshakable. General Long Zhen. In all of Weilan, you are the man I respect the most. I can't just stand by and pretend I saw nothing. A familiar figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. General Long. Mo Li's face twisted with displeasure. I never thought you would sink this low. If I hadn't prepared for this, I imagine Azure would have fallen to you and the Old Sun faction today, wouldn't it? He then shifted to a more negotiable tone. But enough of that. For now, I'll take you to meet the board of directors. Just the two of us. You are forbidden from bringing any weapons. General Long immediately threw his weapon down to show his compliance, but Luo Fu rushed to stop him. General Long, are you certain you want to go? This man's mind was forged in the fires of war. Why should I fear him? All the boy could do was watch helplessly as the general went with them. General Long, this way. To think such a massive space existed beneath the citadel. Mola chattered away as they walked. General Long, the board has always wanted to meet you, you know. They were just concerned about the city's defenses. The general just let out a cold snort. Is that so? What an honor. Moli's face was a mask of pure cunning. But I sent an urgent request to the three administrators. They've decided to summon you immediately. Their conversation led them down a long corridor, lined on both sides with containment pods. The pods were made to hold people, and General Long voiced the question burning in his mind. After the apocalypse began, I heard they were sent on a secret mission. How are they? Are they injured? Mole gazed at the pods as if admiring a priceless work of art. Not at all. They're just fighting on a different battlefield. Suddenly, 3 metallic, fluid-filled coffins rose up before him. The general was utterly shocked. The 3 administrators? What happened? Mole explained, relax. They're only sleeping. These stasis pods maintain their bodies exactly as they were before they went in. The 2 of them then continued deeper into the facility. General Long grew more uneasy with every step. Where on earth did they go? Mole was preparing to unveil his most prized creation. Allow me to formally introduce you to the ultimate masterpiece of Azure's science and technology. They arrive at a pod containing a writhing brain, which he introduced with immense pride. The replacement system for the creator of the Sea of Consciousness. The lab was a tangled web of tubes, all leading to a massive chamber holding the Abyss Matriarch. Mole spoke to General Long. This is the replacement system for the creator of the Sea of Consciousness. General Long, my apologies for hiding this from you all. We feared you would object, so after the apocalypse began, we boldly decided to take this risk ourselves. The first pod held an unconscious Fu Xue, But Mola continued his persuasive speech. We gathered our most elite forces to enter the Sea of Consciousness and kill the hive mind of the Abyss monsters, the Matriarch. General Long was stunned. What did you say? His shock was palpable. The next pod held a comatose Chen Xiao. Mole continued. We originally believed we would achieve victory within the Sea of Consciousness. However, the battle fell into a stalemate, and we've been sinking into this quagmire ever since. And finally, there was Xu Zi, in the same exact condition. Mola pressed on. General Long, we need you. General Long hesitated, still reeling from everything he had just seen. Seeing his hesitation, Mola quickly moved to add more pressure. General, if you want to meet the board of directors, they are right there. Inside the Sea of Consciousness.
So, will you go or not? The choice, of course, is yours. Or we can just let time be the judge of how truly loyal you are to Azure.
Without another word, General Long decisively ripped the cloak from his shoulders. He turned back to Mole, his eyes burning with resolve. Humph, lead the way. Mole had successfully baited his trap. With a wicked smile, he replied, of course. But in reality, this man was Representative Lin. He wore a sinister grin, completely satisfied that his deception had worked on General Long. My pleasure, he said with fake sincerity. Luo Fu watched on a security camera, seeing Mole working the controls on a display panel. He wondered, is Azure's council really fighting the Matriarch? But didn't Representative Lin call for the Matriarch to descend from above? Luo Fu frowned, his mouth falling open, thinking it through. If they couldn't win, why couldn't they have withdrawn sooner? Something about this felt incredibly wrong. Inside the lab, Luo Fu's voice crackled over the general's comms. General Long, this could be a trap. The general replied, I have no choice but to go. They're still alive, and if they're still alive, they're in danger. That's why they're calling for me. I know this is impulsive, but I have to investigate. Wait, General Long. Luo Fu screamed. He shouted desperately, don't. But the line was cut instantly. His face twisted in anger as he cursed. Luo Fu sprinted toward the laboratory entrance, but 3 guards stood in his way. Halt. No one is allowed inside. However, Luo Fu didn't listen. He roared, get out of my way. General Long is in danger. I have to warn him. Behind him, De Ya and Si Yi were rushing to catch up. They shouted his name at the top of their lungs. The purple-haired man asked Luo Fu, how did you figure it out? Luo Fu looked at him, and after a brief pause, said, we have our own private channels of communication. The man with purple hair shot out an arm, blocking Luo Fu's path. You're merely a guest of Wei Lan. You have no right to interfere in our internal affairs. Luo Fu's patience snapped. He roared, this is about the survival of humanity. This isn't just Wei Lan's private problem. With a powerful shove, Luo Fu smacked the man's arm aside and bolted past him before he could even react. A dagger materialized in the purple-haired man's hand. As Luo Fu ran, he raised the hilt, planning to strike him down from behind. But nothing escaped Diya's notice. Her brow furrowed, her gaze turning sharp as a razor. Diya unleashed her power in an instant, shattering the man's plan. He recoiled in shock, crying out, what the? Stop them! The man shrieked at the other guards. They raised their weapons with menacing faces, but then a single feather drifted down from above. Blinding beams of light erupted, revealing Si Yi and Jia Jia. They had descended in their celestial forms. The remaining guards began to tremble uncontrollably, pure terror washing over their faces. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Luo Fu's hand froze, hovering just inches from the green button. His eyes widened in shock. It was Xiana. She strode forward, her long hair whipping through the air. All eyes turned to her as she yelled, I told you before, stay out of Wei Lan's business. Luo Fu opened his mouth to argue, but Xiana cut him off with a furious shout. You're coming with me, now. Her brows were tightly knit, her face a mask of pure fury. Just then, the laboratory door slid open. Mole appeared with a smirk, his voice deceptively calm. Don't worry, Luo Fu. Luo Fu whipped his head around in surprise. Huh. Xiana simply stood there, watching him with her arms crossed. Mole stepped out, a faint smile on his lips that held no trace of warmth or goodwill. General Long has left, he announced, on a top-secret mission for the board of directors. Without warning, Mole tossed something to Luo Fu, who snatched it out of the air. Luo Fu stared at the small, golden object glowing in his palm, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mole's voice was nonchalant. We found this on the general. I believe it belongs to you. He walked past Luo Fu with a slight, mocking smirk. A jolt went through Luo Fu, and he quietly gritted his teeth. Mole shot him a sideways glance, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Try not to lose it this time. And be sure to take a look at it later. Then, with a casual wave, Mole left with the purple-haired man. "Have a pleasant evening, everyone," he said lightly. As Mole departed with the strange Luo Zhu, Xia Na pointed an accusing finger at Luo Fu. "Don't you forget why we're here," she said, her voice laced with anger. Luo Fu froze, unable to respond. Finally, he lowered his head. "I know." Xia Na turned and stormed off in a huff. Guilt washed over Luo Fu as he faced his friends. "I'm sorry, I lost my head. This is their turf, and I almost dragged you all into my mess." Si Yi, Jia, and De Ya gave him reassuring looks. "What are you talking about? General Long is a good man. How could we not try to help him? I'm sure he'll be all right. The general made his own choice. You don't need to carry that burden." Their comforting words warmed Luo Fu's heart. "Thank you, everyone." His friends urged him to get some rest. He gave a small nod. Yeah. Later, Luo Fu lay in bed, one arm behind his head, fiddling with a small object. "Origin Seed," he asked. "Should we enter the Sea of Consciousness to find General Long?" The entity replied, "Have you already forgotten what happened last time? That realm is vast, and there are eyes everywhere. Without a single clue, where would we even begin?" The memory sent a shiver down Luo Fu's spine. "Really? How do you know that?" The terror was still fresh in his mind. "You're right." He lifted the small object, gazing at it. "But I'm so worried about the general." Suddenly, Mola's words echoed in his mind. "Try not to lose it. Be sure to take a look at it." He shot up in bed and pressed a button on the device. It instantly whirred to life, casting an image like a projector. The projection showed images and data files all related to General Long. His hopes sank. They were just old photos he'd seen before. But then, the image flickered, replaced by the face of Mole, speaking directly to him. Surprised, Luo Fu. Even as a projection, Mole's voice was unnervingly real. "Don't be alarmed. The words I'm about to say are of the utmost importance. You must listen carefully. One of the 4 founders of Wei Lan, who was also my former superior, is now the head of your organization. The Old Sunday. His name is Han Shitan. After your father, Luo Shuibin, discovered the origin seed. Chairman Han constructed the deep-sea research facility. He was determined to study it." Luo Fu was stunned into silence. "What?" Mole continued. "The research led to a major breakthrough. But then, an accident occurred at the base." Luo Fu's expression darkened. It was no accident. He frowned, the painful memories flooding back. Mole's voice went on. "After the council sanctioned Chairman Han, they expelled him from Wei Lan and blacklisted him completely. But soon after, the apocalypse began. Chairman Han pioneered the artificial implantation of the origin seed, and with that knowledge, he founded the Old Sunday now. Observer, you must be wondering why I'm telling you all this. You see, the chairman's health is failing. The old sun is in need of a successor. Compared to Yihana, someone like you, with a source core, is far more valuable to me. And that's not even mentioning the HEDC android army at your back.
For me, this is an investment in a new ally, Luo Fu. I now have over 10,000 subordinates. I can use my manpower and resources to help you secure the position of successor."
A delighted, echoing laugh came from Mole. "In the future, you and I, we will rule over all of humanity together. This message will self-destruct once it finishes playing." With that, Mole's projected image began to dissolve. Just before fading completely, Mole's voice lingered. "I'll be waiting for your answer." Suddenly, the small device in Luo Fu's hand sparked with electricity, then went up in smoke. Luo Fu scowled. "It's fried." Elsewhere, Mole was speaking with someone else. Long Jin has been taken care of. His old division was crushed by the defense team. The Weiland faction is completely under my control. What about Representative Lin? The person on the other end gritted their teeth. "We're still searching." Mole's voice turned to ice. "Useless trash. Find him now." "Yes, sir." After ending the call, a sinister smile spread across Mole's face. In another desolate place, Han Shitan sat in a wheelchair amidst a freezing blizzard, racked by a cough. He coughed up a splash of crimson liquid, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Using my domain so many times in that last battle. It looks like this body has finally reached its breaking point." Han Shitan stared at the red stain on his hand, his eyes burning with anger. "I have to complete the Abyss Progenitor. And soon. From all the corrupted beings, I must find a new chosen one." Meanwhile, Mole leaned back in his chair, a bizarre smile playing on his lips. "Han Shitan, I may not be able to defeat you directly, but I can always team up with Luo Fu." Mole's eyes gleamed with cunning and ambition. Back with Luo Fu, he just scratched his head in confusion. What in the world is Mole really after? The next morning, as Luo Fu stepped out of his room, he found Yihana in the hallway, deep in a phone conversation. He walked up to her. Yi Hana, I need to talk to you about something. He recalled last night's ominous offer from Mo Lei and braced himself. She's probably going to tear me a new one for this, but with General Long gone. Yi Hana is the only one I can even try to negotiate with. I just hope she'll actually listen to me this time. But it looked like Yi Hana had just received some terrible news. She chewed on her knuckle, her face etched with worry. Then, without warning, she turned and started sprinting down the hall. I'm busy. Whatever it is, it'll have to wait until I get back. Her sudden urgency caught Luo Fu completely off guard. She quickly explained over her shoulder, I can't get in touch with Chief Han. The base confirmed he isn't there, either. It's been days. Something must have happened to him. I have to go out and find him. A sense of dread began to creep into Luo Fu. What? Can we come with you? But Yi Hana shot him down. No, it's fine. The Wayland defense team is on its way to assist. You guys stay here at the Citadel and look after Su Hong. Luo Fu had no choice but to agree. All right. As Yi Hana boarded the aircraft, she said, I'm off. Luo Fu waved as she departed. Be safe out there. Watching the aircraft, Luo Fu was puzzled. The defense team is getting involved. Does this mean Chief Han is in some real trouble? The aircraft lifted off into the sky, leaving Luo Fu behind with a heavy sense of foreboding. Sometime later, the plane touched down in a desolate wasteland. A barren expanse of frigid snow, jagged rocks, and skeletal trees. The team immediately fanned out, rushing toward another aircraft half buried in a snowdrift. Yi Hana scanned the crash site. There are no signs of a battle. Did the chopper just malfunction? Emo checked his wrist device. It's highly likely. And there are no bodies inside the wreckage. They must still be alive. He continued his report. Scan radius is 200 meters. Everyone, spread out and search. Maintain comms at all times. Yi Hana began assigning search sectors. I'll take the forest up ahead by myself. Jesse. Normani, you take the north sector. I'll head east. The team immediately acknowledged. Yes, ma'am. With that, Yi Hana moved toward the forest. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind her, shaking the ground. Yi Hana's senses went on high alert. An ambush. She spun around to face the blast. As the smoke began to clear, she saw a woman staggering out, wounded from the blast. The survivor cried out in pain. Ag. Somebody, help me. Then the injured woman collapsed to the ground. Yi Hana rushed to her side, full of concern. What happened here? Where's your captain? The woman coughed weakly. We were attacked by monsters. The captain. He sacrificed himself to cover my escape. Just then, a grotesque black monster lunged from the shadows. Yi Hana instantly threw up a defensive barrier, shielding the wounded survivor. Tapping her earpiece, Yi Hana spoke with urgency. This is Yi Hana to the Wayland Citadel. We're under attack. Requesting immediate reinforcements, but there was only static. She clicked her tongue in frustration. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw that more monsters had appeared, and they were even larger than the first. She froze for a split second, taking in the terrifying sight. Then, she scooped up the injured woman and made a desperate break for it. You're too badly wounded. I have to get you out of here first. But the horde of monsters was relentless, swarming to cut off her escape route. She glanced back and her heart sank a deep chasm. Damn it. With her back against the wall, she had no other choice. Yi Hana had to unleash her true power. She roared, Dome in deployment. In a flash of light, she transformed into the magnificent queen of the underworld river. The monsters reached out with their grotesque claws, but somehow, one of them broke through her defenses and seized her. The powerful transformation shattered, and Yi Hana reverted to her normal self. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Warning, an infection has been confirmed. She stared at the person in her arms in absolute shock. The system's voice rang out again. Initiating system. Azure light. Yi Hana's eyes shot wide open. What? Suddenly, the mountain erupted in a blinding flash of blue light. The blast wave slammed into Yi Hana, draining all her strength and sending her plummeting into the abyss. She gave up all resistance, her body falling limp as she surrendered to the freefall. From above, Eo Mo watched coldly as she plunged into the darkness below. Darkness consumed Hana's consciousness. When she finally opened her eyes again, she was met with the flickering light of a fire. Her senses slowly returned. Yi Hana pushed herself up, clutching her throbbing head. A voice suddenly came from behind her. Hana, you're finally awake. She turned in a daze and saw Chief Han, calmly roasting a fish. She was stunned. Chief Han, you saved me? He glanced at her with a faint smile. You've been out for a full day. How do you feel? Hana answered blankly. My head hurts a bit. She stood up and walked towards him. Chief Han, what are you doing here? Were you also ambushed by the Abyss monster? He replied quietly, no. Our helicopter had engine trouble. We had to bail out and ended up here by chance. He then glanced at two figures nearby. But the pilots. One froze to death. The other's injuries were too severe. He didn't make it. He sighed deeply. In a hopeless situation like this, I fear only aberrants like us have a chance of survival. Chief Han suddenly broke into a harsh cough. Yi Hana rushed to his side, worried. Chief Han, are you all right? Clutching a cloth tightly, he asked, Hana, can you inherit my power and take command of the old days? Hana was shaken. Chief, what are you saying? You're going to be fine. I'll get you back to Wayland right away. They'll heal you. But Chief Han shook his head. I know my own body best. I'm afraid my time is running out. Yi Hana couldn't believe it. No, that's impossible. How can that be? Chief Han placed a hand on her head reassuringly. Calm down and listen to me. Hana, within the old days, considering experience and power, only you and Su Hong were fit to take my place. But now, you're the only one left who can bear this heavy responsibility. Tears welled in Yi Hana's eyes. But I. Chief Han spoke gently. Hana, I know it's not fair to place this entire burden on your shoulders. You joined the old days, seeking revenge for your family. But can you truly stand by and watch as another generation of children lose their homes? They're just like you once were. They need a guide. At his words, tears streamed down Yi Hana's face. The road ahead is long. If humanity cannot pass its flame to the next generation, how can we ever hope to fight back against the darkness? Yi Hana finally replied, Yes, Chief Han, I accept. 2 days later, in a brightly lit room. Qi, Huang, you're finally awake. A tearful Lin Yan hugged Lan Qi tightly. I was so worried about you. Lan Qi gasped for air. Okay, let go. You're gonna crush me. Jia Jia offered Huang a glass of water. Thirsty? Want a drink? The young girl nodded. Thanks. Lin Yan suddenly remembered something and turned to Si Yi. Hey, where are Luo Fu and Yi Dea? Did they ditch us to go on a date? Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Si Yi replied. They went to see the Secretary General. Meanwhile, Dea waited in the hall as Luo Fu spoke with Mo Lei. Secretary General, is there any news about Yi Hana? I haven't been able to contact her. Mo Lei's brow furrowed. The Wind Guard team that accompanied her has also vanished. Luo Fu was shocked. How? First Chief Han, and now Yi Hana? Mo Lei gave him a knowing look. With both of them gone, this is a golden opportunity for you. Luo Fu's mind flashed back to a previous conversation. He asked, Don't tell me, this was your doing? Mo Lei remained perfectly calm, then stood with a dismissive air. And how could it have been? I could never touch Chairman Han. And besides, were the Wind Guard any match for those two? Mo Lei put a hand on Luo Fu's shoulder, whispering in his ear. Even if this is part of Representative Lin's plan, I'll still keep Yan Chengqi under watch and send troops to search for them. Luo Fu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Representative Lin was gravely injured. How could he possibly still hold this much influence? Luo Fu reluctantly replied, Thank you, Secretary General. I'll take my leave. As he left the room, Dea fell into step beside him. Well, we can't rely on him, Luo Fu said as they walked. We have to make our own move. He looked at his watch and called out, Vian, are you there? A cute, holographic android appeared from the watch. Vian here. I've received the recent combat data you sent, Luo Fu. I'm running an AI analysis on the location and potential escape routes Representative Lin might use. At the base of a towering mountain stood a massive, fortified gate. Trucks pulled up to it, calling out, We're back. 2 workers chatted idly. Chief Han's team isn't back yet. Nope. Maybe they got held up on the road. Not far away, a small mechanical bug observed the entire scene. It took flight, buzzing off to a new vantage point. Its eyes were cameras, recording everything. From a remote location, a voice muttered, No way. Did something really happen to them? Shh, don't jinx it. Luo Fu was intently focused on the live feed, his hand gripping the controller, replaying the workers' conversation. No way. Did something really happen? Shh, don't say things like that. Suddenly, Si-Dai jumped on Luo Fu's back. This looks fun. Let me try. Luo Fu sighed heavily. This isn't some video game. The Spider-Bot's laser sliced through the door, carving a small opening to get inside. CD watched in awe. Wow, that little bot is incredible. It slipped right through so easily. Luo Fu puffed out his chest confidently. That's because my piloting skills are top-notch. CD snatched for the controls. What's so hard about it? Why can't I have a turn? Humph. Helpless against her, Luo Fu relented. Just wait until the mission is over, okay? The drone slipped into the darkened room. A flash of relief crossed Luo Fu's face. Good. It's empty. As the drone zipped further inside, they spotted something strange. A large, empty space was hidden behind a bookshelf. The bot ignited its torch again, burning a new opening. CD asked, Can it get through? Luo Fu smirked. Of course, with the new hole carved, smoke billowed out as the drone ventured inside. Everyone wondered what exactly was hiding in there. They would find out soon enough as the drone traveled deeper into the secret passage. To their shock, it was a hidden laboratory where a man in his scientist's coat, Dr. Bin, was working. Luo Fu was stunned. There's a secret lab underneath the old sun base. A large tank contained a bizarre specimen, sparking their curiosity. What is that thing? What is Chief Han breeding down here? Luo Fu stared at the man. Who was that? Why does he look so familiar? He carefully maneuvered the drone closer to get a better look. Luo Fu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. His face is obscured. I have to get in closer. But suddenly, the screen went black. Luo Fu was caught completely off guard. Huh? Why'd it go dark? CD immediately started shaking his arm. Luo Fu, what did you do? Give me the controller. Let me try. Luo Fu was at his wit's end with her. Stop it. Stop shaking me. It wasn't my fault. As they argued, Dana suddenly shouted, Hey, you guys, look. Luo Fu and CD froze, their eyes glued to the screen. The drone was now firmly in the grasp of a woman named Man. Luo Fu's heart sank. She caught it. Man swatted the drone out of the air like a fly. The loud crunch startled even Dr. Bin. And just like that, the drone was destroyed. Luo Fu stared silently at the static-filled screen. The signal was lost. Furious, CD smacked him on the head. You idiot, Luo Fu. This is all your fault. I should have been the one piloting it. Luo Fu could only take the abuse. How was I supposed to know she'd just appear out of nowhere? Relax, we'll just have Vivian build you another one. Right on cue, a message from Vivian appeared. Luo Fu, I've picked up Yi Hana's signal. Luo Fu's eyes lit up with hope. Really? Where is she? Vivian replied. The signal is faint. It was only there for a second. I only managed to lock down a general area. Luo Fu urged her. Send me the coordinates. I'm going now. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Fu took off running. The others called out from behind, Are you going alone? He glanced back with a confident smile. Don't worry, I have the origin seed. Plus, Vivian's got my back. You guys stay here and protect Su Hong. Vivian's avatar popped up playfully. Yeah, everyone, don't you worry. Vivian herself was already en route from the HDDC base to rendezvous with him. Meanwhile, from Mo Lei, his system chimed. Sir, you have a new video message. Mo Lei commanded, play it. And Luo Fu's determined face appeared on the screen. He spoke, Secretary General, I must head out. I'm going to stop the Abyss monsters from attacking the city again. I've already asked the HDDC for help, and they positioned their railguns around the citadel. Luo Fu stared directly into the camera, his eyes filled with challenge. Also, I trouble you to look after my teammates' safety. If anything happens to them, I can't guarantee the HDDC's robot army won't come storming in to pay a visit. A smirk played on Mo Lei's lips. That little brat. Is he trying to threaten me? Elmo, I have a new mission for you. Elsewhere, with Yi Hana and Han Shitan, she was struggling to summon her immense power. Her domain expanded, sending dirt and rocks flying into the air. But she collapsed, panting. Chief Han, I'm sorry. I don't think I can control this dark power. Han Shitan asked calmly. Hana, have you really given it your all? Yi Hana flinched as he began to speak of the past. Hana, have you truly forgotten what it took to get here? When the old sun was founded, didn't we endure countless brutal battles? Didn't we watch so many of our fellow mutated perish? Chief Han recalled the memory of Yi Hana, clutching her younger brother's body, sobbing as she knelt before him in utter despair. Chief Han, please, teach me how to fight. I have to kill them. I have to avenge Ha Fong. He had told her then, Hana, I am deeply sorry for your loss. But the combat personnel of the old sun must be mutated. Chief Han continued his painful recollection. Originally, you were just a member of the logistics team. To become one of us, you willingly let a monster infect you, just so you could beg me again. He remembered her then, covered in wounds, but still smiling through the pain. Now you can teach me, right? Chief Han's voice was stern. I was moved by the fire in your eyes. And so, I made you into a mutated. You fought harder than anyone, rising to A rank almost immediately after joining our ranks. His face filled with deep disappointment. I'm sorry and I can't are not words I expect from you. Has that iron will of yours finally rusted away? Yi Hana's eyes snapped open as the memories flooded back. I never forgot. That painful past seemed to ignite a new fire within her as she focused, determined to unleash every last ounce of her power. Every waking moment, it's all I can think about. I will hunt them down to the very last one. Unleashing her twilight domain completely, she transformed into an all-powerful queen of shadows. Yan's face lit up with triumph. I did it, Chief Han. I finally did it. But suddenly, A racking cough erupted from behind her. The series of harsh coughs wiped the smile from Ihana's face. She spun around, rushing back to Chief Han's side. He looked at her and said, "Ihana, you did it. Now, I can finally rest easy. Titan's son is in your hands now." Ihana grew frantic. Chief Han, I'll get you out of here right now." Suddenly, something pierced through Ihana, and a spray of crimson erupted from her body. Stunned, she looked back at Chief Han. What? Elsewhere, Luo Fu was searching for her, shouting her name. "Ihana! Ihana!" He stopped in his tracks. "Ever since I came down here, I've lost all contact with Vivian." Luo Fu's gaze suddenly shot forward. A large patch of snow was stained crimson. It was blood. Back with Ihana, she clutched her chest in disbelief. "Why? We trusted you. We saw you as family. Are you betraying humanity too?" Han Thetan let out a sinister, twisted smile, his true, traitorous nature finally revealed. "I've never cared about the future of humanity, nor do I belong to the Abyss tribe. I fight only for myself. Forgive my selfishness. If I had another choice, I wouldn't do this. But I can't die yet."
So let me borrow all of your power. In the same place, but at two different points in time. One in the past, one in the future.
The Dark Queen's twilight domain, and the as a shadow domain. A sound suddenly echoed around where Luo Fu stood. Beep, 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 beep. He plunged into the snow, searching frantically. He trembled as he saw a ring half buried in the blood-soaked snow. His voice shook. "Ihana?" A voice emanated from the ring. "Whoever you are, if you're hearing this message, it means I've already lost." Ihana lay helpless in the heart of the frozen blizzard. Perhaps this is fate's punishment. I was so blinded by revenge, I couldn't see the truth right in front of me. Ihana collapsed, completely powerless. Han Thetan, he used us. Everything about Titan's son was a lie. A cover to deceive the world. Tears streamed down her face. "Stranger, I'm begging you. Please take this bracelet to a young man named Luo Fu in the Azure Stronghold. Tell him not to feel sorrow or despair over this. And most of all, don't let hatred cloud his judgment." Hearing this, Luo Fu let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ihana, I'm sorry, I was late. I hear you. I'm right here." The bracelet's recording continued. "Gather our allies. Be careful. Don't face him head-on." Tears streaming down his face, Luo Fu looked to the sky and screamed her name. "Why, Hana?" An image of Ihana appeared before him. "I'm so sorry that as a soldier, I couldn't fight alongside you all until the very end." She turned, a sad smile on her face. "I guess I'll have to take my leave early, a permanent vacation." Her image faded into the distance as she found her peace. "Ah, I can finally be with my family again." On the empty bed, everyone screamed. "What?" The three girls stared at the light screen from the watch, shouting in disbelief. How could this happen? Jia covered her mouth, sobbing. Sister Ihana was, by Chief Han. Luo Fu explained as he drove, "They fought right below the cavern, but I only found the aftermath. The blizzard had already buried everything." He looked at Dihaya's image on his watch's screen. "All I could find was this bracelet and her final message." Jia spoke through her tears. How could he be so cruel? They were comrades. They fought side by side every day. Ce gritted her teeth, cursing. "Damn it, he's a monster in human skin." With tears streaming down her face, Sai yelled, "We have to warn the other members of Titan's Son right now. Tell them to run." But before she could finish, Dihaya cut her off. "No, we can't do that." Ce looked at her, confused. "Why not?" Dihaya turned her head. "We don't know where Han Thetan is right now, and we have no idea how many of his people are inside Titan's Sunday. If we make a move and alert him, the consequences will be unimaginable." On the other end, Luo Fu spoke up. "She's right. Everyone. Remember that lab beneath the Titan's Sun base? Those two. They're probably his accomplices." He continued, "What's more, Secretary General Mo Li of the Azure Stronghold is in league with Han Thetan." Thinking of Su Hong and Yi Kong, Lin Yi and Vivian, and another mysterious pair, he told the others, "We need to unite our forces, now." Luo Fu looked at the screen, giving his instructions. "We have to use this window of time, while Han Thetan doesn't know that we know. Go and wake up Mr. Su Hong, get General Jiu Long and win the support of the Azure Council. Only then will we have a fighting chance." But at the same time, Ce said miserably, "We still have to watch out for Representative Lin and the Mother of the Abyss lurking in the shadows." Sigh. "It feels like we're walking on a razor's edge." Dihaya lowered her head. "It's not hopeless, but we can't expose Chief Han just yet. If we do, we'll be forced into a two-front war on their terms." "Agreed," Luo Fu replied. Just then, a phone buzzed in Dihaya's pocket. She pulled it out, her brow furrowing at the screen. "Lin Yan." She answered the call, and a voice came through from the other end. All right, team, we've got a lock on Representative Lin's position. He's still inside the refugee camp. But the line suddenly went dead with a strange noise as Anya tried to call back, "Hello?" But the call wouldn't connect. No one was picking up. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Hey, hey." Then, she immediately started giving orders. "Jia, Kessie, you two hold the perimeter. I'm going in to find her." Kessie was stunned. "What?" But Jia quickly tried to talk her out of it. "Why are you being so reckless right now?" Over the comms, Leo pleaded, "Can't you just wait for me to get back first?" Anya's voice shot back through the comms. "Leo, didn't you just say Lin Yan is one of us? That we can't just abandon a comrade in need?" He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Finally, he just gave in. "Just promise me you'll be careful. I'm on my way." Hearing that, Anya raced off with renewed confidence. "I'll be waiting for you." Suddenly, Leo's comlink lit up with a call from Vivi. "Leo," he answered immediately. "Vivi, what is it?" She wasted no time explaining the situation.
Leo, I just got a frontline report. We've been hit with multiple tremors lately, and monster activity is spiking.
She pulled up a visual of the quake's aftermath. Worse, the Abyss Mothers that were occupying the city have all vanished. Leo stared at the ruins, vanished. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Back when the apocalypse began, there were constant earthquakes, just like this. And right after, the Abyss Mothers appeared out of nowhere. Could they be moving underground? He gunned the engine, pushing his vehicle faster. "Vivi, I need you to dispatch a team to investigate. I have a really bad feeling about this." Vivi's voice was firm. "Vivi understands. You're still an hour out from Azure Citadel." Leo raced through the wind, yelling back.
Got it. See you then. Meanwhile, back in the ruins. Bodies were strewn across the floor, all unconscious.
The sound of Anya's footsteps echoed as she approached. She threw the door open, only to freeze in horror at the scene inside. She rushed to Lin Yan's side, who was huddled on the floor, yelling, "Lin Yan." Lin Yan struggled to speak, each word a desperate warning. "Be careful. They got everyone." Anya's brow furrowed. "They? Who are they?" She was so focused, she never noticed the shadow behind her, lifting a razor-sharp blade. A sudden chill ran down her spine. She spun around just in time to see the blade carving a perfect, deadly arc straight for her. Her eyes widened, the gleam of steel filling her vision. As the fatal blow descended, Anya moved with lightning speed, snatching a nearby staff to block the incoming sword. The attacker, Emo, spoke with chilling confidence. "I have to admit, I thought Jia and Kessie would be the ones to take the bait. I never expected it would be you, Anya." In response, Anya's fingertips sharpened into deadly claws. She knocked an arrow, aiming it squarely at him. "Where are the refugees?" He aimed his gun right back at her, a cruel smirk on his face. "Oh? Are you actually worried about a bunch of strangers?" "That's not very becoming of a defense force member." Emo fired his weapon, but Anya's bow deflected the bullet just in time. He unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, but each one was expertly blocked by her bow. Leaving the bow as a shield, she dashed for the staff she used earlier. Anya swung the heavy staff, but Emo's sword met her strike with ease. He taunted her. "This struggle will only drag you down deeper." As Emo pressed his advantage with the blade, he launched a psychological assault with his words. "Your family, your friends, they're all weaknesses holding you back." As she struggled against his strength, his taunts continued. "Only by abandoning your emotions can you truly become strong." Anya bit her lip, pouring every ounce of strength into her defense. With a final grunt, she forced him back and scoffed at his monologue. "You talk way too much." She brought the staff crashing down with incredible force. "Shut your filthy mouth." He dodged the attack with ease, a savage grin spreading across his face. "It seems I'll have to get serious now." Before her eyes, Emo transformed into a monstrous beast, roaring. "Now, submit to my newfound power." Anya readied her stance, her voice laced with pure contempt, to throw away the honor of the defense force, and willingly become this depraved. He let out a dry laugh. "Honor?" As Emo spoke, he recalled a memory from the Sea of Consciousness. That suicidal dive led to utter defeat. I should have just ended it all right there. But in that final moment, he remembered a voice whispering to him, "I can hear the cries of your heart. Are you truly content to die filled with such regret? I can grant you more power." Emo laughed maniacally. "My whole life has been about surpassing my limits, pushing myself to the absolute extreme. And the Great Mother has finally granted my wish." Anya stared at him, grinding her teeth. "You're insane." He offered no reply, only tilting his head back to laugh at the sky. His laughter died down as he charged toward Anya. "Come on, show me everything you've got." In response, she simply closed her eyes and began to chant. Domain expansion, hour of twilight. She was unleashing the myriad bone funeral. As Emo's arm came crashing down, it was suddenly ensnared by white burial shrouds coiling around Anya. The monstrous limbs strained, desperately trying to reach her. But it was held fast, just inches away. Slowly, Anya opened her eyes. Before her, Emo was slowly turning to stone. Still conscious, he managed a weak laugh. I was just trying to buy time. To unleash my own domain and finish you, I guess. Fate sided with you today. Anya simply raised her gun, aiming it directly at him as she spoke. Still using destiny as a cloak to hide your own weakness? You're nothing but a disgrace to the defense force. His eyes narrowed as he challenged her. You still have your defense force issue sidearm, don't you? He taunted her. Come on, settle this. But secretly, Emo was already weaving his trap, a crimson liquid coiling around her as he whispered, You may have won, but I have not yet lost. A swarm of blood-red tendrils erupted around Dea, stunning her. What is this? The crimson vines bound her tight as his threat echoed in the air. Let's see if you can hold on to that pride of yours. When you're staring into the abyss, Emo began chanting a dark incantation. Oh, ruler of the abyss, my supreme and great mother, his voice dropping into a reverent drone. Here, I offer you the flesh and blood of this believer. Dea's eyes widened when she realized the man before her was Marco, crying out, It's you? Marco spoke softly. Go on down. Then, his face twisted into a demonic mask as he roared, Go down. Emo released Dea, vanishing into thin air. She plummeted into a deep chasm, and when she opened her eyes, she was in another world. Before she could even process her new surroundings, a monster lunged from behind her. It thrust thousands of tentacles directly at her. Suddenly, Representative Lamb appeared, gloating, completely effortless. The slimy tentacles wrapped tightly around Dea as she struggled, cursing under her breath. Damn it. The monster brought her face to face with its massive, unblinking eye. I told you to bring me my child. Why have you brought a human? Representative Lamb answered respectfully. Great Mother, I've successfully turned Luo Fei and Han against each other. We can use this girl as leverage. We will force Luo Fei and the HDDC to destroy the old world's remnants. Then, when both sides are crippled, we will wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Dea roared in fury. Don't you dare use me. A tentacle immediately shot out, sealing her mouth shut as the monster questioned him. The plan has merit. But you expect this girl to simply obey. He laughed. This girl is very important to Luo Fei. And the origin seed listens to Luo Fei. It won't be a problem. Hearing this, the monster flew into a rage. My son, submitted to a human? Impossible. He has never listened to their kind before. Are you lying to me? Terrified, Representative Lamb scrambled to explain. Great Mother, it's true. They are fighting side by side. But it refused to believe him, screaming, Those despicable humans must have used some foul trick to manipulate my son. Another tentacle wrapped around Representative Lamb, but he remained supremely confident. Great Mother, please entrust this to me. But as he spoke, a sense of dread washed over him. As the tentacle began to tighten around his neck, the monster squeezed the life from him, roaring, Entrust it to you? You useless, pathetic creature. I gave you a chance, and you've done nothing but fail. It hurled him against the rocks below. He cried out in agony, struggling to push himself up. The beast then pressed Dea closer to its eye. And as for you, let's see if you're any different from the rest of your nauseating, worthless species. It scanned every feature of Dea's face. Suddenly, the monster's attention fixated on her crimson eyes. The tentacles crushed down harder, forcing a scream from her lips. Miles away, Luo Fei heard that desperate cry. Dea, he yelled, his voice growing with panic. Dea, are you there? He slammed on the accelerator, shouting into his comms, Jaja, can any of you reach Dea? Jaja's worried voice came back. She's not responding. Luo Fei's panic intensified as he cursed. Damn it all. Arriving at the location, he abandoned his vehicle and started running. Jaja's voice crackled. Luo Fei, where are you? He answered, I'm at the citadel. I'm going to find Dea. As he ran, he saw people fleeing. To the refugee camp. Something's happened at the refugee camp. When he reached the site, he found the entire camp impaled by giant spikes, bursting from the inside out. Survivors scrambled through the wreckage, desperately trying to save others. Their frantic calls filled the air. Hurry! There's someone over here. Clear a path. He saw a girl being carried past on a stretcher, and his blood ran cold. Lin Yan. He grabbed a nearby rescuer. Excuse me. Have you seen my teammate, Dea? She has black hair. The rescuer shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. But then, a flicker of familiarity caught his eye. He turned and saw Dea lying on a stretcher. Dea. He screamed, rushing to her side and grabbing her hand. Dea, What happened to you? Dia's eyes slowly fluttered open. A wave of relief washed over Luo Fei. Zi shouted with excitement, Dia, she's opening her eyes. Jia rushed over. How do you feel? Maybe you should have some water. Luo Fei carefully helped her sit up. Dia, you're finally awake. She managed a weak smile. Thanks, you guys. I'm okay. But her expression quickly turned to concern. How are Lin Yan and the others? He let out a long, frustrated sigh. They haven't woken up yet. But their lives aren't in danger. With those words, Luo Fei's expression hardened and he stormed off. I'm going to settle things with the Secretary General. What kind of protection did he provide for you? Jia watched him go, worried, while Zi cheered him on. I've had a bad feeling about that guy for a while now. Just then, a gentle tug on Luo Fei's sleeve stopped him. He looked down, confused, to see Dia. She shook her head, pleading, Don't, Luo Fei. It's over. Her expression was dead serious as she announced, I won. The parasite, Representative Lin Ji, that possessed Captain Elmo. I've completely eliminated him. Luo Fu asked in utter shock, Are you serious? CD and Jia also froze, taken completely by surprise. Dena saw their disbelief and asked, You don't believe me? Luo Fu quickly waved his hands. No, it's not that. We're just shocked. But his words only made her fall silent, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, she made a request. Excuse me, Jia. Ka Si Dai. Could you two give me and Luo Fu a moment alone? The suggestion left Luo Fu a bit stunned. CD, the natural gossip, wanted to listen in, but Jia immediately dragged her away. All right, little D, let's go. Outside the door, CD's curiosity burned. Aren't you dying to know what they're whispering about? Jia immediately scolded her. It's not right to eavesdrop on people's private conversations. After saying that, she cast a worried glance at the door. Inside, Luo Fu scratched his head in confusion, thinking, Why couldn't they stay? What does Yi Dena want to talk to me about? Just then, Dena patted the bed beside her and said, Sit. He flinched slightly before complying. Ah, okay. After a moment, Dena began her story. After I killed Captain Elmo with my own hands, I started to remember things from the past. She curled up slightly and called his name, Luo Fu. He shifted closer. I'm here. Danielle lowered her gaze and continued. Do you know how I joined the Defense Force? My parents were special agents for the Force. When I was just a child, they died unexpectedly during a mission. The painful images resurfaced one by one, choking her with grief. But I never believed it. With their level of skill, there was no way they could have died in an accident. Her heavy words filled Luo Fu with suspicion. Dinya's voice grew grim as she continued. So, I enlisted in the Defense Force, where Elmo himself was my instructor. Under his demonic training, I successfully made the team. And that's when I was chosen by Dr. Gui Hua. She remembered the day she met Gui Hua, who told her, From now on, let me take care of you. Then she recalled Luo Fu's voice calling her name, Yi Dena. Dinya's voice turned sharp. Using the doctor's resources, I began to investigate the truth behind my parents' deaths. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. And I finally discovered the truth. The memories of their final moments flashed before her eyes again. Dana growled. They were killed by a monster. Suddenly, she smashed a glass of water, roaring, and the killer is standing right in front of me. Without warning, Dana lunged, driving her blade straight into Luo Fu. He stared down in horror at the sword piercing his chest. At that moment, the Prime Root's voice echoed in his mind. How can this be? Her memories. They've been thrown into chaos. Luo Fu coughed up blood, struggling to ask. In the duel, you were the one who lost. Dana didn't answer. She simply ripped the sword out and sent him flying. Her face was a dark mask, her eyes glowing crimson. As Luo Fu's consciousness began to fade, the Prime Root cried out in panic. Luo Fu! Luo Fu! His eyelids grew heavy and fluttered shut. Finally, from the massive blood loss, Luo Fu collapsed, his life hanging by a thread. CD blew a bubble with her gum, trying to kill time. Jia, what do you think they could be talking about for so long? Jia, huddled in a corner, replied distractedly. How would I know? But then CD's voice took on a suspicious tone. Are you really just going to hand him over on a silver platter? Jia looked completely lost. Little D, what are you talking about? CD popped her bubble with a soft sigh. You think I can't read what's on your mind? Jia buried her face in her arms, mumbling a denial. I don't have anything on my mind. CD couldn't resist teasing her. For all you know, they're getting all romantic in there. At that, Jia snapped, her face flushed. If you say another word, I'll get angry. Just then, Denya calmly dragged an unconscious Luo Fu out the main door. Luo Fu struggled to regain his senses, his hand inching towards his communication bracelet. He secretly pressed the alert button, and it instantly began to beep. Jia received the signal, and she and CD exchanged confused glances. A pre-recorded message began to play from Luo Fu's bracelet. Jia, Kasi D. This is a backup recording for an emergency situation that I made on my way here. I need you to take Su Hong and leave the Citadel immediately to meet up with Vivian. I promise I will save Yidana and then I'll find you. The message ended. Both of them frowned, completely baffled. CD was lost. Huh? What in the world just happened? Weren't they just in the patient ward? At that moment, Vivian's voice cut in through their communicators. Jia, Kasi D, have you received the emergency alert from Luo Fu? Hurry and rendezvous with me. An army of robots is headed your way. The moment she finished speaking, Jia broke into a sprint, leaving CD stunned. Are we really just leaving them behind like this? Jia looked back, her expression resolute. I trust Luo Fu. Just then, someone ran out to stop them. Ladies, the General Secretary requests your presence. They both refused instantly. We're busy right now. The man stood his ground. My apologies, but this is a direct order. The next second, he was sent flying into the distance. Saidi and Jia spoke in unison, their voices filled with annoyance. Let's see who dares to stop us. Elsewhere, the Prime Root breathed a sigh of relief as Luo Fu stirred. Luo Fu, you're finally awake. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Yeah, it hurts like hell. The Prime Root explained, Yi De Na intentionally missed your vital spots. I secretly used my primeval power to start your recovery. Luo Fu replied, filled with gratitude, thank you. Denya stopped in her tracks. Her eyes lifted to the figure before her, Mo Lei. He was draining life force from his victims while praising her. Well done, Denya. Luo Fu gasped in shock. It's him? The progenitor's voice was grim. Their life essence has been completely drained. Mo Lei's form shifted as he tempted Denya. And now, it's time to meet our grand matriarch. Witnessing this, Luo Fu let out a small chuckle. Hey, the sound made them both whip their heads around in shock. When did you get here? The progenitor took over Luo Fu's body, his voice a low growl. You dare lay a hand on my person? Are you tired of living? Mo Lei simply smirked and began to change. He morphed into the image of Luo Fu's younger brother. His voice was a pathetic whine. Brother, you wouldn't really hurt me, would you? The words had barely left his lips before the progenitor slammed a fist right into his face. The devastating impact shattered the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. As it settled, he grinned wide. Now, where'd you run off to? Just then, a streak of light shot down from above. Denya's sneak attack was effortlessly stopped by the progenitor with a single finger. He let out a helpless-sounding chuckle. I granted you this incredible power, but not so you could use it like this. With that, he retracted her abilities, causing her to fall unconscious. Luo Fu panicked. What did you do to her? The progenitor cradled her in his arms. For her own safety, I've temporarily sealed her hybrid powers. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Lei launched a surprise attack, but he was blocked in an instant. The progenitor scoffed, summoning his blade. His face was a mask of pure arrogance. Today marks the day of your demise. Unleashing his power, the progenitor summoned a massive crimson chain. Mo Lei could only stare in utter disbelief. Before Mo Lei could even process what was happening, the chains erupted, surrounding him completely. Mo Lei swiftly dodged, leaping into the air. A look of confusion still etched on his face. As the chains gave chase, he jumped back again, scoffing. You brought out a sword just to slash at me with these things? The progenitor flashed a predatory grin. This great one does whatever he pleases. All you have to do is die. Mo Lei's disdain gave the progenitor pause. You think you can take me down with this childish toy? The moment the words left Mo Lei's mouth, every single chain was instantly sliced to pieces. Luo Fu's face went pale. That first attack had nearly landed a direct hit. The progenitor threw his blade. It spun through the air like a buzzsaw, severing all of Mo Lei's tentacles in a flash. But from below, a purple mist crept silently towards him. It tried to seep in, but was immediately ensnared and crushed by the chains. Mo Lei struggled, striking at the progenitor with his regenerating tentacles. On the ground below, the chains and the violet ooze clashed relentlessly. A moment later, the chains shot towards Mo Lei in a blur. Though caught by surprise, he still managed to dodge the attack. Mo Lei scowled, gritting his teeth as he glanced down. That's when he realized the chains had already bound his ankles. He struggled with all his might to break free, but he was completely trapped. Trapped, Mo Lei cursed internally. His regenerative powers were far too slow. He was completely outmatched. With all this commotion, why hasn't anyone shown up yet? The progenitor let out a breath. Hey, time to end this. Luo Fu cheered nervously. Nice one, progenitor. But suddenly, a blast of energy shot towards them. Luo Fu cried out in alarm. What the? The progenitor looked down at the strange lights piercing his body. A split second later, a massive barrage of energy slammed into him. The Azure Guard arrived just in time, rescuing Mo Lei from the chains. They rushed to his side. Secretary General, are you all right? Mo Lei quickly reverted to his original form, then furiously roared at his subordinates. What took you so long? He pointed an accusing finger at the progenitor. That's an abyssal monster, trying to possess a former son. They're the ones who slaughtered these guards. Seize them immediately. Receiving their orders, the Azure Guard opened fire. Yes, sir. Men, fire at will. The progenitor deflected the bullets and raged. You fools, you're firing on your own allies. As power began to gather around him, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Luo Fu, I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to slaughter every last one of them. But Luo Fu quickly tried to stop him. Wait, don't do it. The progenitor roared in frustration. I can't promise anything. Luo Fu pleaded desperately. They're just following orders. It's not their fault. But the progenitor ignored his pleas. I made up my mind. If we keep this up, that rat is going to escape. Just then, Denya's eyes slowly fluttered open. Hiding behind the Azure Guard, Mo Lei began a sinister chant. The night has fallen, the Black Star ascends. The Great One from the endless abyss awaits the dreamer's return. Mo Lei finished his incantation with a triumphant grin. I await your escape from this trial. It's time to go home. The Grand Matriarch has been waiting for so long. Without another word, Mo Lei launched a devastating attack against his own Azure Guard. In that same moment, Denya snapped awake and broke free from the progenitor's grasp. Her arm locked around his neck in a cold, vicious chokehold. Luo Fu screamed in desperation. Why now, of all times? Denya's voice was flat. Stop fighting. It's over. Suddenly, countless hands erupted from the ground, grabbing the progenitor's legs and holding him fast. From a desolate cliff above, Luo Fu gazed down at the churning waves, the dark sea's howling tide. He snapped his head around, his expression hardening. Countless red orbs, large and small, swirled around the defiant girl. Luo Fu tried to soothe her. Easy there, ya. From the shadows, glowing red eyes fixed on them from all sides, he stated the grim reality they had to face. We're completely surrounded. His mind raced for an escape plan. What do I do now? Then, from the swirling mist, a voice echoed. The voice of the Abyss Matriarch. I've got you now, little one. A tremor of pure dread shot through Luo Fu. Fear, anxiety, and a nameless terror twisted in his gut. In that instant, his entire world was consumed by a crimson glow. The Root Origin knew what he had to do, even though it was a choice he never wanted to make. Luo Fu, this is goodbye. The horrifying realization of his plan crashed down on Luo Fu, and he desperately wanted to stop him. Root Origin, what are you trying to do? He turned to the matriarch and declared his terms. Release the girl from your spell. I will remain here. They must be allowed to leave. Through the mist, the Abyss Matriarch's form solidified. I accept your terms. Instantly, Deya's body was lifted by a crimson light. The sigil on her forehead faded away. Her eyes fluttered open as she let out a soft groan. Luo Fu watched, in stunned relief. Deya, she's okay now. The Root Origin simply replied, it seems so. But then, nightmarish tentacles covered in eyes erupted, wrapping around Luo Fu's body. And now for you, the matriarch hissed. I will tear your essence from this filthy human shell and forge you a new vessel. The Root Origin stood his ground, completely willing to pay the price. In an instant, the tentacles brutally pierced through Luo Fu's body. His agonizing scream ripped through the air. From the wound, a new form began to materialize, now completely separate from Luo Fu's body. The boy stared in shock at the figure before him. Root Origin. The entity admired his new form, a smirk on his face. Finally, no more sharing a single vessel. The Root Origin clenched his fist, and crimson energy instantly crackled to life around it. The power swirled into a vortex around him, a shield and a weapon against the writhing tentacles. In a flash, a section of the Abyss Matriarch was utterly annihilated. Enraged, the Matriarch lashed out with a devastating strike. But just as the tentacle was about to connect, the Root Origin's power flared, stopping it dead in its tracks. The resulting shockwave tore the ground apart, sending debris flying. He then roared at the stunned Luo Fu. Go! What are you waiting for? Snapping out of it, Luo Fu quickly scooped up Deya and fled. Root Origin, I swear I'll come back for you. The Root Origin watched him go, his face unreadable. The Abyss Matriarch, however, was losing her patience. Fool, you should worry about saving yourself. With just one hand, the Root Origin effortlessly blocked her assault, simultaneously severing several of her tentacles. He coiled his power before launching himself into the air. A lone figure against the abyss, he unleashed a storm of crimson energy to hold her back. You shall not pass. The abyss matriarch howled, unable to believe her creation would turn against her. I gave you that power, and you use it to protect these insects. The root origin roared back with all his might. You will never control my freedom again. She sent a crushing wave of force to stop Luo Fu's escape, but the crimson light intercepted it just in time. The matriarch's fury boiled over. Insolent brat, but the abyss matriarch still had tentacles to spare. Luo Fu's escape route was instantly cut off. He watched in horror as they descended, about to crush him into paste. But just in the nick of time, an attack bloomed forth, like a flurry of crimson leaves. It lifted him high into the air, saving him from the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. Luo Fu frantically looked to see who his last-minute savior was. He breathed a sigh of relief at the familiar sight. Su Han, but his rescuer's face was etched with grim tension. We have to go, he urged. The Abyss Matriarch has already defeated the root origin. Behind them, her enraged roar echoed. Find the traitors who hid them in the sea of consciousness. Bring them to me. A subordinate, Representative Lin, reported in. Great Matriarch, the Abyssal Army has been mobilized from below ground. The Abyss Matriarch commanded. Return to the surface at once. Annihilate every last human. As you command, he replied instantly. Her minions searched frantically. They escaped again. The Great Matriarch will have our hides for this. Why are there so many tunnels in this sea of consciousness? They must be cerebral caves. Deep inside one of the caverns, Luo Fu finally broke the silence. Su Han, have you been hiding here this whole time? Su Han answered quietly, it's a long story. For now, let me take you to see a mutual friend. Luo Fu looked up into the darkness. This cavern is massive. The Sea of Consciousness is a vast place, Su Han explained. There are bound to be forgotten corners. And luckily for us, this place has become our sanctuary. Just then, Diya's eyes fluttered open. She called out weakly, Luo Fu, Su Han. Luo Fu's face lit up. Yi Diya, you're finally awake. Diya shook her head, wincing. My head. It's killing me. The last thing I remember is being caught by the Abyss Matriarch. Where are we? We're still inside the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Fu explained. Su Han chimed in. It looks like there's no permanent damage, but you need to get some serious rest. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed through the cavern. Little brother Luo. Luo Fu's eyes shot open in disbelief. That voice. It was Long Zhen. He strode forward enthusiastically. We came to investigate the huge commotion caused by those monsters. Su Hong went out to scout, and ended up running right into you. Luo Fu exclaimed, overjoyed. General Long. Come with me, Long Zhen said, leading the way. I'll take you to the council. I've already told them about you. They wish to see you with their own eyes, he continued. You've been wanting to meet them too, haven't you? Luo Fu was skeptical. They're here? He scanned his surroundings as he walked. How could a space like this even exist? Beneath the Sea of Consciousness, the dark technology of Weilan is truly something else. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze drifting upward. Fu Shui smiled warmly as she introduced herself. Luo Fu, you finally arrived. My name is Fu Shui. Long Zhen gestured to each person. On the left is Dr. Chen Xiao, and on the right, Dr. Xu Zi. Chen Xiao offered a small smile, raising a hand in greeting. Luo Fu stepped forward, his voice clear. The three of you are the council members. Thank you for lending me your strength. I know this may be impolite, but I need to know everything, right now. His expression was grim as he articulated every word about the truth of the apocalyptic disaster. Fu Shui covered her mouth, a soft laugh escaping. You don't just look like Dr. Luo. Your personality is the very image of his. She continued. The truth. We are still investigating it ourselves. However, we will tell you everything we know. Please, have a seat. This story can't be told in just a few words, she began her tale. Several years ago, Weilan sent an expedition to Antarctica, to a place known as the Savage Mountain Range. There, we discovered traces of the Abyss tribe. Her eyes glazed over, lost in the memory. Long ago, they were ruled by this ancient civilization, but one of them dared to defy their masters, causing them to fail in delivering the scheduled tribute. The entity above unleashed a divine punishment, raining down a meteor shower and flash-freezing the entire Abyss tribe as retribution for their defiance. Hearing this, Luo Fu thought to himself, so, one of the Abyss tribe rebelled against their enslavement? Fu Shui's voice remained steady. After the Ice Age, 1,000 years of human rule passed. During its hibernation, the matriarch gave birth to the progenitor. When its inheritor grows weak, the progenitor can be used as a sacrifice to earn forgiveness from the entity. But the progenitor escaped. The matriarch sent the Abyss mothers to hunt for it across the globe. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, it was unknowingly saved by Dr. Luo. Luo Fu recalled the words the progenitor had once spoken. I refused to become a sacrifice for the next inheritor like those before me. It was because humanity discovered me that I was able to survive. And through that chance encounter, I entered Luo Fu's body, forming a symbiotic bond with him. Luo Fu nodded slowly, just as the progenitor had described. Fu Sui cleared her throat and continued the story. At that time, Han Shitan was still on the board of directors. Weilan's deep-sea base and the progenitor project were both under his command. But your father, Lu Shuibin, constantly warned us all to stop the research. Shuibin pleaded with a loud voice. We humans are living on an unnamed island, in the middle of an ocean of darkness. Though the ocean is vast and endless, we cannot afford to sail too far or dare to explore too deep, she went on. After our own assessment, we concluded that the potential risks were too great. Chen Xiao sighed and picked up the story, but Han Shitten acted on his own authority. We had no choice but to expel him from Weilan. Looking back now, perhaps we were too rash. If we had reasoned with him more patiently, we might have avoided this catastrophic chain reaction. I remember when Shubin made his decision. I must proceed with implanting the progenitor. Everyone immediately protested. What? That's far too dangerous. Chen Xiao continued. Soon after, the deep-sea base was destroyed, and the progenitor vanished without a trace. Luo Fu's brow furrowed. My father implanted the progenitor in me to save my life. And afterward, I was buried in the snow by Dr. Phantom. At that moment, a voice rang out. Doctor, we found a survivor over here. Chen Xiao sighed. If the matriarch awakens, humanity will face an unimaginable catastrophe. We were forced to strike first. Luo Fu didn't understand. Then why not make this information public? Give everyone a chance to prepare. Chen Xiao replied, we considered it. But the ensuing panic would cause a global crisis, perhaps even sparking a civil war among what's left of humanity. He's right. Human nature simply cannot withstand such a challenge. A novel once described human nature in the face of doomsday. I recommend you read it. Deya spoke up. So after that, Weilan began operating from the shadows. Chen Xiao nodded. Yes. We captured a juvenile abyss mother and invented a device to replicate the sea of consciousness. We gathered Weilan's most elite soldiers to wage war against the matriarch. But the artificial system ultimately failed. A betrayal by Mo Li trapped us in this liminal space, completely unable to return to reality. It was our oversight. Han Shitten was involved in the machine's initial design, and we never imagined he'd leave a backdoor in the system. They used that opportunity to seize complete control of the Weilan Corporation. Long Jian has already told us part of what happened on the surface. The initial warrant for your arrest did not come from us. Understanding dawned on Luo Fu. He thought, so they're all in on it together. He bit his lip hard. Which means me joining the Old Sun faction was also part of his plan. Su Hong spoke up. Luo Fu, neither I nor Ye Kong knew anything about this. Luo Fu replied, Su Hong, I trust you and I trust Xia Na. I only fear the others. I have no idea what the truth really is. But why didn't he attack me? He even taught me how to wield this hybrid power. What is he playing at? Fu Shui interjected. My guess is someone is secretly protecting you, keeping you safe from Han Shitten's wrath. Luo Fu was even more confused. But who? Fu Shui shook her head. That's something you'll have to find out for yourself. Luo Fu couldn't believe it. The thousands of evil deeds by the Azure Council were actually committed by the good guys, and that Han Shitten, who looked like a savior, was the true puppet master pulling the strings from behind the curtain. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground. Luo Fu shot up, on high alert. What was that? Fu Zue gritted her teeth. The Abyss Matriarch. She's finally found us. Everyone, prepare for battle. With a deafening boom, the cave entrance was blown wide open. A colossal, circular object peered through the gap, unleashing beams of energy into the cavern. As rocks and debris rained down, a massive warship slowly came into view. The hovercraft soared upwards, dodging the attack from the writhing tentacles. A voice called out, Heart's Gate, deploy shield. The tentacles slammed into the newly formed barrier. Fu Sui yelled anxiously. The shield can only block the big one. Launch the fighters and take out those smaller grunts. The two pilots quickly responded, understood. The hangar doors activated, and a swarm of smaller jets launched in unison. Fu Shui's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's show them what we're made of. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Behind you are your families, your friends, and our home. Do not retreat. Charge forward. Luo Fu shielded himself, completely in awe. Incredible. A warship, this massive was created purely from thought. The Council's technology is on another level. But Dia threw cold water on his excitement. Even so, they lost last time. Luo Fu looked up. The matriarch is terrifying. Dia asked cautiously. Luo Fu, how are we supposed to find the origin seed? Luo Fu replied softly, we don't have to. He'll find us. Deya didn't understand. Luo Fu explained. When we parted, he left a piece of his original power on me. And he never took back our abilities either. Maybe he wanted us to be able to protect ourselves. A sphere floating nearby held a fragment of the power Origin had left behind. He continued, but I think if the matriarch discovers his core power is incomplete, she'll definitely come looking for it here. He looked at the sphere and spoke to it. Are you the Origin seed I once knew? Suddenly, the sphere spoke. Of course. Luo Fu asked again, do you remember your purpose? The Origin within the sphere answered, its eyes flashing with malice. Annihilate all of humanity. It morphed into a monstrous shark, lunging forward with jaws agape. But the watch on Luo Fu's arm glowed, instantly manifesting a shield at his feet. This distance is bad for us. We need to close the gap and fight him hand to hand. Deya nodded. Right. Origin turned, snorting with contempt. He tilted his head arrogantly and snapped his fingers. Luo Fu's brow furrowed, his senses on high alert. A barrage of arrows shot from his fingertips, and the two friends dodged with incredible agility. Deya launched herself off the shield, using the momentum to spin into a counterattack. Luo Fu spun back as well, shouting, take this. They both threw a punch toward him at the same time, but Origin just sneered, time to die. He swung his arm, slamming down with immense force that shot toward her. Deya clenched her jaw. What? Origin drew a circle with his other hand, and a torrent of black water crashed directly into Luo Fu. Luo Fu roared in anger. Damn it. Origin unleashed another sweeping attack. Deya was hit and screamed in pain. Luo Fu cried out in desperation. Deya. He raised his watch, shouting, Heart's Gate, maximum output. A torrent of crimson energy slammed directly into Origin. The being arched back and leaped away. Let's see what you've got. A fierce light ignited in Luo Fu's eyes. Hybrid domain, meteor annihilation. Origin froze in disbelief. What? Luo Fu leaped into the air, landing a heavy punch right across Origin's face. Snap out of it. The blow sent Origin into a freefall. Crash. He hit the ground hard, lying motionless. Luo Fu cried out, panicked. Deya. He rushed to her side. Are you all right? Deya couldn't answer, only coughing violently. Finally, she managed to whisper, I'm fine. Did you stop him? But behind them, Origin was already getting back up, rubbing his forehead. Luo Fu spun around, furious. You bastard. But Origin's face was serious. It's me. Luo Fu froze. You're finally awake. Origin frowned. So, I was brainwashed the moment I returned. After Deya was hit, I was desperately trying to figure out how to counter her. So after we split up, I secretly left a piece of my core power and memories with you. Your last attack allowed that Origin seed to connect with my true self, creating a resonance. It weakened the matriarch's shackle on my soul, allowing my backup memories to enter my body and trigger the recollection that woke me up. He went on. Because we didn't plan this beforehand, the matriarch was able to spy on us. But I never expected you guys to actually come and save me. I don't even know why. I guess you're just lucky. Luo Fu cut him off. That wasn't luck, it's because we're a team. His comrade's face flushed, but he tried to play it tough. Don't try to flatter me. Luo Fu gazed upwards. The real battle had only just begun. He gritted his teeth, a knot of worry in his stomach. He had no idea how Jia and the others were doing. Elsewhere, Ema was being beaten into a violent coughing fit as Ce looked on with pure contempt. You think you can catch us? She sneered. You're far too late. Suddenly, a voice crackled through her watch. Jia, what's wrong? Vivian asked, her tone laced with concern. It's the Abyss Matriarch's army, the one Luo Fu told me to investigate. They're moving from underground, headed for the Azure Citadel and the Old Sun base. Ce's voice was sharp with impatience. What? Can you contact Luo Fu and Yi Deya? Vivian let out a frustrated sigh. The system can't get a signal to either of them right now. Just then, a call came through on Jia's phone. She quickly answered it. Hey, Lin Yan. The call connected. Lin Yan's voice was rushed and frantic. Jia. I've been trying to reach you. Thao, we found a trail on Representative Lin at the refugee camp, but he ambushed us before we could make a move. Yi Deya was the one who saved us. I haven't even had the chance to thank him yet. Where have all of you been? Jia pressed for answers. Did you find Luo Fu and Yi Deya? They're in serious trouble. Lin Yan sounded alarmed. What do you mean? A massive, bloody battle broke out in the cafeteria a little while ago. I just arrived on the scene. As she spoke, the roar of a panicked crowd erupted in the background. The people from Old Sun have turned on us, someone shouted. So many are dead. Jia could hear the chaotic screams through the line. The voice continued, I don't know what's going on. By the time I arrived, the three of them were already unconscious. The surrounding chatter was frantic. The people at the door were attacked. They hijacked a car and escaped. And right in front of Lin Yan lay Luo Fu's motionless body. She spoke urgently into the phone. I see Luo Fu and Yi Dia, but they're both unconscious. The situation here is pure chaos. Everyone is saying they killed the Secretary General. They claim you gravely wounded the guards and then fled. Siyi's voice blazed with fury. Lin Yan, listen to me. Luo Fu and Yi Dia were framed. That bastard Mo Lei is the one behind this. Jia added. Lin Yan, protect their physical bodies at all costs. They've almost certainly been dragged into a sea of consciousness. We're on our way now. An aide rushed to his side, his face pale with worry. Secretary General, are you injured? Mo Lei shook his head. I am fine. His expression then twisted with rage as he roared. The members of Old Sun have betrayed us. They threatened me and murdered our guards in cold blood. They're attempting to seize control of the Azure Citadel. They must be executed immediately. Suddenly, an object flew through the air. The aide whirled around. Huh? His eyes widened. A flash grenade. Damn it, they're taking them. After them, they can't get far carrying two bodies. Huang leaped high into the air, raising a steel pipe over her head. The aide looked up just in time. Huh. Crack. The pipe came down hard on his skull. He screamed in agony as he stumbled, blood gushing from his forehead. Secretary General. Representative Lin gritted his teeth in fury. A bunch of worthless trash. I should have handled this myself. At the sight of his rage, Huang began to tremble. Lin Yan scrambled out, supporting Luo Fu. She yelled frantically, Jia, we've rescued Luo Fu and Yi Dia. What's your position? The entire citadel just started shaking like an earthquake. Hearing a sound from behind, Lan Qi spun around in shock. Kid Huang. Representative Lin had ensnared Huang in twisting vines, hoisting her high into the air. Lan Qi roared with rage. You son of a bitch. What did you do to her? He threatened them in a low, cold growl. Stay still. Do you want to see her die? Give me Luo Fu and Yi Dia, and I will release her. The young girl whispered weakly. Don't listen to him. Suddenly, arcs of lightning flashed from out of nowhere, shattering the stone slabs. Representative Lin threw his arms up to shield himself. What is this? A bolt of pure energy slammed into the vines. Siyi charged in, severing the tendrils and catching Huang as she fell. She landed softly, holding the young girl close. Lin Yan rushed to her side. Kid Huang. Siyi's eyes were fixed on the enemy. Leave this monster to us. Then, both Siyi and Jia unleashed their power, ready to face the overwhelming threat before them. We will take care of this bastard. As Lin Yan helped the others escape, she yelled back, You two be careful. Representative Lin let out a smug, contemptuous laugh. Allow me to arrange a reunion for all of you with Luo Fu. As they charged, one of them quickly asked a question. Vivian, what are our odds of victory? Vivian scanned the entire battle, her systems running countless analyses. After being seriously wounded by Han Shishen, his power has significantly weakened. In this short period, he has not recovered his original strength. At that moment, Jia was struck by one of his vines. Siyi cried out in alarm. Jia. According to my calculations, your probability of victory is approximately. Before Vivian could finish her sentence, Siyi was sent flying by a vicious attack. The battlefield was a wreck of shattered earth and debris. Vivian's voice finished her thought, 19.98%. Pale and trembling, Siyi struggled to her feet. It hurts so much. How can we possibly win? Vivian, get here now. We need help. Vivian's reply was instant. I'm on my way. She arrived in a massive warship, drawing an immediate threat. Why is another HGDC warship here? Leave Azure Citadel airspace immediately, or we will open fire and shoot you down. Vivian quickly broadcast her response. We are here to help you. The Abyss Corps is heading right for you guys. Some scoffed, calling it nonsense, since they couldn't see a single ghost. But from behind, vines pulsating with dark energy annihilated everything in their path. Oh God, it's the Abyss Broodmothers. Representative Lin, perched arrogantly on the vines, sneered, Stop struggling. It's easier if you just lie still. Let us send you on your way, to become dust in the sea of consciousness. Just like Luo Fu and Deya, Jia refused to accept it, screaming in a rage. You're lying. They're still alive. I know it. He glanced smugly towards the warship battling the Abyss Matriarch. Just look around you. The truth is staring you right in the face. Vivian issued a sharp command. Humanoid tactical mechs have finished deploying. Activate the drone system. She unleashed 2 streams of raw power aimed directly at the enemy. Representative Lin laughed with amusement. It's over for you. While distracting the Abyss Matriarch, Vivian turned to save the others. Jia, CEA. Wei. I'm here. He used his vines to block Lin Yan's group. For you, the dawn will never come. This era belongs to humanity, she cried out in panic. Damn it, we're surrounded. Attacked by the Abyss Matriarch, the group screamed in utter despair. Damn it. Chief Han and the A-rank agents are gone. Where did all these things even come from? The curtain has fallen. But Jia, standing among her comrades, screamed with defiance. This isn't over yet, but a thick vine slammed into her shoulder. Representative Lin seethed with rage. You stubborn brat. Though grievously wounded, Jia endured the pain. No matter what dirty, despicable tricks you pull, you will never break our resolve. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed nearby. His attention shifted, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Seizing the moment, she activated the second stage of her transformation. Humanity will never, ever accept defeat. Seeing Jia enter her second stage, Ci's face lit up with hope. Jia, you've reached stage 2. Representative Lin unleashed his own power. Pretty words won't save you. You're still nowhere near my level. She glared at him, her eyes filled with hatred. Jia coldly activated her latent power, unleashing the domain of the coming hour. Someone gasped in shock. What? She's already mastered a domain? A massive whirlwind tore through the clouds, hurling rocks and debris straight for Representative Lin. The attack slammed into him, sending his body crashing into the cliffs. Seeing this, Ce cheered with joy. You got him, Jia. You're incredible. But she was exhausted, her breathing heavy and ragged. I can't move anymore. Sensing danger, Jia looked back in horror. Vines erupted from the rubble, striking her down. Representative Lin bound her instantly. Without your wings, you're nothing but useless trash. Ce screamed in panic. Stop it. Let Jia go. Jia coughed up a mouthful of blood as he used her as a shield to threaten Ce. Don't move. Take one more step, and I'll kill her. Ce froze in place. You coward. But Representative Lin had no idea. Someone was already taking aim, analyzing his every weakness. Vivian's hands glowed, activating her positron bullet ability. Her cybernetic eyes locked onto Representative Lin's face. He growled her name. Vivian. Representative Lin tightened his grip on Jia's throat. Vivian cursed through gritted teeth. You despicable coward. Using her as a human shield. He swung a vine, severing Vivian's robotic arm in a single flash. I know you're still here, he roared. Ce stared in despair as the arm fell. Vivian, what did he do to you? Overcome with rage, she screamed, Give Jia back to me now. Meanwhile, he kept attacking Vivian, a sliver of doubt in his mind. Did I hit her? No, that didn't feel right. Ce exploded forward, counter-attacking Representative Lin. I'm going to tear you to pieces. He was stunned. So fast, she instantly unleashed her power, activating her own domain of the coming hour. Rondo of blades. Hundreds of slashes tore through the air, carving into Representative Lin's body. Despair flooded his heart. Damn it. My regeneration can't keep up with her attack frequency. Seizing the opportunity, Ce grabbed Jia and escaped. Representative Lin's body collapsed to its knees, but he pushed himself up, his arrogance returning. It's useless. You can't possibly destroy someone with my insane regenerative abilities. Representative Lin unleashed his ultimate technique. Domain of the coming hour, elephant rebirth. Thousands of eye-shaped projectiles shot through the air. She watched warily. We were waiting for this exact moment. Ce spoke into her comms. Vivian, it's all you. The moment he splits. That's our target. With the energy charged, she carried Jia away. The Abyss Matriarch was confused. What? They still have a trump card? It had no idea it was already targeted by a weapon that split into countless pieces. Vivian explained calmly. This is the new weapon system that HDDC painstakingly developed. The pieces swarmed around the Matriarch, forming a massive sphere. It began siphoning the creature's own energy to power the positron bullet weapon. She gave the command. Fire! A colossal pillar of energy rained down from the heavens. Vivian, Jia, and Ce had one unified thought: die. Blood and gore exploded in every direction. Vivian reported. No divergent life forms detected. Complete annihilation confirmed. Ce had finally achieved her goal. Doctor, I've finally gotten revenge for you. Suddenly, the wounded Jia appeared, a trickle of blood still at the corner of her mouth. The danger hasn't passed. We need to get to the underground base now. Activate the system. We're diving into the consciousness realm to save Luo Fu and Dea. But Vivian couldn't help worrying about Jia's injuries. She urged Vivian to hurry. Don't worry about me. I know they're still alive. Go save them. Every second counts. Just then, Dea and Luo Fu arrived on the scene. General Long, we're here. Seeing them, Su Hong immediately asked, Did you do it? Were you successful? It went smoother than expected, Luo Fu replied. Su Hong commanded, reinforce the defensive line. Do not fall back an inch. Suddenly, a colossal monster with writhing tentacles materialized, and a mysterious hand reached out from the chaos. Luo Fu sprinted forward, screaming, "Get back!" He reached for the hand, but he was a moment too late. It shattered into countless fragments. "Damn it!" he roared in frustration. Luo Qing unleashed her magic, conjuring glowing chains and beams of light that lashed out at the monstrous beast. Yet, in the heart of this desperate battle, he chose this moment to open his heart to her. "Daya, I know this is a battlefield, and I shouldn't lose focus, but there's something I have to tell you, even if it's the last thing I ever say." She was taken aback, confused by his timing. "What is it?" He took a breath and began his confession. "Even though we met by pure chance." Memories flooded his mind, a torrent of powerful emotions swelling within him. "From the very first moment, I felt like you were the one I'd been waiting for my whole life." Daya's eyes widened, shimmering with emotion, as the monster roared, ensnared by the magical chains. Daya leaped clear of the beast's grasp. But Luo Fu continued, his voice unwavering. "I love your heroic spirit, your unwavering sense of justice." He remembered all their days fighting side by side, and the breathtaking way she moved in battle. With a final strike, the colossal monster was torn in two. In the sudden silence, they stood facing each other. Luo Fu confessed, "In my eyes, you've always been completely perfect." She stared at him, stunned. "Huh." Luo Fu reached out and took her hands, holding them tightly. He opened his mouth to say more, but the words wouldn't come. From the rear, the Abyss Matriarch gave the order. "Main cannon. Fire!" A wicked grin spread across Long Jin's face. "Not bad, little brother Luo." Fu Shui could only shake her head. Of all the times to have a public confession. Even the progenitor chimed in. "So you finally decided to man up, huh?" But their banter had enraged the Abyss Matriarch. "Do you think I'm just standing here for show?" Seething with fury, she whipped a tentacle straight at them. Daya reacted instantly, shoving Luo Fu aside. "Look out." The massive appendage slammed down, shattering the rock beneath them. Now separated, Luo Fu yelled across the chasm, "I wasn't finished yet." Before he could say another word, a tentacle coiled around him, squeezing tight. "Luo Fu!" Daya screamed in terror. The Abyss Matriarch hurled Luo Fu across the battlefield. The progenitor stepped forward. "I'll handle this." Seeing Luo Fu coughing and trembling, Daya rushed to his side. "Luo Fu." She grabbed his hand, her voice filled with concern. "Are you all right?" He seized the moment to continue his confession. "I want to be with you." A blush crept up her cheeks. "Huh? But I'm right here beside you." Realizing what he meant, her voice softened. I didn't mean it like that," she said gently. Let's talk about this after we get back to the real world." "Okay." Seeing his chance, Luo Fu put on his most pathetic face. He let out a pained gasp, and she immediately fell for it. "Luo Fu, what's wrong?" Flustered, not knowing what else to do, she blurted it out. "Fine. I agree. Is that what you wanted to hear? Now snap out of it." Meanwhile, the progenitor was still fighting for his life. He shouted a warning, "Watch out." A massive tentacle was hurtling right for Luo Fu, but her words had just unlocked a wellspring of incredible power within him. "You filthy octopus. Let's go. I'm the champion now." He once again activated the power of the progenitor's right arm. The Abyss Matriarch's voice was a low growl. "Time and time again, you test me. My patience has reached its limit." She conjured a vortex of crackling purple magic, streaked with veins of blood. Two panicked voices cut through the chaos. "What in the world is that thing? Why'd you have to provoke it? Now look, it's completely lost its mind." Panic erupted. "Run! Get as far away as you can." The order was given, all units, fall back. Luo Fu watched in horror. "This is terrifying." The progenitor's voice cut through his fear. "Luo Fu, if we want to force it back, there's one technique we can try." "What is it?" Luo Fu asked. "It's a combination art my old partner and I developed," he explained. "It fuses my darkness with your light. These two polar opposite powers will merge, creating a pure domain that can shatter any defense. But to merge our domains, the two casters must share a profound bond. It requires perfect synchronization, and our power levels must be equal. It took me ages to practice. I failed as many times as I succeeded." Luo Fu didn't hesitate. "Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. We shared a body before, after all." The progenitor scoffed. "Just the thought of sharing flesh with you again gives me the creeps. Now, let's go." Daya watched them go, her voice filled with worry. "Be careful." They began to unleash the power of the hybrid domain. The progenitor reminded Luo Fu, "I'll sync up with you." Locked focus his surging power as his ally coordinated with the Annihilator meteor strike. They charged forward as one into the chaotic twilight domain. A fierce uppercut smashed into the Abyss Mother, making her stagger in pain. They cheered in excitement. It worked. She's retreating. But the Abyss Mother roared in absolute fury. How dare you, insolent fools! How dare you defy me! A swirling vortex began to form, sucking in the dark smog and unleashing vicious bolts of lightning, plunging the area into chaos. The two watched in terror. This is it. But Locke stared in disbelief. The battleship Azure was charging straight for the monster. Locke wondered where it was headed. That's right, toward the Abyss Mother. The creature shrieked, enraged. You annoying little flies. Commissioner Hudson gave the order. The battleship can't take any more. Get Vice Commissioner Frost out of here, now. Everyone scrambled to evacuate the ship, boarding the life pods. She screamed, no. But he simply replied, then let's finish our final expedition. Together. Monstrous bodies lay scattered across the battlefield. Is Vivian not finished yet? She plunged her hand into the system, trying to connect. She reported back, Vivi is giving her all to crack the backdoor sequence that Dr. Harrison left behind. Commissioner Hudson, it has been an honor to fight this last battle with you. He laughed heartily. The honor was all mine. And then, the battleship Azure exploded. The light system of the Azure activated. The Abyss Mother raged, damn you worthless humans. Vivian cried out in joy, I've cracked it. Mechanical spheres rained down along with the monster's severed tentacles. One of the devices opened. The escape system from the Sea of Consciousness had been activated. Frost gasped in shock. What is that? A system alert blared. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Locke was ecstatic. Ja, they did it. The Prime Root urged them. We need to withdraw, now. A violent explosion then tore through the entire region. Locke thought to himself, Abyss Mother, in your eyes, humans might be weak and foolish, but living in adversity only makes us more stubborn. We unleash every last ounce of courage we possess. He glanced at her wound, and even a monster, like you can bleed, right? So now, you will savor the suffering brought on by your own arrogance. Vivian stood coldly amidst the ruins, cracks spreading across her body. Jia ran toward her, overjoyed. Locke and Cindy called out after her, Jia, wait up. But Jia suddenly froze, her eyes fixed on something that filled her with dread. There, right before her, were two hands tightly clasped together. Declan and Locke were emerging from the wreckage, hand in hand. They gazed at each other, their eyes filled with pure affection. Cindy called out with concern, Jia. Locke shouted to them, Jia. Cindy, Jia forced a bright smile. We're over here. Cindy fell silent, her discomfort obvious. Frost and her team approached a tall tower surrounded by rubble. She took Vivian's hand. Vivian, thank you, and thank the HGDC. We will surely repay this debt. Vivian replied humbly, oh, it was nothing. Vivi just lent a small hand. Vice Commissioner Frost then turned to address the survivors. My fellow citizens, on behalf of the supreme leadership of Azure, I hereby declare, she shouted with conviction, from this day forward, Azure will forge an eternal alliance with the HDDC. We will form a united front to face the monsters of the Abyss. We will not let a single drop of spilled blood be in vain. We have only one objective, to fight to the death and take back our home. The crowd roared, take back our home, take back our home. Liam, Sue, and Logan joined the chant, take back our home. Locke watched on with a troubled expression. Humanity has never been this united before. At this moment, the light of dawn has broken through once more. But eventually, the night is destined to fall again. And in that darkness, unforeseen challenges are still waiting for us. In the abandoned sector of the old Sun Base, a voice sighed in layman. I never thought even the old Sun Base would fall to this fate. Surely some of them made it out. They can't all be dead, can they? Gia shivered in the cold. This is just awful. Locke said grimly, their twilight power has been completely drained. He reasoned, this could only have been done by the Abyss army that attacked the base. Just then, Vivian cried out frantically. Vivi found a survivor. Locke's eyes widened. What? Locke was horrified when he saw who she had found. Dr. Albin stammered his name, Locke. He instantly recalled the eccentric scientist from deep beneath the old Sun Base. Locke asked cautiously, Do you know me? The man's hand trembled as he reached into his coat pocket. Dr. Albin pulled out a pen. A flashback to the day the Abyss monster infiltrated the old Sun Base. He had faced its attack head-on. He remembered the creature's cruel words. Wouldn't it be better to let the Abyss Seed fall into their hands? Dr. Albin knelt before the sharp tendrils of the Abyss Mother. Mandy had charged forward, using her nunchucks to block the creature's deadly strikes. He spoke with grim determination. I get it. I'll do it for you right now. A wounded Chief Harrison ordered, Hurry. The chief coughed up blood. Seeing the situation turning desperate, Dr. Albin was stunned. How can this be? It's impossible. Strange brown tendrils wrapped tightly around Mandy. Suddenly, Chief Harrison's eyes snapped open, and he roared. In a flash, the tendrils were obliterated, leaving the creature completely shocked. The chief moved quickly, catching her gently in his arms. She cried out in astonishment. Did it work? Staring at the wreckage, he demanded answers. Where is that man? And the artificial origin species replacement? It's gone. He took a deep breath, his voice laced with rage. While I was unconscious. What kind of trash did he implant in me? Go ahead and hide. I won't waste my time hunting you down, because my suicide was a success. The tremors grew stronger, sending rocks crashing down. Weakly, Luo Shueben held up the pen. Is this recording? He mumbled to himself. My body can't hold out much longer. In short, this pen has recorded all of my research data from when I was alive. I've tampered with the abyssal species. Just then, Chief Han managed to escape to the outside. Everyone cheered, seeing their savior was finally safe. Meanwhile, the recording continued. Because Han Shitan is a man who will stop at nothing. I knew sooner or later he'd become a threat. And just as he predicted, Chief Han was now slaughtering everyone, including his mortal enemy. I will gather every last drop of your power, forging an ocean that will carry me to the pinnacle. He struggled to speak his final words. Please, get this recording and my data to my son, Luo Fu. The recording cut off. Luo Fu stammered, completely stunned. He is. Then his shock twisted into bitter accusation. Why did you hide in old Japan all these years, Dad? Why didn't you ever come to see me? Why did you conspire with Han Shiden and commit such atrocities? He broke down, crying like a child. Tell me, Dad. Just tell me what really happened. His tears fell onto his father's hand. He whispered, It's me, Luo Fu. I'm right here. Please, wake up. Suddenly, his father's arm moved. He spoke with immense difficulty. Luo Fu, is that you? You've grown so much. The old man's heart-wrenching confession poured out. Have you been well all these years? It's all my fault. I'm the one who got your mother killed, who made the world shun you. I even turned the entire planet into a battlefield. Luo Fu could only cry in silence. I am a sinner for the ages. From the very beginning. I never should have conducted that research at the deep-sea base. What have I done? But Luo Fu fiercely denied it. No, Dad, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Besides, I investigated everything. Ghostblight was the one who killed Mom. It had nothing to do with you. His father didn't seem surprised, replying calmly, so it was Ghostblight after all. Was it truly that cruel? Luo Fu couldn't bear it any longer. Dad, what in the world happened all those years ago? His father slowly began to explain. After the deep-sea base was destroyed, Shitten saved me. He then used your life to force me to create an artificial abyssal species. The memory was vivid. Him imprisoned, forced to listen to Shin's chilling threats. Luo Sweben, if you want your son to live, you will cooperate with me, obediently. He had reacted with fury. You monster, what are you planning to do? Han Shitan had only replied with cold indifference. You don't need to know. He continued his story. I extracted the most superior genes from countless species and combined them with the cells of the abyssal species to create an artificial origin species. Although the transplant was a success for Han Shiden, after using the Z-Lai power, he would suffer a severe backlash, a side effect that would rot his body from the inside out. The image of Shitan in a wheelchair, taunting him, flashed in his mind. You're going to let me go, right? But his captor's voice was ice. This is because of your defective product, because you couldn't research a more perfect replacement. Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. I'll just kill Luo Fu and take his origin species. Recounting the memory, tears streamed down his face. Han Shiten had betrayed him. I was forced to begin research on a second, more perfect artificial origin species, one even better than yours, Luo Fu. You've grown into such a brave young man. That brings me the greatest comfort. I truly wanted you to live a peaceful life, but I'm begging you. Only someone with an origin species like yours can possibly defeat Han Shiden. A powerful fire ignited in Luo Fu's spirit. You don't have to say it, Dad. I will see it done. Right, origin species. Flames erupted around him, and a voice echoed, Dr. Luo, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. I'll take care of this foolish kid of yours. The words came from Luo Fu himself, and also from his origin species. Schwaben smiled warmly. You two have become good friends. You're both just kids, yet you have to do something so dangerous. He bit his lip. I'm truly unworthy of being a father. After speaking, he began coughing violently. Luo Fu cried out in a panic. Dad, somebody help. Help me. A doctor rushed in, announcing, heart rate is dropping, pulse is too weak. The doctor's voice echoed as Luo Fu was pulled from the room. Get the defibrillator, now. 1-2. Again. 1-2. The door finally slammed shut. Luo Fu stood frozen, his jaw slack with shock. Just then, Vivian appeared, grabbing his arm tightly. Luo Fu, Luo Fu. She delivered the urgent news. Luo Fu, StarCorp's Antarctic satellite, has located Han Shiden. Luo Fu gritted his teeth, growling the name. Han, Shi, Tan. In Antarctica, countless ships hovered ominously in the sky. Luo Fu's feet hit the ground, and he immediately moved forward. He took the lead, guiding everyone towards a massive cave. A wall pulsed with vein-like cables. What is that? Someone asked. Han Shitan just smiled. He's summoning his heir. Spotting Luo Fu, the man turned. Luo Fu, you're here already? Did you get to say a proper goodbye to your dear father? Luo Fu lunged forward, roaring, Jiao Lai domain, meteor annihilation. Shitan remained unfazed. You all despise me, don't you? But really, I should be thanking you. You weakened the Abyss Matriarch inside the Sea of Consciousness. If not for you, finishing her off wouldn't have been so simple. His voice turned chillingly sinister. And this is my gift to you in return. The Jiao Lai domain. Third style, nightfall descends. A small drone buzzed before the red-eyed monster, piquing its curiosity. A human plaything? The drone spoke respectfully. Esteemed Abyss Matriarch, I am Fu Shui, the Supreme Commander of the Wei Lan. I have come to negotiate with you. The Abyss Matriarch was intrigued. You can comprehend my speech? Fu Shui answered with confidence. Through the research of Luo Shueben, he successfully deciphered your language. If you cooperate with us to eliminate Han Shi Tan, we are prepared to coexist peacefully with your kind. The matriarch scoffed in disbelief. I have slaughtered countless humans. You should hate me down to your very bones. Why should I ever trust you? Seeing her words weren't enough, Fu Sui bit her lip, cornered. She made her final plea. If we cannot survive, then nothing else matters. Meanwhile, Luo Fu was sent flying, crashing hard against a wall as a monster pinned him down with its foot. Shitan looked down on him with utter contempt, pathetically weak. Have you forgotten every combat skill I ever taught you? His comrades charged from behind, shouting, everyone, attack together. But they were all instantly trapped in the grip of 4 massive hands. Shitan watched from the side. It's useless. You're facing absolute power. He put on a look of mock pity. All of you are just wasting your strength. As everyone struggled against the monstrous grip, his haunting threat echoed. Why not just become a part of the Abyss species? Luo Fu screamed, stop it. But Shitan just pressed his foot down harder. Don't worry, your turn is next. Fu Jue pleaded urgently. There's no more time to think. They're in grave danger. The matriarch finally relented. Very well. I agree to your terms. I will transfer my power to the primeval. Fu Shui gave instructions. Transfer your Jiao Lai power into the receiver now. The drone flew to Luo Fu's side. Luo Fu, we convinced her. She's transferring her power to you right now. Once it was done, Fu Shui announced. That is the power of the Abyss Matriarch. I can now wield her immense power. Luo Fu smirked inwardly. Excellent. The desperate gambit paid off. Another ally gained. Suddenly, golden chains erupted, binding Shitan's legs. He grabbed the chains. Let's go. With a mighty heave, he dragged Shitan's entire body with him, yelling, into the Sea of Consciousness. Inside the mental realm, lightning crashed down with growing intensity. Yet Shitan just laughed arrogantly. Trying to trap me in your Sea of Consciousness. Luo Fu stood atop a cresting wave, his voice calm. No, not to trap you. He then snarled. This place will be your tomb. Luo Fu was sent flying, slamming hard against a rock formation. Shitan watched his struggle with sadistic glee. What's wrong? Had enough already. He chuckled softly. Then I'll just have to take that primeval power for myself. But Luo Fu just smirked, a hidden meaning in his eyes. He chuckled, then roared. Primeval. Now. The primeval snorted coldly. Stop ordering me around. At this sight, Shitan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You've already reached that level of fusion? The primeval pointed a finger. Essence separation. Instantly, souls were ripped from Shitan's body. He stared in utter disbelief at the spirits now floating above him. How can this be? I know for a fact I absorbed them. Unless. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Luo Shubin. That bastard dared to plot against me. Luo Fu launched himself forward, his fist crashing into Shitan's face. This punch is for my father. The sound of brutal impacts echoed again and again. Then, a brilliant column of light descended from above. Luo Fu joyfully opened his arms to it. Yikong. Xiana. Yikong called out in shock. Luo Fu, weren't we dead? Where are we? Luo Fu quickly replied. This is the sea of consciousness. Sienna's expression grew serious. Luo Fu, what are you doing here? Luo Fu gave a short explanation. It's a long story. We discovered something in my father's research notes. It turns out he never let the abyss species fully absorb you. Instead, he trapped your core essences inside its body. He continued. It would only truly absorb someone when it needed their power, which is how he kept it a secret from Han Shi Tan. He glanced at the figure beside him. So the primeval and I decided to strike while Han Shi Tan was off his guard to separate everyone and weaken him. Xia Na sighed teasingly. So this is the primeval? Luo Fu, I hate to say it, but he's more handsome than you. The primeval flushed slightly. Humph. Don't compare me to a mere brat. It's insulting. Suddenly, sensing a strange disturbance, Luo Fu whipped his head around. What the? A massive vortex of red energy was churning up from the depths of the sea. A glint appeared in Shi Tan's eyes as he slowly descended to the ground. Luo Fu cursed in frustration. Damn it. How is he still that powerful? Yi Kong's expression hardened. This is bad. The next phase is where Luo Fu must risk everything. Luo Fu, I'm with you. Hana jumped in. Count me in, too. Luo Fu was moved, his voice barely a whisper. Then, a chorus of other spirits erupted. So am I. And me. Let's destroy him. The Origin and Luo Fu were electrified. This power is surging through us. Ah, give us more. Han Shishan's eyes blazed crimson red, his domain warping into a living abyss. He threw his head back and roared, unleashing a catastrophic wave of energy. The Origin and Luo Fu joined forces to counterattack, their own domain exploding into pure chaos. The two colossal energies collided head-on. United in purpose, they fought with everything they had, letting out a final, thunderous battle cry. In utter disbelief, Han Shishan collapsed. How could this be? Fragments of past memories flashed through his mind. Fu Xue closed her eyes, letting out a long, weary sigh. I'm so sorry. Their injuries were just too severe. We did everything we possibly could. Mr. Han Shishan, please, try to stay strong. We swear we'll catch the driver responsible for this and bring them to justice. Shishan's voice was choked with grief. Excuse me. I'd like to say a proper goodbye to them. Alone, the person on the bed spoke with a faint voice. Shishan, I know your research keeps you busy. It's for the future of humanity, so you couldn't be there for our family. I don't blame you for that, she continued. But man's life has only just begun. I can't bear to watch it end like this. I'm begging you. You have to save her. As her last word faded, the heart monitor shrieked. The line on the screen went chillingly, unnervingly flat. Han Shishan clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his face. Don't worry. I promise you. I will save her, even if I have to make an enemy of the entire world. Those memories echoed in Shishan's mind. This is bad. We can't continue the research. It's become too dangerous. Are you really willing to gamble the fate of the human race? Why are you doing this? Just accept reality. Your daughter is brain dead. She can't be brought back to life. Shu Bin stared in disbelief. You actually turned your own daughter into one of those things. Shishan sneered. Are you any different? Weren't you the one who implanted the origin strain in your own son? Shu Bin immediately shot back. That was because I was forced to. I had to save him. But you willingly turned your daughter into a walking corpse. Did I have any other choice? Shishan roared in fury. All the strength seemed to drain from his body as he whispered. As long as she can live. Back in the present, he felt weak, his body in a freefall. I'm sorry, my child. Old images intertwined with the chaos of his memory. The voice of the Abyss Matriarch echoed around him. Even if the flesh remains, a consciousness that has vanished can never be reclaimed. She can never return to being a normal human. Shishan screamed in defiance. Then bring me the Ascendant. Now. I know they have a way. The Abyss Matriarch tried to reason with him. Have you even considered the consequences? You foolish human, you are destroying yourself. Shishan refused to listen, snarling, I don't care. In the present, as he sank into darkness, a hand suddenly reached for him. His consciousness began to fade. He hadn't even realized when the tears had started streaming down his face. He couldn't save a single person. Luo Fu was stunned. Yi Kong, your bodies, Hana spoke. This sea of consciousness is about to collapse. Without our physical forms, it's our time to go. Luo Fu clenched his teeth and bowed his head. I'm sorry. Hana chuckled softly. Hey, what is there to be sorry about? We were able to see you defeat Han Shishan with our own eyes. We have no regrets left. Yi Kong added, the task we couldn't finish. We're leaving it to you now. You have to restore Jia Jia to her original self. Luo Fu looked up, his eyes filled with fierce determination. I promise. I will do it. The world of memories began to shatter as a frantic voice called out. Luo Fu, let's go. This place is collapsing. Luo Fu. Luo Fu's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes with a gasp as Si Wei cried out, Luo Fu, we won. But Luo Fu still seemed lost, his gaze distant and unfocused. He watched the retreating figure of Man. Tears streamed down her face as she held out a hand, trying to catch the falling fragments of her world. The Abyss Matriarch's voice spoke. Heh, my true son would never lose to a mere imitation like that. Luo Fu's face darkened. Aren't you going to sacrifice me to the Ascendant? The Abyss Matriarch sighed. Humans, a race I always despised, yet they would go to such lengths for their next generation. But look at me. Twisted into this form just to extend my own life, even using my own heir as an offering. Luo Fu was confused. Your son? The Abyss Matriarch continued. Perhaps I should have recognized my own weakness much sooner. Her voice became hollow. Han Shishan killed and completely absorbed all of our people. You are the last of my line. Let me, for once, take responsibility as a mother. Do not use the power of the Abyss again. Be careful that the Ascendant doesn't find you or your human friend. Live a good life. The Origin clenched its jaw, trying not to cry, but tears were already falling. Luo Fu asked with concern. Origin, are you all right? The Origin just snorted. It's just dust in my eyes. Deya stepped forward to comfort him. From now on, we are your family. Our world was nearly annihilated by a madman who claimed he was acting in the name of love, trying to destroy the entire planet. Through everyone's incredible efforts, and after they paid an agonizingly painful price, this final battle has at last come to an end. If you ask what we learned from all this, the answer is simple. When you face the world with humility, you realize that foolish arrogance will only unleash untold destruction. A year later, the city had finally reclaimed its former glory. The professor's voice boomed with rage. How dare you fall asleep in my class? After surviving a damn apocalypse, you should be grateful for the chance to study. Kane shot him a vicious glare. Huh? You got a death wish? Don't you dare interrupt my nap. The professor was completely stunned by his audacity. What? You. Sadie brought her fist down on Kane's head with a loud thwack. You idiot. Learn to read the room before you open your mouth. Leo laughed nervously. Our apologies, Professor. So sorry. He just got back from overseas. He's still dealing with some serious jet lag. I'll apologize on his behalf. Kane gritted his teeth. This violent girl. Jaya leaned in with a tempting offer. Kane, if you perform brilliantly in school, I'll introduce you to my cute underclassman. Kane's eyes lit up instantly. For real? Ha. In that case, I guess I'd better get serious. Sadie leaned in to whisper, Jia, which poor soul are you planning to sacrifice? Jia gave a mischievous wink. Relax, I'm just messing with him. Based on the research my father left behind, HDDC and Dr. Lamb successfully separated Kane and me, even creating a new body just for him. But who would have known this guy would turn out to be the ultimate deadbeat, sprawled out on the sofa? It finally hit me. I'm not even human, so why should I have to graduate and get a job like you all? I can just let Dr. Lamb take care of me. Sadie pointed a finger, fuming. Leo, you never should have dragged him into this school. He's just going to embarrass all of us. As for Sadie, after she graduates with the rest of us, she's planning to resume her career as a pop idol. Jia is working at the orphanage opened by Mr. Hong. She plans to go to medical school and join the Red Cross after graduation. And as for us, we don't have such grand ambitions. We share a loving gaze, as Dana whispered, Leo. Our hands intertwined tightly. I just want to cherish the person before me and live a peaceful life with her. But if this world ever needs protecting again, my comrades and I will be there to answer the call. If you were in our shoes, you would do the same, wouldn't you? And that's all for this video. The content above was a summary of this series. If you have any thoughts, please share them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave us a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more exciting videos. More exciting videos to come.